12 days. This is a 12-day event.
In 2003, Hironobu Sakaguchi unleashed a huge shock within the video game industry when it was announced that he had left Square Enix to start his life as a game developer with the creation of his newest development studio, Walker Studios in Hawaii. For 2 decades, Sakaguchi was a very important and leading individual who was responsible for bringing Square out of the initial risk of closure because of the groundbreaking success it brought forth with the creation of the Final Fantasy IP, and led them into a prosperous future where the intellectual property became the company's flagship franchise for their business. During his time as a full-time developer, he would be busy with working mainly on the Final Fantasy series on a yearly basis, since the original game began development in 1987, as Square's director of planning and development in 1986, and the continual success of every new game in the series eventually led to Sakaguchi becoming the company's executive vice president in 1991. Outside of his work on those games, Sakaguchi was an aggressive businessman, as he still managed to continue Square's impressive track record with the groundbreaking successes of the Final Fantasy series while overseeing, supervising, and producing a number of other games for the company when other games started to his job at Square was to continue working on new installments of Final Fantasy while overseeing other projects and conceiving new ideas for more original IP, continuously build up the company's portfolio of intellectual property and games with so much success by the games created by Square and leading them to a bigger name and entity within the video game industry. Most of it was thanks to Hironobu Sakaguchi's business practices during his time as Square's executive vice president. His job was being a producer, executive producer, many of those games successfully brought each game an impressive amount of quality to each new experience that was conceived. In that sense, those games that Sakaguchi had a part in could become memorable to the eyes of the public for many generations to come. For having such an impressive rap sheet with many of the games he overseen and supervised during his time amongst the company's corporate structure, Sakaguchi would be promoted to the president of Square's North American division in Los Angeles, California within the United States. During his time within the North American division, Hironobu Sakaguchi was not only responsible for his continued support on many of the games done back in Japan, with him mostly working as an executive producer, but it became his responsibility to bring about many of those games to the overseas market, namely the United States, as a way to continue attributing Square's appeal to a global audience. Much of the success of the original PlayStation was thanks to people like Hironobu Sakaguchi and his company Square for releasing games such as Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy VIII, and Final Fantasy IX, as well as other hits such as Xenogears, Parasite Eve, Brave Fencer Musashi, Vagrant Story, and many others that held as much appeal as those
Secret
that
Mono.
the company's golden age of RPGs released on both the Super Nintendo and Super Famicom. Even with that much
Chrono
impressive
Trigger.
output on his part for Square, Sakaguchi's outlook on the company's future would not be the same when he worked on the company's first film, Final Fantasy The Spirits Within. The movie became one of the most expensive films that was ever created at the time of around $137 million due to it being developed as a sequel.
I had no idea.
Even though its reviews were mixed to okay by both the general public and critics, Square as a whole ended up losing over $120 million in their overall bank, which led them to shutting down the movie studio and reducing the company's financial capital, as they were all contributing factors to the company's first financial loss since it went public. Seeing as how catastrophic it was for Square to suffer that heavy of a loss within their business, Sakaguchi voluntarily stepped down as Square's executive vice president, as he would now just serve the company as an executive producer from that point on. Around that time, and when Final Fantasy X was nearing completion and about to release, Hironobu Sakaguchi began seeing the brighter picture of the video game industry's future, as consoles like the PlayStation 2, the original Xbox, and the Nintendo GameCube were leading the way with new technological advancements over what was seen in the past, that the thresholds in game development were much higher than before. Wanting to take advantage of this outcome and start his career in game development all over again, Sakaguchi sought in wanting to create a new game development studio under his name so that he can continue his philosophy on how he creates video games in his way. Thus, it was around that time in 2001 when Sakaguchi registered and trademarked both the name and logo of Mistwalker, as that would be his first step in wanting to start his own company. However, it wasn't just Hironobu Sakaguchi who ended up stepping down from his position and eventually leaving the company outright, as others who worked closely with him made their own headlines over the years. The founder of Square, Masafumi Miyamoto, became the company's president for 5 years after it went public in 1986, and he would step down and resign from the company in 1991 and be succeeded by a man named Tetsuo Mizuno in the following year. Although he resigned, Miyamoto remained as a major shareholder for the company, as him judging the outlook of Square's future played a pivotal role going forward to this very day. Hisashi Suzuki would succeed Tetsuo Mizuno as the company's president and chief executive officer in 1996, while Mizuno continued to play an executive producer role in the company's games from the business side of things, and Tomoyuki Takechi would be the chairman for Square, while Masahei Hiromatsu would be the company director. By the time when 2001 rolled around, and with Sakaguchi already changing positions due to the restructuring of Square, both Tomoyuki Takechi and Masahiro Hiromatsu would be relieved from their positions to both take on consultant roles in some way, with Takechi being succeeded by the company's CFO named Yoichi Wada to its full-on president that December. With so many of its leading individuals already gone, there would be a brand new outlook for Square's future when it came to its new management from back in Japan. The changes between staff members during the restructuring of the company and foreseeing the bigger picture in the video game industry's future meant the strong bond between Square and Hironobu Sakaguchi was coming to an end. Looking back at these changes, inside sources claim that the new management at Square just simply did not respect Sakaguchi's work ethic as the previous management used to from before, and the prospects of continuing that outlook in the company's culture would mean that the output on several of their franchises that weren't as huge as Final Fantasy would become far more limited if losses were to continue on a yearly basis. Yoichi Wada and the new management would lead Square into a new initiative as they would seek several goals to recuperate the major loss they suffered in 2001, with one of them seeking a capital injection from Sony, with the corporate enterprise purchasing the 18.6% of Square to reprieve them of their financial loss. Another plan that Yoichi Wada executed as Square's president was to reduce the number of formations and disbursements between teams on various projects, and to have those different teams be permanently fixed into various divisions. They also looked at minimizing the costs on creating new source codes and resources on newer games, and they instead reused them between projects to lower the time with the production of each game within those specific teams. However, the penultimate factor to Yoichi Wada's new initiative was to merge the companies of both Square and Enix into one factor, so that both of their cultures could remain alive and their own properties could prosper even further, with newer games in both mainline and spin-offs in mind. Surprisingly, the merger between Square and Enix was not fully credited for or originated by Yoichi Wada himself. Talks of the merger between Square and Enix began as early as the year 2000, when people like Tomoyuki Takechi and Hisashi Suzuki were still around Square's corporate structure. Since it was easier in the past for Square to work on their own games from the various different IPs and collaborations they took part in, and to make the money back on those games that were put out, the higher-ups within Square began noticing the changes between higher production values with the inevitable arrival of the next generation of gaming looming around the corner. With more projects being worked on by the company, and with them pooling so much capital into the development and production of Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within, people like Tomoyuki Takechi and Hisashi Suzuki were becoming anxious with how game development was becoming much bigger with every passing year, as well as realizing that there was only so much that they could do if they couldn't regain the targeted revenue they seek for the sales of their games and future generations of hardware, that they felt it was the perfect time that Square sought out in acquiring and merging with other companies. Their first immediate target in seeking a merger would be Square's rival company Enix. Knowing that Enix was a much smaller entity in game development with only a few IPs under their belt, such as Dragon Quest, Star Ocean, and Valkyrie Profile coming from themselves, Square thought it would be a capital idea for both the companies to merge together so that both of their collection of intellectual properties would be under the same banner, and putting out more games from each other would help them with attributing more gain to their yearly earnings, reduce financial risks with Square's new eventual development philosophy, and look at further avenues to their long-term growth, with eventually other acquisitions in the future. However, those talks of a merger were placed on hold when Square's announcement of their financial failure with Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within was made public. However, after the next year, and when the company's earnings were much more improved thanks to the significant sales numbers for both Final Fantasy X and Kingdom Hearts, their financial situation retained sustainability, that the talks for Square and Enix to merge would resume where they left off. Yoichi Wada described this transition where both companies were already at their height as the merger started to officially proceed. However, dissonance between Hironobu Sakaguchi and Square started to gradually take effect, as the father of Final Fantasy was starting to question Square's new business philosophy with their new direction in video game development, as well as the various criticisms that were had when the merger was in its final stages of taking place. However, the penultimate reason why Square and Enix agreed to merge with each other was mainly due to the fact that several Japanese video game companies were facing the risk of bankruptcy at the time. Continuing with how they were, if a merger wasn't even conceived by either of them, would possibly lead to them eventually facing bankruptcy themselves, and their unfortunate disappearance to both the industry and the community would deliver a huge blow to Japan's video game market and to that from overseas. Having that happen when the sales of video games made for home consoles was beginning to shrink would not be in both Square and Enix's best interest to remain independent, as they should be helping out each other during these tumultuous times. On top of which, they would seek partnerships with other publishers like Nintendo, who were responsible with releasing new games and re-releasing older titles on the Nintendo GameCube and the Game Boy Advance for the Western markets. This would happen during the time when Nintendo's current president, Satoru Iwata, was humbly trying to restore and fix the bad blood between them and companies like Square. Their shocking split was due to the dissonance that Square had with Nintendo's former president, Hiroshi Yamauchi, when the Nintendo 64 was released and continued using cartridges instead of CDs, where the capacity for each game was far more limited for the device. On April 1st, 2003, Square Enix surprised the entire gaming industry when they announced that they had merged together and had become officially known as Square Enix. This would mean that the formation of this new business would expand beyond what they were into a much bigger corporation, as more and more people were being hired and eventual new companies were being acquired by them, such as Taito and Eidos Interactive. It was around that same time or shortly after the unification when Sakaguchi would leave Square Enix and start up Mistwalker Studios in Honolulu, Hawaii, that was financially backed by Microsoft. Even though Hironobu Sakaguchi would remain good friends with many of his past colleagues in both the developer and publisher side of the business, such as Yoshinori Kitase, Tetsuya Nomura, Hiroyuki Ito, Hiromichi Tanaka, Akitoshi Kawazu, and many others like them, he felt that his departure was the correct choice, as him being the president and CEO of his new development studio would help him strive to continue down the path with how he wants to create games for a worldwide audience. The financial backing from Microsoft was due to people like one of the heads of the Xbox division at the time, Ed Fries, where he wanted to honorably preserve a developer's culture and to let them conceive games how they saw fit under their own eyes. This was mainly true when Ed Fries helped Microsoft acquire other companies like Bungie and Rare, as he wanted them to create the games that they saw fit, instead of the parent holder deciding what they should make them out to be. Final Fantasy X and X-2 on the PlayStation 2 showcased how strong of a dominant force that Yoshinori Kitase and his team continued to be within Square Enix. By continuing their goal of challenging the conventions of the series with experimentation of newer ideas into newer games, the track record continued to breathe life into the series, thanks to the likes of Yoshinori Kitase, Tetsuya Nomura, and Kazushige Nojima being at the forefront of the Final Fantasy franchise's future. After the release of Final Fantasy X-2 International plus Last Mission on the PlayStation 2 in Japan, and with Final Fantasy XII being worked on by Hiroyuki Ito and his own team, Yoshinori Kitase and his team would be in charge of working on the 13th installment of the series. Development for Final Fantasy XIII began in 2004, after the initial concept was thought of after Yoshinori Kitase and the team behind Final Fantasy X-2 International plus Last Mission came up with the idea during a jogging session. It was originally planned as being another PlayStation 2 title, with it representing the last game for that console generation, but it ended up being moved to the PlayStation 3 following May 2005, with the team having to start everything over from scratch. Bits of the PlayStation 2 version during its beta have surfaced online much later, where the development wasn't that too far along, as it mainly focused on creating the world and story, but no gameplay conceived. The development of Final Fantasy XIII began during a time when Square Enix started to shift towards a new console generation, and to a certain extent, had to anticipate what the future generation of gaming would be like. On top of that, the development team was also commissioned to create the Final Fantasy VII technical demo for the PlayStation 3 that was to be presented at E3 2005, and the end result came to strong praise and excitement from critics and fans. Because of its response, Final Fantasy XIII would move on to the PlayStation 3 and be the first game in the series to represent the franchise on 7th generation consoles. At the start of its development, Final Fantasy XIII would be developed under the working title Colors World, and the idea from the very start was to have a battle system that was highly action-based, and not just resorting back to the series' traditional active time battle system they are fondly known for. Yoshinori Kitase would be in charge of the development as the game's lead producer, with his longtime friend, Motomo Toriyama, being its main director. Tetsuya Nomura would be in charge as the main character designer, with Kazushige Nojima providing the scenario concept, as he would not be the full-on scenario writer like where he was during the development of both Final Fantasy X and X-2. Yoshinori Kitase and his team would fully begin with what they would conceive as the next big game in the franchise. As Final Fantasy XIII was to be expected as the next game for the Japanese RPG company, its existence would give birth to a new compilation project like what was...
I better start from the beginning. Yeah, playlist, right? The playlist from... Damn, he's done so much work. God damn, man, like this guy, he works so hard. Must be fun to be him and just be like, look, I know better about this stuff. I'm an actual gamer, because he is. He actually is. Look at all these games. Like, dude, I was trying to look at your RPG live stream. I'm looking for your Final Fantasy retrospective. Yeah. Wait. So did we do this right? Did we, yeah, like now playing, yeah, view the full playlist, yeah. So he starts out, let's see how he starts, because I bet this is really good, actually. This is the most insider information I've ever known about Square, for instance, or anybody in the industry, really. He knows this stuff. Yeah. For him, it's a big moment when this starts. It's cool to see actual artists in their own little art forms. He was very excited to see this start. Cooking and craft mods, right? So I do pull Arcana and craft mods. Yeah, cooking goes back where I was. Okay. I'm tempted to go out and get water and see what I can make. I think I can probably make quite a few. But first we deliver. Yeah, that lake is not bad. I'm gonna go hit that lake. It's a good place to farm. Why is... Can't believe how much you... Anyways, trying to find... Oh yeah, the box, right? Yeah, the box. The box. Yeah, I'm gonna put all that cooking stuff away. 350 pounds worth of fucking cooking stuff. I should just sell the whole fucking lot of it. Like, the whole shebang. Anyways, going back outside. Before I do anything, I'd like to check and see if there's a better weapon. Right? One hand, rapier. 457. Which is an upgrade, but it does... Ooh, wait, that was a life stealing? Oh, it's life stealing. They don't know what they have. Why does it have to have ends? Why can't it have, Yeah, let's take a look at life stealing, huh? Oh, no, I'm looking for, perks, right? Life stealing on both weapons, because, yeah, like, dude, huge. Apply filter, right? Yeah, apply filter and take a look. That's the only one, huh? This is the first life-stealing one, which just happens to be the highest gear score I've ever seen. So let's, like, just scan for a spear here as well. Come on, man. Spear. 335 is a significant drop. But it's got life-stealing. Son of a bitch, man. It's so close, but so much lower in damage. Oh well, it's okay. We got a good rapier, you know. Yeah, repair all. And you, I mean, I don't know. It seems like I'm gonna get rid of you, yeah. I mean, it's such a nice little rapier, but it doesn't have the eye level and it doesn't have the life stealing. I wish you could re-roll item stuff. Wait, oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to, yeah, there you go. It's a shame that the spear isn't there, but at least I got a new weapon, right? Yeah, hey, look, it even has its own little blue glow for some reason. It actually looks really cool. You can see it a little bit better than normal. How long is this intro gonna go, man? It's been like a minute 20. Are you ever gonna... Jesus Christ, this was a 2.5 minute fucking thing.
Back in 1983, a company would be created in Japan that was founded by a guy named Masashi Miyamoto. This company would become known as Square. Square was originally a computer gaming software division for a powerful construction company called Denyu-sha that was owned by his father, Masafumi Miyamoto. While the time of game development was being handled by one programmer, Masashi Miyamoto thought about hiring graphic designers, programmers, and professional story writers to expand development by having more people collaborate on common projects. One of these designers was a part-time employee by the name of Hironobu Sakaguchi, and he designed 2 games for the NEC PC-8801, an early Z-Log computer system that was based exclusively in Japan like the MSX and the MSX2. These 2 titles were known as The Death Trap and its sequel, Will, The Death Trap 2. Both games became a major success, with the first game selling 500,000 copies and the sequel selling 100,000 copies in Japan. As to seeing that no future was inbound for something like the NEC PC-8801, Square's focus on game design started to shift toward the Nintendo Famicom, with the company porting GameArt's own Thexter from the NEC PC-8001 version to the Famicom in September 1985. 1 year later, in September 1986, Square spun off from Denyu-sha and became an independent company that would be known as Square Company Limited. The coming of Square Company would mean that video game development became an official start for the developer. Hironobu Sakaguchi transferred himself from a part-time employee to a full-time employee to spend more time with game development. The next up-and-coming individual that joined Square's ranks would be a young but very skilled musician by the name of Nobuo Uematsu.
Oh.
His first project he worked on music for was the game Genesis, and Sakaguchi took notice of Uematsu's work, and they formed a great friendship from that point on, as they both agreed to work together on the same projects. Many of these games that they would work on would be King's Knight, a scrolling shooter with a medieval setting, 3D World Runner, a third-person rail shooting platformer, Rad Racer, a racing game, Nakayama Miho no Tokimeki High School, a dating sim game, and JJ, another scrolling shooter. Each game released with scores and sales declining with every new release. Rad Racer may have gained a cult following from around the world, but that still didn't make up for the unsuccessful hits that it would only start to force the up-and-coming studio into a period of decline, as Square was threatened with bankruptcy. However, Sakaguchi was not willing to give up if he had one more chance to redeem himself in the company, and he had a master plan to back it up. It was either put in the full emphasis to make a game to go beyond expectations for a Famicom title, or it would mean that he would go back to work at the university he graduated from. That plan was to make the next game act as if it was Square's final game, and one that would have its core being that of the term, fantasy. RPGs started to become a very prominent thing in the Western world, with Dungeons & Dragons being a prime example of that phenomenon. Wizardry, proving grounds of the Mad Overlord, became the pinnacle of video game RPGs when it was originally released for the Apple II computers in September 1981, and Hironobu Sakaguchi was inspired to make a game based around the innovative command-based system that Wizardry created. However, an RPG series has started out around the time when Square's supposed last game was in development, and that RPG was revealed as Dragon Quest for the Famicom that was developed by Enix, with key members being its creator named Yuji Horii, the composer Koichi Sugiyama, and character designs by the famous manga artist named Akira Toriyama, who created the Shonen Jump craze known as Dragon Ball. Sakaguchi was at the helm of designing and writing the game, and he had Nobuo Uematsu at the helm to compose the music. What Sakaguchi needed was a person to do character designs to make his character stand out, as Toriyama did with Dragon Quest. He was in luck, as a new employee by the name of Yoshitaka Amano joined Square Company, and he was immediately hired to be the character designer and title logo illustrator after his successful work at Tatsunoko Productions, with big hits such as Speed Racer, Gatchaman, where it was known as G-Force in the West, Tekkaman, and Honeybee Hutch. With the main force behind the game, it was time for Sakaguchi's ultimate creation to begin. The development team behind this project was declared as the A-Team, to be inspired by the heroes from the TV show to pull through if they were to make a video game. Though often to the company allegedly being threatened with bankruptcy, Sakaguchi was ready to put his life in game development on the line to determine whether he has the creativity and will to keep moving forward or to retire from game development altogether. His concept for this game was to have a large overworld map to explore and to have an engaging story like Dragon Quest. Instead of having only one solo hero, this game would pit gamers in a band of 4 warriors who are burdened in saving their own world from eternal darkness, as it is about to be succumbed to a terrible fate. This project would be revealed to the public under the name Final Fantasy. It would be worked on by the efforts of Yoshitaka Amano working on the character designs and title logo illustration, Hironobu Sakaguchi as the head designer along with Hiromichi Tanaka, Akitoshi Kawazu, and Koichi Ishii, and with Sakaguchi being the base story planner, Nobuo Uematsu as the game's composer, Kenji Terada as the scenario writer of the game's plot based on what Sakaguchi had in mind, and an Iranian-American named Nasir Gabelli worked as the game's head programmer, along with Kiyoshi Yoshi and Ken Narita, and Kazuya Shibuya, who worked on the game's graphic design. It was quite a small development team, but that was how games usually were consistent of back in the days of the NES, as they weren't that big as with game developers as of today. After a long development cycle that took almost a year to complete, Final Fantasy was released on the Nintendo Famicom in Japan on December 18, 1987, just 7 days before Christmas. Final Fantasy takes place in a fantasy world that consisted of 3 large continents. The elemental powers of the world are governed by the 4 crystals, and each of those crystals bear the elements of earth, fire, wind, and water. Numerous races are also a staple in the game, such as humans, dwarves, elves, mermaids, dragons, and even robots. It may seem odd for a game filled with fantasy to have robots in it, but this game started the knack of having steampunk elements in it, which would be a staple in later games. 400 years prior to the beginning of the game, a race of people known as the Lufanes used the power of wind to craft airships and build a giant space station called Floating Castle, but the Lufanes' own country went into decline when the wind crystal went dark. 200 years later, a very powerful and violent storm sank a massive shrine that served as the center of an ocean-based civilization, as the water crystal also started to go dark. The Earth Crystal and Fire Crystal followed shortly after by plaguing the planet with raging wildfires and devastating an agricultural village known as Melman as the plains and vegetation were destroyed. The planet was bound to suffer many eons of darkness based on the light fading away from the crystals, but the sage Lucan foretells a prophecy that 4 warriors of light will come and save the world from utter catastrophe. Final Fantasy is set up in that regard, as the story begins when 4 youthful and unnamed warriors appear out of nowhere, with each of them holding one of the darkened crystals in their hands. At the beginning, the Warriors of Light have initial access to the kingdom of Corneria, where the king asked their help to save his daughter, Princess Sarah, who was abducted by a knight named Garland. Garland was once a top general in Corneria's army, but has fallen from grace as he now plots to destroy the peaceful kingdom and obtain world domination. The Light Warriors track down the rogue knight and the princess to the north at Chaos Shrine, where they foil the criminal's plans and they supposedly kill him in the process. Princess Sarah is saved, and she is escorted back to the kingdom of Corneria, where the king rewards the warriors with access beyond the bridge just north of the kingdom. Upon crossing the bridge and gazing at the kingdom within the horizon, the main adventure begins. Throughout the journey, the Warriors of Light travel to numerous locations such as the town of Provoca to liberate it from pirates terrorizing the citizens, to where they gain access to their own ship, a series of delivery quests such as retrieving a stolen crown from a marsh cave to a king from a ruined castle, fighting against a dark elf named Astos to gain the mystic key from the elves to unlock all sealed doors, delivering TNT to the dwarves to destroy an isthmus that connects the Aldi Sea to the outside world, and defeating the 4 Fiends of Elements to bring the 4 crystals to their full strength. The 4 Fiends of Elements are agents in protecting the crystals to prevent them from regaining their light, as they wish to prolong the darkness for all eternity. The 4 Fiends consist of the Earth Fiend Lich, the Fire Fiend Marilith, the Water Fiend Kraken, and the Wind Fiend Tiamat. Along the way, the warriors come across a trial from the Dragon King named Bahamut to obtain a rat's tail which promotes them to new attire that makes them stronger than their standard classes, and discovering the Lufanes to help get access to some of the hard-to-reach locations such as the Floating Castle. After fully destroying the 4 Fiends, the warriors manage to restore light to the crystals, and their power gives them the opportunity to travel 2,000 years into the past from the Temple of Fiends to find the marauder causing the darkness within the world. The culprit behind this atrocity is none other than Garland, who the warriors thought that they had defeated. However, Garland's body and spirit was warped into the past by the 4 Fiends after his defeat at Chaos Shrine in the present, and he used this advantage to send the 4 Fiends into the future to cause all the damage to the world as of now, and to where Garland would be stuck in an infinite wormhole to live forever. The long age has transformed the ungraceful rogue into an archdemon known as Chaos. The Warriors of Light face Chaos in one final battle to save the world from further decline, and they succeeded in ending Chaos's ongoing paradox. The Warriors returned home, victorious, and their heroic deeds of changing the future have remained unknown outside of legend in due time.
Hells yeah.
Final Fantasy's gameplay takes a page from Dragon Quest, but it takes things to a new level. As mentioned, this is the first JRPG to have multiple characters in a player's party to where they can have their own jobs to benefit around the whole adventure. At the start of the game, the player must give names to the Warriors of Light, and each of them can have their own jobs to encompass the many possibilities of surviving throughout the whole journey. Final Fantasy only has 6 jobs for the players to choose for each character. The fighter character allows them to use brute-based weapons like swords and axes to do lethal damage, and to act more like a leader to the group. The thief is not only the fastest character, but one that deals lesser damage on foes during the heat of conflict. The white mage is the healer who can cure status ailments as well as hit point and magic point depletion. The black mage is a character who can cast spells like fire, ice, and thunder to do elemental damage on foes. The monk is the unarmed type who battles with their fists and to meditate in trying to grow their strength or defense. And the red mage character is a jack-of-all-trades job where the position allows the character to utilize both black and white magic as well as wielding swords. But the overall strength is inferior to the fighter, black mage, and white mage combined. 4 main modes come into play when traversing the journey, and those features are the exploration of the world map, the exploration of towns and dungeons, the menus to purchase and change equipment and stats, and both the random enemy and boss battles. The
This is the Arcana one, but the food one...
to wherever they choose, but they can walk around to encounter random enemies to fight.
I think I want the water here. Let's do the Arcana that I intended to do.
Or to obtain hidden items within the community, while the dungeons act as a means to complete a certain task, or to go from point A to point B while finding enemies and some bosses along the way. The menu system has many modes of this base, as one of them allows players to switch equipment, using items, and view stats of their characters, while there are shops in certain towns where they can purchase newer weapons, items, as well as
rush,
magic spells.
708
Finally, the
life
battle
mode,
mode acts as a means for players
100
to
strong
command their
reach
characters to use their
and
skills and abilities to win and survive each fight.
not bad,
5 screens are on the main
116.
screen, where one of them has the enemies the characters are
Gonna
facing along
sell,
with their names. The second shows the player's main party with their own names, and the third
62
shows the
of
commands as well as the
these.
battle statistics that are given to the player to view. Players can attack with the party's weapons and magic, use items when in desperation to heal the characters from danger, defend from enemy attacks, or they could try to make a full stand and endure a battle while ending up dying in the process. When the character is
42.
killed, they can be
Jesus
brought
Christ.
back to a town that has a church,
How
where the priest can
about-
restore the soul of one of the fallen warriors to fight once more, but at the price of however many GP is in the player's
15
currency.
each.
The players manage to win so many battles, their characters can gain experience points, and they can level up with an increase in their attributes as well as potentially upgrading the character's job with newer skills and a newer sprite portrait. GP is another feature that acts as the main currency for within the game, where it is renamed as Gil in later games to fit with the series' main theme of money. Defeating enemies and uncovering treasure chests would allow players to find money or obtain newer items for characters used by all means. The last thing to talk about for the main gameplay is the difficulty.
so much
Most people
did
can
we
agree that Final
have
Fantasy is one of the
left?
most challenging games to ever grace a Nintendo console, and its challenge is on par with how Dragon Quest is. Players have a currency system for certain characters' magic skills, meaning that they can use a set of leveled magic skills a set number of times before running out of magic points, and it made using magic much more difficult. That feature is removed in later installments to make things a bit more streamlined. The battles mostly ended up as trial and error, as the player can suffer the loss of a comrade based on the trial and error of hit detection that their characters act from their own accuracy. Most of the items are overpriced, and the money the player obtains from enemies is very small, so that made the need for finding mini battles almost a requirement, as well as a test of endurance. Backtracking is always a requirement in case anyone missed out on some items that are either helpful or extremely mandatory based on certain circumstances, like the TNT dynamite that the characters have to deliver to the dwarves to gain access out of the Aldi Sea. Finally, some of the stuff that players have to obtain for their characters, like weapons and armor, are not described about who could use what, but this was probably based on the limitations of the Famicom, to where so many things could not fit onto a cartridge. In other words, this was more of a way for players to use a walkthrough, or to ask help from those who managed to complete it. Final Fantasy's gameplay remained as a core element for future installments that would be enough to satisfy anyone. Other than that, the other thing that made the game emotionally gripping was the game's soundtrack, composed by Nobuo Uematsu. Uematsu's philosophy on how he composes music is more based on the themes that surround a particular game, and he can grasp what would sound best based on particular situations. For instance, the overworld map theme was meant to grip players into an adventurous feeling when traveling from place to place. The theme of Mount Gold gave gamers a sense of an upbeat feeling as if traveling into a dangerous location like a volcano, which Mount Gold was based after. Matoya's cave was used to enrapture the surreal atmosphere of various caverns like the ice cave to reflect its pretty nature, or the waterfall cave to encapsulate the gamer into a more calming mood. However, there are 4 pieces of music that define the first game and its sequels, and they are the prelude theme that played at the opening title screen, the main prologue theme that embarked the player on a grand adventure, the battle theme to give an urgency for the player to win, and the victory theme that would give gamers satisfaction for completing a battle that was either easy or hard. Each of those themes were meant to give the player a reminder of what Final Fantasy truly is, based on their iconic tracks that still maintain a strong presence even now. In later games, those themes would mostly be remixed or arranged with newer instrumentations or to sound very different in that particular version, but not all themes would make a return as later entries tend to omit them from their full soundtracks. Final Fantasy's music maintains a true stature in its quality that cannot be matched with many other games at the time.
I need to run a deal for Hyssop. Like a lot of Hyssop in a place where I have the room to do it. Yeah,
After
like
releasing on
here,
December
this
18th,
is my
1987
Arcana,
in
right?
Japan,
Yeah, I need
Final
Hyssop.
Fantasy on the Famicom became very well received by both critics and gamers, and it has become Square's first commercial hit to sell over 400,000 copies at the time. The game was recognized as being one of the first JRPGs, along with Dragon Quest, to innovate and revolutionize the genre, where it would be enough to influence many developers to create many newer franchises that were to follow in the coming years. Even those who played role-playing games like Dungeons & Dragons and books have even claimed that playing a game like this was as close as it could get to the standard book RPGs that exist. Final Fantasy was successful for both the ratings and the sales, as it would be enough to consider the game to enter a period of a long-lasting franchise. When Nintendo of America caught glimpse of the strong sales and reviews of the game from overseas, and when they saw the positive reception and sales of Dragon Quest, which was called Dragon Warrior within their own territory,
Wow, I can't pay
Nintendo
that
gave a strong
much.
endorsement to Square to localize their game for the Western audience, so that they could get a slice of the pie in trying out this gem of a title. Square obliged to the idea, and Final Fantasy was localized for the North American market by over 2.5 years later. Reception of Final Fantasy in North America was very strong, and has created as much as the one from Japan. However, based on the upcoming release of the Super Famicom and Super Nintendo Entertainment System, this would be the only entry that North America would get instead of all the NES games in the series that were made in between the original Japanese version's release to the North American version's release, as the time to jump ship between consoles was about to hit full force. Final Fantasy would go on to receive numerous awards and accolades from many gaming magazines and video game websites to this day as being one of the RPGs that started a strong trend to have a devoted following. Its legacy would be very strong where various foundations, such as the music, would be used outside of the game. For example, in the show Captain N the Game Master, the basis of Final Fantasy would be used in the series finale. 8-Bit Theater, a famous webcomic, parodied the game in one of the early chapters, and it has become very popular even after starting in March 2001. The reception and legacy that the first Final Fantasy left within gaming is one that has become a worldwide phenomenon as time went by. Final Fantasy was met with strong reception, but with the strong reception came criticism as well. Some people feel that Final Fantasy's pacing within the story progression and battle system was very slow, and the amount of grinding for experience and farming for gil made the game feel very repetitive to doing the same thing over and over with the game hardly moving forward. The graphics also got into the facade of criticism, as many claim to this day that Final Fantasy on the NES remains being visually outdated, as no effort went into delivering attention to detail when creating the mini environments, the portraits of bosses and boss fights, and the lack of color based on the limited palette that Square went by when developing this long game. Plus, the amount of backtracking became a mixed bag, as the delivery quest without initially exploring more of the world didn't feel that engaging when players didn't have a direct emphasis on where to go, and the lack of a world map to traverse through. By this day, most people claim this entry to be the most difficult in the series, and they feel that the game was only made to take a stab at imitating the Dragon Quest formula with nothing new. Despite the negativity it gets from modern critics, the game still became a huge success upon its release, with many still claiming that the game is a rewarding experience, and the inevitability of it becoming a franchise was just. Ever since Final Fantasy released throughout the many years of its existence, the game has been ported and remade several times on various platforms, and most of these re-releases were made to accommodate a system's control scheme, emphasizing remixed soundtracks, imploring better graphics, bonus material, and full-motion videos in more recent ports. Final Fantasy was re-released first on the Japanese MSX2 computers with minor graphical updates, more musical tracks and sound effects, as well as loading times. Next, the first and second game were re-released as one game for the Famicom in 1994, with a few graphical updates. In 2000, the game saw its third re-release on the WonderSwan Color by adding in backgrounds for the battle maps and redrawn sprites. An enhanced remake of the first two games were made on the PlayStation in a compilation called Final Fantasy Origins that came out in 2003, with enhanced graphics, music, first use of FMVs, more sophistication in the game, a new art gallery, and a memo save function. The next re-release for that game and the second was in 2004 for the Game Boy Advance called Final Fantasy 1 and 2 Dawn of Souls, where there are 4 new dungeons, an updated bestiary, and a few tweaks. Final Fantasy also made it to the PSP with high-resolution hand-drawn 2D sprites, another enhanced soundtrack, newer FMVs, a newer dungeon, as well as the ones and the script from Dawn of Souls. Right now, Final Fantasy's latest re-release is made available on the iPhone's iOS feature that is based on the PSP version, where the Windows Phone and Android versions are based on the iOS game, and the PSP version making it on the 3DS eShop in Japan as of recent. Final Fantasy has also made it to the Wii's Virtual Console for all regions from around the world for newcomers to try it out, older gamers to relive the memories of the first game, and for Europeans to try out the original for the first time, since it never saw a proper release in their region. Being released so many times on various platforms has labeled the first Final Fantasy as one of the most milked entries that has been re-released several times, but with fewer additions, updated scripts with various tweaks, and so on. Even those labeled Final Fantasy as being a JRPG that has not aged well based on the graphics, the pacing, and its influence, as it merely overshadows the rise of the genre that was started by Dragon Quest. None can disagree that Final Fantasy remains as one of the best video games ever created, that its influence would inspire the creation of later JRPGs such as Breath of Fire, the Tales series, the Mana series, Chrono Trigger, Star Ocean, and even the Suikoden franchise. Without Final Fantasy's influence, many would feel that JRPGs would probably have not been where they were if it wasn't for the first game's success, and Dragon Quest probably would have been the only one to innovate the genre. Sakaguchi knew that he created potential for Final Fantasy to be long-lived and to rival Dragon Quest, as it would mark the beginning of a strong rise for the company known as Square. Next time in Double RPG's Final Fantasy Retrospective, we take a look at the sequel where its gameplay and story took a different approach, and the third game where it became a mixture of the first two games, but with major improvements.
That was 1 and 2. Yeah. So it's funny. He doesn't know about that much about 1, but he at least like put the filler in there. You got it. I have to go to Brightwood, but see, that doesn't jibe with this. Which, yeah, like what are we talking about here? Oh my god. What? Yeah. Oh right. I have to get all the way north. Yeah, the sword glows. It's kind of cool. It's got a little blue glow to it, like a lightsaber. Okay. This is a long fucking run. Why is there no teleports in this whole zone? Why is this a huge swathe of land you have to cross? That's so weird. I don't know. It started getting cuter. There was this
Final
There's
Fantasy
this
on the
point where they all
Nintendo
started
Famicom
getting
paved the way in
cute.
innovating more of the
Yeah.
Japanese RPG format, and would only pave the way of making the stellar title into a long-running franchise. The reception and sales were enough to innovate Hironobu Sakaguchi in wanting to create a sequel to the first game, but with the initial sales of 200,000 copies being sold in Japan, made him feel that it wouldn't be enough to warrant that need. Sakaguchi requested the Square Company to release an additional 200,000 copies so that the sales of those other copies would be enough to generate more money and demand for a sequel to get underway. Square obliged to his request. The 200,000 extra copies all managed to sell like crazy, and the demand for a sequel was set in stone. Development for the next installment of Final Fantasy began after the 200,000 extra copies of the first game were sold, and most of the team from the first game came back to put in their creative talent to make another entry. However, the only difference was that Sakaguchi was now in the chair of directing the game, while Masashi Miyamoto's father, Masafumi Miyamoto, was set to produce the game in Sakaguchi's stead. For the next entry, Sakaguchi commented that the first game was more about the gameplay and less on the story, considering that is how it necessarily went. So the next game would be the complete opposite, where it would be a balance between the gameplay, but to also add in more emphasis of storytelling and character development, whereas he wanted the characters to feel like real human beings. While no concrete ideas were given to the game as to where it needed to go in direction, Sakaguchi used the experiences that he gained while creating the first game and to work on the production board for something new and original that wouldn't follow around the story or the world that the first game was built after. As mentioned, most of the team from the first game came back with Nobuo Uematsu providing the music, Yoshitaka Amano providing character designs and the title logo illustration, Kenji Terada writing the scenario based on the story that Sakaguchi planned out, as well as Hiromichi Tanaka, Akitoshi
490
Kawase,
gold
and
like
Koichi
that,
Ishii
all
returning and
72
designing the
souls.
game.
Yeah.
Kazuko Shibuya would return with
See.
providing the design of the character sprites, while Ryoko Tanaka would assist Shibuya as another graphics designer in most other areas. Nasir Gabelli would also return as the game's main programmer, but he had to leave to go back home in Sacramento, California due to his work visa expiring halfway through development. A team of programmers followed Gabelli back to the United States with all the necessary materials, and they helped Sakaguchi finish up production of the game while working from overseas. On the day before the first anniversary of the first game's release in Japan, Final Fantasy II was released amongst the Japanese public on December 17, 1988.
Man, I would have been 5 years old.
Final Fantasy II is set in a world where the Palamecian Empire wishes for supreme conquest of their world, while the weak are succumbed by their massive superpower. Away from those who suffered the Empire's wrath, resistance fortresses were built to stand up against the menacing Emperor, as their constant battles remain ongoing to this day. The story revolves around 4 friends who sought and working together to thwart against the Palamecian forces, while gaining strength and magic through a number of trials and challenges that await them. These 4 heroes would be led by Firion, who is a resident to the country of Fynn, and a weapons master who can manage to wield a sword, axe, spear, bow, staff, dagger, and use his fists. Maria is a childhood friend of Firion and hopes to defeat the Empire to save her brother. Guy is another childhood friend of Firion and Maria, and will only speak in a stunted manner while having a very unique ability to speak to wildlife. Finally, there is Leon, Maria's older brother as well as childhood friend to Firion and Guy, and he was warped into being a new Dark Knight to the Emperor after he went missing during the assault on Fynn. The story would revolve around mostly on Firion, Maria, and Guy, while Firion would be the leader, and they would gain temporary companions such as Minwu, Joseph, Gordon, Layla, Ricard Highwind, and Ced, who helped them out with numerous tasks, and most of them would be succumbed to a terrible fate. Final Fantasy II's setting does not revolve around the 4 crystals like the first game, as Sakaguchi wanted to hit character development as first priority than anything. Even the plot would have a striking resemblance to that of Star Wars Episode 4, A New Hope.
They all do. Damn Camelot story.
The story begins when Fynn is attacked by the Imperial army of Palamecia. Firion, Maria, Guy, and Leon try and escape from the ongoing wrath of the Emperor's power, but they are struck down by the Imperial soldiers and left to die while Leon is taken away. The other 3 are taken to a rebellion camp near a town called Altair, and they are saved by Finn's princess Hilda, who establishes a rebel base known as the Wild Rose Rebellion. Firion and his friends eagerly request the princess for them to join her rebellion, but are refused after claiming that they are inexperienced from what they encountered when trying to escape their village. Willing to prove that they have what it takes to join, the group travels to their destroyed town of Fynn to search for Leon, but they end up meeting a dying prince from Kashwan named Prince Scott, who is revealed to be Princess Hilda's fiancé. Scott delivers the message to Firion and his friends that a former knight of Kashwan named Borgin has betrayed the rebellion and became a top general for the Imperial army. Shocked by this outcome, the 3 warriors return to Altair and inform the princess of Scott's demise and Borgin's betrayal. At last, Firion and his friends are welcomed into the Wild Rose Rebellion, to where they hope they can achieve a dream of sharing the message of what the rebel group stands for. A world full of wild roses, where they can bring new life after the onslaught of destruction in its previous wake. The first mission is for Firion, Maria, and Guy to travel north to find Mithril that will help them in the process of creating powerful weapons and armor to resist the Empire even more. Their travels lead them to Salamand, a village that is occupied by the Empire, where all the villagers are being treated as slaves and forced to work in the nearby mines. The group of Imperials is defeated by Firion and his crew, and Salamand is liberated from slavery, as the villagers praise them as heroes and give them the Mithril as their way of thanking them for their freedom. For the next mission, Princess Hilda informs the group to undertake a mission in the city of Bafsk, to where they must prevent the construction of a powerful Imperial warship called the Dreadnought. Firion arrives at the city of Bafsk, but is too late to stop construction of the warship as the Dreadnought starts flying in the sky. Immediately, Firion and his friends learn that the only weapon that can destroy the Dreadnought by all means is a weapon called the Sunfire, that can be used as a last resort. The 3 warriors locate and retrieve the Sunfire, but they end up watching helplessly when the Empire has an abducted Princess Hilda on the ship, which forces them to undergo a rescue mission when the ship stocks on supplies. Rescuing the princess becomes a success, and the destruction of the Dreadnought follows suit. Afterwards, Firion and his friends encounter a Dark Knight, who Maria claims to be very familiar by his voice. Other parts of the game end up with the team traveling to the city of Dragoons called Dazed to help the last Wyvern as a means of assisting them to strike the Emperor firsthand after the rest of the dragons were killed by Imperial poison. Fynn and the Wild Rose Rebellion have been taken over by Palamecia, but Firion manages to liberate the kingdom and the fortress after rescuing the princess once more. The next mission leads Firion to travel west for a powerful magic item, and they encounter the last surviving Dragoon that helps them along the way. The return to Fynn leaves the heroes in seeing that many towns were destroyed by a cyclone created by the Emperor. The newly born Wyvern is asked for its help to send them into the castle that is protected by the cyclone, and the heroes manage to find the Emperor and kill him for his treacherous acts. Victory is celebrated in Fynn, but is cut short when a wounded soldier from the kingdom claims that the Dark Knight, who is revealed to be Leon, has become the new Emperor and plans to destroy the rebels with the Imperial army. Firion, Maria, and Guy hurry to confront Leon, but they are greeted by the Emperor, who appears in a newly demonic form, and he claims to have risen from hell to bring destruction to all living things, whether if they are good or evil. Firion, Maria, Guy, and Leon escape from the castle with the Wyvern, and the Emperor replaces his castle with the Palace of Hell, Pandemonium. Leon agrees to help his friends make one final stand against the Emperor, and they travel to the Jade Passage of the Hellish Palace to the portal that sends them into the underworld. There they face off against the demonic Emperor and finally put an end to his tyranny. Leon objects in returning home, as his crimes would not be forgiven for being used as a puppet in the Imperial army, but Furion refuses and says that he will be gladly welcomed back in open arms by his friends, sister, and everyone who helped bring a new age of peace upon their world. Similar to the first game, Final Fantasy II's gameplay allowed gamers to freely roam a world map, enter battles and grow in strength, traverse through towns and dungeons, use supported magic spells outside of battles such as Cure, saving a game's progress through the world map, which the first game did not do at the time, purchasing weapons, armor, items, and magic abilities through the shops, and talking to townspeople who provide useful information to help the player progress through the game. One of the newest features about the conversation aspect when speaking to the many non-playable characters was that anyone could ask information from NPCs where they may provide useful terms to help them unlock newer actions when they memorize them with a special function when talking. This function would be known as the word memory system. Similarly, there are certain items one can give to specific characters or place on certain objects to unlock newer rewards that offered a resembling effect as the word memory system. Characters and monsters are no longer separated into two separate windows, as they each were on the same battle map than the first game, and the player can see a character's full HP and MP from below the battle. Plus, this game allowed gamers to fight with less than 4 party members in a battle, which the first game was not capable of. Final Fantasy II was also the first game in the series to introduce one of the mascots that became very popular to this day, the Chocobo. Chocobos are used as a means to travel to various places on the world map without being attacked by enemies in the process. This made it easier for players who need a break from grinding and more of a quick means to get somewhere really fast. The other key element that was introduced in this game that would be a staple in all other installments was the character named Cid. Cid in Final Fantasy II is a former White Knight of Fent, but gave up that title to enjoy building airships. He gives Furion the information about how to destroy the Dreadnought with the lack of sunfire, and he is fatally injured later on when the Emperor's cyclone came
If it was closer
he
at
died later
attack,
on
but
and helps
you know,
the
the
Parish
level
from Hell
difference.
stop the Emperor's destructive reign from the underworld, and their souls are sent to heaven after his defeat. Probably the game's most noticeable feature would be the growth system. Unlike the first game, Furion and his allies do not gain experience points from fighting monsters, as their strength and all statistics would grow based on what actions they took and how much damage they sustained from foes. Plus, their affinity with weapons would grow the more they used them, and the accuracy and power would only get bigger from here on out. However, there is a double-edged sword to the ordeal, as certain statistics would gradually deteriorate if they were not used that much at all. The fighting system would receive an upgrade, as most of the fundamentals of the first game were intact, but the newest addition was having front row and back row characters to give them advantages and disadvantages to where they are placed. Front row characters could attack more powerfully, but receive more damage, while back row characters would be weaker in power, but have better defenses in the process. Some weapons are not beneficial to the front row, like staves and bows, as they are more used to attack from the back, with staves being used to cast powerful spells, and bows can be used to shoot arrows from longer distances. This is another feature that would be used in later Final Fantasy games to give more variables on how one can fight within a conflict. The game's design was on par to that of the first game, but there are some updates such as having a bit more color and better design of the portraits for the enemies placed in battle. Visually, it may have been the answer to Sakaguchi wanting to improve the design aspect, as he may have been under the impression that the first Final Fantasy was already declared as being visually outdated. Musically, Final Fantasy II's soundtrack was given a bigger facelift as much as almost everything else within the game. Nobuo Uematsu had a knack for wanting to keep Final Fantasy a game where the emphasis of an adventure with light tones would be big to grip more people into the experience. However, Sakaguchi's approach with the story for Final Fantasy II would be far darker and more serious in contrast to the first game, where the lighthearted and adventurous tones that was delivered in the soundtrack. Since Final Fantasy II's soundtrack was more brooding and tragic based around the narrative, Sakaguchi wanted Uematsu to create songs with a more sinister atmosphere and some that have a tragic vibe to them based on some of the temporary companions either succumbing to a terrible fate or dying in the plot like Cid has. When Nobuo Uematsu was told about this, he wasn't very keen and receptive toward the idea because of how far down the game went in terms of the narrative, but he grew to be more accepting towards those ideas over time. Some of the most noticeable themes were the Rebel Army theme, which symbolizes a team of liberators who want to free the world from control of a corrupted faction. And another would be the Town of Magi, where the Mysidian Tower would give gamers a feeling of unease when hearing the high-pitched vibrato in this mysterious melancholy song. Some of the other iconic themes like the battle theme and victory fanfare would make a return in different renditions, but the one that set the foundation for the series would be the arranged rendition of the Prelude theme, which would be carried on to all other subsequent sequels in the coming years. Final Fantasy II had another compelling soundtrack, and Uematsu pushed the boundaries of having compelling compositions in the whole game once more. Final Fantasy II on the Famicom was released to very positive reception in Japan at the time. Much of the praise was given to the scenario that was conceived by Hironobu Sakaguchi, as the story made the characters very relatable, with many hardships they go through, with the loss of comrades to the destruction of places that yearn for freedom. Plus, many of them thought that the growth system was very interesting, as it opened many possibilities to how one can grow their party. However, as more time has passed, and in complete contrast to the original game, Final Fantasy II on the Famicom had a more mixed reception from modern critics, while fan reception ended up being extremely negative overall. While praise was given to the game's growth system when fighting the many random enemy and boss battles, it was also considered to be one out of two of the game's biggest shortcomings. The problem with the growth system required the character to undergo many random battles in order to get anywhere when it comes to growing Firion and his party, and the constant need for grinding in order to get anywhere in the game would be detrimental to its overall flow. To speed things up faster for players, they would resort to using the infamous target cancel bug in order to grind a character's individual stats in the weapons and magic. While it would help many get through some of the hurdles they would eventually go up against, it still wouldn't make up for Final Fantasy II's unbalanced nature in the difficulty, especially in the game's final dungeon. Because of everything in a character being completely individualized for their growth and overall strength, the unbalanced and frustrating difficulty in the game's final areas would almost make the game nearly unplayable and unbeatable to most others. Plus, it didn't help with the items being completely individualized instead of holding a set quantity of them for players to continuously use if they were stuck in a tight spot. Despite the game's shortcomings it had for itself, many still consider it to be worthy of the Final Fantasy name because of its story and characters, but more as the black sheep when it came to the overall gameplay. Sales for Final Fantasy II on the Famicom were not disclosed since it never saw a release outside of Japan, but it was later noted by Square's publicity department that the game had doubled over the original sales with over 800,000 units sold. Ironically, Final Fantasy II was set to be localized for the Western market for the NES after the strong reception and sales of the first game. Squaresoft, the North American subsidiary of Square, was busy with working on an English language localization for Final Fantasy II to be released in North America under the title Final Fantasy II: Dark Shadow over Palakia. Kaoru Moriyama would be assigned as the head translator for the game to be released in North America at the time. Although a beta version was produced with it being advertised through Square's trade publications, the long development time and age of the original Japanese version with the Nintendo's successor console, the SNES, coming along the way, forced the localization team to cancel the Final Fantasy II release because of them being more in favor of localizing Final Fantasy IV instead. However, this was also more along the fact with how the game wasn't fully accessible because of its flaws. Although the prototype cartridge of the NES Final Fantasy II was produced with the subtitle remaining intact, Moriyama's own admission made him declare that the project was still far from complete. He quoted, "We had so very limited memory capacity that we could use for each game, and it was never really translating, but chopping up the information and cramming them back in. Additionally, our boss had no understanding in putting in extra work for the English version at the time." Before the official English release of Final Fantasy II was released in 2003, a fan translation was already created prior to its release in the North American market, and makes use of an original translation as the existence of the prototype cartridge was not common knowledge at the time.
I will take part in this.
Just like the first game, Final Fantasy II was ported, re-released, and remade on several different platforms. The first re-release came in 1994, as it was on the Nintendo Famicom that acted as a 2 games in 1 pack, where the first Final Fantasy was attached to it. This version didn't have anything new for Final Fantasy II, as the first game was updated with some minor graphical changes. The first remake came in the year 2000 for the WonderSwan Color, and and it included a huge amount of graphical updates in the character sprites, a total revamping of battlefield and dungeon backgrounds, and higher resolution overall. The next remake came in the PS1 Enhanced Remake compilation called Final Fantasy Origins, where the first two games were remade and packaged onto one CD. This version increased the resolution by a marginal amount, and the processing power for the PlayStation made it possible for there to be a full-motion video scene, a bestiary, an art gallery by Yoshitaka Amano, and an item collection gallery. Plus, there are two modes of difficulty to play on. Most of the music from this version to all future versions were handled and remixed by Tsuyoshi Sakido, who composed music for Brave Fencer Musashi, The Last Remnant, and Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, as well as Kingdom Hearts 3D Dream Drop Distance with Yoko Shimomura. The next update came onto the Game Boy Advance in another enhanced remake compilation of the first two games, where it was called Final Fantasy 1 and 2 Dawn of Souls. Several tweaks were made in the game's growth system, where the stat decreases were completely omitted to give the game more accessibility, and the removal of the action cancel bug. This version of Final Fantasy II also brought in a new scenario called Souls of Rebirth, and it acted as a separate alternate storyline based on the playable characters who died during the main storyline, as they must find the light side of the Emperor to ask him for forgiveness that will grant them passage into heaven. The PlayStation Portable remake came with higher resolution 2D sprites, the retaining of the Dawn of Souls script and Souls of Rebirth scenario, and an all-new arcane labyrinth that acted as a new dungeon upon completing the game, where players can fight off against newer bosses. A port of the PlayStation Portable remake had recently been made available on the Apple App Store for the iPhone. This version doesn't include anything new, except for touchscreen controls to take advantage of the iPhone's touchscreen features. Numerous updates have been made to the game on the iPhone to better suit the newer versions of the product when they released. As anyone can see, the amount of re-releases were as big as the first, but not that surpassing in terms of how much it has been ported, remade, and re-released than its predecessor. To this day, it still remains very debatable about which version is regarded as the truly definitive version. Most would say the GBA version because of it completely removing the stat decreasing in the growth system, but some may say the PSP version for the refinements in all aspects, including the bonus material not present in others. The original Final Fantasy II on the Famicom is now available on the Wii's Virtual Console like the first game, but it is only made available in Japan. This makes it virtually impossible for the Western audience to get their hands on this game in its original form, but fan translation images of the game have been floating around the internet for people to check it out. Many believe to this day that Final Fantasy II remains as being Hironobu Sakaguchi's weakest entry that he has ever worked on for the series. People felt very accustomed to the first game in terms of its difficulty and rewarding experiences based on the progression and direction of where they had to go to complete the overall storyline. While Sakaguchi's work on story and character development were to be at full priority for this title, some believe that those aspects became overshadowed by the repetitive and unrewarding nature of the battles, as well as the skill-based advancement system that many characters had to spend so much time and effort trying to master because of there being rewards and consequences based on what actions they took or left out altogether. Final Fantasy II's story still remains as one of the greatest ones ever made, as the forthcoming of storytelling and character development started to come more into its prime to be more used in later installments as of now. While the skill-based advancement system was not executed and perfected very well, it would be tweaked and more defined in later games and series such as Final Fantasy Legend 1 and 2 on the Game Boy and the Saga Frontier sub-series on the PlayStation. This feature would also be a refinement in the most current entry in the series, Final Fantasy XIV Online. Final Fantasy II may be considered as being the black sheep of Hironobu Sakaguchi's work, but it should be noted that he only set some of the recurring staples to be cherished in later works that would prove to be even bigger, better, and more superior to the overall legacy.
Keep your voice down. I'm damn glad. Dead or what? You're going in there? No army? No nothing? This is madness. But I can see you're not changing your mind.
as seeing that many video games were getting a trilogy treatment before those franchises ended up jumping ship onto the Super Famicom, Hironobu Sakaguchi thought it would be very fitting to make one last game on Nintendo's current system before bringing the series into the 16-bit generation. Seeing as how the reception on Final Fantasy II was not greater than the first game, but still great in its own right, the development team spent over a year with going back to basics by bringing in newer ideas as well as more balance between the story and gameplay. This installment would not only be the last one on the Famicom, but it would be the largest and most ambitious title to grace the 8-bit system to ever use its full potential with 512 kilobytes of memory, something that not most NES Famicom games took full advantage of during its life cycle. The original development team of the first two games came back for one last installment on the Famicom before its life cycle ended, and with most of the team preparing to ensue other projects. Nobuo Uematsu provided his talents with the music once more, Hironobu Sakaguchi returned as the director and base story planner, Yoshitaka Amano provided the character designs and title logo illustration again, Masafumi Miyamoto was reassigned as the producer, Hiromichi Tanaka came back as a designer along with newcomer Kazuhiko Aoki, and Kenji Terada put in his talent as the scenario writer for the story that Sakaguchi planned out. Nasir Gabelli and his team of programmers remained in Sacramento, California to work on the game from overseas, but this would be his last entry of Final Fantasy to work on. For nearly 16 months of development,
Jesus Christ, I got
Final
like a
Fantasy
quarter
III
of
was released
level
to the Japanese
of
public
just
on
the
April
start
27,
level, like, what?
1990 for the Nintendo Famicom.
That's too much XP. You silly game. That's way too much, shit. Oh well.
Final Fantasy II changed very drastically from the first game, where its staple of the crystals being one of the themes in the story proved to be a trademark aspect, so Sakaguchi decided to bring back that icon so that he could create a better story out of them, as he wanted to cherish the idea of having 4 characters ending up being the Warriors of Light to bring back balance
Yay
into
for the
their own
dawn,
world.
praise the
The
sun.
setting of Final Fantasy III would be set on an unnamed planet, where its backstory predates 1,000 years before the present time. In that history, a technologically advanced civilization that exists on a floating continent above the skies of the game's world sought to seek the power
Just
of
like
the
real
crystals
life.
of light. They did not even take into account that such a task could not be easily achieved, as the civilization could not control such fundamental forces of nature. The power of light would have consumed the world itself if the light crystals did not have their counterparts, the 4 elemental dark crystals, keeping the balance of nature in check. A sudden disturbance came about during the balance of light and darkness, and 4 warriors were granted the power of the dark crystals to recapture the power of their counterparts. The Dark Warriors succeeded in restoring harmony to the world, but were too late to save the doomed civilization. Their culture was reduced to nothing but inexhaustible ruin, though their floating continent still remained. On that continent,
I can't believe
a
how
circle
easy
of
it is to
Golgans,
level.
a
It's
race
just
of blind soothsayers, predicted that these
insane.
events would ultimately repeat themselves throughout time. At the present, the game pits the player in a band of 4 unnamed protagonists who are orphans that reside from the same village, and the player must guide them around the floating continent, the whole world, and bring back balance onto the world from an evil entity who wishes to bring their world and the floating continent into an endless void. At the beginning, an earthquake occurs on the land near a village called where it grants the protagonist passage into a mysterious altar cave to the north. 4 orphans from the village travel to the cave where they discover the inside and a shrine that holds one of the 4 crystals of light. The crystal grants the children a portion of its power, as they would need it to restore the balance of light and darkness onto the whole world. Not knowing the crystal's pronouncements, but taking its words into strong account, the orphans tell their adoptive families that they are destined to embark on a journey to save their world and the floating continent from any further disturbances. Their journey begins with bringing them to realize that there is a whole world that is underneath the floating continent, which they are currently living. In the world below, they learn that a warlock named Zonde, one of the 3 apprentices to the Archmage Noah, is trying to possess the crystals of light to bring chaos and disorder together. In the process, they help Princess Sarah of Sasune Castle with defeating Ajin, who has caused a terrible curse upon her own people, the airship engineer Sid, who assists the heroes in traveling to more hard-to-reach areas to undergo their mission, and Dash, who turns out to be a guardian that protects the Tower of Owen that keeps the floating continent up and about. The Warriors of Light end up journeying through the lower world, and they assist a band of 4 old men that helps them defeat a rich aristocrat who is holding their ship hostage, the Prince of Saronia named Oleg, who is trying to stop his father from bringing about any more ruin based on a civil war going on in his home country, and receiving great help from the other 2 of Noah's apprentices, Doga and Une. The kids eventually arrive at the Crystal Tower, where they learn that Zonde is being manipulated by the evil deity called the Cloud of Darkness, and she is the source of all the recent events that are happening. The Cloud of Darkness attempts to bring back a similar situation to the Flood of Light that occurred over a millennia before the beginning, so that the whole world could be pulled into the void. Following the cloud of darkness in their tracks,
Ooh,
the
look
four
at all
warriors
those blue
find
trees.
themselves in a domain that houses the dark
I love
crystals,
this area.
and where the warriors of darkness are being held prisoner from a long sleep. The light warriors free them, and they all combine their strength to put an end to the cloud of darkness once and for all. Final Fantasy III's gameplay is more of a combination between the first two games, but newer changes take place. The active time battle system returns from Final Fantasy 1 and 2, but the newest feature is that the damage on the main characters and enemies are taken out of the windows and placed above them for compressed use of the user interface that was originally in place. Auto-targeting after a friendly or enemy character is killed originates in this title, but it does not go for magical-based attacks, as this feature is prominent for physical-based attacks. One of the elements that made Final Fantasy really great was the experience point system that Final Fantasy II completely omitted, so it makes a return after its absence from before. From Final Fantasy III until newer and more subsequent entries in both the main series and its spin-offs that became revolutionary is the update of the character job system. For the first time in a Final Fantasy game, characters are given the option to select different jobs during the course of the story to reflect on the certain abilities and features that are needed to go through specific points throughout the game, whether if they are for certain puzzles or boss fights. Aside from the warrior, thief, white mage, black mage, monk, and red mage jobs from the first game, newer jobs include ranger, viking, knight, dragoon, black belt, dark knight, ninja, geomancer, scholar, evoker, bard, magus, devout, summoner, and sage. Plus, the four protagonists each start off with the Onion Knight job as their default setting. All those variables mean that there are a grand total of 22 jobs to choose from than before, along with 14,590 different party configurations to go through, a vast improvement over the first game. Each of these jobs would give characters brand new abilities not seen from past games, such as the Thief having the ability to steal items from enemies and bosses, the Dragoon having the jump ability to do an aerial strike from above, the Summoner having the ability to call forth powerful deities called Eidolons to unleash heavy damage on foes, and so much more. The only downside about the character job system is that all jobs are not available on the go, as players would have to hunt down the Crystals of Light, as each of them will grant them a set of newer jobs that will eventually add up to all that are available. This makes the game feel as if the player is growing for something completely new that they can take advantage of, so some may feel that mastering the selected jobs for newer ones came down as a very rewarding experience in comparison to the previous entry. Speaking of which, grinding for newer levels and the hunt for Gil in this game came back from the past two games, and the programmers went above and beyond with the difficulty and dedication for the player. Most of the bosses in the game would come off as unrelenting, and the necessity for grinding the party and mastering their jobs were a more definitive priority than before. The one thing that made Final Fantasy more superior to Final Fantasy II was the challenge and creativity of the caves and dungeons. Final Fantasy III brought back that aspect, but the designs were given a makeover to make them appear more gratuitous than uncreative. Another one of the game's most defining features that stood out far more than the first game was the inclusion of side quests. While side quests are not that uncommon with the first game, such as getting Excalibur after fighting Adamantite, certain side quests such as the Cave of Bahamut and the Saronia Catacombs would allow players to seek out two of the most powerful Eidolons to fight on their side, as well as certain dungeons giving access to some of the most powerful equipment that they can achieve. Extra filler like this would carry on in later installments that would give the player a bigger sense of urgency to become more stronger and less weak. One final aspect in the gameplay that has changed was the presentation of the battle system. Aside from the changes of Final Fantasy II being present in Final Fantasy III, the windows for the commands and character enemy names were all changed in color from black to blue to take heed in the change of the game's design. Ironically, the game has received a huge update in terms of the graphics. While the sprites and backgrounds may seem very similar to the past entries, the color scheme was expanded and improved upon by taking advantage of the Famicom's cartridge being maxed out to 512
But when this guy
kilobytes
gets
memory.
happy,
So this
because he kind of has this nerdgasm. He's like, "Oh, they used the full power of the Super Nintendo in that era, and they had the Super FX chip, and it really made me get a Final Fantasy boner. How much better the game looked when you look at the two and they look the exact same. But back then, that was a big deal, and I really got a Final Fantasy boner off this, and I'm super excited, nerdgasm. And then he comes all over our faces, and it's disgusting, kind of. It's like, oh man, you get so happy."
made it possible to expand more on the colors than having a select few.
The colors, man! There was 12 colors instead of 8.
Maxed out memory of the Famicom game cartridge, Final Fantasy III became not only an impressive boost in many new gameplay mechanics, but an impressive boost to the design that gave many opportunities to make small games become even more expanded upon than before. As Final Fantasy III became a maxed out game of memory for the Famicom, one would think that it would be the perfect opportunity to improve upon the music to its full.
Oh man, this game totally used up the entirety of the system RAM on that crappy
truly does.
NES, and they had 0 RAM and.
Nobuo Uematsu sought to make the music the best he has done for the NES Famicom. One of these songs that would make Final Fantasy III definitive was its main theme called Eternal Wind.
I've got some Eternal Wind.
Since Final Fantasy III is more of a mixture of the lighthearted, adventurous tones from the first game and the dark, melancholy tones of the second game, Eternal Wind portrays the need for adventure, but it gives off the feeling that the player must dedicate the 4 protagonists on their mission to save their world. Another iconic piece was Pavillon of Doga and Une, that represented the theme of both characters respectively. Doga and Une are old and wise magus characters who were once students of the great magus named Noah, a powerful magic-based user who sealed Leviathan and Bahamut on the floating continent. This theme reflects the personas of Doga being filled with vast knowledge of magic, and Une's absolute control of the dream world, since they appear aged with their knowledge and absolute control, respectively. Finally, one other piece of music that was very memorable was the theme called Crystal Tower. This music takes place in the second to last dungeon in the game, and its tune gave players the expression to hurry and finish the fight before the cloud of darkness ends up destroying all. All of these tunes are just as memorable as every other game before this one, so the limited hardware from the Famicom gave Uematsu the opportunity to place in more 8-bit sounds to the chiptune set than being restricted to a limited set of about 1 or 2. Out of all the games in the Famicom trilogy for Final Fantasy, this game stands out as the best by far in Uematsu's work. Final Fantasy III released on April 27, 1990 in Japan, and it has received very positive praise from Japanese gaming publications like Famitsu, but the actual scores outside of Japan remain as a mystery to the Western audience, since the game never officially released until 2006. Most of the reviews from the general public and fans on the internet have been greatly positive as well. Most of them were very pleased with the huge step taken up after Final Fantasy II in terms of the improved gameplay, great story development, musical tunes, and overall design. Many even felt that the game was far more rewarding than the previous game, as the knack for learning newer jobs with the 22 different types to choose from only added more variables on how one would combine the strength and attributes of the different jobs to benefit the protagonists in the battles. The story was more streamlined, as it would be easier for gamers to follow along with what all went on from beginning to end. Many of those who reviewed this game would go as far to say that this entry is the best that Square has ever made on the Famicom. However, not everything in the game is perfect, as some believe that the dungeons came off as a bit too short, and some of the design aspects in the characters and locations were recycled with no effort to improve on the detail. Regardless, Final Fantasy III became another huge success for Square, and it would exceed the sales of Final Fantasy II by moving over 1,400,000 units. While the Famicom original did not make it to Western shores, localization for this game was never considered to make its presence enter the light of day. This was because the Super Nintendo Entertainment System was starting to become more mainstream, and the consumer interest started to migrate toward that than the NES, which was already 5 to 6
Oh
years
no!
old. Square was also
Oh
busy
no!
working
You
Final
fucked
Fantasy
me
games
on
the
this!
Super
No,
Famicom,
no,
that
no.
it literally became impossible to work localization for this game at that time. Hiromichi Tanaka gave an official quote toward this decision. Nowadays,
Oh
we know
no,
that when
you
you've got a
fucked
platform
me.
like
You
PlayStation,
fucked me.
you'll have PlayStation 2,
God
and then
damn
PlayStation
it.
3. And where you've got
Oh,
Xbox,
what a
you
waste
move
of
on to
time
Xbox
this was.
360.
Oh, well.
You can sort of assume what's going to happen in the future. But
Fucking
back then,
so
that was the first time that
annoying.
we'd seen a new generation of consoles, and it was really difficult to predict what was going to happen. At that time then, we were working so hard to catch up on the new technology that we didn't have enough manpower to work on an
Oh,
English
wait,
version
that
of Final
worked?
Fantasy III.
It
Not
did.
only that, but Square's preoccupation with the SNES stated that an English language translation of the game would have
Well, here we
required
go. Cool,
over
got
1
me out of
megabyte
that.
of ROM space to make the translation become a reality, but the process would not have been cost effective. Other than that, Final Fantasy III would remain a mystery to the Western world for many years to come.
Damn mysteries. Wrapped in a fucking enigma. Yeah, I think I did it. I did it. It's faster. I think. Anyways.
Final Fantasy III was bound to be ported, re-released, and remade for numerous platforms just like the other games before this one, but Final Fantasy III wasn't milked to death like the first two games. Since this game was the last to release on the Famicom, Square hardly saw this entry as being profitable for numerous re-releases. However, this game entered the train of re-releases regardless. What's really interesting was that this game was slated to be remade for the WonderSwan Color like Final Fantasy 2, but it ended up getting cancelled altogether. What happened was that the Famicom trilogy was all meant to be re-released for Bandai's handheld within the year after the WonderSwan Color released in Japan. After Final Fantasy 1 and 2 released for the handheld, Final Fantasy 3 ended up getting delayed even after Bandai picked up the publishing rights. Surprisingly, a port of the next Final Fantasy game was already being worked on for the WonderSwan Color, and Square started to become more silent on Final Fantasy 3's development for the system. While the remake was never formally cancelled by Square, the official website for the WonderSwan Color version of Final Fantasy 3 was taken offline after production of the handheld officially ceased in 2002. Hiromichi Tanaka had another quote to deliver on Final Fantasy 3 not seeing the light of day on Bandai's handheld. When we developed Final Fantasy 3, the volume of content in the game was so huge that the cartridge was completely full, and when new platforms emerged, there simply wasn't enough storage space available for an update of Final Fantasy 3, because that would have required new graphics, music, and other content. There was also a difficulty with how much manpower it would take to remake all of that content. As seeing that Final Fantasy 3 couldn't get remade on something with limited hardware as much as the NES Famicom, this made gamers wonder if Final Fantasy 3 was going to remain a mystery throughout time. Surprisingly enough, that was not the case. Hiromichi Tanaka took to heart on the Final Fantasy III remake as he decided to move its development elsewhere after Square merged with its former competitor Enix to make Square Enix in 2003. Some probably thought that Final Fantasy III would see its way onto the PlayStation 2 or the Game Boy Advance, since Final Fantasy games seemed to be more a home towards Sony's consoles, and remakes on the Game Boy Advance were becoming more popular. Although Square Enix considered making a PlayStation 2 remake of Final Fantasy III, they were convinced by Nintendo to make it possible on their successor handheld, known as the Nintendo DS, which proved to be positively reinforced based on the success in the huge sales during the first 2 years of its life cycle. The remake was revived and first announced on October 24th, 2004, but more details would come about a year later. This remake would have 3D polygon models and environments, an opening full-motion video sequence, a partially revamped story where the 4 protagonists would be named and originate from different locations near the original hometown from the Famicom original, and another updated job system where a new job called the Freelancer job was formed and to where all jobs would receive more balance. Hiromichi Tanaka took the reign of executive producer and director of the title, while a new employee for Square Enix named Tomoya Asano would be producing it. Other veterans like Akihiko Yoshida would provide the character designs over Yoshitaka Amano, as he had little to no involvement in the DS remake. Not to mention, Nobuo Uematsu was unable to come back while being stuck on other projects at the time, so it would be handled by the likes of Tsuyoshi Sekito and Keiji Kawamori to provide musical and sound arrangements of the themes that were present from before. Square Enix did not fully develop the remake as they had help from a company called Matrix Software to handle the programming altogether. Matrix Software developed games for the PlayStation 2, and the Nintendo DS before coming onto the project of Final Fantasy III DS. They have become well known for one of the most famous PS1 titles that received a huge cult following called Alundra, and it was a game with inspired gameplay like the Legend of Zelda series, where the narrative was very dark in comparison. Matrix Software also worked on some of the Dragon Quest games and the remakes, to where they formed a strong relationship with Square Enix to make Final Fantasy III's remake on the DS a reality. Plus, the remake took advantage of the Nintendo Wi-Fi capabilities to include the Mail Mognet system to message other Moogles, other players, and gain access to newer side quests not found in the original game. With the updated story, balanced gameplay in terms of the battles and job system, 3D graphics, and remixed soundtrack to fit with the times, Final Fantasy III became more public domain to the whole world, as Western territories would get its hands on the game for the first time. The reception revolving around Final Fantasy III DS was overwhelmingly positive, despite the critics claiming that this entry remained unknown to the Western fanbase, and this remake would be enough to garner the interest of Final Fantasy fans and JRPG enthusiasts alike. So far, the game has sold over 2 million copies worldwide, where a vast majority of those sales were from Japan and North America alone.
God
It would also
damn it,
come as no
man.
surprise
You
as
are
to how
so
streamlined
annoying.
the Nintendo DS was to garner more consumer interest, so sales of that
Who's
game
that?
would be much larger than before. The DS remake was the first re-release that managed to help Final Fantasy III break into public domain, and all subsequent re-releases were based on the DS remake, with the first being re-released on the iOS for the Apple iPhone, where the graphics and music were improved, and certain functions were removed like the mail magnet system, and certain side quests like finding the Onion Knight job function being changed. The iOS port also utilized the iPhone's capability of touchscreen controls to move the characters, talk to people, and execute commands in battle. A port of the iOS version was made available on the Android smartphones via the Google Play App Store, and the most recent re-release was made available on the PSP, where it marks the PlayStation brand where all the main entries of Final Fantasy ended up being playable in one form or the other. Not only that, but a high-definition port of the DS remake has made its way onto the Ouya, a console with an Android-based operating system that is meant for indie developers to develop and publish their games on there without the help of big-name publishers, and Final Fantasy III was made as a launch title for the Android console. Even the HD re-release on the Ouya made its way to Steam in 2014. As of right now, the original Final Fantasy III on the Famicom is available on the Wii Virtual Console for Japan only, and this gives the Japanese consumers a chance for newcomers to try it out, while older folks relive the memories of this gem. Final Fantasy III remains as being a largely underrated entry because of the original game not being localized in the long run. Even those who praised the DS remake and tried it out for the first time have labeled Final Fantasy III as being one of the most underrated games ever to grace a platform. Its mystery and absence in the Western world made the game become overshadowed by the more powerful entries that were soon to arrive. Even those who managed to get their hands on the Famicom version via the original cartridge can see what exactly that they have missed out, since it never released beyond Japan until 1.5 decades later. Even those who played the original when comparing it to Final Fantasy 1 and 2 have entered their verdict that Final Fantasy 3 remains as being the best entry in the Famicom trilogy, where it fixes most of the flaws that both the first two games had within them at the time. The foundation of the changeable job system would be another staple that Hironobu Sakaguchi would leave for the series with the more subsequent entries that arrived in the following years, and it would be a staple in most of the spin-offs in this day and age. One other addition that he brought about were the Moogles that made their first appearance, as they would make another cameo in the series' 5th installment, as well as having more active roles in later outings. Whether Final Fantasy III will be remade or re-released on newer platforms in the coming future will be left unknown to the fans, but its legacy has been long-lasting that many Western gamers did not know about when playing the more recent titles in the franchise. Final Fantasy III would become the last entry where all the original team members of the Famicom trilogy would work together to bring these hard but challenging entries to the public before many of them went their separate ways with newer IPs that had influence from Final Fantasy in some way or another. The only three people who remained with the Final Fantasy brand would be the creator, the character designer, and the composer: Hironobu Sakaguchi, Yoshitaka Amano, and Nobuo Uematsu. Sakaguchi was left to expand the Final Fantasy lore with newer and younger talent, and the completion of Final Fantasy III only marked the beginning of a long and unilateral journey for him and the series.
Nobuo was so hopeful back then.
Next time on Double RPG's Final Fantasy Retrospective. Final Fantasy takes a jump from the 8-bit era to the 16-bit era on the Super Famicom, and we are going to take a look at a game where the story of the Crystals of Light and Darkness revolve around characters with unchangeable classes, and one where the main theme of the Warriors of Light would make one last comeback, but with the touch being almost completely lost.
I like these retrospectives. They're so good. It's like a new meta for me where I just learn as much as I can about things that I love. And I feel all the better for it. I don't feel weaker, you know. I feel stronger. Like I know more about the things that I love. I really do get the retrospective thing. I'm just not a very factual based person. I definitely live in the world of feels feels good man, feels bad man kind of thing. And I feel like I could do very emotionally intelligent reviews, but I don't know about retrospectives. They require so much factual basis in history that I don't know if I could do all the research. Where does he dig up some obscure point from 25 years ago in some like vague interview that he heard about on like EGM on some, you know, internet relay chat? It's weird. Like how did you get all this info? There's somebody I could kill. If I came out of here... I mean, it's not the worst right out of here. I'm gonna go take the credit. I'm gonna attack him. Probably gonna die, but I don't care. What was that? What? I guess my PvP's off. Worse for me. Ooh, Final Fantasy 4. I don't think they started getting good till 6, but that's just me. 6 was the one that took the world by storm.
By Final Fantasy III's release in 1990, the series has been given a strong track record for Hironobu Sakaguchi and the developer Square. In the wake after Final Fantasy III's release, the coming of age for the Super Famicom was months away, and the time for the JRPG franchise to transfer from the 8-bit to 16-bit generation was inevitable. However, most of the original team behind the first 3 games pretty much disbanded themselves toward other projects and/or other paths in their careers. But Hironobu Sakaguchi, Nobuo Uematsu, and Yoshitaka Amano continued to remain with the series as they sought to continue it with newer developers and younger blood. The next Final Fantasy began development after Square received development kits based on the Super Famicom, and Sakaguchi decided that the next game should become known as the ultimate Final Fantasy game that blends in with all the good aspects from the Famicom titles. Those aspects were story development that took priority in Final Fantasy II, and the job system that took effect in Final Fantasy I and III. By blending in these aspects would be what the next game would channel itself as. Development for 2 new Final Fantasy games were initially in development, with one for the Famicom that would be the 4th game, and one for the Super Famicom that would be the 5th game. However, due to financial and scheduling constraints, Square opted out of the idea for another Famicom entry, and thus the 4th game would be on the Super Famicom instead. A mock-up screenshot of the game was showcased in Japanese magazines, but no more information was given toward the Famicom title. According to Sakaguchi, he stated that the canceled Famicom entry was roughly 80% complete before cancellation, and certain ideas were reused in the Super Famicom entry. This would also be the first work for the new coming full-time employee named Takashi Tokita, and he originally had the desire to become a theater actor, but opted out as his desire to create video games captured his interest more. Hiromichi Tanaka, the man responsible for Final Fantasy III's game design, was initially involved with the work on Final Fantasy IV, but he became uncertain with the direction of reusing the same battle mechanics. He opted in wanting to have a real-time battle system instead of taking the same approach as before, but the idea didn't break through, as the formula remained unchanged with other decisions to improve it. This made Tanaka switch development teams, and he ended up being the producer to the action RPG, Seiken Densetsu 2, the sequel to the Game Boy game that was called Final Fantasy Adventure Everywhere Else, where Koichi Ishii conceived the idea in 1990. It would also be the first breakthrough work for a newer and younger game designer that worked on the game's debugging by the name of Tetsuya Nomura, whose involvement with the series onwards would have a significant impact that would change the series either for better or worse by fans and critics. The overall team consisted of 14 people in total, and the development took roughly 1 year to make. Before the game's release, Square released a commercial to hype up the game in their own region that has become one of the most simplistic, well-received, and very popular commercials that would be brought to the attention of the whole world many years later.
Final Fantasy 4.
Since the development of the fourth entry was not that much longer than Final Fantasy III, Final Fantasy IV was completed in roughly a year's time and finally released on the Super Famicom in Japan on July 19th, 1991.
They were burning through that one. They knew what they wanted. Must be nice.
Final Fantasy IV takes place in a world called Earth that would be renamed as the Blue Planet. The Blue Planet consists of two separate realms where the surface is the overworld ruled by the humans, and below the surface is called the underground ruled by the dwarves. An artificial moon orbits around the Blue Planet where its inhabitants, the Lunarians, reside. The Lunarians are a race of extraterrestrials that once lived on a planet that was destroyed and ended up becoming the solar system's asteroid belt, and the race is easily recognized for having a crescent-like marking on their forehead. These beings created the artificial moon to orbit over the Blue Planet so that their kind can coexist with the Blue Planet's people one day. A secondary natural moon also orbits the Blue Planet, but its importance is not commonplace in this game. Final Fantasy IV is the first entry to break out of having 4 playable party members in favor of 5 to command a bigger team than before. The game is the first in the series to incorporate 12 playable characters based on the capabilities of the Super Famicom this time around. Thus, storytelling and adding in numerous other additions such as more playable characters gave Sakaguchi motivation for many different possibilities for the franchise going forward. The protagonist of the game is 18-year-old Cecil Harvey, a dark knight from the Kingdom of Baron, and he aligns himself with his childhood friend and dragoon, Kane Highwind, white mage and love interest Rosa Farrell, a summoner and human prodigy Rydia, a wise sage and master of magic Tella, a young bard and Damscien's king, Edward Chris von Weir, proud soldier and expert martial artist, Yongfeng Layden, twins who are each an apprentice of black and white magic, Palom and Porum, Baron's engineer and Cecil's father figure, Sid Polendina, cocky ninja and Eblon's prince, Edward Edge Geraldine, and a Lunarian of the artificial moon and powerful sage, Fusoya. For the first time, these characters would have their own jobs and unique abilities different from each other, so the job change system was less commonplace, as the game focused more on having set characters with their own jobs and depth in their personas. Cecil ends up being the most radical in those with the job and character growth, as he later transforms from a Dark Knight into a Holy Paladin in order to combat the darkness in and out of himself. This game would mark the beginning of taking the norm of the first 3 games into a whole new
for
direction
those.
that was outside
Yeah,
of the main
see all
theme
that
of
hiss
having
and
warriors of light
taste.
and darkness.
Well, shit. I mean, I already almost made my money back. I need to go see about Hyssop in Great Cleave.
Final Fantasy IV starts off with Cecil being the leader of the Red Wings that proved to be a strong air force for Baron's military, and the kingdom becomes very interested in seeking the light crystals on the surface. Upon arriving back after a successful mission in Mysidia, Cecil begins questioning the king's motives as to why they must seek these holy relics, but his questioning of the king demotes him from being the captain of the Red Wings to a lowly noble amongst the knights. His first mission ends up being a delivery mission to give a bomb ring to the village of Mist, which is a town of summoners. Cecil and Kane's arrival ignites the bombs to come out and destroy the village, which forces the Dark Knight and the Dragoon to abandon their kingdom to fight the true source of evil. However, a young girl becomes enraged with hatred after learning that her mother was killed by those two when they slew the Mist Dragon from a nearby cave. Thus, she summons the Eidolon Titan to cause massive earthquakes, which leaves Cecil separated from Kane and his pathway back to Baron, as he must travel through the desert toward the oasis town of Kaipo. He tries to amend his mistakes for the girl after defeating Baron's military from their desire to take the girl prisoner. Upon seeing the truthfulness in his personality, the summoner named Rydia agrees for him to watch over her. Before leaving Kaipo, Cecil comes to learn that a female white mage who is from Baron has traveled to the oasis town and worries for Cecil's safety after the earthquake in Mist, and it turns out that Rosa was the one who came to search for him, but ended up being stricken with desert fever that cannot be cured unless the light of the desert is obtained from the Antlion's lair near the castle of Damscian. Cecil and Rydia travel through a desert cave where they temporarily join with the wise sage named Tella to reach Damscian by defeating the Octomammoth to ensure easy passage to the kingdom, and Tella is replaced by Edward when his love interest and the sage's daughter named Anna is killed from the Red Wings attacking the castle that is under the leadership of a new commander named Golbez. Tella becomes bitter with revenge when learning of his daughter's murder and disbands the party for some time. Edward joins Cecil in Rydia's cause as he must do what he can to protect the other nations from having their crystals stolen, but their first mission to find the light of the desert became first priority as the Antlion is engulfed with insanity because of the rampant increase of violent monsters roaming around the planet. The team arrives back in Kaipo to heal Rosa, and they set foot for the kingdom of Fabul to protect the Wind Crystal from ending up in Baron's hands. Upon their travels, they meet a resident of Fabul by the name of Yang, and they work together to ensure the crystal's safety. Cecil, Yang, and Edward stay and protect the crystal, and they put up a strong stand. However, Kane appears out of nowhere and questionably strikes down his childhood friend with no reason whatsoever. Rosa arrives in the crystal room to try and stop Kane, who becomes immobilized and hesitant due to Rosa's presence, but maintains his stance when the arrival of a warlock came into view, Golbez. The demented warrior strikes down Yang and Edward, takes Rosa prisoner, and has Kane secure the Wind Crystal while leaving Rydia to herself. The mission became a failure, as the only option left is to sail toward Baron and take back the crystal and Rosa combined. Suddenly, their travels toward Baron is cut short when the ship is attacked by the Leviathan that devours Rydia and separates the entire party. Cecil manages to survive, but he finds himself on the shores of Mysidia, where the Crystal of Water was taken away by him at the beginning. He tries to reconcile his misguided judgment toward the town and its elder, but it wouldn't come off that easily, as the only way to prove his innocence and truthfulness is to travel to Mount Ordeals and transfer the Dark Knight into a Holy Paladin. Cecil is accompanied by the twins Palom and Porum, where each of them are apprentices of black and white magic, and Cecil reunites with Tella when the sage is out trying to learn his forgotten magic that he left aside when abandoning his ways as a sage. At Mount Ordeals, Cecil and his team are ambushed by one of Golbez's top generals from the 4 Archfiends of Elements, but triumph toward the mountain's peak otherwise. Cecil succeeds in battling his dark self to become one in the art of a paladin. At the same time, Tella learns his forgotten spells and the ultimate black magic called Meteor. Using the spell would come at a very high price for the sage, as summoning it would take away the old man's life. Throughout the rest of the journey, Cecil manages to reunite with his older allies while fighting against the other elemental archfiends, as well as joining with newer ones, travel through the underworld to protect the crystals of darkness, travel to the moon to where he learns about his origins, his father, and the truth about Golbez and the true conspirator behind the scenes named Zemus, and battles him in a final showdown to save everyone on the blue planet from the rogue Lunarian's tyranny. In the end, Cecil and Rosa are married and inaugurated as Baron's newest king and queen. Kane leaves to train himself harder than to be easily manipulated again, and everyone else enjoys the rest of their lives with training, rebuilding, or learning what they can possibly do to better shape their future. The gameplay for Final Fantasy IV maintained the basics as the other entries, as its formula was easy and very sophisticated that shouldn't be broken. Players could take control of Cecil and his allies as they could travel to towns, dungeons, labyrinths, and the works as the other games. Probably the most noticeable feature in the game was the change in the battle system, as Final Fantasy IV was the first game of its kind to introduce the active time battle system that was different from past entries, as the player is tempted to give their party members an order in real time. This made the aspect of addressing everyone's action through turn-based battle sequences become obsolete, as battles were more in favor of selecting the actions for the characters through the continuing battles. A gauge for the revamped ATB system wasn't commonplace in this game before the upcoming sequels, but that variable became more in place in the recent remakes and re-releases that were soon to follow. In the wake of the battles that took place within the game, the need for everlasting grinding was more fleshed out as the game became more evenly paced at certain points to how strong a character needed to be in order to go through a dungeon to fighting a boss. It wasn't like in Final Fantasy 1 through 3 where the need of grinding became a top priority, even though grinding is still essential. Another new addition to the series that began in Final Fantasy IV was the introduction of save points, as the struggle between traveling through dungeons to get back out onto the world map to save a player's progress was lessened to a great extent. Save points could take place almost anywhere at certain points whenever anyone came across them in dungeons, while they could save anywhere on the world map. That way, whenever a player's party dies in battle or want to stop and return from where they left off, they didn't always have to start from the world map before a dungeon, as they would pretty much start off from a dungeon, town, or the world map altogether. The last and main feature of the game is the airship system that was brought back from Final Fantasy 1 through 3, with new mechanics added to them not done in the previous outings. Final Fantasy IV has 3 separate realms that anyone could travel upon, where they are the Upper World, Underworld, and the Moon. The Upper World was more of the main HUD, while the Underworld and Moon had selected towns and dungeons that gamers could come across, as they weren't that much diverse than the overworld map on the Blue Planet. The Underworld had the dwarves as its inhabitants, so there was a bigger emphasis that focused on a few safe places and more dungeons to travel through, while the Moon wasn't even a safe place at all, as conflict is usually an occurrence. While Final Fantasy III had the floating continent above the ground in that game's world, Final Fantasy IV made it to where travel between the realms became more accessible and selectable when that privilege came into effect. With the upgrade to the Enterprise, it can pick up the hovercraft that was given to Cecil by Edward when they first met in Dam Cyan. With the Falcon, it can be upgraded to have a drill that will grant them access out of the underworld and back onto the overworld.
One upgrade that both ships could gain is the ability to travel above lava with mithril attached to their main frames to resist the intense heat. On the Lunar Whale, an interior to the ship is in place for Cecil and his party to sleep and pause to restore strength, talk to the Fat Chocobo to deposit and withdraw items like the main party could in Final Fantasy III, travel with the ship's main controls, or speak to the ship's crystal to undergo passage between the blue planet and the artificial moon. This gave more of a sense of non-linearity to choose where the player would want to go when it came to the side quests and such. Once again, Nobuo Uematsu was in charge of composing the game's original soundtrack, but he took into account on how to cue different musical themes based on the certain areas within the game that ranged from scripted sequences through story and battle. It was to be a huge breakthrough from the music made on the Famicom, because there was literally one piece of music per map with no emphasis on emotion to carry on the story, as Final Fantasy IV achieved that based on the Super Famicom's capabilities. At the time, Uematsu stated that the production of the game's original soundtrack was an arduous task because of the transition between the old and newer hardware that Nintendo has put out. The soundtrack has 44 pieces of music that surpassed the amount of tunes from all the Famicom entries combined, and each of them had a distinctive theme to reflect more of the mood and atmosphere surrounding certain events, such as Cecil and Rose's affection from the song, Theme of Love, to the heroic and determined journey of Cecil through the song, The Red Wings. The game's soundtrack became very memorable amongst fans and critics that Final Fantasy IV's music was the first of its kind to be included through a body of works and a piano collections album that became a staple for future entries prior to follow, and a new album of the game's soundtrack with Celtic tones to the music was brought in through CD by the name of Final Fantasy IV, Celtic Moon, which was composed by Irish musician Maya Breitnock. Breitnock's performance is more widely known for her fiddle playing, and she later collaborated with Yasunori Mitsuda in producing the Celtic-based soundtrack version of Xenogears called Xenogears Kraid.
Yeah, that live train, it's not too good. It's a shame that this is lower eye level, because it doesn't have the same damage. It's a shame. Oh well, I mean, it's a good weapon, but it's just not, it's not what I was looking for.
North America only had the first Final Fantasy to look up to when it came to its Western release that another game had to come from Square in some shape or form. That came true as Final Fantasy IV was the second game to come to the West, but something happened to its localization that became unknown until more light was shed sometime later. Final Fantasy IV was portrayed as being one of the most difficult entries in the series as much as the Famicom titles during their releases, and since North America only had the first game on the NES and with the two other Famicom titles failed to make a Western localization, Final Fantasy IV was renamed to Final Fantasy II to reflect upon its name continuity amongst the Western market. The localization for the Western crowd had to be one of the most unanimous undertakings by Square, as the task was left to Takashi Tokita during this time, and he described the task as being extremely difficult as it was hard to keep in contact with the Japanese and North American branches because of the absence of the internet. For example, the development team copied everything on a disc to bring overseas, but Tokita forgot to bring it with him to where the data disc had to be sent to the North American offices at a later day. As stated before, North America only had the first game to play while Japan had all three Famicom titles in their country, so knowing that there were certain experimental elements found in the Famicom entries that North American gamers may find to be extremely hard and challenging to get themselves into, Tokita aimed to make the North American release much easier than the Japanese original. This process made it more like a direct follow-up to the first game as to why Square decided to name the fourth entry as Final Fantasy II, to ease the balance between the NES and SNES game, as well as keeping the younger gamers in mind for them to try out Final Fantasy for the first time. Before the game's localization, two translations done by fans were made, with one of them being a closer resemblance to the original script, but with numerous pop culture references such as William Shatner in Penthouse magazines and several off-color lines uttered by Edge. This version was known as the J2E translation patch that was unofficial, with it not being subject to copyright law. Another version was called Easy Type, as it was meant to reduce the difficulty of the original with numerous tweaks to make the game more accessible to lighter gamers around. Folks came under the impression that Final Fantasy IV's North American localization was loosely based on the Easy Type translation that was released exclusively in Japan, but Square debunked the impression, stating that the translation was done earlier in advance, to where the difficulty was reduced much further than what was there in Easy Type. In other words, this led to the speculation that it was the other way around, that Easy Type was based on the North American localization than vice versa. Upon the North American localization, numerous elements and occurrences in the game had to be changed or omitted to abide by Nintendo's guidelines of not having any references of death or religious themes mentioned in the game, as they were already present otherwise. Some of the religious references that were changed was the renaming of the white magic spell called Holy and calling it White, as well as the Tower of Prayers in Mysidia being called the Tower of Wishes. One scene in the Tower of Zot where Rosa was about to be executed by a huge metal ball was replaced because the original had it set to where she would have been executed by a huge scythe instead. Certain abilities and spells from the original game had to be removed in the North American release, such as Cecil's Darkness ability, although his doppelganger in the fight could still use it, Palom's Bluff and Porum's Cry abilities, Young's Focus Embrace abilities, Rose's Prey ability, Edward's Salve ability, Tella's Recall ability, and Fusoya's Regen ability. These omissions were probably made to accommodate to the limitations of the Super Nintendo cartridge because of how much space it takes to translate a game from its original text and imagery it portrays. Several other changes, such as the increases in weapon and armor stats, boss stats having a dramatic decrease in difficulty, and some items that were found or usable in the Japanese original that didn't make sense to use in the North American version. Despite these changes, there were certain elements within the translation that have proven to be very receptive and very popular to fit the game really well, such as Tella's infamous quote of calling Edward a spoony bard when coming to Dam Cyan in its destroyed state. The phrase became so popular within the fanbase that its influence was used in other Final Fantasy games and within the mainstream pop culture within games such as Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations, the video game music group named by the same catchphrase, and notable internet video game and movie reviewer celebrity Noah Antweiler under his alias called the Spoony One. Final Fantasy IV released in July 1991 in Japan for the Super Famicom, as well as September of the same year for North America as one of the Super Nintendo's launch titles, and the game has received many positive reviews from gamers and critics alike. Most people go as far to say that Final Fantasy IV is one of the greatest RPGs of all time that pioneered the now common console RPG features, including the concept of dramatic storytelling, to where many claim the game has a very complexing and involving plot not seen from the other games. Some of the elements, such as the playable characters sticking together through thick and thin and having their own complexities that made them stand out from the rest of the group, became very compelling drivers within the plot, even with Kain betraying his party at certain points. Others believe that the game's story is very comparable to a fantasy novel such as The Lord of the Rings and The Man in the Iron Mask, because each of their own characters speaking clearly for themselves. Its gameplay, graphics, and sound would receive high marks as much as the story itself, and many RPG and Final Fantasy fans place this entry as one of their most favorite entries that Sakaguchi ever conceived. Many publications such as Nintendo Power have placed Final Fantasy IV amongst many ranked polls from magazines and websites combined for some of the best RPGs or games ever placed on a Nintendo platform. Despite its positive praise and high reception, fans and critics tend to look back at this entry's localization as being very weak and poorly translated when compared to the previous installment. Nevertheless, it stands as one of Square's best entries that they have ever created. To this day, Final Fantasy IV on the Super Famicom sold just as much as its predecessor by selling over 1.4 million copies in Japan. North American numbers for Final Fantasy II are not even disclosed, as it seemed that the series still couldn't see a strong track record in the US. However, the subsequent re-releases helped Final Fantasy IV gain even stronger popularity from a global standpoint. Like the other Final Fantasy games before this one, Final Fantasy IV was also subjected to numerous re-releases on several other platforms, and it was re-released with updated ports and enhanced remakes at least 6 times.
That's some
The first to
money.
come
I
was on
just
the
need a
PlayStation,
room
and it was the first
for-
time where Europe receives the title under the Final Fantasy Chronicles compilation, which contains 2 games in one package
2 or 3.
that consisted of this game and the critically acclaimed Chrono Trigger. Plus, it would be known to North America by its true
2 or
title
3.
when it re-released in 2001 under the guise of a new translation to fix up the poor translation from the SNES original. It shifted its difficulty upwards, as it was nearly on par to how difficult the original Super Famicom version was, as it was meant to show Final Fantasy fans the true experience to how it was meant to be and how difficult it was to be portrayed. This version also included a few FMV scenes as bonus content, the ability to run through towns and dungeons, and a memo save to make temporary saves in between save points. The next re-release came on the WonderSwan Color in Japan with updated graphics to place in detail and color shading, but at the cost of smaller screen resolution and downsampled sounds to fit the handheld's limitations. There was a revamp in the difficulty that differentiated from the original and EasyTech versions of the game. In 2005, a Game Boy Advance port of the WonderSwan Color version was released with numerous changes such as having character portraits and text boxes, the ability to switch party members before the final battle, increased difficulty, and newer items and weapons along with newer bosses. However, numerous bugs were found in the game for it being a direct port from the WonderSwan Color, such as minor lag in boss fights and characters having 2 turns during their ATB sequences. A fixed version of this game was re-released in Japan, with Europe receiving this version afterwards. Probably the most significant of the re-releases comes on the Nintendo DS, in the form of Final Fantasy IV DS, as it is the only re-release that treats itself as an enhanced remake to where everything is portrayed from a 3D perspective. Plus, it would be the only classic entry from the 2D games that ever received voice acting in a remake, and big-name actors such as Yuri Lowenthal, Karen Strassman, Liam O'Brien, and Michael McConaughey voicing Cecil, Rosa, Kane, and Fusoya respectively. The character models were more up to date as to what they would look like based on Yoshitaka Amano's designs. The game's difficulty was cranked up to the max, making this version the most difficult of the bunch, where grinding is painstakingly required. Probably what made the DS remake so significant from the others is the inclusion of story elements from the 75% that was scrapped in the original version, along with newer ones to flesh out more story development. An iOS and Android port of the Nintendo DS versions are available for the mobile platforms and Steam, and the original SNES version has been made available through the Nintendo Wii's Virtual Console for newer gamers to experience and for older gamers to relive once more. Out of all the re-releases, many debate on which is the complete and definitive version of the game, as some point out that Final Fantasy IV DS is the one in the seat as the prime candidate of that category.
$91 silk, not bad. That'll sell. Very good. That'll also take a lot of weight.
17 years have passed for Final Fantasy IV, as it stands the test of time as one of the entries that has one of the greatest stories ever told. Since the DS reigned as possibly the definitive version of story and gameplay, Takashi Tokita and his team at Square Enix wanted to follow up on Final Fantasy IV by adding in what they consider to be a companion piece for those who crave more for the game's lore. The project was started up in 2006 when the sequel was proposed by the developers pursuing the Final Fantasy IV remake on the DS, and the idea was to create a companion piece for the mobile platforms. Rather than making a full package version of this game that would take at least 1 to 2 years to develop, Square decided to release the game in episodic chapters for players to experience the story after completing the DS game. This companion piece would become the sequel to Final Fantasy IV and would release on Japanese mobile platforms under the title Final Fantasy IV: The After Years. The After Years takes place about 17 years after the original game, and peace seems to run all over the blue planet until a mysterious figure disturbs its balance when it goes after the crystals. Everyone in the game has grown much older, with Cecil and Rosa having a child at the age of 15 named Sayador, a young knight entering his coming of age with the Red Wings fleet, who is struggling with the expectations and obligations of being born with sacred and royal blood. Certain occurrences all around the planet are caused by a mysterious figure that looks strikingly like Rydia, but with teal hair instead of green, and the story divides up into 12 episodes, with one acting as a prologue, 8 being targeted towards specific characters including Sayador, and the last 3 acting as a segue into the final confrontation against the mysterious figure named Mayanad and her master called the Creator. Each character following the character's growth is what Tokita has compared the time gap between the original game and the sequel to the gap between the original Star Wars trilogy and the prequel trilogy. Rather than developing the characters with physical tradition like the original, Tokita wanted the characters in the after years to start off as weak and make them grow more emotionally, with Cecil not appearing at the beginning, but rallying everyone through emotion. Tokita also went on to claim that creating the story for the after years was a very daunting task, as making a game isn't about surprising everyone from behind the scenes like it was back then, but with the internet being more mainstream has made things more difficult to make something extremely compelling that would garner mass appreciation by fans and critics alike. The gameplay followed very similarly to the original game in its re-releases, but newer mechanics were added in to reflect towards the game's story and innovation that wouldn't make the game become another carbon copy of Final Fantasy IV. These newer features would be the moon phase system that would have an impact on the strength and defense when it came to weapons, magic, and armor. For example, when a full moon occurs, then the strength of weapons would decrease while the strength of magic would increase. This would leave players trying to come up with different strategies on how to win a fight, then repeating the same strategy over and over again. Some monsters would either change or appear based on this mechanic, to what stats they would have to what rarity they appear in. The other new mechanic is the new band system, where certain characters can combine their abilities to produce more powerful ones to benefit them in tight situations and such. For example, if Cecil and Rosa band together for an attack, they can release the Holy Blade, where Rosa can cast Holy onto Cecil's sword to do a very strong attack with Holy attributes to the weapon. The band system has so many variables that numerous abilities are obtained through the means of constant grinding and multiple walkthroughs of the game. Most of the music from the game remained intact, with newer ones done by Junya Nakano, who worked on the music for the DS remake. Since the game was released in Japan for the mobile platforms, Final Fantasy IV The After Years was eventually ported on the Nintendo WiiWare platform for the game to be playable amongst the Western crowd, and with the episodic scenarios releasing later as downloadable content. Upon its release for the Western market, Final Fantasy IV The After Years was well received amongst the press. The general consensus was that the story is an engrossing, mysterious tale, and it is enough to insatiate fans of Final Fantasy IV for more of its narrative. Even the gameplay and presentation would receive positive praise, while critics claimed that the graphics remain dated, but are part of the charm with what made JRPGs so great. Even though it had a generally positive reception, the game received criticism from GameSpot, who found that the game's narrative was disjointed and poorly
Well, that's my
constructed
earring.
because of the
Oh, I wonder where that
optional
went.
scenarios that were inbound. And
Well,
another
that's
complaint
cool.
came
That
off with
fixes a lot of
recycling
this
content
problem.
from the original game into its companion piece.
That's funny.
Plus, they even go as far to say that the encounter rate against enemies is ridiculously high and way too excessive.
Yeah.
Sales were met with great expectations for both the East and West, that
Yeah,
it became a
but, I mean,
success in
it's
both
about
critical
the
and
brand
commercial
now.
status combined. Since some people were not fond of paying for extra content within the game, their wish for the full experience would come in about 2 years' time. In 2011, an enhanced 2D remake of Final Fantasy IV, its sequel, and an all-new game acting as a midquel between the original and the After Years would come into place. These three would release as one game through a compilation called Final Fantasy IV: The Complete Collection on the PSP, one of its latest re-releases. The game featured high-resolution 2D sprites that were very similar to the graphical engines based on the Final Fantasy I and II remakes on the same platform, as well as the option to play through newer music or the SNES original soundtrack by Nobuo Uematsu. With all three games in one, where the After Years, along with all the optional scenarios being available and ready to play, has made Final Fantasy IV: The Complete Collection receive positive reviews upon its arrival. Most critics would go on to say that the original still remains as a masterpiece, while its sequel stories are pale imitations. Fans' reception comes off as being more positive toward the After Years, with every scenario being available to play in the full package. An enhanced remake of the After Years came onto Steam that uses the same in-game engine as the Final Fantasy IV 3D remake, but no full voice acting was fully present like before. As of now, fans are still debating on whether the 3D remake of Final Fantasy IV, the 3D remake of the After Years, or Final Fantasy IV: The Complete Collection is the definitive collection of games to own.
Full voice. That game isn't full voice, is it? It must be full voice. I didn't know there was a full voice Final Fantasy before. What, 10? 10, I think. Huh.
Final Fantasy IV is still regarded as one of the best entries of all time. Having been re-released on several different platforms and in all regions from around the world after the SNES Super Famicom original released, it has become one of Square's most profitable entries to date. It stayed true to the tradition of having an engaging storyline, memorable characters, an incredible soundtrack, and an astounding world that players always crave to come back and replay it day in and day out. Despite Final Fantasy IV standing the test of time as one of the most superior entries in the series, people often claim that the original game remains outdated due to the times and with the updates from the re-releases and remakes that were to follow. The localization of the original SNES version is also looked upon by gamers as being way too easy for the Western crowd, and that the challenge wasn't even present whatsoever. People still felt very accustomed to the challenge of the original game on the NES, that it made them feel that Final Fantasy II on the SNES was a step back in its overall challenge. However, with the subsequent re-releases that followed, the game has better reception amongst the fans for bringing in that challenge that was not present at the beginning. Even though the Super Famicom SNES original remains outdated in the eyes of fans and critics, Final Fantasy IV's foundations of strong story and character development would be carried on to bigger and better games within the series, as Sakaguchi proved that his writing within the series can meet the expectations to give gamers a compelling and enjoyable experience. As Final Fantasy IV tells a tale about an individual's struggle between light and darkness, it remains another benchmark for Sakaguchi's track record for the series, and it proves that the series can work on Nintendo's 16-bit platform. Final Fantasy IV turned out to be a poster child for JRPGs on 16-bit consoles when it released in 1991, and it paved the way for other franchises to jump in and get all the fame. Some people may argue that the game spawned the bringing of the golden age of JRPGs by Square. However, as riveting and spectacular as Final Fantasy IV was, it was bound to be overshadowed by more subsequent entries in due time. But one sequel came about that almost led the franchise in a downward spiral in terms of quality and innovation. After Final Fantasy IV wrapped up, production for the next game began underway with Hironobu Sakaguchi returning as the game's director for one last time, as well as being the scenario writer, Nobuo Uematsu putting in his talents as the game's composer of the soundtrack, Yoshitaka Amano returning for the character designs and title logo illustration, Hiroyuki Ito who came in to work on this game's job system and as a battle planner alongside Akihiko Matsui, Tetsuya Nomura who contributed to the battle graphics as well as the monster and boss designs, and a newcomer by the name of Yoshinori Kitase who attributed in co-writing the scenario text with Sakaguchi, as well as working on the event scenes. For this installment, Square employed a team of 45 people to create the game, and this Super Famicom entry would require 16 megabytes of space to accommodate to the sprites, animations, and detailed backgrounds. Before the coming of this game's release, and according to GamePro in the May 1993 issue of their magazine of the same name, they learned that Japanese authorities requested to Square to not release this entry on a school day because it would mean that the kids would skip class that day just to play it. As funny as that may seem, but it would make so much sense because of the series' mass appeal in its home country. Upon its release and before a particular installment to come in years' time, Sakaguchi mentions that this entry was originally his most favorite he has ever worked on, and that is saying a lot considering the time and effort he puts into each installment to make them big and rewarding. Nearly 18 months after the previous game's release, Final Fantasy V arrived in Japan on December 6, 1992. Final Fantasy V is the first game in the series where its setting is revolved around two worlds, but the backstory behind their creation is probably one of the most intriguing ever told in a game. In a millennium's past before the events of the main story, a powerful mage by the name of Inuo has imperiled the game's world using the power of an evil entity known as the Void. The people retaliated and resisted against the mage by vanquishing him with 12 legendary weapons, but the Void itself could not be easily destroyed. Consequently, the people decide to split the power of the 4 crystals into 2 different sets, which brought about the creation of 2 worlds, and the Void was sealed in an interdimensional rift between the two. 1,000 years have passed since the cataclysm took place, and both worlds with their own crystals of earth, water, fire, and wind have prospered to flourish them with newer towns, dungeons, castles, and travel between sea acted as an evolution to the commerce of imports and communication between nations. While the first world continues its prosper of peace, a sinister and malicious force was beginning to brew within the second world. Ever since the Void incident, dreadful and monstrous demons have been sealed inside of a tree in the Great Forest of Moor. The corrupted amalgamations within the forest began to come together and emerged as a dastardly being known as X-Death, the game's main antagonist. While this malicious tree turned into Warlock attempted to conquer and bring the second world to its knees, a group of heroes calling themselves the 4 Warriors of Dawn fought back and sealed X-Death in the first world using its own crystals, and peace reigned for another 30 years. That is all backstory and how the setting is initiated. Instead of having numerous characters with their own jobs and with depth surrounding them at the same time, Sakaguchi wanted to go back to basics once more by having the game star a group of 4 people that become the Warriors of Light to fight off against the encompassing tyranny surrounding the whole world. Even though the Warriors of Dawn are a new group introduced into this game, the 4 heroes for this game's tale are still referred to as the Warriors of Light. Final Fantasy V stars 5 characters in the game, with the lead being a young male wanderer by the name of Bartz Klauser, who embarks the task of saving both worlds and with him learning of his lineage in due time. Other supporting characters are Lena Charlotte Tycoon, who goes searching for her father that goes missing since his investigation of the disturbance at the Wind Crystal Shrine. Goluf Baldessian is a mysterious old man who goes by the name of Goluf Doe at first, but learns about who he is while being succumbed to amnesia based on events unknown until much later. Farrah Sherwiz is a pirate king who originally is suspected to be a male, but learned that he is actually a female in disguise who turns out to be Lena's long-lost sister. And Krill Baldessian is Goluf's own granddaughter who ends up taking her grandfather's place near the game's climax. Other subsequent characters would come into show, such as Sid Previa and his grandson named Mid, Guido, who is a turtle sage, and one of X-Death's own minions named Gilgamesh, who would go on and appear in numerous entries afterwards, and his character is inspired by the Sumerian king of the same name from the poem called the Epic of Gilgamesh. The character is good and evil in both respects, and his likeliness in other games changes his persona depending on his involvement. Final Fantasy V has a huge cast of characters with their own concept art and design, and Yoshitaka Amano goes on to claim that this game's concept art is the most he has ever done by far. story starts off when the first world's crystals start to lose their shine, with the wind crystal nearly dying more out of the others. King Alexander Tycoon travels to its shrine to see what is wrong, only for certain circumstances to occur which leads his daughter Lena to go out and find him. Elsewhere, the wanderer named Bartz and his chocobo companion named Boko are constantly traveling around the world when they notice that a strange meteor has crashed into a forest with goblins. Bartz and Boko go check it out, only to find a helpless girl being dragged by the goblins, and the boy ends up saving her. She introduces herself as Lena from the kingdom of Tycoon, and the two notice an old man who is nearby and unconscious. He wakes up only to be suffering amnesia, and the only thing he can remember is his name is Goluf. Bartz and Boko go their separate ways from Lena and Goluf, as they both travel to a pirate's cove only to be caught amongst an earthquake from a valley path with numerous monsters attacking them along their way. However, Bartz and Boko end up saving their lives, and he agrees to join Lena and Goluf on their journey. By arriving at the pirate's cove, its captain named Ferris takes the adventurers captive, and in short time agrees to join the three on their voyage to the Wind Shrine. By arriving at the shrine and in front of the altar of the now destroyed Wind Crystal, the four warriors see an image of King Tycoon and tells them that whoever sees the message must gather the crystals and protect them from this foreboding evil that is threatening their own world. The shattered Wind Crystal recognizes the four as the ones who must protect their world, and embeds the power of wind to Bartz, water to Lena, earth to Goluf, and fire to Ferris. Taking on this burden puts our heroes at work as they travel to various locales to secure the crystals, and they eventually learn that these crystals keep Exdeath in check. If they were all destroyed, that would mean that both he and the dark essence of his evil would reign between the two worlds, but it would make them both uninhabitable overall. Along the way,
and his
they
dark
noticed King
essence?
Tycoon would appear, and he would always be attacking
That's
Lena
winning.
and her friends upon approaching them. They eventually meet up with Sid and Mid, who helps them try to secure the Earth Crystal after failing to secure the Water and Fire Crystals combined. Even putting up a valiant effort to save it from destruction, Bartz and his friends fail to keep it untouched, and Exdeath is freed and defeats the party only to retreat back to his home world. Another meteorite comes to the first world that holds Goluf's own granddaughter Krill, and her appearance helps him remember everything. Goluf tells the others not to fight as the battle is his alone, but Bartz and the others insist that his fight is as much as theirs, and everyone takes priority to travel to the second world. Upon arrival, it becomes a destructive battleground as Exdeath is wreaking havoc everywhere to search for the second world's own crystals. For the rest of the journey, occurrences take place where Bartz and his friends end up in trouble with Goluf coming to save them, such as fighting Gilgamesh to learning of Exdeath's origins. By arriving at the Guardian Tree within the Great Forest of Moor, Exdeath traps the crew with Blazing Inferno and ends up holding Krill hostage. Goluf takes it into his bones to put a stop at the Warlock without it escaping to the brink of death, but Exdeath flees after fatally wounding Goluf with his magic. Despite the party's best efforts to save him, Goluf passes his abilities to Krill as the Earth Crystal's new bearer and passes away. The motivation leads Bartz, Lena, Ferris, and Krill to search Exdeath at his tower, and they defeat him for good. However, the crystals of the second world shatter, only to make both it and the other world to be fully reunited into one. Some time has passed to where our heroes believe that Exdeath is truly gone, but he is fully revived by a thorn from Krill's palm and bears full command of the Void. Exdeath begins his rampage with destroying villages and kingdoms, only to be torn up into the void from reality. Bartz and his crew seek out Exdeath through the path of ancient sites based on the worlds with their reunification. With the help of fallen allies, they succeed in helping Bartz and his friends against Exdeath, who undergoes a new transformation called Neo-Exdeath. They succeed and seal the void once more with the crystal shards, and restore peace to the reunified world and its crystals. Final Fantasy V retains much of the basic gameplay from past installments, but it had its share of newest additions and changes that weren't present from before. Gamers could control Bartz and his party members with whatever one they feel should take the lead, and they could traverse them through towns, dungeons, castles, and even take rides on airships and a dragon. Side questing even came back for extra filler so that the players can look for different items, weapons, armor, and abilities to help them succeed more upon the story's completion. Since Final Fantasy IV originated the active time battle system where commands are given to the player in real time, there was no way to know when they would be allowed to attack. Final Fantasy V improves upon this feature to be the first of its kind to include a gauge to determine when a character could execute a command. This made things easier as it could give gamers the advantage of what tactics they could come up with when it came to the battles. While most of the fundamentals were in place, some of the things that were new or changed in Final Fantasy V from Final Fantasy 1 and 3 was the revamp of the job system. While most of its basic principles remained intact, newer ideas were implemented, such as having an experience gauge called ability points to level up jobs for newer abilities, and having the ability to customize commands based on the mastering of numerous jobs. For instance, if players have a character who is a knight and have mastered the Black Mage job, that character could have Black Magic added as an extra command as well. This gave many newer variables to the job system that the new ability for command customization is enough to enthrall players in giving their characters the necessary abilities for the different points within the game's tale. A total of 22 jobs are present, much like Final Fantasy III, but 3 of the original jobs were omitted and placed with newer ones instead. Those newer jobs are a Blue Mage, Time Mage, and a Mime. The Blue Mage can learn abilities from enemies and use them for the party or against their enemies. The Time Mage can cast magic that could help benefit or deter the speed of characters and enemies in battle, and Mimes are created to mimic the attacks and abilities of allies to turn against their foes. Even though those new jobs are introduced, several other jobs that were reused received various updates that weren't present from the past installments. Final Fantasy V was also the first game of its kind to include the Jack-of-all-trades job known as the Freelancer job, and it predates that feature in the Final Fantasy 3DS remake. The design aspect became very similar to the engine used in Final Fantasy IV, but the game made more use of the Super Famicom's Mode 7 technology to give the game a 3D feeling to when the 2D planes shift when experiencing the meteors falling to the travels on an airship. The music that Nobuo Uematsu produced stated that Final Fantasy V was much more grand, that 100 different pieces would need to be created, but was eventually cut down to 56 in due time. The game had 2 memorable tunes to go by, and they are Dear Friends and Battle at the Big Bridge.
I love this song. Hello. Clash at Demon Head! Metric will always be Nabo in my heart.
Just like Final Fantasy II and III, Final Fantasy V did not make a Super Nintendo release from outside of Japan. Ironically, translation for the English release began after the completion of Final Fantasy V in Japan, and it would have been named Final Fantasy III in North America. Due to problems within the translation process, the project fell through. According to Ted Woolsey, who was working on the translation for Final Fantasy V at the time, he had a 1994 interview where he stated that the translation fell through because Final Fantasy V was just not accessible enough to the average gamer. Even though the project fell through, rumors started to spread that the localization was picked up 3 more times before they all met the same fate. The second attempt was to name the game Final Fantasy Extreme, but eventually was cancelled. The third attempt was to release the game for Windows computer platforms, where it would be released from Top Dog Software, but its fate was already met like the last 2 times. The fourth and final attempt was set to be released for Windows computer platforms in 1998 under the publishing of IDOS Interactive, although it was unclear whether if it was based on the Top Dog Software version or an actual 4th attempt. The many rumored cancelled attempts started to leave North American fans very angry that they ended up making a fan translation themselves, as it came to be known as RPGE for the ROM image of the game. The fan translation was well received, and it was the only English version of the game before it officially released in 1999 for the North American market. Despite Final Fantasy V being available to the Japanese market upon its release, the game started to come in as being very mixed based on import reviews. As much as Final Fantasy games held the theme of having warriors of light saving the world from dark times, critics and fans felt that the story came off being very weak when compared to its predecessor. Others felt that the game became repetitive in the enemy encounters because the rate was maddeningly high that could turn off average gamers. As critics and fans gave strong praise to the improvements on the visuals over Final Fantasy IV, they felt that the game's color scheme was washed out as it only damaged the presentation as a whole. They even go as far to say that the music is a mixed bag, and it could possibly be Nobuo Uematsu's weakest he has composed in the franchise. The consensus was that even though the game had some memorable tunes, most of the other tracks were not as compelling to entice players based on the moods and situations in the game's story, as they felt that the game's soundtrack was average at best. Negativity wasn't the only thing that the game had going for, but the game had some very high marks as well. The gameplay became a big mark as its main highlight was the extended freedom of the job system to where players could potentially master every single job while given the option to fully customize their commands in battle. The menu system and field navigation received great attention for them being more sophisticated and more improved over the previous game. Final Fantasy V would release in Japan with the game selling nearly 2.5 million copies. North America seemed to be in a real pickle without seeing Final Fantasy V make a Western release. That was completely averted as a compilation game set was going to be released for the US market to where gamers could play the game for the very first time in the form of Final Fantasy Anthology. It also included another game in its library that would be the sequel that is yet to come. For the North American release in 1999, the game is fully translated for a PlayStation 1 release, while many believe that its translation was resumed from where Ted Woolsey had left off before canceling it back then. However, translation issues occurred, where character names were changed from the Japanese version as Bartz was originally called Butts in Japan, and Lena being called Reina instead. Even some dialogue changes were in place, such as Ferris having a pirate accent that wasn't present in the original. Upon its release in Japan in 1998 and the US in 1999, the PlayStation version of the game received mixed reception much like the original. Most of the criticisms from the original game were still intact, with newer ones being aimed at the poor translation, the load times that took place between battles and menu screens, and the portrayal of Ferris having a pirate accent, to which angered fans. The only good thing about the game that critics pointed out is that Final Fantasy V was the only reason to own the compilation. Europe received the PlayStation version of the game in 2002 that was based on the North American release. Final Fantasy V would receive another re-release, and it wouldn't be until 2006 when it would come out on the Game Boy Advance, where it would be published by Nintendo in the US and Europe, and it would be known as Final Fantasy V Advance. The GBA version of the game went through an overhaul in terms of the translation, and numerous additions were in place, such as 4 new jobs added in the job system that would be a gladiator, cannoneer, necromancer, and oracle, a new dungeon called the Sealed Temple, and a new optional boss fight against the antagonist of the backstory named Inuo, who was created by Tetsuya Nomura, the monster designer of the original. Other features such as a bestiary, quick save function, music player, and additional equipment not found from the Super Famicom original. Unlike the original game and the PlayStation re-release with their mixed receptions upon their release, Final Fantasy V Advance received very positive reviews from both critics and fans. Many of them strongly praised the game's newer translation as it falls more closely to the Japanese original than the PlayStation 1 game, and the newer features can only engage the interest for those to keep playing. While the characters are considered unlikable and the plot being predictable or trite from back then, many agree that it has a stronger narrative when compared to the JRPGs of today's standards. Final Fantasy V Advance is considered the definitive version for all territories because of Nintendo helping Square improving upon the criticisms that were originally had on the Super Famicom and the PlayStation. The PlayStation version of the game would go on to sell at least 340,000 copies in North America, while the GBA version sold more than 250,000 copies worldwide. Most Final Fantasy games as of today tend to receive a sequel, prequel, or a companion piece that goes along to expand more continuity within each game's universe. Would anyone believe longtime fans if they were to say that Final Fantasy V was the first to do that in original video animation form? Believe it or not, Final Fantasy V had a sequel in the form of an OVA that spanned itself into 4 episodes under the name Final Fantasy Legend of the Crystals, where it was animated through Madhouse Studios. The story is a direct sequel as it takes place 200 years after Bartz and his friends defeated Exdeath and sealed the Void altogether. The story revolves around 4 new characters who end up becoming the new Warriors of Dawn. The main protagonists are a headstrong and reckless boy named Pretz, and a brave young girl named Lenali, who is a direct descendant of Bartz and a novice at summoning. The other members are Valkus, a loyal and strong airship captain of the Tycoon Air Force, and a beautiful sky pirate named Rouge, who could possibly be influenced and derived from Ferris's character because of her being a sea pirate in the
Oh my god,
game.
they all look like
from the Dark Moon in
they all
the
look
sky,
like
as it plans to seek the crystals for the main antagonist,
Aeon
Devil,
Flux,
so that the Void can be opened to magician the appearance of a new god named Death Gunos. The OVA was released in Japan in 1994 and received a North American localization in 1998 with English voice acting. Upon its release, Final Fantasy Legend of the Crystals received mixed reviews from critics and fans. Even though it would be the first sequel to a main entry in the Final Fantasy lore, its addition did not become very favorable to the Final Fantasy legacy, as the animation was
ADG,
nothing
just
special,
like that.
and the over-reliance of comedy above dramatic storytelling made the OVA a cruel mockery to the brand because of its lighthearted tones and excessive usage of fan service. While there were some positives to the OVA series, many believe that Final Fantasy Legend of the Crystals was a failed attempt to tell Final Fantasy through film, as it was a lackluster and bland retelling of Final Fantasy V. As of now, the OVA is released on VHS in both Japan and the US, as it is becoming a very rare collectible to have, while Japan has seen it make a release on DVD, whereas the license for the North American market has expired, to where a DVD release seems very unlikely to happen. Final Fantasy V would be the last game in the series to be directed by Hironobu Sakaguchi, as his time with working on other projects took more priority than sticking with only one franchise in particular. As of right now, Final Fantasy V is made available through the Wii Virtual Console in Japan, as well as the PlayStation Network for newcomers and older fans both. Some may come under the impression that this game remains as probably one of the most overlooked entries when compared to prior installments, as it could be the weakest in Sakaguchi's work in the 16-bit generation. Final Fantasy 1, 3, and 4 each improved the formula of gameplay and storytelling with every newer game, where some felt that Final Fantasy V only came as a small step up on improving the overall formula in comparison. This was partially due to Final Fantasy IV improving the storytelling aspect from past installments that made every character have their own story to make them become very likable, while Bartz and his friends came off being more generic and lackluster. The theme of Warriors of Light was already starting to run thin, as the concept was reused a third time without it hardly bringing anything new into the mix. When compared to the other games Square released today, this entry still remains as one of the better entries, in which some may say that still holds up thanks to the improvements that made the game very definitive on the Game Boy Advance, to where it gives people another chance to reflect upon the game's final product. Final Fantasy V is one out of two of the 2D games in the series that has not received a fully enhanced remake to be a part of what the older games could look like with newer generations of hardware. Final Fantasy 3 and 4 are only released on the DS, and a DS remake was possible based on an interview with the series' current producer named Shinji Hashimoto, but the project is currently undecided for the platform due to technical issues. However, the project may see the light of day on the Nintendo 3DS, due to the system's better capabilities that could get past the technical difficulties that the DS had, whatever they could have been. This raises some hope for fans, as it is one of the few remakes of the more recent Final Fantasy games that they want to see be updated for today's standards. Before Christmas 2012, a recent rumor popped up by Square Enix, with them stating that Final Fantasy V may be bound to be remade for the Apple iOS, but being remade with higher resolution 2D graphics or 3D visuals has not been finalized until now, with them favoring more of a higher res 2D game. It is available on the Apple iPhone, with it being re-released on the PC through Steam. Final Fantasy V may be viewed as the black sheep of the 16-bit outings amongst some people, but everyone, including Sakaguchi and Square, agreed that it was time to move on, with surpassing the conventions of past installments into newer ones, or the franchise would have an ugly and obscure future waiting for it.
Six.
Next time on Double RPG's Final Fantasy Retrospective, we take a look at the last Final Fantasy game on the Super Famicom that not only challenges the conventions from past games, but pushes beyond the expectations to where it has become the biggest 2D game, as well as longtime fans' most favorite entry in the series.
I love this series. Extremely well done. Just a wonderful work of art, the entirety of it. I'll have to go through all 25 videos and thumbs up, because each one is an exquisite masterpiece of information about this whole product. I've seen hints of this video series before, but I didn't really know. I knew that some of this was here, I've seen it before, but I didn't know how really fucking valuable it was. Hey, Master Hunter, nice. Damn, these things give star metal.
Outside of the main series brand of Final Fantasy, Square has developed a spin-off title called Final Fantasy Adventure for the Game Boy that was meant for the company to try and bring itself into the handheld gaming market, since the Game Boy has started to rise in popularity and universal praise. Since the game was drastically different and a vast departure to the Final Fantasy mythos, the game has traced itself into the direction of new intellectual property for the rest of time. This new IP went under the name Seiken Densetsu in Japan, where it was literally called Holy Sword Legend until its official name came for the Game Boy Advance remake called Sword of Mana. In 1993, the sequel to Sword of Mana was developed and released by the same company where it would be known in the West as Secret of Mana. It paved the way for more newer IPs with newer ideas that became smash hits both commercially and critically in the RPG format for Square, and it marked the beginning of a time that many considered the golden age of RPGs. Many of these newer games started to span multiple franchises for different companies as well. Most of the newer RPGs were developed by Square, but some of those others that were created from different companies and developers would be the Breath of Fire series from Capcom, Suikoden from Konami, Shining Force from the company more recently known as Camelot Software Planning for the Sega Genesis, Lunar and Grandia from Game Arts, Tales of Fantasia and the main Tales series brand from Namco, Earthbound that was the sequel to Mother by Nintendo, and Star Ocean as well as Terranigma from Enix to name a few. Some of those other Square titles would be the Saga series that was originally known as the Final Fantasy Legend Trilogy for the Game Boy, Chrono Trigger, Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars, Secret of Evermore, Bahamut Lagoon, Front Mission, and Alcahest. Many of these RPGs that were spawned in the Golden Age would at least last up to the end of the life cycle on the Sony PlayStation. In between many of these RPGs coming during the Golden Age that were being developed for the Super Famicom, Hironobu Sakaguchi was already hard at work in developing the next game for the Final Fantasy franchise. Since Final Fantasy V did not feel like a true evolution to the series, and since Sakaguchi was already busy with other projects, he stepped down as the franchise director and given that work to Yoshinori Kitase, as he deemed him to be a worthy successor to direct, while Sakaguchi spent more time with developing the next installment as producer from here on out. Nobuo Uematsu and Yoshitaka Amano would return for their respective roles as the music composer and character designer along with the title logo illustration. Tetsuya Nomura would return for the next installment as the graphics director for the monsters, and Hiroyuki Ito would return as the game's co-director, who was also the designer for the main game and the battle system. Newer and familiar faces would come into the development of this installment, which included Ken Narita as the main programmer, Hideo Manaba as the art director, Tetsuya Takahashi came back as the map designer after the previous game, and Kazuko Shibuya returned once again as the character sprite designer this time around. While Sakaguchi spent more time as producer, he was also involved in writing the scenario for this game's story. At the beginning of the development for this installment, Sakaguchi was already helmed to direct the game as much as he did to prior installments, but he could not put in his full time with directing it since he became vice president of Square and was way too busy with other projects. This is why Kitase became one of the directors after Sakaguchi stepped down from the position after completing the development process at around 70%. By the time Kitase took full control of being one of the directors, he wanted to place more emphasis with having more event scenes so the game can feel more story-driven than before. Since Hiroyuki Ito was the co-director of the project, he compromised by trying to strike a balance in the overall design between the event scenes and the gameplay so that it wouldn't be too story-driven as Kitase imagined it to be. Development for the next game lasted for nearly 18 months, and the end result came to be known as Final Fantasy VI, which released in both Japan and North America in 1994. Final Fantasy VI is set in a new universe and a new world like every other game in the series, and this world is divided by 3 continents that make a planet known as the World of Balance. The northern continent consists of numerous mountain ranges that hold many of the towns and other locales that players can visit. The southern continent consists of some towns that are ruled by the evil domain, known as the Gestalt Empire, and the eastern continent that consists mostly a large patch of land called the Veldt, where most of the world's monsters can be found. In contrast to the other games that featured more of a medieval fantasy setting, most of the locations and world's cultural influence in Final Fantasy VI featured more of opera and fine arts motifs that reoccur throughout the game, and the world's environment has more of a steampunk vibe with robotics, railroads, mining, and engineering that was influenced from the Second Industrial Revolution after the American Civil War up until World War I. Railroads and coal mining are staples to the labor of the snowy town of Narshi, while carrier pigeons are used for communication for the Kingdom of Figaro. Speaking of Figaro, modern engineering and weaponry are developed such as chainsaws, drills, and automatic crossbows. Later, the world became damaged due to a horrifying catastrophe that crippled most of the civilizations and human race and all the continents that resulted in the planet becoming known as the World of Ruin that became more of a post-apocalyptic setting. 1,000 years before the events that take place in the story, 3 empowering entities known as the Warring Triad fought amongst themselves that ignited a brooding conflict known as the War of the Magi. The quarrel grew itself into catastrophic proportion that proved to be fatal to the world as the Warring Triad's own magical energy started to absorb the land and transform most of the humans into strong magical creatures known as Espers, the Eidolons of this game. The Espers are gifted with the power of magic, and they were used as tools and soldiers for the war. Eventually coming to terms of the horrific calamity that they have unleashed, the Warring Triad returned free will to the Espers by sealing away their powers and becoming stone statues with their final request to seal away their magical powers so that they will never fall into the hands of evil. The Espers gave in to their demand, and they brought the stone statues to a hidden land to where they would seal them and themselves off from the realm of humans. The legend of the war, the deities, Espers, and magic started to fade away by becoming myth, and the world extolled itself with science and technology. At the beginning of the game, a story tells about how the Gestalt Empire, ruled by Emperor Gestalt and his right-hand general, the clownish terrorist named Kefka, came to overtake the Espers and their power of magic after the barrier between both races started to weaken. The Empire comes to learn about the Espers and their world when a human woman stumbled upon the world by accident, and she ended up falling in love with an Esper warrior named Madaween, to where they gave birth to a half-breed named Terra. Sometime later, the Empire raided the Esper's realm and enslaves most of its kind through capsules containing their soul and power called Magicite, and they take the baby girl away as leverage to ensure slavery over most of the Esper race. By using scientific methods to infuse the Esper's magic into technology so that humans can use their power for their devilish deeds, the Empire manages to create a craft known as Magitech. Kefka became one of the first human prototypes to the craft, to which the Empire manages to create a unit of elite super soldiers known as Magitech Knights, in the end resulting in the clown's drastic decline in his sanity. Keeping to the tradition of having set characters in a story, Final Fantasy VI is the only game in the main series that has the biggest amount of playable characters that gamers can recruit to save the world. Since most games in the series had a lead character to march his or her comrades to victory and to have the most development over all the others, this game is the first to break away from that tradition by having all the characters have development where they are equal, with none of them having stronger tails over the other. Those characters are Terra Branford, who was a slave to the Gestalt Empire until she managed to break free during a mission to retrieve an Esper who was imprisoned in ice that resulted in bringing her consciousness and free will back based on the creature's influence. Even though this game has protagonists that are all developed on equal levels to each other, the consensus from fans placed Terra as being the poster child and central protagonist of the game's story because of her being the first to be introduced and having close relations to the game's main antagonist. Aside from Ferris in Final Fantasy V being one of Yoshitaka Amano's favorites that he designed, he states that Terra Branford comes in as being the best he has ever created. The other protagonists are Locke Cole, who is a thief who works for a rebellion called the Returners, and a common sympathizer that helps every woman he meets to ensure full protection. Cyan Garamande, who is a loyal samurai to the kingdom of Doma, who witnessed his family and friends die to Kefka poisoning their water supply, which returns to haunt his will to move forward. Shadow, who is a ninja mercenary that works for both the Empire and the Returners and hopes he can be paid as a way to redeem his tragic past. Celeste Scherer, who is one of the Empire's former generals and Magitech Knight, being disillusioned by their motives and joins the Returners to right their wrongs. Edgar Figaro, who leaves his own kingdom to keep peace with the Empire while working with the Returners in secrecy. Sabin Figaro, who left his brother and his kingdom to hone his martial arts skills. Setzer Gabbiani is an air pilot and womanizer who helps the heroes offering air transportation to get the
Setzer
job
was
done.
not a womanizer.
Well,
He just
the
flirted
top
with
guy
women. What do you mean
as well as having a
womanizer?
mysterious connection to Shadow.
know.
Strago Magus, who was
He was a
Realm's adopted
smooth-ass
grandfather,
motherfucking
one of the few
gambling
remaining
pimp,
mage warriors
you
from
know?
the War of the
He wasn't a
Magi.
womanizer,
Now
though.
he's an
Like, there was no
orphan living amongst the
implication of
wild
that in
within
his
the Veld, who helps
storylines.
offering good deeds
He
such as
flirted
food
with
and
every
party.
woman he
Locke, who is
saw,
Moogle,
but that
who
doesn't make
belongs
you
to
a
Narshi.
work.
Umaru, who is
That
a
makes
savage
me a
warrior,
womanizer.
Yeti,
I mean, I
who
have
answers
slept with
to
like
Mog
40
because
women,
of
but
their strong
like,
bond of
you know,
friendship.
like fucking,
And
like,
Gogo,
I wouldn't
who's
say I'm a
mysterious
womanizer,
warrior that is
though.
the master of mimicry and lends support to the heroes when found in the stomach of the Zonia. There are others who become temporary to the game's story, such as Biggs and Wedge being leaders in the raid of Narshi's mines, and General Leo, who helps preserve the peace between humans and Espers, but is being used for the Gestalt Empire's devilish bidding for power. With those characters set in stone, Final Fantasy VI has the most diverse cast of characters, and most of them do not have a set job, as they have unique occupations that make them different from the traditional character jobs in the series.
God damn it,
Not
you
to
finished
mention,
that so
Final Fantasy VI
fast, I
is
didn't
most
even
likely
get
the
in.
first in the series where the theme of crystals is not fully present, as the agent was most likely used for the Magicite because of the insurmountable amount of power each Esper is embedded with. In the beginning, a young girl is escorted by two Empire grunts named Biggs and Wedge as they invade the mining town of Narshi to where they are in search for the Esper hidden within the caves. Upon their arrival, the Esper's influence resonates within the girl, and she is broken free from control because of the slave crown on her forehead. The price of her free will came to that of amnesia, as she has no memory of her past whatsoever. The only thing she remembers is her name being Terra. Trying to escape from Narshi's own military force, Terra ends up being rescued by a kind-hearted and brave treasure hunter named Locke, who takes her to Figaro for protection by King Edgar. Upon arrival, Terra acquaints herself with Edgar Figaro, and learning about his and her ties to the Empire, to where the most sadistic general named Kefka tries to take her back by trying to burn Figaro to the ground. Luckily managing to escape, Edgar and Locke take Terra to the Returners to help try and overthrow the Empire's evil deeds, and they meet up with Sabin along the way. By undertaking a mission to protect the Esper and learn more about Terra's origins, an unfortunate accident causes the party to be separated into three separate groups, with Sabin being taken eastward towards the Veld, while being
Sabin,
allied
you
with Cyan
idiot.
and Gao with temporary services from Shadow. Locke trying to get to the bottom of South Figaro being held hostage by the Empire, while saving a Magitech Knight named Celeste who joins up in Locke's cause. and Terra with Edgar and the Returners leader named Bannon as they continue their journey toward Narshi. The brief separation ends up with Narshi and their elder learning of what the Empire is really after, along with pardoning Terra for only being manipulated by them, as well as everyone reuniting with new allies to help out. Unfortunately, a brief battle with Kefka and the Magitech soldiers ensue in the mountains, to where they make the deranged clown retreat, and Terra tries to communicate with the Esper only for her Esper blood to cause her screaming out of fear because of her radical transformation. The heroes undertake a mission to bring Terra back to them, and their search leads them to the rainy and thievery town of Zozo. Upon the highest floor of the tallest building in Zozo, Terra in her transformed state is under the care and guidance of a wise sage who reveals himself as Ramu, the Esper of Lightning. Coming to know more about the Esper's heritage, and with him knowing of their trust based on their concern and safety for Terra, the old man lends him and his friends power through the magical capsules called Magicite. These crystals embed the strength of the Espers, as well as offering magical abilities to where humans who aren't Magitech Knights can wield this ancient art. Learning that a certain Esper can calm Terra's transformation, the team makes an effort to travel toward the Gestalt Empire's own imperial capital called Vector, with the help of the air pilot named Setzer and his airship called the Blackjack. Within Vector's Magitech research facility, Locke and his friends meet up with Sid, who hears rumors about Celeste being a spy for the Empire, and Kefka arrives to notify that the rumors are indeed true. Locke begins to doubt her for being a double agent, and she teleports herself and Kefka away for her friend's own safety. Sid succeeds in helping the party escape with whatever new Magicite they obtained, and they make an effort to arrive back in Zozo to see if one of them can help Terra. Surprisingly, one of them does, as one of the Magicites holds the spirit of Terra's father named Madaween, who restores her memories. The group comes to the realization that in order to fight back the Empire at full strength, they would need the manpower of the Espers to work alongside them so that they can help them ensure victory. Arriving at the cave that leads the doorway to the Esper world, Terra tries to call to them based on her plea for help, but things become interrupted when Kefka arrives to try and claim the Espers for himself. Fortunately, the Espers escape so that they won't be imprisoned by the deranged clown. Unfortunately, this also left many places of the world to be vulnerable to the Espers with their blind rage. Vector was one of the first places to meet this impending doom, and Gestalt orders a truce to the Returners because of his blind ambition. In seeking a truce with the Espers, the Emperor enlists his top general Leo to assist Terra and Locke as they leave for Crescent Island, where the escaped Espers maintain refuge. They are joined by Shadow and Celeste, who happen to appear out of nowhere and still loyal to the Empire by all means, while Edgar, Sabin, Cyan, Gao, and Setzer stay behind to repair the Blackjack. Terra and her comrades join forces with Strago and Realm to locate the Espers on the land, to which they succeed in finding the leader named Yura, who apologizes because of the race losing their sanity when the gate opened and opted to seek a truce for their misguided nature. Leo meets up with the group and everyone is happy that things ended off just fine, but that seemed to be a dream far away from coming true. Kefka arrives out of nowhere with killing the Espers and enslaving them with Magicite so that they won't try and run rampant again. Leo tries to save everyone with one last stand, but is fatally wounded by Kefka after Gestalt reveals that the need for peace talk was all a cover-up of his true goal. Kefka retreats and returns to the gate to the Esper world with the Emperor, only to rise up a floating continent that holds the statues of the Warring Triad. Terra and everyone else reunite with Edgar and his team, and they make a vigorous attempt to follow the Imperials to the floating land in hopes to stop them once and for all. Overcoming many adversaries such as the Ultima weapon help the heroes arrive at Kefka's location, but they are paralyzed when him and Gestalt take control of the statues to do their bidding. They have Celeste assist them in hoping to stop their resistance and to rule the world alongside them, but coming to realize her wrongs, she stabs Kefka only for him to make him become even more insane, and he sets his sights to revive the Warring Triad and do his bidding. Knowing that such an act would bring calamity to all, Gestalt tries to stop Kefka only for his attempt to be in vain, with his weakened body being knocked off to his impending death. Kefka attempts to unalign and destabilize the power from the statues, only for Shadow to make a brief resistance for the party to escape. The resistance becomes futile, as the Warring Triad go haywire due to their improper alignment, and they shift the face of the world with their destructive power, causing the apocalypse. History has repeated itself, with Kefka being at the center of it all. One year later, the world has been devastated with multiple islands floating around, to which the planet has become known as the World of Ruin. The destruction left many of the cities and civilizations destroyed, many human lives lost, and the plant and animals becoming mutated from the magical fallout. Vector has transformed itself into a demonic-like state, as it is the center of Kefka's own domain now called the Tower of Ruin. Celeste survived the destruction, and she makes a determination to find her friends if they are still alive. Her first find is Sabin in the destroyed town of Zen. Their next lead brings them to find Edgar and Nicaea, where he goes under the name Jared, who leads a band of thieves. His act was used as a trick to enlist the help of the thieves to bring Figaro Castle out of the sand due to the world's destruction causing it to sink. Finally, the three locate Setzer, who has become depressed from the world's outcome and the destruction of his own ship. Celeste succeeds in bringing the womanizer back to his senses, and he helps the three locate the Blackjack's twin ship, the Falcon. Using the Falcon, the group makes a dedication to find their friends, and whatever means they can obtain, to ensure full victory against Kefka. They eventually find Terra in the town of Mobliz, where she is protecting children from a creature called Humbaba, Cyan living in Mount Zozo, who plays secret admirer to a girl he has fallen in love with, Strago joining the cult of Kefka for thinking that Realm has died, but with her actually being alive and is a painter for the town of Jidor. Shadow, who only knows about fighting, works as a participant for the Dragon's Neck Coliseum, and Locke being in the Phoenix Cave and hopes to use the Esper called Phoenix to bring his former love interest back from the dead. Mog and Gao being back at their respective homes in Narshi and the Veld, with the Yeti named Umaru who can be recruited with Mog's help, and Gogo the Mime who is inside the Zone Eater, to which he offers his assistance in stopping Kefka. As everyone is assembled, they enter the Tower of Ruin to stop the Madman and hope that their world can be saved. By climbing near the top of the domain, the Warring Triad turn out to bend to Kefka's will as they try to stop the party from proceeding to the Jester's throne, but our heroes prevail by vanquishing the entities for good. Realizing that magic is not completely gone, the party comes to the hypothesis that Kefka must have absorbed the power of the Warring Triad and became a god. Unfortunately, their theory is proven true as Kefka is shown to be the almighty ruler of the world with the power of magic as he begins craving more destruction in hopes of ridding every living thing on the surface. By making their last stand, Terra and her friends use their experiences they gained and learned throughout their journey to fully put Kefka in his place, even in his seraphic godlike form. The Tower of Ruin begins to collapse with our heroes escaping to their safety on the Falcon, with the power of magic and espers beginning to fade away. Fortunately, Terra manages to stay alive within the world because of her strong connection and love to the children of Mobliz, and the complete removal of her Esper bloodline has made her become fully human. Gazing at the skies of the world with it rebuilding itself from the tragedy that has befallen them, Terra and her friends look forward with the rest of the human race to preserve and usher in a new golden age of peace. Final Fantasy VI remains true to the fundamentals of what makes Final Fantasy a huge name for itself, but the true difference is that this game was the first to take a chance at breaking that tradition in various ways. On the traditional home front, Final Fantasy VI continues pitting the player in the shoes of the protagonist as they must travel to numerous towns, dungeons, labyrinths, and on the world map as well as searching for treasures, completing story-based and side-based objectives, and fighting monsters. Past installments within the Super Nintendo platform had features of Mode 7 to give the game a more pseudo-3D effect based on the hardware capability, but it was never fully utilized in those installments as they were mostly used for adding extra backgrounds and shifting the world map to make it look three-dimensional when riding on airships. However, Final Fantasy VI is the first and only 2D game that made more use of Mode 7, not only for the world map for when walking from place to place, riding on chocobos, and flying on airships, but certain aesthetics such as using magic and special abilities could give a boost to the display of the special effects. A brand new feature that wasn't seen from past installments is the ability to equip relics for characters that can grant them newer commands, attributes, or bonuses to their growth in fights. Random battles and boss fights were also kept intact from previous installments, but the fundamentals took a different turn than a traditional game. Some of the set staples such as abilities and the active time battle system remained on board just like the last two games before this one. For the first time since Final Fantasy II, the protagonists do not have set jobs that are present in the numerous games that featured the job class system, as that feature became completely absent. Even though some of the characters have occupations that relate to the jobs in the past games, much like what Final Fantasy IV tried to do, their potential was beyond the norm of executing specific actions. Terra can utilize the trance feature that gives her a significant boost to her stats for a temporary time. Locke can steal items from enemies and bosses that could prove beneficial to the growth of the characters. Cyan can utilize the Bushido ability that unlocks a second ATB gauge to charge up and execute special attacks, Shadow can throw items at enemies to do more damage like what ninjas can do, Celeste can use the runic ability to nullify magic-based attacks from enemies, as well as restoring HP from the amount of MP used in magic-based attacks from herself. Edgar can use the tools ability to utilize the technology he has at his disposal because of Figaro's culture. Sabin uses the Blitz ability to execute special attacks based on button commands for the ability in battle, a feature that is prominent in fighting games like Street Fighter II. Gao has the Rage ability, which allows him to mimic the attacks of monsters, elemental affinities, status resistances, as well as inheriting status effects such as Protect and Haste. Setzer can use the Slots ability to take advantage of special attacks, upgrades, and downgrades based on the gamble, as well as Guild Toss to damage enemies at the cost of Gil. Strago is a blue mage who inherits the Lore ability to learn magical attacks from enemies. Realm can use the Sketch ability to create replicas of enemies to attack them. Mog can use the Dance ability to execute one of 4 random attacks based on the dance he performs, and Gogo commences the Mimic ability to copy the attack from the last turn the previous ally took. Umaro is the only character that does not take advantage of having a primary ability, as his main feature is more based on brute force. Each of these characters have unique abilities that reflect their character and ones that have never been seen in a Final Fantasy game from before. However, Shadow does have a canine companion named Interceptor who can shield his master from damage and counter with very powerful blows. The feature of a ninja having a dog as a partner in certain instances during battle was something that Tetsuya Nomura wanted to originally have for the ninja job in Final Fantasy V, but couldn't implement the feature because of technical and time constraints. Another new addition that predates all future installments is the Desperation attack mechanic. Excluding Gao and Omaro, the Desperation attack is an ability that has a 1/16th chance of being automatically commenced based on a character's critical health, and the ability does damage to enemies that can result in massive blows or instant kills in hopes to prevent a character from dying in battle. Many of those foundations to the game remain true to their own merits, but probably the biggest change in comparison to the other entries is the ability for all characters to utilize magic in combat. This is thanks to the mechanic of granting every character to equip a single magicite that will not only give them the privilege to summon the Espers in battle, but grant multiple magic abilities that each character can grind and learn for their own based on the magic points they earn from battle. Some of those Espers that can be used are familiar ones such as Ramuh, Shiva, Ifrit, Carbuncle, Odin, and Bahamut, while new ones such as Bismarck, Seraph, Fenrir, Crusader, Siren, Lakshmi, Quetzali, and Alexander, to name a few, that make their debut as summons for the first time. This feature alone made the grinding and growth aspect to be extremely essential to the learning curve the game offers, and it gives players the driving edge to obtain all magic at 100%. Tradition of releasing more games for the North American market, Square brought Final Fantasy VI overseas in the same year by placing the game under the title of Final Fantasy III, since it was the third game from the original series to be amongst the Western shores. Like the first and fourth game when they released as Final Fantasy I and II respectively, Final Fantasy VI saw numerous edits and adjustments to numerous content, but the amount of change was not drastically adjusted within.
Okay, so do you want to continue my quest or do your quests?
Alright, that was fun. Got quite a bit of corrupted. Got some rep in Windsward, which wasn't really my goal, but
Okay,
sure.
I'm going to go ahead and switch my weapon because my little brother wanted to use this.
It's cute to hear a little kid like totally in love with New World. It's actually refreshing to hear, you know, the wonderful dulcet tones of a squeaker and the sheer ecstasy of a new RPG. I've been there. I've done that. I get it. I love it. You know, it's whatever. Ooh, yeah, you're paying for those now, are you? Okay, well, shit, yeah, you want a lot of those, huh? I'll take 100 gold worth of Firefly bait. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and then so we can go drop all the rest of that, but I'm...
Yeah.
Is that a French-Canadian? Well, anyways, so much to do, so little time. Gotta get up there. That's pretty much the next thing, yeah. I'm behind on this whole MSQ thing, and I should definitely play catch up. MSQ quest thing, yeah.
In the in-game engine, such as the graphics.
I should have done group XP
Most of the change
buff.
came from within the dialogue and script presented within the game.
So
Final Fantasy VI was fully translated by one man alone, and that would be a
jumped the gun on that actually, but that's okay. We're gonna come out here. I'm gonna go up, gonna play me a nice song here. Yeah, probably do. I don't know. Ooh, Waning Light is a. Whoa, you're all glitched or something? Yeah, you are. Why are you glitched? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Can I just teleport still? No, no. Close it. Close it. Close this. I don't know. You can't leave. No, I'm fucked. I'm gonna have to exit to main menu. I forget that playing music near those things breaks it. Yeah. Oh well. Oh yeah, 1.5 XP is huge. Made this last bit so easy. Well, that was cool. So let's take us away from here. Yep, over to here, and we'll go play a song. Yeah, play a song. So I don't know, not Windsward. Waning Light is a Wave-Worn Lullaby. The Butterfly. Let's do the Butterfly. Novice, Expert, ready. R, Butterfly, ready. E. Damn it. Damn it.
a man named Ted Woolsey, who would be famous in this day and age for being the director of first-party publishing of the Xbox Live Arcade service for Microsoft. In a January 1995 interview through Superplay magazine, Woolsey explained that there's a certain level of playfulness and sexuality in Japanese games that just doesn't exist here in the USA, basically because of Nintendo of America's rules and guidelines. Therefore, some obscene graphics such as nudity had to be fixed to adjust to the localization policies toward Nintendo of America so that the game could be reached out for a younger and broader audience. Some of the changes that occurred within the graphics was the in-game sprite for the Esper named Siren, as she had no garments to cover the lower half of her bottom, as her buttocks was clearly exposed in the Japanese original, since they didn't have any of these guidelines in their country. So the localization team fixed that by adding in an undergarment to get past the censorship. Some building signs within the towns also saw change, such as pubs now being called cafes and drinks given more non-alcoholic names, and certain religious artifacts had to be renamed, such as the magic spell called Holy being switched with the name Pearl. Some of the dialogue that had allusions of death, killing actions and violent expressions had to be toned down or given softer tones to not
Doma
scare the
was
younger
so
crowd,
violent for
and
its
offensive
day.
language had to be censored to abide by the demographic. One event in particular would be within the Castle of Figaro, when Edgar, Locke, and Terra make their escape from Kefka's wrath based on him not receiving his demands. These events occur before, during, and after the hero's escape. Additionally, some character names within the Japanese version were changed, such as Terra, who was originally called Tina. Finally, additional text files within the game's coding had to be shortened due to the limited data storage space because of the game cartridge's read-only memory, and even additional dialogue was shortened to compress the game into a Super Nintendo cartridge. As stated from before, Ted Woolsey was the only man to translate the game by himself, and the process took 30 days to complete before achieving gold status for the North American video game market. This would not be the first and only time Woolsey would translate a game like this, as most of his work within Square ranged from translating games such as Final Fantasy Legend III, Secret of Mana, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, Chrono Trigger, and Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars, and he would remain with the company until 1996. Amongst the newest additions to the gameplay, and the first sprite-based game in the series to have somewhat of an emphasis in cinematic storytelling, Final Fantasy VI goes on to receive universal critical acclaim, something that none of the games in the series has ever managed to achieve at an unprecedented scale. Many critics and fans of the series were blown away by Hironobu Sakaguchi and his team for taking a chance at breaking away from tradition to give a game that felt more down-to-earth and serious than any others done up to this point, as they mostly stuck with the same theme. Huge praise even came from the numerous themes that were intact that emulated real-life issues within society and politics, which was never seen from a Final Fantasy game from before. Most of the other positive feedback even reflected from the characters, the gameplay, the music, and the overall design that pushed the limitations of the Super Nintendo to the maximum amount of 32 megabytes of memory. This would allow for better graphics, better textures, and better usage for the Mode 7 graphics that became a prime staple to the Super Nintendo's hardware capabilities. Because of the critical and commercial success of the game, Square would go down from being known as one of the top developers of Japan to one of the top developers from around the world. This would be a milestone that was hardly ever seen by the likes of them from before because of the increased reputation of strong titles to come from Square during the golden age of RPGs. The rave reviews of Final Fantasy VI were through the roof for the company that most of the praise came from two aspects within the game itself. The first aspect revolved around four certain story elements within the plot that made critics and fans give the game such wide recognition. The first of these plot elements would be how some of the moments within the game's story referenced many of the problems that were going on in the world at the time. Many of these social, economic, and political issues ranged to everything from teen pregnancy, economic inequality, corruption, suicide, depression, greed, poverty, so on and so forth.
I love
These
6.
situations that occur for some of the heroes and most of the NPCs drew gamers into the setting that would get them lost based on the complexities surrounding the world of balance and the world of ruin. Some of those complexities are Cyan's depression because of the loss of his family in the kingdom of Doma, based on the water supply being
Cyan,
poisoned by
you
Kefka,
idiot.
Setzer's gambling and womanizing issues which prevented him from facing reality, Locke's past guilt of losing someone who he could not save from amnesia and death, Terra trying to come to terms with what love truly is because of her enslavement that was built around hatred,
Poor
Celeste being
Terra.
disillusioned by the Gestalt Empire,
Celes.
where her loyalties come into question, and the list keeps going on and on. Some of these problems the characters faced made many critics and gamers come to understand their problems, as well as relating to them based on their real-life experiences. One of these defining moments that leads to the second point of the first category would be the tragic love opera that was done in the Opera House within the first half of the sequence that took place during the World of Balance. The scene plays out where Locke, Celeste, and their comrades try to spring a trap in order to reach Setzer to bring them to Vector to search for Espers to help Terra. The scene is very memorable for being one of the only scenes to give the game a more cinematic approach that not only gives enjoyment for one's view of the show, but it also acts as a placeholder, which it showcases more of the complexities towards Celeste's character. Other than that, the scene plays in numerous acts to give gamers and viewers the feeling of what it was like to be in a theater house such as this. The first act has Celeste singing about her love for a prince named Draco, who is within the same kingdom as her that has been overthrown by their enemy, which forces her in having to marry that kingdom's prince instead. The next scene that takes place is Draco and his resistance coming in to save Celeste by fighting off their enemy to save her. What the viewers don't know about what is happening during the scene is that a recurring enemy named Ultros is planning to murder Celeste by dropping a weighted object onto Celeste from the rafters. Locke and his friends manage to stop the comedic monster by having all of them dropping onto the stage to deliver one final performance and stopping Ultros from any more of his wrongdoings. The battle was successful, but Cesar manages to jump in and take Celeste away with Locke and the others following suit. This scene as a whole has labeled it as one of the most memorable and iconic scenes that was hardly ever done in a JRPG. The third revolves around Ultros as his comedic gags within the story hinder the heroes from progressing forward. His shenanigans take effect during the escape on the river because of Terra, Edgar, Sabin, and Bannon escaping
Sabin, you
Second
idiot.
Alliance. The second is when Ultros tries to destroy the performance at the
Sabin.
Opera House with his plan to slay Celeste from the rafters that causes him to rage about it because of the
Sabre.
company's interference. The third is when Ultros tries to take the statues of the
It's
warring
like
triad-
Sabre. It's like a little bit of a Sabre. They make fun of idiots who mispronounce things. Oh, it's a Sabre. You know? It's so stupid. It's a Sabin. It's stupid. These guys are so stupid. You never read books. It's clear as day. You can hear it in the language. It's just like you fancy yourself as so intelligent, but I don't know, man. You can't even pronounce basic words. It's huge on YouTube. Their mispronunciation, man. I would not call these guys linguists. They're good writers. They're just not linguists. They're whatever. I'm not a hater.
himself.
More
only
love
to
to
hit
ya.
him well,
This
making
was
a
a great
portrait of
series. I'm
himself
not
to
trying to
scare
be
him
a hater.
away. And the last battle with the beast when flying toward the floating continent, as he has backup from a
Wow.
mysterious creature called Typhone, known as Chupon in the West. Ultros' influence manages to keep the game light during the darkest moments of the plot, as Final Fantasy VI is supposed to be fully serious as the main story goes by. Finally, the last icing on the cake, which defines some of the best story elements for the first category, would be
Ultros
the
was such
savage
a
and insane
bitch.
nature of the game's main antagonist, Kefka.
Yeah, like this
Blossom.
100 hand
The
slap thing he
unsympathetic
did. It
gesture
was so
showcases his dark
annoying.
persona during many
Tentacles
events throughout the
fucking
game,
hurts so
such as
bad.
the scene where he forces the Magitech soldiers to clean the sand off his boots, the initial burning of Figaro Castle, the poisoning of the water supply for the Kingdom of Doma, the conflict to protect the Esper in the mining hamlet of Narshi, the mass genocide of Espers that he caused on Crescent Island, which leads to the death of General Leo, and probably the darkest and most cruel event to occur within the game is how he brought the world of balance into the world of ruin by bringing about the apocalypse, followed by becoming the god of magic to have the world under his rule. With many of these actions and events taking place that revolved around the deranged lunatic, the character Kefka would be recognized as one of the most iconic villains amongst any video game and debatably the best antagonist to a Final Fantasy game to this day. His reek of world domination and mass destruction that surrounds his dark and unsympathetic nature made him rank high amongst the most memorable villains in gaming, next to the line of many other popular ones such as Bowser from Super Mario Bros., Ganon from the Legend of Zelda franchise, Ridley from
Kefka
Metroid,
used to make me
Dracula
so
from
mad.
Castlevania, and so
I
many others that are
hated
too hard to
Kefka. I
count.
hated him.
Kefka's vile
When he
nature and sick
poisoned
sense of humor has made
Doma,
many
that
people compare
that
him
was
to
so
the Joker from
personal
the
in my
Batman
opinion. It was
franchise
so
because
personal.
of him always
You're like,
protecting
Jesus
the ring,
Christ,
and
you
instead
killed
of being
thousands
derived
of
from a
people.
jester,
Fuck
the Joker
you,
is more
you
of a
know?
clown. Even after 20 years of the game's existence, Kefka
That was
still remains
before
as one of the
9/11.
supreme reigns of terror throughout gaming.
9/11 is America poisoning the Doma well.
From the most lighthearted to the most dark-natured of the game's story, something else about Final Fantasy VI that began to stand out for many critics and fans when compared to prior entries would be the game's soundtrack, that was fully composed by longtime series contributor Nobuo Uematsu. The music in Final Fantasy VI would be the second aspect that fans and critics would come to love about this installment. The score for the entire game consists of a music piece for each major character and location, as well as random battles, boss fights, and special events that took place like the opera in the Opera House. Speaking of which, the extensive use of the leitmotif was one of the defining points toward the game's soundtrack, as the definition references to a short, constantly recurring musical phrase. This was primarily used in delivering the main theme for Final Fantasy VI, as well as the music track called Aria di Mezzo Carretera, which was used during the opera event. The music track features an unintelligible synthesized voice to harmonize the melody of the song, as the limitations of the SPC 700 sound chip within the Super Famicom prevented the use of an actual voice track, albeit this limitation was worked around in later games for the console's library. The final battle theme, called Dancing Mad, ranged for 17 minutes and contains an organ cadenza that featured many variations of Kefka's theme, and the ending theme combines all of the playable characters' themes into one composition, with the main theme of the franchise coming at the end. The music for Final Fantasy VI took Uematsu between 1 to 2 years to complete because of the massive limitations and capabilities to work with the Super Nintendo sound chip, and a grand total of 61 tracks were made. According to an interview that Uematsu had with Gun Hazard, the famed musician describes the soundtrack as being the pinnacle and end of a stage in his career, as he felt he has met his full potential and could have quit after the game's completion with no regrets. The soundtrack was met with universal praise as much as the game, with it releasing in Japan, as most soundtracks for video games, including all the past installments of the Final Fantasy series, was commonplace. Square knew that the soundtrack for Final Fantasy VI was something very special, so they made it available for the North American market by a mail-in order at the time. This commitment from North America in terms of video game music was something that was not often done for the country's market on music at the time, but other games became more relevant towards this cause, such as Rare with Donkey Kong Country 1 and 2 and Killer Instinct. Other soundtracks for Final Fantasy VI started to come in with an arranged album called Final Fantasy VI Grand Finale, where 11 tracks in the game were fully orchestrated, with vocals from Bulgarian soprano Svetla Krasteva. A second arranged album came under the piano collections of the Final Fantasy series that was composed by Reiko Nomura. To this day, Final Fantasy VI is regarded by critics and fans as being Nobuo Uematsu's best work and the best soundtrack for the
I don't know about that. I thought 7
For
was
most of
better.
the characters, the scenes, and the music being in place, these elements alone made Final Fantasy VI become a strong entry and one that would stand the test of time. Hironobu Sakaguchi and his team at Square not only managed to save the series from possible decline, but freshen it up with newer ideas that could break away from the norm the series is well known for, much like what Final Fantasy IV did with having set characters with set jobs. Final Fantasy VI on the Super Famicom would go on to sell over 860,000 copies in North America and nearly 3.5 million copies worldwide, making it the best-selling of the franchise for the Super Nintendo at the time. Initially, the sales in North America did not perceive Final Fantasy III as a commercial hit, as it originally became a commercial flop, but the subsequent re-releases managed to raise more popularity of the game for the market alone. The game set so many standards with newer ideas that became incredibly groundbreaking that the game became a contender and winner of numerous awards, as well as many lists ranging from top 10s to top 100s based on the SNES platform, music, and RPGs of all time.
It was so wonderfully beautiful. It was so ahead of its time.
Many people continue to play Final Fantasy VI on the Super Nintendo to this very day, but like the past installments in the series, this game would also be on the boat for a re-release at some point in the future. Nearly 5 years after the game's debut in both Japan and North America, Final Fantasy VI was re-released for the Sony PlayStation with newer additions not seen from the Super Nintendo game. Final Fantasy VI became a part of the Final Fantasy collection for the Sony PlayStation in Japan, where the 4th, 5th, and 6th installment re-released in a compilation package, while North America got its own compilation pack in the form of the Final Fantasy Anthology Collection that has only this game and the 5th game in the series. The PlayStation version included 2 full-motion video sequences that took place at the beginning and at the end of the game that featured scenes that took place in the overall story, and new transition effects that took place before and after random enemy and boss encounters. The only notable changes to the gameplay consisted the fixture of a few software bugs like Locke's capture glitch, as well as there being a memo save feature like what you could do in the PlayStation version of Final Fantasy V, as well as the inclusion of an enemy bestiary guide and art gallery of the game with CG renders of the characters and artwork by Yoshitaka Amano. The localization and translation of the game done by Ted Woolsey remained intact, as no changes were made in the overall script. In December 2002, Europe finally managed to grab a hold of the game as a standalone product only 3 years after the re-release hit the Japanese and North American market respectively, and it included all the features such as the bestiary and art gallery. Like the Super Nintendo game, the PlayStation version of Final Fantasy VI received rave reviews from critics and fans, with most of their praise placed on the numerous elements mentioned from the original release, as well as the new additions not seen from before, but with the only criticism being placed on the load times before and after battles and within the transitions between towns, dungeons, and the world map. Final Fantasy Anthology on the PlayStation would sell over 350,000 copies in North America, while the Final Fantasy Collection would sell over 400,000 copies in Japan. Official numbers for the European release have not been disclosed, although the reception of the game was widespread as the other territories. Final Fantasy VI would receive another re-release about 8 years later for the Game Boy Advance, which was 3 years into the life cycle of the Nintendo DS. The GBA release came to Japan in November 2006, North America in February 2007, and Europe in June of that same year. Unlike the PlayStation version, the Game Boy Advance port features numerous changes not seen in the original or the PS1 game. Some of those features would include slightly better visuals over the original Super Famicom version, and a brand new translation was made by Tom Slattery to accommodate more of the names of the magic spells and monsters based on Japanese naming conventions. 4 new espers called Leviathan, Gilgamesh, Cactor, and Diablos could be used, with there being 3 new spells not seen from before. Newer dungeons called the Dragon's Den that features a new super boss called Kaiser Dragon that was found in the original game's coding but not used in the final version, and it proves to be one of the most difficult super bosses in the history of the series. Kaiser Dragon is thought of being based on the super boss from the previous installment called Shinryu, and this beast would continue to be part of future installments much like Gilgamesh. The other dungeon was called the Soul Shrine, where players could have the characters continue to fight monsters to grind for experience points as much as they want. The only thing missing that was not included was the inclusion of the PlayStation version's FMV sequences. Although the Game Boy Advance had the ability to showcase full motion video, the quality would be compressed to fit the size of the Game Boy Advance's cartridge space, so the FMV scenes had to be omitted for the game's re-release. Other features from the PlayStation version would be the bestiary in the art gallery, but probably the newest feature that was included like the other GBA re-releases would be the new music player option to where gamers could listen to the soundtrack. Another interesting note would be that the original Japanese version used the names of the characters in the Western counterparts to rename to tunes, such as Straga's name being used over his original, Stragus. The music was criticized for being downgraded over the original, but the downgrade was most likely made to accommodate to the Game Boy Advance's inability to produce the same level of sound as the Super Nintendo without dramatically reducing the game's overall quality. Each sound from the soundtrack remained present in the GBA re-release, and they would sound very similar to the Super Nintendo version or downgraded based on those limitations. Either way, Final Fantasy VI on the Game Boy Advance would be published by Square Enix from all over the world, while Nintendo co-published the game in both North America and Europe. Just like the other 2 versions, the Game Boy Advance version of the game went on to receive numerous positive reviews upon its release, but the sales did not catch on as much as the original because of the Game Boy Advance already ending its life cycle when the Nintendo DS was already 3 years in, with this game being one of the few swan songs for the 16-bit handheld. However, the game managed to sell nearly 300,000 copies from all over the world, with the vast majority of them being sold in Japan. Final Fantasy VI would go down to be declared as one of the best Super Nintendo games ever made for its time. The game is currently available in all regions for the Nintendo Wii Virtual Console, with the Wii U Virtual Console only released in Japan for both the Super Famicom and Game Boy Advance release, and the PlayStation Network for both newer and older gamers alike. The game would go down in history as being the best in the series when it came to its quality, and no other game in the series ever managed to tap into that same quality ever since. Its legacy continues to hold up for its original and re-releases, and some of the fundamentals such as story elements, graphics, and gameplay mechanics were used in future games in the franchise, such as Final Fantasy IV The After Years, and the atrocious Final Fantasy All the Bravest, containing the same sprites that were done by Kazuko Shibuya. Some of the characters would make cameo appearances in other games put out by Square, and story elements would be reused or ironed out for a weaker and stronger presence in other games. Final Fantasy VI would go on to be amongst the top 20 best-selling Super Nintendo games along with other Square titles such as Chrono Trigger, Secret of Mana, and Final Fantasy V, but neither that game or any of the others would make it into the top 10 because most of the titles owned by Nintendo had higher sales numbers. Even though it is one of the only 2D games aside from Final Fantasy V that hasn't had an enhanced remake like the others, many consider Final Fantasy VI to be a masterpiece that still stands the test of time, with some saying that it deserves not to be remade, while others are more inclined that the time for one is long past due. Shinji Hashimoto made claim that a DS remake of Final Fantasy VI is not possible, but a 3DS remake is more highly probable because of the handheld's stronger capabilities. Tetsuya Nomura has recently gone on and claimed that Final Fantasy V and VI are games he wants to remake for the most recent consoles, such as the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One in this day and age. An iOS version of Final Fantasy VI was released and made available for the Apple iPhone devices. It became another 2D game to the dismay of fans, and it recently released on Steam as well. After the release of Final Fantasy VI on the Super Nintendo, a showcase demo called Final Fantasy VI, the interactive CG game, was used as a demonstration for what Final Fantasy could look like if it were to be brought into 3D, while some got the impression that a new game could be made for the Nintendo 64 home console. However, that wasn't the case, as it was more of a technical demo to determine where Square's future may go with 32-bit and 64-bit consoles being on the rise. Many people who passed up or have not played Final Fantasy VI tend to miss out that most of the foundations that were seen in latter installments that they declared the best and original over everything else actually started out with this installment, as the many elements such as the music, the characters, and central themes were not made present after Final Fantasy VI presented to them in solid presence. The fans of Final Fantasy VI still go on and claim that even after playing the game for so many years, the experience still remains rewarding and unforgettable depending on which platform they play it on. While Final Fantasy VI would also be amongst the many titles to not follow up in some shape or capacity, its legacy still holds strong, with some of the characters being present in numerous spin-offs and other titles that were put out by Square. Some of those games would see some of them make their comeback on the PlayStation 2, PlayStation Portable, and the Nintendo 3DS. However, since Final Fantasy was at the peak of its quality that continues to grow for better or for worse, Final Fantasy VI and its post-launch would mark the beginning of the series entering a new home, as this would be the last original series entry that would be created for a Nintendo platform.
Oh, I love this. Yeah. It hit the scene. God, this was when I was like 14 years old too. I was like 13 or 14, something like that when this hit. I was so young.
Next time on Double RPG's Final Fantasy Retrospective, we take a look at the 3D Final Fantasy game that needs no introduction, and its popularity would bring about its own franchise, as well as ushering in a newer and more devoted legion of fans.
So turn in there. Turn in there. Okay, I am trying to get over here.
That's wild. You're stronger than you look, somehow. Maybe from the sound of... Hold on. You're more valuable back at the fort. Jonas sent word that the Alliance party is all set. If you can get the factions to sign on to the fight, we can get the support we need in Great Cleave and beyond.
1994, Nintendo released a side-scrolling game that was developed by the British game studio Rareware under the name Donkey Kong Country for the Super Nintendo. It revolutionized the visuals of 2D games that would become newfound staples in 3D games that were soon to come in the next generation of gaming. This was done by creating 3D characters through Silicon Graphics workstations that were originally used for big-budget Hollywood films like Terminator 2 Judgment Day and Jurassic Park. And these workstations could be used to create 3D models along with taking snapshots of their movements to compress them into sprite layers to give the feeling of 3D in a 2D environment. This new technology gave many development studios the ability to create newer games from existing franchises or new IPs altogether. Nintendo used pre-rendered graphics very similar to that of Donkey Kong Country for other Super Nintendo games, such as Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island and Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars. Within the next year, Sony released their first home console to break into the video game market, which was called the PlayStation. It made use of creating 2D and 3D games with large amounts of data, as it was one of the earliest consoles to utilize compact discs to expand the presentation and amount of content within video games. At the end of Final Fantasy VI's development, Square recently purchased a Silicon Graphics Onyx workstation to make a technical demonstration of what Final Fantasy could look like if it were brought into 3D. In the last episode, we took a brief look at the technical demo called Final Fantasy VI The Interactive CG Game, and it showcased Terra, Locke, and Shadow fighting a golem in a 3D setting in real time. Based on the demo, this was the first showing of Square being heavily determined to make the next game in the series jump into the third dimension. This decision to bring the series from 2D to 3D was made by the series' new director, Yoshinori Kitase, as he felt that the series needed to be caught up with the times since console-based gaming would be heading into a new direction in terms of the presentation. The following year after the PlayStation's release came Nintendo's next console called the Nintendo 64, where it was originally codenamed as the Ultra 64 because of it being Nintendo's first 64-bit console to have better usage of 3D.
Damn it.
During the Nintendo 64's development, the console was going to continue the tradition of utilizing cartridges to prevent having to use CDs because of constant load times. Knowing that the Nintendo 64 cartridges were limited in data size when compared to the large amount that can be held on a compact disc, Square urged Nintendo to rethink their decision and utilize CDs so that the next Final Fantasy game could come onto that system. However, the president of Nintendo at the time, Hiroshi Yamauchi, declined the request that resulted in a huge dispute between both companies to where it forced Square to cut ties with Nintendo and head to Sony's new console to bring the next game of the series in a CD-based format. Upon their decision to jump to a different platform, Yamauchi's bad attitude towards Square got out of proportion that it made many other developers and publishers begin to see the dominant console and game developer in a different light than before, and they immediately cut ties with them to bring about their own franchises and newer IPs to the PlayStation. Because of Hiroshi Yamauchi's poor handling of Square's decision, they lost much of their third-party support, and it would mark dark times for Nintendo for about the next decade.
Yeah. Poor Nintendo. They saw the loss of Square and they were like, oh, this one hurts our hearts. We love Squaresoft. We all love Squaresoft. I don't care. I had a serious bone to pick with them over my fucking login info for my Final Fantasy account. For my Final Fantasy account. Excuse me. Now, why are those so... Why are those so expensive? That's ridiculous. I'll take the 20. You guys can wait for your sales.
In August of '95, one of the U.S.'s largest CG conventions, SIGGRAPH, was held in L.A. At that time, we were not sure what the next generation RPG game should look like. So, as an experiment, we created a CG-based, game-like interactive demo to present at the show. It focused on battle scenes that were 100% real-time and polygon-based. This became the seed of Final Fantasy VII, and it was then that we decided to make this a CG-based game.
Planning for the next Final Fantasy game came after development of Final Fantasy VI was completed, and the game was planned as being another 2D sprite-based game like all the others. The game would consist of 120 artists and programmers,
and Hironobu Sakaguchi was brought in to produce the next installment like he did from before. Sakaguchi was joined by Yoshinori Kitase, who was helmed as director, Ken Narita programming the whole game's coding with numerous others. Nobuo Uematsu would also return to compose the entire soundtrack for the game, but the only member of the original team that had to cut out his time with full contribution to the series was Yoshitaka Amano, as he was busy with opening up art exhibitions and shops in both France and New York. The successor to character designs in Amano's stead would be the graphics director from the past two games, Tetsuya Nomura, and this was his first game in the series that would see his rise amongst the many talented game designers that were out there, as his work could be seen for better or for worse. Amano still contributed to the game's development only to work on the title logo illustrations. Since Sakaguchi was still involved with numerous projects at Square, his involvement in writing the scenario was left by a new and talented writer named Kazushige Nojima, who worked on the Glory of Heracles series as the scenario writer and recently conceived the story for Super Smash Bros. Brawl Subspace Emissary Adventure Mode. Other talent would be Yusuke Naora serving as the art director and Yasushi Matsumura as the battle system director.
Oh, what did I just do?
A larger developing team will not always create a better game. But when a project moves onto a scale such as this, you get to spend a lot of money and work with a highly qualified staff. We were able to use many high-end machines and work with a staff of approximately 100. And I believe this was one of the largest game development teams in history. As a result, the final game generates a tremendous amount of energy. My theory is this: if one person creates a game, it can be a racing game or anything, or 10 people create the same game. The one created by 10 people will be much richer in scope. There's a larger pool of resources to draw from, and each person is able to put passion into his role, creating a greater sense of depth.
The story for this game would be headed up by 4 people: Hironobu Sakaguchi, Tetsuya Nomura, Yoshinori Kitase, and Kazushige Nojima. Sakaguchi originally planned for this story to be placed around a setting that was based around New York City in 1999, and it was already written, which became drastically different from the finished product. Nomura claimed that he remembers Sakaguchi wanting to create a detective story where it involved a hot-blooded character named Detective Joe, who was in pursuit of the main characters for blowing up a huge city called Midgar when he helped his mentor plan out the base story. Plus, one of the enemies would be a sorceress by the name of Vidia, who would have full control over the city and its citizens. Kitase and Nojima worked together to write the full scenario for the game's plot, as Masato Kato from the development team behind Chrono Trigger worked out about 3 scenes in the game. However, during the planning stage and development of the story, other projects started to take more priority over the next Final Fantasy game, and it had to be placed on hiatus until the others were complete. Due to the fact that many of these ideas in the scenario were far too much for even a game to handle, some, if not many of those ideas were used in the story for Chrono Trigger, while the New York setting and enemy sorceress were used in the later titles Parasite Eve and Final Fantasy VIII, respectively. Development of the 7th installment resumed in late 1995, and the dispute with Nintendo started to take effect before Super Mario RPG was released in Japan and in North America. On January 12, 1996, Square announced that the 7th installment would appear on the Sony PlayStation. Sony was already an up-and-coming first-party division that entered the console market to compete with Nintendo after a deal to work with them on producing a CD-based add-on for the Super Nintendo fell through, and it resulted in the multi-billion-dollar corporation to enter the competition alone. Nintendo was also working on the same idea with Philips long more than Sony, but that eventually fell through, to where Nintendo agreed to let them make games for their newest CD-based console, the Philips CDI. What came was a collection of Zelda games and a Mario game, to where both the system and the games were severely panned by critics and fans alike. On Square's end, Hironobu Sakaguchi made it a priority to make sure that gameplay takes more precedence as much as the story to reflect on his time working on the first installment of Final Fantasy. The only concern from the development team would be how to implement the 3D. Since CDs could hold more storage than cartridges, utilizing full 3D may use up too many discs, since Final Fantasy games were on a grander scale than any other. Instead of having full 3D settings along with the characters, Square opted in using pre-rendered backgrounds to showcase the different areas and give the idea that the 3D characters could move along within those areas. This type of feature was used in the first installment of Capcom's newest survival horror franchise, Resident Evil, and it was directed by a young and heavily experienced game designer named Shinji Mikami that gave that similar effect in the gameplay and design. Yoshinori Kitase described the process of making pre-rendered backgrounds detailed as possible to be a daunting task.
CD ロムになって大きな変化っていうのは
The most significant difference to us was capacity. Before, we were given restrictions in capacity, so we had to create one basic model and fiddle around with it, making players believe there were variations. It was a good way to become resourceful in limited circumstances. But on the CD-ROM, that restriction was completely taken away, and we didn't have to worry about various ways of modifying one basic model. If we needed 100 models, we could create each of them from scratch. The basic concept is to imitate the real world and create a fictional world within the game. We have followed that concept in previous versions of this series, but technically, we had to use one basic model in different ways, or use a world symbolized specifically for game use. Now it is much easier for us to achieve our original goal. We can now express more of the real world in the game.
今まで、特にゲームとしての感触なんですけども
In previous games, there were big differences between ordinary scenes and special effects scenes, and they were arranged in a certain order. The players would accept that as an established style and take for granted characters going through monotonous map scenes and then special effects being used in highlight scenes. They understood it as the grammar of the games, especially RPGs. We tried to break that understanding. For example, even in map scenes, the characters won't just move horizontally, but special, sometimes thrilling effects are added. In highlight scenes, we didn't make it too elaborate so that it will excessively stand out from the other scenes. The players will enjoy the flow of the game from the beginning through the ending, without noticing any intervals or arranged orders.
Since CDs were very large in data capacity, one of the biggest features for CD-based games was the inclusion of full-motion video to give off cinematic presentations, and Square obliged to the same thing by bringing about 40 minutes of FMVs into the overall game.
When we discussed designing the field scenes as illustration or CG-based, we came up with the idea to eliminate the connection between the movies and the fields. Without using blackout at all and maintaining the quality at the same time, we would make the movie stop at one cut and make the characters move around on it. We tried to make it controllable even during movies. As a result of using a lot of motion data plus CG effects in still images, it turned out to be a mega capacity game. And therefore, we had to choose the CD-ROM as our media. In other words, we became too aggressive and got ourselves into trouble.
映画が1時間から2時間ぐらいですけども、見ていて非常にのめり込みますから。
It is easy to get emotionally involved with both films and games, although in different ways. Adding certain interactive aspects to films, however, I believe that players can get further into them, even become one with the visual images. I have always emphasized visual and sound effects because rather than making my games equivalent to films, I want my games to surpass films. That is my goal.
Development concluded in 1997, and Final Fantasy VII was released all over the world. Just like Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy VII is set in a world that is referred to as the planet, but retroactively named Gaia later on. Instead of being centered around a world with steampunk elements, Final Fantasy VII is the first to have a world where the setting is based around a postmodern pre-futuristic style where cities and high-class technology come about. This would be the first in the series to give off a science fiction vibe more than the others that were heavily fantasy-based. The world's sources that surround it and keep it alive are materia, naturally born spheres that contain magical abilities, the life stream, an endless river of healing, and souls of the deceased to keep the planet alive, and weapons that served as the guardians of the planet whenever it was threatened by any means. Around 2,000 years before Final Fantasy VII's story, a race of people called the Cetra were inhabitants of the world that honored the life and perseverance of the planet to prevent any decline. However, a huge calamity from space entered Gaia's atmosphere and crashed into the northernmost tip of the northern continent. This calamity would be a deadly extraterrestrial called Genova. Genova tried to take the planet for her own when she arrived, but the Cetra fought back and sealed Genova in a stratum for all eternity. It wasn't until 2 millenniums later that the foundations of the world would pit it towards the edge of chaos. The world of Gaia is composed into 3 continents that range from the east, west, and the north. The eastern continent is home to the city of Midgar, an industrial metropolis that houses the Shinra Electric Power Company that acted as the planet's de facto world government. Shinra Incorporated took priority in trying to industrialize their nation into bringing about work and growth in the world's economy, but several negative concoctions came from them in due time. Some of these negative foundations within their finding would be the usage of Mako, a spiritual liquidated ethereal that was used as Shinra's source of electricity that severely hurt the planet because of extracting it from its life source. Regardless, Shinra pioneered and made a monopoly out of this fossil fuel that made others like coal and oil become completely obsolete. Mako could also be used to create weapons, power vehicles, and the crafting of artificial materia. Shinra also managed to create a military that composed of 2 factions that houses the regular army as well as a unit of super soldiers that were injected with Mako in their blood to give them superhuman abilities such as big jumps, fast speed, and unreal strength. This faction of elite military operatives would be known as Soldier. Amongst the prodigy of this faction would be a calm but sinister man named Sephiroth, who was declared as the most powerful man within the unit, and no one has ever managed to tap into his enormous potential. Sephiroth was the product of an experiment conducted by Shinra to where he was implanted with life tissue from Genova to secretly inherit her deadly power from deep within. As soon as he learned about the vile experiments that made him who he is, he began to hate Shinra, and then he despised everything within the planet, as he did not realize that he is being under the guise of a mistaken identity. For believing that Genova is his mother and not the woman who gave birth to him, he followed in her footsteps to take rule over the planet, but is ultimately stopped and killed by a Shinra operative named Cloud Strife, which ends up putting him in a coma and placing him as Sephiroth's successor by inheriting Genova cells within a 4-year liquid stasis. Cloud Strife serves as the game's main protagonist as much as Sephiroth is placed as the main antagonist, with Shinra serving as the secondary root of all evil. Cloud is an ex-member of Soldier who works as a mercenary to obtain money by any means based on contract agreements. Throughout most of the game, players are pitted into playing as Cloud, where he initially participates in a series of anti-terrorist activities against Shinra from a resistance group called Avalanche, but his fight against them became a secondary priority for knowing that Sephiroth has returned to continue his mission to become the planet's next ruler. Cloud is joined by Barrett Wallace, the leader of Avalanche and adoptive father to a girl named Marlene, Tifa Lockhart, a bar hostess and Cloud's childhood friend, possible love interest, Aerith Gainsborough, a flower girl from Midgar slums who is the last survivor of the Ancients, also known as the Cetra, and Cloud's other possible love interest, Red 13, an intelligent and ferocious warrior from an unnamed feline-esque species who was almost used as a final experiment through Shinra's scientific division, Yuffie Kisaragi, a female ninja from the westernmost land of Wutai who steals materia to try and make a business out of it, Kate Sith, a robotic cat who is somewhat unreliable but is a double agent for Shinra, Vincent Valentine, an ageless sardonic man who was formerly with Shinra's Department of Administrative Research and is an expert gunfighter, and Sid Highwind, the game's version of the character who can wield spears and is a guru of aircrafts as he has big dreams of being the first man to go into outer space. Other characters that appear and have a big presence would be Rufus Shinra, the successor of the former president who was killed by Sephiroth and was obsessed with greed, whereas his son is obsessed with endowing fear, Professor Hojo, a mad scientist involved with many of the scientific foundations within the company, and Sephiroth's biological father, the head of
I want to work on the butterfly. I think it's really good. God damn it. Almost perfect. God damn it, I almost made it. pad. Alright, got my buff. I'm out of good food again. I should have tried to make Dex food. I don't know, like I don't see me pulling the mats for that. Like, god damn it, like salt needs to fall out here, like up here at the top. Salt needs to fall like 10 to fucking pop out of here, and that's where the solution should be. Later on, you should be able to get the salt out here. Fuck, what is this? Oh yeah, they're Heftuflung do at the Grey Hefty Health. Ew. You don't stop for herbs? I stop for herbs. Fuck you guys doing? There's like 5 people, they all walk past this herb. What? What? You know, it's like, what, dude?
Shinra's public safety named Heidegger, the head of Shinra's weapon research and development named Scarlet, and amongst the other major characters are Reno, Rude, Elena, and their leader Sung, that comprises of Shinra's administrative research known only as the Turks. Other side characters that have precedence in the story also come into play, but besides the 9 playable allies and the numerous antagonists and NPCs, Final Fantasy VII has the biggest cast where each of them have a significant involvement in the story, if not more so than the others in the series. Final Fantasy VII starts in the city of Midgar with Cloud helping Barret and Tifa participate in a series of anti-terrorist activities with Avalanche to save the free people of the world and the city from the Shinra Electric Power Company's rule over everything, as political corruption and corporate greed became commonplace within the government. Their eventual actions led to their downfall that saw the sacrifice and loss of many of their comrades. The 3 members would be the remaining survivors, and they end up on a rescue mission to save Aerith from the company's imprisonment, as well as assisting in helping out Red 13 after freeing him from Hojo's current experiment. Their escape is cut short, as they are all kidnapped and being held prisoner for raiding the building. That is when Cloud and his allies learn more about Aerith's origins, and about a mystical paradise called the Promised Land that would act as a means for worldly peace that is free from negativity. Shinra plans to seek out this land to build Neo Midgar to rule over it and the planet in its current form. Cloud and the others are taken into custody, but fortunately for them, they are set free after a mass genocide within the building takes place, in which Cloud's former comrade from Soldier, Sephiroth, caused the mass murder which sees the death of the current president of Shinra. His son Rufus comes out of nowhere and is declared the new president of Shinra, only to set his sights higher than his old man by trying to stop Sephiroth while remaining true to the company's influence to rule and hurt the many people that oppose them. Knowing that Rufus is somehow following in his father's footsteps, and with Sephiroth fleeing from the party and the company, Cloud and his friends end up leaving Midgar to search and stop his old comrade, as he is more of a severe threat than anything else. Their world travels would lead them to many places such as the neighboring town of Calm, where Cloud's backstory between him and Sephiroth is revealed, the fort city of Junon, where Shinra's army conduct their field exercises for Rufus's inauguration, the mining hamlet of Corel that was destroyed based on Barrett's past actions that he tries to set things straight, the Gold Saucer where the party meets Kate Sith and offers various attractions to view, Cosmo Canyon that is the home of knowledge because of Red 13's grandfather Bugenhagen, Cloud and Tifa's hometown of Nibelheim where they learn about Sephiroth's plan to bring about reunion, a ritual between him and 13 of his clones to where he will become Genova's successor to rule, as well as meeting up with Cid to acquire assistance and transportation to further reach Sephiroth. Many of these travels lead them to the Temple of the Ancients, where more of their history and prophecy of calamity will occur in the future, to which Sephiroth begins taking control of Cloud's mind and will to ensure his mission becomes successful. Cloud and the others learn that the mural within the calamity presents itself as a meteor, and Sephiroth plans to scar the planet with it and be at the center of its impact, so that the lifestream can try and heal the scar, in which the madman hopes to absorb the life source and become a god altogether. They learn the temple is the center of the ultimate magic of destruction called the Black Materia, which has the power to summon the meteor, and they manage to shapeshift the building to become that item. After Cloud obtains it, Sephiroth comes out of nowhere and takes advantage of Cloud by controlling his mind to hand him over the Black Materia. For being guilty of letting this happen, Cloud begins to doubt himself as to what he did, but Aerith remains strong by going to the City of the Ancients to do something that will help save the planet from this impending doom. Cloud and the others follow her to where she is at, but they end up being too late to save her after Sephiroth kills her and plays upon their arrival. Being more grief-stricken as ever and hell-bent on revenge, Cloud continues his journey with his friends with more determination to stop his former comrade once and for all. Their continuing journey to the north leads them to the Great Northern Cave, where Jenova left the scar upon her arrival and where the reunion is to take place. While they are there, Cloud and his friends begin seeing images of Cloud's memories from his past, to where a soldier who is supposed to be him in that reality is there, while Cloud is not. Tifa overgrieves through the whole thing because of what her childhood friend is witnessing, and Cloud begins acting different when Shinra arrives to where Sephiroth's true body is discovered. Knowing that the 13 clones are useless, Hojo's trump card is set in place, with Cloud being the one who would bring about reunion in Sephiroth's favor. Having re-obtained the black materia, Sephiroth's will over Cloud's consciousness formulates him to give the ultimate destructive magic to the real deal, while the Great Northern Cave collapses to where it awakens the giant defending behemoths known as Weapon. 1 week has passed since everyone else separated from Cloud and not knowing where he is, and they all end up in Junon, where Barret and Tifa are planned to be executed for helping Cloud bring about Meteor's eventual fall to the planet. However, they are saved as one of the weapons begin to attack the military base to stop Shinra and destroy everything they see, albeit being killed in the process. Tifa and her friends manage to escape by Cid's newest ship, the Highwind. Their search for Cloud starts anew, and they eventually find him in Mideel, where he is being treated because of him being afflicted with Mako addiction because of what has happened at the cave. An eventual fight with Shinra starts again to where they hope to create huge materia that harbors mass strength and the magic of all 4 abilities as a means to try and fight back against Meteor, but they end up being thwarted by the heroes in the process. Mideel is eventually under attack by the Ultima Weapon, which causes a surge and eruption in the livestream to bring the town to its downfall. Within the livestream, Tifa is brought into Cloud's subconscious to where she helps him with showing him the real truth and to bring back his true memories that is free from internal conflict. She becomes successful in her attempt, and Cloud is brought back to his true self. He sets his sights higher to prevent any more destruction within the world, and Cloud makes a dedication with his friends to save Gaia from Meteor Fall, as well as bringing down Shinra and Sephiroth together. The gameplay in Final Fantasy VII remains dedicated to the tradition of how a game in the series is supposed to be played, even for the first 3D entry in the franchise, but it also gave about its own unique features hardly done for a main series installment. For about the first 5 hours of the game, characters are restricted to towns and dungeons that are found within the city of Midgar that gave this game's progression more of a linear feeling. After escaping the metropolis, players would have access to travel to many different locations when on the world map that reverts back to the series' tradition of the world map feature, albeit a linear progression still remaining somewhat intact. Aside from many of the locales having pre-rendered visuals in the maps, the world map and the battle maps are the only 2 things in the game that are fully rendered in 3D, along with the party members and the enemies. Going through the towns can offer an inn for players to rest and save, as well as shops that range from weapons, armor, accessories, and materia to purchase. Finding treasure chests can also give stronger items to the characters based on the game's progression. Some of those unique items would be status upgrades ranging from power sources, magic sources, speed sources, guard sources, mind sources, and luck sources that would permanently increase a character's strength, magic, dexterity, vitality, spirit, and luck respectively. The game's battle system would also make a comeback with it setting some foundations for later installments. While most of the games in the series allowed players to have a party up to 4 characters and Final Fantasy IV holding up to 5, Final Fantasy VII is the first in the series to hold up to 3 characters in a party that made having certain tactics become far more limited. Battling many enemies can give players experience points, as well as ability points to level up materia for stronger abilities to upgrade into ones that will grow their character stats. Gil would return as the main currency, and it proves to be as valuable as the rest of the games. Battling enemies gives players traditional commands such as attacking opponents, using magic, and using items, but certain commands can be used when players come into contact with certain materia throughout the journey. Speaking of materia, that system within the game becomes one of the strongest key factors next to the magicite attachments from the past game. Materia will come into 5 different categories, magic being green, command being yellow, summon being red, support being blue, and independent being purple. Magic materia can be used to cast magic spells, command materia can be used to execute newer commands that can't be done in a normal fashion, summon materia can be used to summon Eidolons to deal strong damage toward enemies, support materia can be used to give certain attributes or enhancements when combined with other materia, and independent materia can be utilized to raise certain stats such as hit points, magic points, luck, and many others. Equipping characters with the necessary weapons, armor, and accessories is also a strong necessity such as the past games, but the only restriction to armor that the party can equip are rings and bangles, including accessories as everything from body armor, shields, and head armor are all absent. However, the weapons and armor in the game can give slots for the players to equip certain materia to the characters. Each of the materia can give the characters many pros and cons in the stats and commands, but some of them can be a double-edged sword that is more specifically centered around regular magic and summon magic. As Final Fantasy VI was the first game to incorporate the Desperation attack system that allowed critically strong blows toward enemies, that feature made a return in a newer modified system called limit breaks. The only difference between that and the Desperation attack would be that limit breaks are not based on a 1/16th chance for execution, as a bar gauge for limit breaks is present to fill up after a character would take significant amounts of damage from enemies. Once the gauge fills up, the character can execute the limit break that can turn the tide of battle offensively and defensively. Each character aside from Cait Sith could have 4 levels of limit breaks with 2 abilities for the first 3 levels, except for Vincent as he only has 1 for each, and 1 being in the 4th level to give more variety. Obtaining the 4th limit break would be a daunting task for the player, as they would have to have certain characters use the initial limit break within each level a certain amount of times for a second ability to become available, as well as killing a certain number of enemies to move their limit breaks up to the next level. The 4th level requires finding a specific item that gives the name of the limit break to where a character can gain access to it when all limit breaks in all 3 levels are learned. These abilities set at level 4 can give off the most powerful attacks that can ensure the player to a safe and sound victory.
まあやっぱりバトルのシーンは
In battle scenes, we use a lot of camera angles and effects, paying attention to space and 3D. Therefore, the battle scenes become the highlight scenes. The 3D effect is best shown when you use summoned beasts. These have always been the most attractive scenes in games, but we had to struggle on how to show them effectively in 2D atmospheres. Now, using 3D technology, more broad effects have been accomplished.
Localization came about right around the time when Final Fantasy VII was released in Japan, and would mark the first time that Europe would ever get their hands on a main series installment. It would also be the only installment to retain the name Final Fantasy VII to set the series back on track with the correct games, as many of the titles would eventually hit the Western market in due time. Square wanted the game to be more universal and more recognized around the world, as the genre was mostly towards a niche audience during the 16-bit era. This would not be the first time that Square tried to attempt making the series more mainstream than it already has. In 1992, Square in the US made a spin-off title of Final Fantasy called Final Fantasy Mystic Quest for the Super Nintendo. It would be their first attempt in trying to approach the mainstream audience to bring more recognition to the series. Despite the game having a huge cult following, it failed to accomplish in bringing the series to more public domain, as critics pointed out that the game suffers from an identity crisis that didn't appeal to fans or hardcore gamers alike, despite the positive response it got. After being unhappy with the Ted Woolsey translation done for Final Fantasy VI, despite the positive praise it received, Sakaguchi made it a priority for Final Fantasy VII to be translated within their studio for the first time, since Final Fantasy I and IV were translated by them. In hopes to raise the bar with marketing the game to bring more Western gamers closer to the JRPG genre, Square teamed up with Sony Computer Entertainment America and Europe in hopes to localize the game, as well as creating a massive pre-release promotional campaign to bring about hype, since Sony started to get up and running with their marketing thanks to producing PlayStation commercials for games such as Crash Bandicoot 2, Cortex Strikes Back, and Jet Moto 2. For the general public in Japan, Sony released a demo of the game through the means of a bonus disc included in their newest fighting game, Tobal No. 1. The demo allowed the player to play up to the first part of Midgar, with some notable changes that were changed in the final version. The United States got 2 demos where the earliest build involves Cloud, Barrett, and Aerith, where the latter was replaced by Tifa, and the second one that came out from the second volume of the PlayStation Underground disc-based magazine. On the promotional campaign side to the business, and since Square had no way to analyze the approach on how to market the game in the United States, Sony opted in with helping them out by pushing a huge campaign that ranged up to $100 million. Some of these marketing tactics included 3 30-second commercials by Sony that highlighted the game's graphics and gameplay, as they managed to air them on primetime slots on every TV station across the country, having numerous ads placed in gaming magazines as well as non-gaming publications such as Rolling Stones, Spin, and even Playboy, and Sony even teamed up with Pepsi to bring about a major holiday promotion that features the game. Customers who bought a PlayStation in September 1997 were given a demo disc of the game, along with Final Fantasy VII t-shirts and prepaid phone cards to Sony's gaming hint line.
Evil Empire.
Destroying all that's in its path. It's up to one soldier of fortune to save the world. If he succeeds, you survive. If he fails, you can always
You can always
reset button.
hit the reset button.
Final Fantasy
C7.
VII.
But even PlayStation.
Beyond the edge of reality lies a story of ultimate conquest, a story of war and friendship, a
Friendship.
story of a love that can
War.
never be, and a hatred that always was.
Common regen, bitch. 61 times 51, huh? Yeah, that's so cheap. You got so cheap.
Final Fantasy VII. More than 200 animators and programmers. A multi-million-dollar production. Over 2 years in the making.
Over 2 years in the making.
Of thousands.
Yes, of thousands.
They said it couldn't be done in a major motion picture.
What?
They were right.
They were right.
Final
That's
Fantasy
7. PlayStation.
Square and Sony's massive marketing campaign behind the game became a really huge success, and Final Fantasy VII went on to be a smash hit. Many critics and fans praised the game's jump to 3D while creating one of the biggest and most enthralling stories that Square has tried to do within the years of the franchise's life cycle. This was thanks to bringing the game in 3 separate discs, which allowed for cinematic storytelling that was beyond what many people seen for a 3D game or JRPG at the time. Others even pointed out that the new technology of the PlayStation, playability, and new take on the genre made Final Fantasy VII a revolution amongst video games, even to this day. Not only did it give Square a bigger and stronger reputation for the company, but it helped establish a brighter future for the PlayStation brand with newer IPs and sequels from up-and-coming franchises to push the appeal even further. Square managed to help push the sales of the PlayStation past beyond the Nintendo 64, thanks to the efforts of how CD-based games could meet their full potential over more ambitious mediums like what was seen with cartridges holding more limited space. Final Fantasy VII would not only be regarded as one of the greatest and best RPGs ever made, but it would also be referred to as one of the most influential games ever created. Many of these things would bring about bigger and even better projects for other third parties to get a slice of the pie based on the success of the game because of the big production values and unique charm that Final Fantasy VII's presentation delivered.
Without changing the basic gameplay, the visual and sound effects have been significantly enhanced, further drawing the player's emotions into the game. One-way RPGs force too many images and too much sound on the players, robbing them of the feel of control. In order to avoid those responses, we did extensive research during Final Fantasy V and VI on how to make the players feel interactively involved in the game while upgrading the visual and sound effects. The results of this research are reflected in Final Fantasy VII.
Final Fantasy composer Nobuo Uematsu brought about his talents with composing the soundtrack for Final Fantasy VII, as he has for the past installments. Uematsu's greatest challenge was how to create music based on the PlayStation's hardware, and most of his fears were laid bare because of the PlayStation's internal sound chip that allowed the musician to present the soundtrack with synthesized MIDIs. Most RPGs back then used recorded music to bring about the atmosphere of the game, but Uematsu wanted to create the music from scratch using the sound chip so that transitions between certain places within the music could go smoothly without having the need to play certain sound within the recorded audio that was already there. There was an idea for an ending song to take place at the end of the game, but because of the amount of space the game disc would take up based on that aspect when enough data was already within the final disc, the song became an afterthought. One exception was during the final battle with Sephiroth. Not only did Uematsu use synthesized MIDIs to encapsulate the mood for the players, but he also used Latin chants to layer over the MIDI theme. without any restrictions of hardware within the sound chip of the PlayStation to create smooth transitions and offering even more real sound, Nobuo Uematsu composed over 100 different tracks for the game that roughly took about 8 months to complete, with some alterations happening during and at the end of development. Regardless, the soundtrack was met with critical praise as much as the previous title, and it is still debatable about which soundtrack is truly superior.
7.
これまでのファミコン、スーパーファミコンの時は全体の
The number of simultaneous music output channels used to be 8 in the Super NES. Now it's 24. We leave 8 of them open for sound effects, so we have 16 to use for the actual music. That adds a lot of richness to the music. For example, when you hit the piano keys with both of your hands, you get 10 notes at once, and you won't be able to create that kind of a sound on Super NES. Suppose we create that piano-type sound with 10 notes, and you still have 6 notes left. This means you can fit in sounds of other
Why did it have to be the boss?
This certainly
Oh,
adds
God.
complexity to the game.
Oh. He's hard too. I gotta kill this guy. I can't just let him pre-shoot me. How are you not dead?
The music in the field scenes,
Okay,
which is where the character
doing okay. I'm gonna pull this now. I'm gonna take this and win this. Yep. Fuck this.
We intentionally eliminated the up-tempo.
I like how frantic the melee combat feels. It's like you really gotta really watch out for your fucking health.
RPGs add. Instead, some
I learned that when they're in your face, it's best to just light attack and just chunk them.
therefore
You know?
creating various expressions within the same field of music.
That was it, right? Yeah,
I
that was
assume
it.
players will get
Cool.
a different feel from it compared to previous
Oh, you
RPGs.
dirty bastard! I'm gonna stab
Tell
you
the
to
truth,
death.
I hope so, since this is my own experiment.
I don't want 3. No, I don't want 3. I don't want 3. I don't want 3. I don't want 3. Just loot this and leave. Yeah.
From traversing through the adventure from beginning to end, one of the things that made Final Fantasy VII very noteworthy was its inclusion of minigames
7
and
was
revisions
such
to
a better
series staple.
soundtrack. It was.
Throughout the adventure, players would come to notice that certain events in the game can have a unique structure in the gameplay. For example, when Cloud, Barrett,
It
Tifa,
had
Aerith,
so
and Red
many
13
beautiful
escaped
moments,
Midgar,
like
a minigame would ensue where Cloud would ride a hardy Daytona
Canyon,
motorcycle,
Red
while
Thir-
Tifa
Red
would be
8 and all
driving a
that.
3-wheel truck that would have the others as passengers, and Cloud would have to protect his allies from being damaged from the pursuing Shinra bikers. The end of the chase would pit players in a boss fight against Motorball. However, that minigame would also be playable at the Gold Saucer that held more of an arcade-based structure, as it would be points-based and not just for the sake of story progression. Same thing can be said about the snowboarding and submarine minigames, as while their purpose and story progression made sense, their inclusion at the Gold Saucer made them act as a means to complete the course with all the balloons obtained or enemies defeated in the sea. Other minigames in the story and when at the Gold Saucer come into play, but they came off as one-time events or attractions that didn't really have any substantial change from a second time around. Perhaps the biggest attraction that proved beneficial for the total content would be the evolution of the chocobo mechanics with how they can be raised, bred, and utilized for racing at the Gold Saucer. Near the end of the journey, players who locate an old man known as the Chocobo Sage would get valuable tips from time to time with how to breed chocobos and have them conceive more rare types at the Chocobo Ranch that gave off different abilities than the traditional ones. Each of them would have a unique merit over the other, such as river chocobos that can cross rivers in shallow patches of water, mountain chocobos that can cross mountains, black chocobos that can cross rivers and mountains, and gold chocobos that can cross mountains, rivers, and oceans too. Raising chocobos through the means of feeding them the different types of greens, raising them to go up in rank based on their stats to ensure a better percentage rate at breeding 2 of them for a different colored chocobo, and utilizing their unique abilities can give players access to 4 hard-to-reach locations on the world map that houses the most powerful materia no one has ever touched their hands on, including the ultimate summon materia called Knights of the Round.
I had Knights of the Round. I beat all the weapons. You just have to X-cast like fucking 8 of them or whatever. It was so stupid. It would take like 3 hours.
The character designs that Tetsuya Nomura placed within the game had a different approach that highly contrasted toward Yoshitaka Amano's original illustration. Many of the characters were given belts, clothing with zippers, and suspenders to reflect upon the setting of how advanced the time was in comparison to the fantasy designs that most of the other games were well known for. Since the game was meant to go for a more realistic approach, Final Fantasy VII incorporated more of an anime vibe toward the character designs that appeared less realistic and more cartoonish as the series has gone for in the past, perhaps with most of them appearing androgynous. Cloud is regarded as Tetsuya Nomura's first Final Fantasy character he has ever created, and his popularity has reached up to some of the most memorable characters in gaming such as Mario, Link, Master Chief from Halo, and Snake from the Metal Gear series. His earliest design came about with him being portrayed with slick black hair and a muscular build that was in contrast to the game's main antagonist, Sephiroth. However, Nomura feared that having such qualities in Cloud's earliest design could have proven to make the character unpopular amongst gamers, so he changed the character to have more of an average build with spiky blonde hair and a cool snarky attitude that was meant for him to serve as a wisecracker and have some emotion in his persona. When playing the game, players will come to wonder if Cloud is who he truly claims to be based on certain events that questions his character, and they eventually notice that a character that strongly resembles Cloud in his earliest design would appear in Cloud's memories when at the Great Northern Cave and in Cloud's subconscious. This character would be known as Zack Fair, the man who Cloud thought he was, but ended up being an infantry grunt within Shinra's military, as Zack was the former first-class soldier. A special cutscene in the game plays when entering the basement of the Shinra mansion in Nibelheim, describing Cloud and Zack's close friendship before he died and passed on his legacy of a hero to a near-vegetative Cloud. While it only served as something special, its relevance did not become more important until many years later. One interesting thing about both characters is that they share the same signature weapon, the Buster Sword. This game would be the first to have an established character's primary weapon being that of an enormously large broadsword that possibly references the character Guts from the Japanese manga Berserk, as his main weapon is a large broadsword called the Dragon Slayer. The actions that players made for Cloud, as well as some of the events that happened where they would question his credibility about being in Soldier, was Square's attempt at making Final Fantasy VII break the fourth wall. One of the other unique elements in the game was the Gold Saucer date that anyone could obtain with Aerith, Tifa, Yuffie, or Barret. From the beginning up to that point, players are pitted up in a series of events where they must pick different answers to build or downgrade the relationship between characters. Selecting certain answers up until the date at Gold Saucer will give off different scenarios from that point, even up toward the final battle. For example, if players end up selecting answers that have negative concoctions toward Aerith, Tifa, and Yuffie's relationship with Cloud, that is when they would end up having a great time with Barret, and not the ladies. The other occurrence within that aspect is that if their relationship is really great with Tifa up until the end of Disc 2, there is a special cutscene that happens within the dawn of the final day before Meteor Fall, where she and Cloud will have a close time with each other. Albeit the surname Lockhart is served as an amalgamation of Tifa's true feelings being locked within her heart and can't express them from the outside, this scene in particular brings a dynamic change to seize the day and be true to herself that she could not have done before. Just like within the previous game, Final Fantasy VII's world also involved many trends that reflected society within the real world, but they were closer intact with more of the events that went on during the time. Some of those big issues would involve terrorism because of Avalanche, political corruption because of the higher-ups within Shinra, corporate greed because of President Shinra's motives, air pollution because of the Mako reactors that hurt the planet and Midgar, welfare because of the people living in the slums, cross-dressing because of the Don Corneo mansion at the Wall Market, homosexual relationships because of some of the characters that Cloud meets within the Honeybee Inn, as well as there being more exploitation toward the females, political monopoly because of Shinra making money off of the world's most precious natural resource, and a man's over-reliance on technology because of Shinra's influence. Final Fantasy VII has so many memorable scenes in the game that sometimes came close or surpassed the heavy impact of the other games. Some of those memorable events in the scenario are the motorcycle chase to escape from Midgar, the inauguration ceremony of Rufus Shinra, Red 13 understanding his father's true intentions, Cloud, Barret, and Tifa escaping from Sector 7 while the slums are smashed by the plate, Junon being raided by the Sapphire weapon, Cloud's comrades escaping from the Great Northern Cave when the weapons emerge, and when the Diamond weapon is pierced by raw Mako energy from the Sister Ray cannon in Midgar. Many of these scenes became very iconic in the game's narrative, but probably the most heartbreaking and tragic event within the story is when Cloud and his friends lost someone very special to them. Of course, that scene in the game is when Sephiroth murders Aerith right in front of Cloud in the Forgotten City. This scene alone has made it the most memorable amongst fans, as it left them in shock and in sadness for seeing a character they really loved dying in front of their eyes. According to Hironobu Sakaguchi, he explained the event reflects toward the fact that his mother passed away during the development of Final Fantasy III. He wanted to craft a scene in the game by giving off the fact that even though someone dies, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are truly gone. For instance, it is hinted that Aerith is helping Cloud and the others while her spirit remains in the live stream, which brought about the development of that element to the planet. Her death, as instructed by Sakaguchi, was crafted to be more realistic instead of the stereotypical Hollywood deaths that many of the characters from past installments ended up going through. This scene was met with strong praise, with many critics and fans admitting that it reflects the memories of them losing someone they really cared for, and it has ranked high amongst the most iconic scenes within a video game, whether they are dramatic or surprising.
It's gonna break my heart when they do it in the remaster and they kill Eris, and it's gonna be so emotional. It's gonna fuck
最終
with
的に
me.
はそんなに表に出てないと思うんですけど
Whatever. Kill the flower girl. Kill her.
Fantasy 3, my mother passed away. And ever since I have been
Maybe they'll
thinking
make a
about
choice to keep her alive. But she doesn't have a role in that story, really. I mean,
and I was curious about what would happen if I attempted to analyze life in a mathematical and logical way. Maybe this was my approach in overcoming the grief I was experiencing. This is the first time in the series that this particular theme actually appears in the game itself. See if you can spot it.
The last strong point of Final Fantasy VII's story is the presence of the character Sephiroth. His appearance, cynical acts, and objectives within the game are meant to break the fourth wall, as his vile nature made many players wonder if he is a villain that can be truly defeated. Many of these sequences came about with him murdering a Midgard Zolom past the Chocobo Ranch, pulling Cloud strings by becoming the puppeteer, and murdering many strong figures and likable characters, including Aerith within the game. Sephiroth's character came about based on the Sephiroth in the Jewish Kabbalah, where the name is plural for Sephiroth. Each of these Sephiroth are manifestations of God that can exist in physical and metaphysical forms. This explains how the character can appear within the game while his real body is found in the Great Northern Cave, while his clones with 11 of the tattoos are running around. An interesting tidbit to know is that it takes 11 of the Sephiroth to form the spiritual life form of a man, as to how it would explain that Sephiroth came back to life at the end of the game to fight off in his godlike form in Seraph state. Because of many of these things that make up his character, Sephiroth has ranked very high on the most memorable villains and one of the most well-crafted antagonists in a video game, if not the best. Final Fantasy VII managed to not only push sales of the PlayStation to prevent possible years of decline with bringing about newer and better games to give rise to the platform, but the game managed to bring about a series that has been long unknown to many people. The game would go on to sell over 3 million copies in North America and over 10 million copies worldwide, making Final Fantasy VII the best-selling game in the franchise and the second best-selling game on the PlayStation. Final Fantasy VII would be ranked in many top 10s from many gaming publications that resulted in Best RPG, Best Characters, Best Story, and Best PlayStation Games of all time, as well as being a contender and winner of many genre awards, as well as Game of the Year awards from big award divisions, such as the Academy of Interactive Arts and Science. In the Western localization of the game, many newer features not included from the original Japanese version are the flashback scene between Cloud and Zack, fast swapping of materia between characters, and the inclusion of two super bosses called Emerald Weapon and Ruby Weapon that proved to be some of the most difficult and most challenging bosses within the series. Popularity and praise for the Western release of the game was so huge that a second version of the game with the entire Western versions featured, as well as there being a fourth disc with numerous assets like maps, character information, design sketches, and other trivia would release. This version would only be released in Japan under the name Final Fantasy VII International. This second release of the game would be a recurring feature that would happen with many other installments in the series, as they initially became exclusive in Japan.
yeah, rapier point. Oh yeah.
Although Final Fantasy VII was met with universal praise as well as becoming a commercial success for both Square and Sony, Hironobu Sakaguchi, his team, and Square were faced with much criticism not only from the video game industry, but also from the gaming public as well. As big of a revolution that Final Fantasy VII managed to become, the initial announcement of Square jumping ship to Sony from Nintendo, with the next game not being based on the Final Fantasy VI interactive CG game, was met with much discontent amongst fans. Upon the game's release, some critics argue about the game's somewhat high linear progression, as they felt that not exploring different places and progressing through a predestined path between towns and dungeons shifted away from what an RPG is all about. The most longtime fans start to question about the game's overall theme of being set in a world that has more of a sci-fi vibe than anything else, as they believe that it only disregarded the term fantasy that the series has been mostly known for. Many others report that the game displayed grammatical errors in the narrative, and the overuse of pre-rendered backgrounds made many feel that the game came off being rushed, since the announcement of the game's full development on the PlayStation came a year before its release. Not only that, but some felt that the money translation was already obscured to what was already considered a complex and confusing plot. Although the game follows some of the problems in society that Final Fantasy VI addressed, many felt that Final Fantasy VII's take on that aspect alone only became inferior in comparison. Some of the characters in the game would even come off being a mixed bag for most people. While Cloud Strife remains as one of the most popular and iconic characters of all time, many felt that his personality of the moping, wisecracking, brooding, and cool attitudes deterred from what a protagonist should be all about. Sephiroth would also take a hit amongst critics, as they felt that while he remained as a greatly designed character, that his motives were as clear as mud and not that well crafted from other villains in the franchise, despite the praise toward the complexity within himself. Plus, they feel that the sympathetic nature that was surrounded by him only strayed away from being a true antagonist. Those criticisms were not only seen by those two, as they were also seen by many of the other characters displayed in the game. For example, Barrett Wallace made many feel that he was placed in the category of a negative racial stereotype because they felt that his personality was very similar to that of Mr. T from the A-Team, as it came off being a pale imitation. Eva has been portrayed as a really strong heroine in the Final Fantasy franchise, but many felt that her outfit and figure only left her vulnerable to the subject of fan service amongst fans. Many of these criticisms would also be seen for the other characters in a very similar or different manner in comparison. The battle system was also seen as a can of worms amongst gamers and critics alike. While praise was given to the game for its cinematic presentation within every aspect from the cutscenes, FMVs, and the battles, some thought that the overuse of that feature within the battle system came off being very long and repetitive. For instance, summoning magic came off taking much longer to execute than it did in the 2D games, as most of the Eidolons would have their own animations that would last about a minute at best. Plus, they felt that the use of only 3 characters in battle, instead of the traditional 4 or 5 from past installments, was Final Fantasy VII's only shortcoming. Finally, the presentation came off being another shortcoming, since the game is the first 3D installment in the main franchise. Even though the accomplishment of making the game become 3D was met with praise, many feel in this day and age that the graphics with the blocky in-game sprites and overuse of pre-rendered backgrounds made the game feel visually outdated, as many feel in this day and age that the presentation did not age well. Since the game was the first to have more of an anime vibe to the presentation in contrast to the past installments, many would feel that they were watching an over-the-top Japanese film that had less to do with the story and more about eye candy, something that would alienate the fans with subsequent releases of newer installments throughout time. Despite the criticisms that Square received towards the game, Final Fantasy VII still goes on to be an undeniable success for the company, so they would continue to make more games under these conventions. Their first follow-up would be a re-release on the PC that would come about a year later in June 1998 for both the US and Europe, but not in Japan. It would be developed by Squaresoft and published by Eidos Interactive, a company that Square Enix would buy out much later. The game fixes up many of the issues of the text translations that were from the original that had made the dialogue more bearable, regardless if the stereotypical behaviors in every character remained intact. The game also received positive reviews like the PlayStation original, but it received more criticism in terms of the game's technical aspects. Most of these technical aspects came from the lower quality of the pre-rendered backgrounds to the music being downgraded in terms of quality. Plus, the PC version suffered from frame rate issues, installation problems, and difficulties in the memory, since no computer at the time could run a game within that magnitude. There were even a few game-breaking glitches, such as entering the chocobo races for the first time, that made it almost unplayable, but a patch has been released afterwards that fixed up on that issue. The PC version also became a staple for people to create their own modifications that differed from the PS1 release, such as having files for the music from the PlayStation sound chip into the PC version, giving different character models to reflect the more realistic aspect that Square was trying to achieve with the game at first, and much more. Final Fantasy VII on the PC also became a success, but sales figures toward the number of copies sold have not been officially disclosed. An updated digital release of the PC version was made in 2012 as a standalone product and for Steam, and it features a slew of newer elements such as an achievement system, a difficulty system to adjust for hardcore and casual gamers alike, and it fixes up most of the bugs that were had in the original PC release. Final Fantasy VII's digital re-release on the PC was much more well received than the original PC version because of the numerous fixes of the bugs from before that made the game be deemed unplayable. A port of this version was made available in 2015 for the iOS platform and the PlayStation 4 that received a very similar reception. Just like the original PC version, the number of units sold have not been officially disclosed for the digital re-release and the iOS platform, but the PlayStation 4 port managed to break over 1 million units.
Really? Emil said the same. I suppose I should be me. Whatever inspires you. I myself.
did we end here? No. You're still... You're like halfway through it. There's all this other stuff, this culture that like blew up around
For
it.
many years, Final Fantasy VII continued to reign in as being the most popular entry in the bunch. Many devoted fans of the game and RPGs would continue to play
Oops, what happened there? Oops. No, wait.
it to this day. For nearly the next decade, as many people continually playing through the original, something big was coming from Square Enix for the game from behind the scenes. As more Final Fantasy games continued to be created in both original and spin-off form, some games were starting to jump into the idea of creating games within a certain numbered entry to expand on the continuity through importance or obligation. Final Fantasy VII was one of those games that was heavily being considered to enter that faction. A project to create a compilation of numerous titles within Final Fantasy VII was started up by Tetsuya Nomura and Kazushige Nojima with assistance from the original game's director, Yoshinori Kitase. Square Enix defined this project as the company's first step in creating polymorphic content. This meant that the development team behind this compilation would create many forms of media in relation to Final Fantasy VII, so that it could be accessible to anyone on anything. According to Yoshinori Kitase, he described that the reason why Final Fantasy VII was chosen over most of the other entries was because the ending of that game opened up many possibilities to create new stories after Meteorfall, as well as creating backstories on some of those major characters who were left out of heavy development. One of the conditions for this project to launch was that Kitase wanted most of the original staff of Final Fantasy VII to return and have heavy involvement in this phenomenon, such as Yusuke Naora as art director, Nobuo Uematsu as the music composer, and Kazushige Nojima as the scenario writer. Although Hironobu Sakaguchi was around before the development of some of those titles even began or were about to be completed, he had no input in the creation, as he formed his own company called Mistwalker Studios in 2001. It was his way in wanting to return back to video game development because of his time being among Square's ranks in the corporate structure. That outcome forced the famous developer to be more involved in overseeing projects instead of having direct involvement in the creation process, and this forced Sakaguchi to depart from Square in 2004 to begin his life in game development once again with Mistwalker. This project that would come to light would be known as the compilation of Final Fantasy VII. The project went under the form of delivering a full-length CG movie, along with a director's cut, a backstory behind the Turks and their rise in power, a game featuring Vincent Valentine, the story's anti-hero, a backstory behind Cloud's best friend Zack and his rise to being a hero, and a compilation of original video animations as well as novellas with further story fleshed out, where they all kept in touch with the core storyline to where it didn't stray away from all the characters that fans come to know and love. At the beginning, the movie and the game revolving the Turks were the first to lead this compilation, and what came as the first to release would be the one revolving around the espionage organization and their rising grace. The game that would come from this idea would be called Before Crisis Final Fantasy VII, and it would be released for the Japanese Docomo cell phones on September 24th, 2004. Before Crisis was brought onto the Docomo phones so that the game could utilize a monthly subscription service because of it having more of an episodic format due to the many members of the Turks that gamers can play as. The game involves the Turks and their ongoing battle against the anti-terrorist unit Avalanche, where they appear more brutal and ruthless in contrast to the group led by Barrett in the original game. Aside from Reno, Rude, Elena, and Sung being that of the organization within Shinra, there are an additional 12 members within the Turks who have as much presence as the others. Rod, Gun, Two Guns, Shotgun, the martial arts male and female, Katana, Shuriken, Nunchuck, Knife, Legend, and Veld each have their own unique backstories, strengths, and weaknesses that differentiated from each other. Avalanche is led by a new leader under the name Elf, who turns out to be Veld's long-lost daughter, who has a mysterious materia that can summon the beast called Zirconade that drains her superhuman abilities. Other members include the field leader Sears, the intelligence leader Fujito, and the attack squad known as the Ravens. Many other characters, including the playable ones in the original Final Fantasy VII, are a part of Before Crisis, but they mostly end up making brief cameos in relation to the specific chapters in the game. Players would take control of one of the Turks within every chapter, and the game played out more in the vein of a side-scrolling real-time action RPG, resembling that of a classic beat-em-up. Before Crisis is split up into several different modes of play, such as episode mode to play through the game's main storyline, and free mode where players could freely roam around towns to speak to townspeople, as well as completing extra missions to earn experience points and rare items exclusive to that mode. Another one of the game's unique features for the Docomo phones was the integration of the materia generation system that players can synthesize by taking pictures of the artifacts with the phone's camera. Depending on the hue, lighting, and saturation of the object, The materia will be created and named from those specific features. Just like Final Fantasy VII, materia can be grinded for stronger effects which will lead to better bonuses. The final feature to utilize since the rise of the gameplay element was starting to become mainstream would be the game's online functionalities, such as trading materia with friends, asking for their assistance with casting magic in random battles with the game's materia aid meter, PvP matches at Gold Saucer is placed so that players can rank their characters for better stats, a battle tournament mode, and the rescue mode for other players to rescue others who were defeated in battle or taken prisoner, but with the former resulting the defeated player losing battle points. With all of the features and content within place, Before Crisis has become one of the biggest games ever to grace a cell phone, to where the more commonly low-budget models in society were not capable to handle a game of that caliber. This was because the content not only came from the game itself, but from the high-quality soundtrack that was brought about by a young composer at Square known as Takeharu Ishimoto. This game ended up becoming Ishimoto's second project as the game's main composer, right behind World Fantasista in 2002. People who heard the music for the game would recall of each theme having somewhat of a rock and film noir vibe based on the setting, the events, and the battles that took place. Although Nobuo Uematsu had no input into the game's musical score, Ishimoto was given free rein to create new compositions to fit the mood for each outcome within the game to give it the feeling of each tune to belong into the world of Final Fantasy VII, while still paying respect to Uematsu's original compositions. Upon its release, Before Crisis Final Fantasy VII ended up receiving generally positive reviews from the press and Japanese gamers alike. For something that wasn't big in scope and game design like the original game, many were surprised and receptive toward the game's overall content. Many of the press who demoed the game would recall that Before Crisis was easy to digest in its delivery, as the episodic scenarios delivered great expansion to the lore surrounding the world of Final Fantasy VII. Many can even say that the game had impressive graphics for a mobile game, unique features not done in a Final Fantasy game in the past, and its online features were enough to grasp fans of Final Fantasy VII, online gamers, and cell phone gamers into the product. By the time the game came out on Japanese Docomo phones, 200,000 users were registered into the game at launch,
Oh, this was a
making it the
revolution?
best-selling mobile game up
Wow.
until that time. Following an announcement from the Tokyo Game Show in
didn't know that.
2006, Square Enix released the game on SoftBank and EasyWeb mobile carriers in Japan in the early months of 2007. Despite the game being the first release from the compilation, Before Crisis Final Fantasy VII has not seen a Western release even after it was announced for localization back at E3 2005 by the company. This announcement was clarified by Kenji Fujita of Square Enix that no progress was made after that point, as high-end phones were not a common thing in the US. Plus, the other reason for a Western localization not being possible is because of the game's producer, Kosei Ito, left the company in 2006 and became employed over at Capcom. However, hope for a Western release of the game has been raised, as the game's director, Hajime Tabata, has tweeted through Twitter that he wants to create a 3DS remake of the game with it having a fixed episodic structure and elements to feel more of that of an action RPG, where the players controlling their own turf can be played simultaneously. Tetsuya Nomura and Yoshinori Kitase also expressed interest for a 3DS remake of the game to happen, but nothing has been greenlit up until this point. Square Enix's former president, Yoichi Wada, claimed that the compilation of Final Fantasy VII could last until the original game's 20th anniversary in 2017. Although no definitive stop is in place for the compilation, the possibility of a 3DS remake on Before Crisis may be possible in the future. However, if there is a definitive stop for the compilation by 2017, then the chances of a 3DS remake on that title becomes more unlikely with each passing day. Regardless, the recent release of Final Fantasy Type 0 is seen amongst fans as the spiritual successor to Before Crisis if a 3DS remake of that game is never made. In the wake of the compilation of Final Fantasy VII being underway, one of the projects that came into the light was a full-length feature film. The concept for this film came about when Kazushige Nojima wanted to write a story that is based on Cloud, Tifa, and a couple of kids, with one of them being Barrett's daughter, Marlene. Visualworks, a company that worked on the cinematic FMVs for many games produced by Square, picked Final Fantasy VII for the film they were about to create. Square's own R&D department were attached to the idea brought about by Visualworks, and Yoshinori Kitase wanted to place Tetsuya Nomura as the director of the project. At the beginning of pre-production, the proposed movie was initially going to start out as a game, but Nomura claimed that the feat would be an impossible task, since Visualworks were not equipped with the proper tools to make video games. Thus, this led back to the idea to making the story into a movie. but Square had no experience in creating films, which led them to look back at how they made their in-game cinematics for reference. The premise of this film was to be centered around Cloud and Tifa, as the different entries in the compilation of Final Fantasy VII would carry a tradition of being focused on specific characters, such as Before Crisis being focused on the Turks. The beginning would see Cloud receiving a message from his phone, the message being relayed to several children to finally reach to Cloud, and then learning in the end who the true messenger was. Nomura became very fond of the original script that the film would probably last about 20 minutes, but updated it to 60 minutes to make the film much more grand in scope after the project gained strong momentum from a very strong reception of fans who enjoyed Final Fantasy VII, and then finally to 100 minutes to make it more of a full-length film than a short one. Upon the group of individuals who joined in on the project would be the CG director named Takeshi Nozue, who worked with Nomura on Kingdom Hearts, Yoshinori Kitase and Shinji Hashimoto to produce the film, Kazushige Nojima to write the scenario for the movie, and Nobuo Uematsu placing his full involvement as its main composer of the soundtrack. The name of the film was finalized when the theme of the movie surrounded the children relaying the message to Cloud in order to come and understand the children's true purpose in life being that of the next generation after Cloud and his allies defeated Sephiroth in the original game, as well as survival based on the conflicts in the plot. It all came together and the movie would be called Final Fantasy VII Advent Children. The film was supposed to be the first entry to represent the compilation of Final Fantasy VII, but ended up being delayed during post-production due to numerous difficulties in the development process, whereas Before Crisis was the first to release instead. Plus, it would be released worldwide, with each region having voiceovers to represent the compilation being viewable all over the world. Cloud would be voiced by General Hospital's own Steve Burton. Tifa would be voiced by the film actress Rachel A. Cook. Aerith would make appearances in the film and be voiced by American Pie's own Mina Suvari. Sephiroth would be voiced by one of the voice actors of the DC Comics hero Superman, George Newbern, and other well-known voiceovers such as Stephen Bloom, Jamison Price, Steve Staley, Fred Tataski Orr, Dave Wittenberg, Quentin Flynn, Wally Wingert, Crispin Freeman, and so many others would voice the villains, support characters, and allies of the game into the film. After facing numerous delays and with other projects coming onto the scene, Final Fantasy VII Advent Children would finally release in Japan on September 14th, 2005, and then in the coming months of 2006 from all over the world. Final Fantasy VII Advent Children takes place 2 years after Meteorfall, with the world of Gaia being at peace from Sephiroth and Genova's world domination, with Midgar and Rune from the tragic events. A new town has been built outside of Midgar called Edge, where its inhabitants from Meteorfall live there in wake of the metropolis's destruction. Cloud and Tifa settle in the town and start a family with Barrett's daughter Marlene and a young orphan by the name of Denzel. Their lives are at peace when Tifa runs a new bar based on the original Seventh Heaven bar from the original game, and Cloud undergoes a courier service to make deliveries. In the wake after Meteorfall, a new sickness has arisen to which the children within the world are easily succumbed to its effects, where it can lead to weakness, or in the worst case scenario, death. This infectious disease would be known as geostigma, a byproduct of Genova cells entering the life stream after her and Sephiroth's defeat, to where anyone coming into contact by it would become infected due to the effects expunging the foreign cells. Denzel becomes one of the carriers of the disease, and Cloud ends up becoming distant of his family due to unknown circumstances, and to where his inability to save Zack and Aerith still haunts him. At the beginning of the film, Cloud receives a message to meet Reno and Rude in a lodge town called Heelan for some work, but he ends up being attacked by 3 unknown figures demanding where their mother is. These 3 are known as Kadaj, Yazoo, and Laz, and Cloud manages to get away when the 3 of them end up retreating by unknown means. Cloud arrives in Heelan to be greeted by an unsuccessful attack from Reno and Rude, and is greeted by a man in a wheelchair who is infected with geostigma. This man turns out to be Rufus Shinra, the Shinra Electric Power Company's president, who was thought to be killed by the diamond weapon in the original game. Learning a little about the attackers, Cloud refuses to accept the request for help and heads to the Sector 5 church in Midgar, as Aerith's own church is his home. Tifa and Marlene are visiting the church and end up getting attacked by Laz, to where Marlene is taken away and Tifa being left in a beaten state. When visiting Zack's grave outside of Midgar and returning back to the Sector 5 church with Tifa lying unconscious, a weird symptom starts to act up in Cloud's left arm, to where he keeps it concealed in a long sleeve with his getup. It has become apparent that Cloud also suffers from geostigma, and the 3 marauders have taken away all the children who are infected by the disease to the...
That's funny, it's like, there's this movie, Princess Mononoke, one of my favorites. I would say that's a top 5, I think. I remember it fondly because it had all these wonderful things to say about nature and what we do to it, and really beautiful film. But it became all the rage afterwards all the rage to, you know, to have this stuff travel up your arm that turn you into like a crazy demon, you know? It starts to eat your body and all this crap, and yeah, I'm not here for skins, gentlemen, you know? Honestly, I'm just not.
Forgotten City. Cloud tries to fight Kadaj and his gang to take back the kids, but to no avail as he is beaten but saved by his old comrade, Vincent Valentine. Vincent reveals the truth behind the three men as being remnants of Sephiroth so that his will would live on after his defeat. Coming to terms and overcoming his guilt to protect anyone, Cloud resolves to fight back by moving forward in his path. Kadaj and the others begin their takeover in Edge as they attack the citizens, fight off the Turks, and summon a deadlier form of the Edolan Bahamut known as Bahamut Sin. Cloud arrives back home to join up with his allies to thwart off the coup d'etat, but Kadaj and the others retreat to Midgar after retrieving Jenova's head from Rufus. Cloud manages to chase down Kadaj into the heart of Midgar after a brief scuffle at the Sector 5 church, and his geostigma gets cured with the help of Aerith, who used her Great Gospel limit break to motivate the ex-mercenary to move forward. Cloud regains his strength to fight back against the deadly Kadaj to defeat him, but Kadaj fuses the head of Jenova within his body to recreate Sephiroth in memory, physical structure, and spirit. A huge battle ensues with Cloud becoming victorious over the heated clash, and Kadaj goes back to the live stream after Aerith's power healed the River of Life and the geostigma from all the infected children. However, Laz and Yazoo wouldn't go down unless Cloud goes with them, as they use the last of their combined power to blow up the area where they are standing. Cloud is then brought to a vision of both Aerith and Zack standing next to his beaten body, with them saying that his time to go into the live stream isn't now, as he has much to live for. He is then brought back to the Sector 5 church, and he wakes up to so many children surrounding him, as some of them with the stigma finish up getting healed. In the end, Cloud looks at everyone around him with relaxation, and notices that the spirit of Aerith and Zack are at the entrance, and they notify him that everything is alright. Cloud concurs to this as he knows that he is not alone anymore, and finally has the will to move forward in his life. Final Fantasy VII Advent Children released with mixed to positive reviews from critics as well as longtime fans of the original PS1 classic. Many people praised the film for having high-end graphics that push the boundaries with the attention to detail of any other CGI film outside of what they mainly see in Pixar's films for Disney. And the animations when it came to the characters, environments, objects like Cloud's motorcycle, his six-piece fusion sword, the fights within the film, and the particle effects gave a glimpse of how strong the visual presentation was when it came to Square Enix and their games. Even though the movie was brought about with many strong suits, it also stemmed the debate amongst critics about which aspects were praiseworthy or even lacking in the overall product. Some felt that the story was entertaining and more engaging than Square's first box office film, Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within, but there were those who criticized
I can't believe
the
I
story
lived.
element featuring so many plot
I can't believe I
holes that
lived.
were barely even addressed because of many
I'll
other
ta- I'll
things
take
such
it,
as
I'll
the
take
action
it.
sequences and
Oh
fights that
god,
were
there's
held
so many
throughout.
guys here.
There are those who claim the action as outstanding
Admiral
and technically strong for
Race,
today's
where is
CGI
he?
films,
Oh god.
but there were those who felt
I
that
have
those aspects were
so
only a love
many
letter to
fucking
fans of
mobs
Final
on me.
Fantasy
I don't
VII
know. I
and
don't know if
action
I can
film
live.
gurus alike.
Ah.
Numerous other
Ah.
things found in the movie
Oh,
like
come
the
on, man.
extras,
Ah.
limited director's
Ah.
commentary,
Yep.
and the bonus
Okay.
documentary called
There.
Reminiscence of Final Fantasy VII were also
Oh,
found to be a mixed
so
bag,
annoying.
as they hardly attributed to the variety outside of the movie, and that the documentary was just as confusing as the film because it played out more like a refresher course for those who previously played the original game, as well as those who didn't play it would have to get caught up on what all went on. Even though there were many things that brought about mixed opinions from critics upon the film's release, the general consensus still remained that the film is entertaining and worth watching for anyone and for fans of Final Fantasy.
Yeah, it's good. I'm saying it's okay. It was, you know.
In 2009, an updated director's cut version of the film was released all over the world that would only release on Sony's Blu-ray media format, as it was promoted as a film to tie in with the PlayStation 3 since the console was backwards compatible to play movies in that format. The updated film would be known as Final Fantasy VII Advent Children Complete, and it retained the original movie intact, but updated with numerous additions and fixes such as adding 26 minutes of extra content within the movie that varied from additional scenes, reworked fighting sequences including ones from the original, and updates to the film's visuals in terms of detail, like body damage
Where are
and
you,
dirt effects for the
Admiral
motorcycle
Race?
sequences.
You're all the way
The
up
music
there,
was
aren't
also
you?
updated
Son
to
of a
accommodate to
bitch.
the length of the film scenes since
Oh.
the addition of the extra content came into effect.
It's
Upon its
okay, I'll
release,
just fight till
the
I
reaction
find
to
him.
the director's cut version of Final Fantasy VII Advent
Stuck here,
Children
I guess.
was much more positive, if not within the same reaction as the original film. Stronger praise was
It's
found
a
in
bad
the story,
lag
as many
here.
felt that the additional scenes helped streamline the plot a bit better, but there were still those who felt that the story element, even in its updated state, was still not fully addressed, as they found it to be as confusing as before. Even there were those who felt that the term complete for the package was an understatement, as there were many things that the extra features did not compensate to consider the director's cut a complete package. However, some features outside of the commentaries from the film crew and Japanese voice cast were welcomed additions. Nevertheless, Advent Children Complete is regarded as the better film, and critics felt that the inclusion of the movie within the Blu-ray format was enough to drive sales for the PlayStation 3, despite it not being a game which the movie was originally planned to be. Final Fantasy VII Advent Children would go on to sell over 4 million copies worldwide, both DVD and the PlayStation Portable's Universal Media Disc medium combined, and it would mark a spot amongst many bestsellers lists at the time, like Amazon.com. The Blu-ray version of the movie managed to sell at least over 400,000 copies in Japan, but sales figures from other regions around the world have not been disclosed. Those units of the movie sold alone made Final Fantasy VII Advent Children a major success for Square Enix than Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within, and the sales and reception showcased the strong potential if the company could work in creating movies thanks to their strong capabilities in the technical and creative side of things. While the movie probably would have worked if it were something new and entirely different, it probably would not have achieved the same level of critical and commercial success if it did not have Final Fantasy VII attached in the name. Looking at the film itself, many
That thing
definitely
was
saw the
cool.
film being the launching point that would give birth to the compilation of Final
Tempted
Fantasy
to
VII,
try
where characters
that
like
one.
Vincent Valentine and Zack Fair would star in their own games for the series, where others would continue to be featured in supporting roles or make cameo appearances. Whether if a new entry starred a familiar character or a set cast of newer ones, Square did not fear the unknown when it came to Final Fantasy VII's expanded universe, and many began to view the company having the potential to create new things where they would be similar to other people's innovations, to where they would have the power to create their own. To To coincide with the release of Advent Children in 2005, a companion piece was already in the works that was being developed as an original video animation project, or simply known as OVA. This new project came about when the Japanese animation studio known as Madhouse created an anime trailer for Before Crisis Final Fantasy VII, to where it received very strong praise from the
Once
Japanese
I get it, I got him. Yeah.
And thus, Tetsuya Nomura took liberty to be the supervising director of the project, as he had the right to accept and reject ideas that were given by the animation company. Nomura contributed to a vast number of images and scenes redrawn that placed the production in jeopardy because the animators were having numerous difficulties in trying to create uniform lines to coincide with the animation's hand-drawn nature. Other than that, Madhouse would work closely with Square to ensure that they had the best quality in the animation as possible to make the OVA a reality. This also gave Square the ability to retell scenes from Final Fantasy VII to where they would be more structured, as the ones viewed in the game were somewhat disjointed and out of place for the cinematics. While it was not being fully developed by Square, this original video
I didn't want to
animation
do
did not
that.
become a part of the compilation of Final Fantasy VII, since it was done by an outside company. However, many fans still regard it as being part of it, as many snippets of the story were included.
I didn't want to
official
really
guidebooks.
get lost in the ass end of Final Fantasy VII. I really didn't, you know. By the way, I'm gonna like this video. I'm on number 7, right? Or 6. I'm on 6. Episode 5, which is 7. Episode 5 is 7. So I'm on episode 6 next. So I'm on 5 right now. Yeah, 5. So we're gonna go back and we're gonna thumbs up, right? Thumbs up. Thumbs up. I like this kid. I wonder what other stuff he's done. You know, because it's good. It's definitely entertaining. You know. Okay, 5, right? And then here's 6.
From Final Fantasy VII to where they would be more structured, as the ones viewed in the
Yeah, so and then I've liked that video. So now we're gonna skip off 6 to 7, in the hopes that we talk about 8 and 9. Huh. Anyways, gotta get up, but I don't know how. Oh, that was it, huh? Oh. Fucking annoying. .450 focus, light focus. I mean, same thing, but I mean, at least it's higher eye level. No, wait, why is that armor rating way less? Oh, because it's medium. Yeah. So this thing though, this medium headwear is probably really cool. Let's see it. I might be tempted to keep it. Equip load is medium now, and then change skin and hide it. Yeah, see. Oops, wait. Hide headgear. No, show the headgear. Confirm. It's good, but it's not very good. Her hair pokes out of it. It's a shame. I mean, it's a loss of an item, but I don't really care. I like it. It's not a bad caster deal, you know, but it's unfortunately not for me. There's an upgrade hat, or no, that's the hat I currently had, I think. Yeah. Oh wait. Yeah. So we go. Oh hey, I got a rapier skill up. I forgot about that. So rapier skill up, right? The interruption. Yeah, deal 10% more damage. The stamina is below 40%. Yeah, there's other good stuff here. Like, yeah, like we're gonna buy our way. Static continuation attack dealing 150% damage. See, it's like weird because interruption.
The Final Fantasy
yeah.
series entering a new console home became quite a gamble to Square when the Sony PlayStation hit the market in 1995,
Next, I get that one,
and when Final
which is
Fantasy
cool.
VII released worldwide in 1997. After the game became a massive success with selling over 10 million copies in the long term, the franchise became a welcomed addition to Sony's growing library of games on the PlayStation console. Seeing that Final Fantasy VII became a resounding success for Square, they appointed Yoshinori Kitase and his team with the likeliness of both Tetsuya Nomura and Kazushige Nojima as one group to help the series move forward. Their role would be to introduce new installments with their own creativity and with challenging the conventions of every new game they work on, as they would need to work hard and match the same level of quality and appeal they created after Final Fantasy VII. The PlayStation was already into its third and fourth year after its launch, so work immediately began on the next installment after Final Fantasy VII entered its localization phase. Despite being executive producer and overseeing a number of other projects, Hironobu Sakaguchi left development under the director's seat for Yoshinori Kitase, as well as Shinji Hashimoto serving as the game's main producer. Design for the next title would be handled by both Yoshinori Kitase and Hiroyuki Ito, as they would respectively work on the game design and battle system design together. Ken Narita, Yusuke Naora, Kazushige Nojima, and Nobuo Uematsu would reprise their respective roles as lead programmer, art director, scenario writer, and composer for the game's soundtrack. Tetsuya Nomura was also brought on to work as the character designer and battle system director like the last game, and he continued to sport his trademark androgynous designs on all the characters, now looking more realistic and not anime-styled and deformed like those seen in Final Fantasy VII. With no direct input from Hironobu Sakaguchi on this brand new installment, the development team was given much more creative freedom than before. This was because Sakaguchi was already busy at the time with producing and directing his first full-length film, Final Fantasy The Spirits Within, so his time as a game developer was placed on hold for working on the movie. Thus, Final Fantasy VIII would be born from the minds of how the team envisioned the next game for the franchise.
Tempted to... That's not a skirt. The fuck is that?
Final Fantasy VIII's conceptual stages led Tetsuya Nomura and Kazushige Nojima in trying to accomplish something completely different outside of what was already established for Final Fantasy VII in terms of setting. Yoshinori Kitase wanted to keep the elements of fantasy and realism after the reception of the last game's new direction and art style appealed to so many people, so the science fiction and cyberpunk aspects were brought back in full force. Yusuke Naora explained that he wanted the art style for this new game to feel like a clean, fresh Final Fantasy, and the likes that has not yet been done by the developers. For inspiration, Kitase wanted to give the game a foreign atmosphere where the architecture from numerous locales, such as the famous architectures from Egypt and Greece, to embody the setting. Paris, France was also viewed for inspiration, as many of the familiar cities in Europe were also drawn for inspiration from what the modern cities looked like to what they would be idealized if some of them had a futuristic approach. Flags were also a staple, as they were used in the towns to symbolize each of their respective cultures. To keep with the tradition of achieving this foreign atmosphere, characters were designed to have a predominantly European appearance when it came to their clothing. The first character created for Final Fantasy VIII would be the game's main protagonist, Squall Leonhardt. Desiring to add a unique angle to Squall's appearance and to make him be more defining as the central character, a scar was given across his brow to the bridge of his nose. While no detailed information was given about the character, Nomura left Nojima to work on the backstory behind Squall and the scar in the main scenario. For the first time, the protagonist would have a weapon that acted as a hybrid when combining the two into one, and thus the gunblade was conceived, as it was combined between a revolver and a sword that gave it a similar appearance to a vibroblade to act from the gun mechanism when in combat.
It kind of
The fur
behooves
on
me to
Squall's
go
jacket was
sell a
something
lot
never
of
done in the
this. I don't
character's
know.
design,
I mean,
and Nomura
some
wanted to
items
challenge
have
the
been
full-motion
selling.
video designers with how they could portray the decor in a realistic
Yeah,
fashion.
it's north of
For
me.
more motivation, some other designs that Nomura previously created were not used on the Final Fantasy games he worked on, so he decided that Final Fantasy VIII would be the best place for two supporting characters named Fujin and Raijin, as well as a minor antagonist named Edea, stemming from the original idea of the character when Final Fantasy VII
And we
was
got
in
a
its
lot of
concept
Star
stages.
Metal.
Nomura also took the liberty in creating the
Anyways,
Eidolons in the game that were known
looking
as Guardian
for-
Forces, and he wanted them to look as though they are unique beings without
oh,
clothes
yeah.
or other human-like concepts. But he didn't want them to become actual monsters
Just
either.
glance at rapiers,
When a demo
you
for the
know,
game was
just
released
see.
and it showcased Leviathan as his first Guardian Force he created, the response was very strong, that Tetsuya
473
Nomura handled the rest that were to be present within the main game.
How is that only... It's 444. This is a 30 eye level difference. It's it's
The story
definitely
for Final Fantasy VIII went for
better.
a vastly different approach than the typical scenario that was done for previous games in the series.
Yeah, I mean, like, I
While
don't
the
know. I
plot
think I
was
probably will
conceived by
snatch that
Yoshinori
up. 'Cause
Kitase,
it's,
Tetsuya Nomura provided the actual
you
story
know,
and characters,
it's-
while Kazushige Nojima worked on the
it's an
scenario.
upgrade.
During the game's pre-production stages, Nomura envisioned the idea of Final Fantasy VIII having a school days feel, where the main characters present would be around the same age, while being youthful and naive in their adventures. Nojima already had a scenario in mind for this idea, as he wanted the main characters' ideas to be meshed, which let the
479
schools
over
in the game
472.
take form of military academies known as gardens.
Strength,
Even more
Shirking
interesting,
Abyss.
Nojima conceived the idea of having two different playable
forward.
parties, where their
It's got
adventures would
Keen
not
on
only
it, which
contrast
is
with one
good.
another, but work in tandem in moving
I don't
the
know,
story
it's-
forward to develop Squall's character, as well as helping
It's an
him search for
upgrade.
the root of all evil.
It's weird because
One
it's
of the
got
last
strength.
ideas
I'm
utilized
not
for
really
Squall's
looking for
character
strength.
was to
I'm
give the
looking
player
for
the insight on
fucking
what
dex.
Squall is really thinking from the player's perspective. Even though Final Fantasy VII gave the idea of speculation, Final Fantasy VIII wanted to further understand the complexities and thoughts of Squall's nature and how dynamic
What's
he becomes
currently
in the
on
long
the
run.
spirits?
This
like,
idea came about by having text speeches with low opacity in the text presents the idea of what is said in Squall's mind rather than
I don't know,
having
it's a
traditional
nice
thought bubbles
spear.
that were normally done in comic books. Since Final Fantasy VIII was being placed on the PlayStation, Square not only wanted to keep the tradition of publishing their games in Japan, but they wanted to make sure that they could do so for the rest of the world, as the sales of the previous game could give the company a stronger edge in marketing their material. But to further grasp the marketing for the Western world, Square partnered up with the United States' biggest gaming publisher, Electronic Arts, in hopes that they can broaden the appeal of the Final Fantasy franchise toward a bigger audience in the US, while Europe would still be marketed by the original company.
Coming this fall, the most anticipated action-adventure of the year. A story of one man's struggle to save mankind from extermination and his quest to win the heart of the woman he loves. And
Remember
epic,
this whole
so
period.
stunning
This guy was like on
that
all
you
the
stir
videos and all the video
your
games
heart
and all
will
this.
race, and your thumbs will be really, really sore. Final Fantasy VIII coming to a home theater near you.
PlayStation!
For a development period that lasted for around 2 years, Final Fantasy VIII would release in Japan on February 11th, 1999, North America on September 9th, 1999 to
I don't
coincide
know, it
along with
seems
the launch
like a
of the
better
Sega Dreamcast,
gem.
and then in the following month for both Europe and Australia.
There is none. I don't know. The Malachite, yeah. Or the Cut Brilliant Emeralds, get those for they're so expensive though. They're really good, but I mean, I don't know, man. Is it the Moonstone that does the frost? No. They should all have different glows. It pisses me off a little bit. What is that? Is it Aquamarine?
Final Fantasy VIII takes place in an
Aquamarine,
unnamed
yeah.
fantasy world consisting of only one moon,
Cut
and the population
Aquamarine. We're
contained
looking
more of
for
a modern
Aquamarine.
setting, along with some futuristic
Aquamarine.
elements.
Cut Brilliant.
The world owns 5 major
I'll take
land
it,
masses, with
yeah.
one being that of Estar, a large futuristic
Expensive.
metropolis covering almost the entire eastern continent, Galbadia, the second largest
So,
continent that covers most of the western
good.
region, the northern Arctic landmass of Trabia, and the smallest continent right in the middle of its
How
geography
fast you
called
become
Balam, the area where the
obsolete,
story
you know?
begins. The last landmass
So then,
is located
now we're
in
going
the
to take a
south
look at
called
my
the Central
orders, which are
Continent,
sitting
and
at
it had become a desolate
99,
region that resulted
94.
in rocky terrain because of a historical
Yeah,
event known as the
let's,
Lunar Pride, where monsters from the moon fall down onto the planet. It also contains an archipelago of broken sections that have drifted
Wow.
apart. Islands and marine-based structures flesh out the rest of the world, along with a handful of off-world locations that are located within the game's playable regions. Out of just the regular human race, the planet also inhabits 2 other races that live in peace, who are the humanoid
tempted
race,
to take
known as
all
the
of this
Shumi,
out,
and the
but,
anthropomorphic race of Cask, known as Moombas, who originally were Shumi that didn't mature in their evolution. Squall Leonhardt would lead the game as the main protagonist, as he is the cynical, quiet, and alienated type with some similar characteristics to Cloud Strife, and he would be accompanied by Renoa Hartilli,
Oh,
a girl
those
who comes into
greens. I could
Squall's
just
life,
wipe
where
the
his life
greens
has changed
off
forever. Zell Ditch,
right
a
now.
martial artist who craves a passion for hot dogs, Selfie Tilmet, a cheerful girl in love with mechanical vehicles like trains and
I could start
airships,
just
Twisted
stuffing
Shrek, an
a
instructor
box
with
full of
serious
BOEs,
education
which is
attitude,
what I might do.
and Irvine
I actually
Cannabis,
might do
an
that.
expert
So
marksman, as well
let's
as
stuff a box
consummate
full of
ladies'
BOEs,
On the
probably
side of the
here.
characters who
Why
have
not?
experience within the
We'll
past
stuff a
segments
whole
are a
bunch of,
three-man squad consisting
like
of
BOEs
Laguna
in
Lawyer,
this
a
box.
machine
Who the
gun
fuck cares
specialist
about
who is the
that? And I'll
complete
just
opposite
come
of
start
Squall's
dumping them
personality
here, you
and
know?
highly hinted for being Squall's father. Kiro Seagill, a close friend to Laguna and is the voice of reason for his group, and Ward Kabak, a hulking grunt with a harpoon for a weapon that is a true and caring friend toward Laguna. Out of all the antagonists placed in the game,
One of them would be Squall's rival from Balam Garden named Cypher Almasi, a hot-headed and reckless gunblade specialist who becomes manipulated in serving a sorceress named Edea Kramer, and Cypher's closest friends named Fujin and Raijin that make up the disciplinary committee for Balam Garden. Final Fantasy VIII's rendition of the character Sid would result in the creation of the character named Sid Kramer, the headmaster of Balam
And
Garden,
now
who
I
leads the
would like
military
to-
academy and Seed operatives to battle the sorceress and other evils from around the world, as well as Edea's
like to go
husband. As players may
see-
notice, this incarnation of the character Sid would not be affiliated with the hobbies of piloting vehicles, creating airships, or being an engineer, despite the fact that he provides
There's a better
transportation to Squall
jacket,
and his
'cause
crew
this
while
one
using
bugs
Balam
me.
Garden as a mobile fortress. So it would mark the first time where Sid would have a different role outside of the set hobbies and jobs placed for the character.
Dex 19,
Many
Trapper
people even
Co,
claim that
479,
his face design
huge.
bears a near resemblance to the
Huge.
late Hollywood actor, Robin Williams. Another character
You want
very close to
1800 for that
Squall
Y,
is a young
though.
woman
It's
named Elona,
bad.
who
It's-
has
it's-
the power to send people and their consciousness
see, look at
back
that.
in
That's
time,
fucking
and
beautiful.
she
I'll
helps
take it,
Squall and
yeah.
his friends from behind the scenes. The main antagonist of the game would be the leader of the sorceress.
And then,
Ultimisha.
I guess,
This fierce foe is a sorceress from the future.
yeah, let's look
who can
at gear
manipulate the
upgrades,
past with
because
hope
let's see how
in achieving
that
her
looks.
goal.
Oh, yeah, I like
Ultimisha
that.
does not
It's
appear in
better.
person
It's,
for
I
her
don't mind
antagonist
that.
until near
That's
the
a
end of
lot
the game,
better than the
but
last
her
one.
influence has been around when it
It's
came
kinda
to the
gross how she's
onslaught of
got a
actions
mink
from
on, but
Edea,
yeah.
the possession and manipulation of Renoa Hartilli, and the awakening of the
Apparel, right,
sorceress
head
Adele.
armor,
The witch's
light.
goal is to destroy everything within the game's world,
My
whether
naval
if it's
cloth hat for
civilians,
650
seed
is
members, and other
471
life
is huge.
forms,
Strength
and then
con,
compress time and
Dex
space
9.
itself in order to become a god.
385.
The appearance of
Are
the
you
character would
fucking
mark the first time a
serious?
female would be the main
God damn
antagonist
it,
for a
man.
Final Fantasy
Reforce
game.
skinning, well,
Despite
skinning.
Cloud
It's
of Darkness
a,
and Final Fantasy 3 appearing as
it's a
female,
light head
to which no
where
gender is given
there
to the
is an
enemy.
upgrade that
Just like the game
actually
before, Final
is
Fantasy
reinforced
8's cast
skinning
is just as
luck.
diverse, if not
It's
bigger than its predecessor. But most of
actually
the attention
worth
was
the
given
money.
towards Squall,
It's
as
kinda
he would
funny.
be portrayed as the more dynamic
It's actually
one
worth the
compared to
money. I
everyone
wonder if it
else.
looks cool. It might actually look really cool. It looks like it's cool. I don't know. Let's buy this, I think. Or that ancient cloth. Yeah, that for 150. No. See, this one is a huge upgrade. It's...
Final Fantasy VIII begins with Squall taking prerequisites for the annual seed exam at Balam Garden by forging an alliance with the Guardian Force named Ifrit and participate in the main operation along with his rival,
I don't think
Cypher
so.
Almasi, and his fellow cadet.
I don't think so.
Zel'Dej.
I don't think I'm gonna
Their
blow that
actions
kind of
during
money.
the exam within the dukedom of Dalat Town, along with self-fulfillment from one of the other squads, led to Squall, Zell, and Selphie passing the seed exam with flying colors, excluding Cypher as his unilateral actions led to his disqualification and punishment from the higher-ups within the garden. A feast is in tow for the new seed members, and Squall is met by a radiant and lively girl who helps him dance at the ball. Later that evening, Squall's instructor, Quistis Trep, is demoted back to a seed cadet, and is now on equal terms with Squall in their camaraderie. The next day, Squall, Zell, and Selphie make their way to Timber on the Galbadian continent to help a resistance group led by the girl who danced with Squall the night before, Renoa Hartilli, against the nation's president. The eventual actions of the Forest Owls' resistance make Squall question their professionalism, but remains with them based on their contract agreement. Within Timber, Cypher shows
That
up
would
in the
be fun.
occupied
It'd be
town
fun
to
to
try and
respect.
assassinate President
I gotta
Irene
respect,
of Galbadia as a way to help Renoa and the Forest Owls, but he is escorted away by a sorceress
Tondo
who shows up
bleed
out
and
of
stuff,
nowhere to have him
when I
become her
tapped
knight for
this.
protection. Squall and his crew head to Galbadia Garden to get help on what they must do next. They meet with Headmaster Martine and are offered help from the garden's own sharpshooter, Irvine Kinneas. Both Balam Garden and Galbadia Garden have agreed to assassinate the sorceress who is possibly pulling the strings of the Galbadian nation's president. The group of Seeds and Renoa travel
I mean,
to Deling
it's
City to
technically
meet
the
up with her
best, it's
father,
just-
General Caraway, to strategize and undergo the
19
operation of
fucking
assassinating the sorceress Edea, who has full control of Galbadia with the palm of her hand. The assassination ends up in failure, as Squall and everyone, excluding Irvine, are taken prisoner for their actions. Cypher turns out to be Edea's lapdog, as he is her right-hand general to lead Galbadia Garden on the path of destroying everything with missile launches on both Balam Garden
I mean,
and
I'm
Trabia
just
Garden
gonna
as
buy
first
it based off the
priority.
fact that it's
Squall
so
and his friends
cheap.
reunite and split up to
And
prevent
it's
the
such a
missiles from at
good
least
eye
destroying
level
Balam
upgrade.
Garden, as Trabia Garden was too late to save.
Yeah.
Their mission became successful as Balam Garden becomes a mobile fortress to avoid being destroyed, and it drifts into Fisherman's Horizon, where the split parties reunite while getting help to make their garden controllable. At that time, Squall is promoted to being Balam Garden's newest leader, after Headmaster Sid announces his resignation because of revealing the truth that the sorceress Edea is his wife. In due time, Squall, Zell, Selphie, and Quistis learn from Irvine that they were all orphans along with Cypher, who lived together with Edea being their matron, and they make it their next mission to save her by taking away her life. Arriving near the orphanage on the Central Continent, both Balam Garden and Galbadia Garden go to war with each other, while Squall and his crew go into the enemy fortress to stop both Cypher and Adia from causing any more destruction. They succeed in defeating both of them, but Renoa begins acting strangely by helping Cypher escape and enter into a coma, as Adia regains her true self and is free from the madness within her. Sometime later, Squall becomes depressed with Renoa's coma, as he has developed feelings for her since they worked together, and he learns from Adia that the one who controlled her was a sorceress from the future named Ultimecia. The only possible way to help Renoa is to seek assistance from another orphan that Squall knows very closely named Elone.
This thing is an upgrade, but it's...
where her departure led him to become introverted.
It's not that much of an upgrade, but it's definitely got that dex that
from
the
what
other
Squall
groups
and
don't
everyone
have.
learned, Elone is an S-Star seeking to reunite with her uncle, who is the nation's current president. Squall leaves for S-Star along with his comrades, Renoa and Adia, and he must go to the lunar base in space to seek Elone's help, while most of his comrades must try and prevent a flying fortress called the lunatic Pandora reaching its destination, to act as the catalyst that will bring about another lunar cry like in the past. At the lunar base, Squall meets up with Elone to try and help him, but Renoa begins acting strangely as she leaves the space station toward a floating tomb which has the deadly sorceress named Adele imprisoned in it, as she was Estar's former ruler. The tomb is caught in the raid of monsters falling from the moon back onto the planet, as Adele's resurrection is to take place in lunatic Pandora, so that Ultimecia can transfer her powers into Adele. Squall goes into space to save Renoa after everyone at the lunar base evacuates from its destruction during the lunar cry, but Elone's help in making Squall's voice reaching Renoa becomes successful in bringing her back. In space, Squall and Renoa take refuge in a spaceship called the Ragnarok, and they make their way home with the two confessing their feelings for each other, along with the truth that Renoa is a sorceress since Ultimecia took control of her. The S-Star government plans to freeze the girl in carbonite, but Squall resists by saving her after reuniting with his allies. Knowing that Ultimecia must be stopped, Squall and his crew are summoned by the president of S-Star, Laguna Lawyer, to undergo an operation that will finally put the evil sorceress from the future in her place. Laguna, Kiros, and Ward were people who Squall and his friends seen their actions through their minds with the help of Elone during their journey, which sees Laguna being an average grunt in Galbadia's military to becoming S-Star's newest president after liberating the high-tech utopia from Adele's rule. The Seeds and Laguna's group work together to bring about Adele's revival, but slay her with no mercy so that they can track where exactly in the future that Ultimecia is hiding. The transferal of Adele's sorceress powers into Renoa helps them pinpoint Ultimecia's location in the future, and Squall by now fully accepts his role as leader, as he and his comrades go to her castle to defeat the sorceress once and for all. Final Fantasy VIII's gameplay remains its tradition with the four elements that are present within: the travel in dungeons and towns, the travel within the world map, the battle sequences, and the in-game menu screen. While certain elements such as the active time battle system, world travel, and exploration within the different maps are still present, Square took a different approach with placing in newer conventions within the gameplay. Most commonly, the newest element that took effect was the character growth and stats. While each character can be grinded at their own leisure,
those are heavy. Oh, you gave me the wrong set of gloves, so no wonder they were
This
cheap.
made battles in Final Fantasy VIII become more challenging and thus making things more easier when the characters grow. Character growth was also affected by many other variables than just leveling up after battle. They could also grow along with the game's own rendition of the Eidolons, Guardian Forces. There are a total of 16 Guardian Forces to obtain in the game, where each of them have their own unique attributes that players could receive from them if they were to fight alongside Squall and his party. Quetzalcoatl is the Guardian Force of Thunder, Shiva is the Guardian Force of Ice, Ifrit is the Guardian Force of Fire, Siren is the Guardian Force of Silence, Brothers are the Guardian Force of Earth, Diablos is the Guardian Force of Darkness, Carbuncle is the Guardian Force of Reflection, Leviathan is the Guardian Force of Water, Anemona is the Guardian Force of Wind, Cerberus is the Guardian Force of Multiplication effects, Alexander is the Guardian Force of Light, Doomtrain is the Guardian Force of Status effects, Bahamut is the Guardian Force of non-elemental attacks, Cactor is the Guardian Force of the Thousand Needles, Tunberry is the Guardian Force of the Chef's Knife, and Eden is the Guardian Force of Galactic Scale attacks. Each of these Guardian Forces can grow and learn new abilities for Squall and his comrades.
It was like 50, it was like 75 gold.
But they can also increase their strength when they can use the newest form of magic in the game. Instead of using a magic point gauge like in previous games, Magic
All
spells
the
are done
rest
based
of
on
it.
levels of quantity, instead of needing the necessary number of MP to cast spells.
Yeah, we look pretty
For the
good.
first
We're
time,
looking
spells
like
like
we're
Fire
looking
1,
ready for
Fire
combat
2,
stuff.
and Fire 3 were officially named to
So-
Fire, Fyra, and Fyraga to reflect more on the
So then
series'
we-
constant use of Latin
we go
overtones in the Western markets.
blah
Magic
to
can be drawn from
blah
enemies and
to
bosses and an infinite number of times
blah.
to stock up for all the characters, to where the strength of their stats can be increased to just using
But I don't
spells in
think
general. The only
this is the
downside is that
main-
each character is allowed to hold an inventory of 32 different magic spells. However, this makes things much easier for characters to remain more resistant towards the stronger enemies. Not only can players draw magic from monsters, they can also find draw spots from different points on the world map, or even in towns and dungeons.
Rest
So when players
assured.
have enough units of a certain spell for their character, using the junction ability from the different Guardian forces
So-
can help boost their stats.
Oh yeah, I'm looking
Speaking
in
of
the
which,
journal for
other
the
Guardian
main
forces
story.
also appear to help
Race
the
for the
party
boss,
out,
Eden
but they are more
Grove.
considered as optional allies that cannot grow with
So
the
now I
others.
need to go
Two of
into
these in
Eden
particular
Grove,
are that
which
of Odin and Gilgamesh.
is
Odin
fine,
joins
but
Squall and his
oh,
party
I
as
have
a Guardian
something
force
at-
that randomly comes out to
Morningdale?
aid the party,
Okay.
with dealing a death blow on all the enemies with his signature Zantetsuken ability, but met his demise from Cypher and Lunatic Pandora, to which the Zantetsuken blade is passed on to Gilgamesh, the same multi-armed warrior returning from Final Fantasy V, but assists the party at random points in battle with 4 blades in hand. Zantetsuken for instant death to foes, Excalibur for medium attacks on all foes, Excalibur for 1 hit point of damage to all foes, and Masamune for high lethal damage to all foes. Other non-junctionable Guardian forces like Phoenix the Firebird of Resurrection are present, but Chicobo the Chocobo, Amumba, and Minimog are also available if Japanese gamers utilize Sony's special peripheral, the Pocket Station. The Pocket Station is a peripheral for Sony's PlayStation memory cards to distribute extra content for PlayStation games. So think of it like the Sonic & Knuckles lock-on cartridge on the Sega Genesis, but for select PlayStation 1 games, as they can be considered downloadable content before the concept became more mainstream. The concept for the Pocket Station brought about a companion piece toward the main game called Chocobo World, and it's a basic JRPG done on the Pocket Station, where the items and other collectibles can be transferred to the main game after visiting the many different Chocobo forests in the game's world. This feature never made it to Western shores until the release of the PC version of Final Fantasy VIII and its Steam re-release, although the feature was still programmed into the localized PlayStation versions, where Westerners can use the Japanese Pocket Station to play the extra game.
I am looking for... you said a turn in here. Oh, a turn in. Okay.
Just like the previous game in the series, Final Fantasy VIII also incorporates limit breaks for all the characters. Squall has the limit break Renzo Kugan that forces players to do QuickTime event prompts.
So the
while
next
using
step for
R1
the
trigger to pull
MSQ
extra
is
damage from
Eden
the
Grove.
gunblade.
So this is
Duel
like
is
the
Zell's
end
limit
of
break,
the...
where players insert button commands
this
that can lead
whole
to death blow attacks like Final
zone's
Heaven.
fucking
Angel Wing and
deal.
Combine are Renoa's limit breaks, where Angel Wing has Renoa casting many spells
And
from her inventory at a
it begs the
non-stop
question
pace,
why,
while
when
Combine
you
has
know
her
it's going to
teaming
be
up
enough
with her dog
combat.
Angela to
It's enough
execute
content
various attacks.
to
Slot
just
Selfie's
keep
limit break
going.
that works very
There's that
similar to
elite
Kate
one
Sith's
from
ability from Final Fantasy
34.
VII. Blue Magic is Quistis'
That could be
limit break,
worth
where she can use spells gained
doing.
from certain items from enemies that is very similar to that of
There's
a Blue
like
Mage.
no
And
teleport
Shot
in
is
this
Irvine's
whole
limit
area.
break,
It
where he
sucks.
can use
Like, I don't
different
have
types
that
of ammo
one
for the
yet.
player to shoot off consecutive
That one
gunshots
doesn't
on
seem
enemies.
bad.
Support
That's not a
party
bad
members like
challenge from
Laguna,
that direction.
Heroes,
but
Ward, Cypher,
I would not
and
mind
Medea
hitting the
have
Papa
limit
Bear and
breaks
then
of
coming
their own,
north up the coast.
but they are just for single strikes with no
I think
differentiating
so.
purpose like the main party's
I
own.
mean to do
The
that
limit
one,
break system
so-
played out more as a combination between Final Fantasy VII's
This
limit
one's
break
annoying.
mechanics, as well as Final
Yeah,
Fantasy
this
VI's
one-
desperation attack mechanics.
I don't know,
Instead
man.
of a gauge to
It's-
fill up a bar for characters to execute limit breaks, a character's
I
health must be
outleveled
below
this one.
75% of his or her amount for an option in
You
the
and
battle commands
Journalman,
to
just
give them the
abandon that
opportunity
one, the
to
Papa
utilize
Bear
their
Elite. I don't know,
significant
it's-
abilities. When
I
the
mean, it's
cursor to
100
switch from the
gold.
melee
It is
attack to
worth
using
it,
said
so
character's
whatever,
limit
it's
break is
fine.
present,
We'll do
it
it.
can be utilized many times they can, if they don't immediately restore their hit points. Some of these limit breaks, like Renzo Kuken, cannot be obtained through growth, as players must pick up magazines from different places to learn these abilities, as well as learn about how to gain newer weapons. After the ability of Renzo Kuken is committed, a special attack may follow to do significant damage between one foe to all of them in a battle. Speaking of weapons, instead of normally purchasing weapons like a player could in regular installments, they are forced to collect materials for weapon creation, as well as searching for magazines where they can be built, thus reducing the number of different weapons to 7 for Squall, and between 4 to 5 for the others. No armor pieces are present, as the reliability of magic for the stat increase is more relevant.
That's a
Each character's
37,
ultimate
no, it's
weapon is present,
28.
but finding the rarest
It's not
items
worth
to
my
craft them can
time.
be quite difficult. But it is worth it if players want the
I'm
Lionheart weapon for
gonna-
Squall, as he can use his...
I'm gonna pause this for a second and do this whole vibe. Let's pick a song. I don't know. Let's get better at the Butterfly Expert because it's fucking hard. You need to get like played a bunch of times. Yep. So our song, da da da, ready, close, yeah, close, and then start. What? Damn it. Ah. It's hard. Ah. This one's hard. Whatever. Fucking hard. At least I got XP, you know, it's fine, yeah. It's good, it's worth doing. I like the music system, it's not bad. She definitely has a northern vibe to her now, I like it. Oh, round shield, yeah. So, we go out this road, we go all the way east. That'll be fun. So... See, this is not the way to that. It's not, though. It's like a whole particular path, I remember now.
Strongest attack that is after the weapon's name. Side quests are also present, such as searching for Odin in the Sintra ruins, while trying to obtain guardian forces such as Bahamut, Cactor, and Tunberry at places that can't be reached on foot. If players grind their characters and strengthen them to the max, with junctioning them to guardian forces, they could take on the challenge of facing against Ultima Weapon and then Omega Weapon. Omega Weapon is deemed as one of the hardest super bosses in the game, and certain abilities and items are mandatory to strike it down. Perhaps the most intriguing feature isn't necessarily essential to the main game itself, but more of a mini-game to pass the time from progressing the story. This game would be a card game called Triple Triad, and it was conceived by Hiroyuki Ito to act as a means to compete against opponents for really rare cards to give off items that are hard to obtain anywhere else. Items mostly consist of both defense and offense, depending on the type and their uses, but they can also be used to transform themselves into other items for certain characters within the game, like stronger magic spells and bullets for Irvine's Limit Break. Many of these aspects made Final Fantasy VIII one of the biggest games ever conceived on the PlayStation 1 by Square, probably more so than its predecessor, and many of its influences would continue to be placed in future games and future re-releases that were put out by the company.
That's odd.
Many games in the Final Fantasy series have had its share of themes and important staples within their stories, but Final Fantasy VIII has proven to have more of a thematic approach within its tale, as it goes for more of realistic fantasy unlike the ones from past installments. To this end, Yoshinori Kitase mentions that he aimed the characters to appear like ordinary people, and this game was the first to have realistically proportioned characters, which was a vast departure from the super deformed designs used in previous titles. In contrast to Final Fantasy VI and VII having dark settings in their respective worlds and characters, Final Fantasy VIII was designed to be bright and fresh in its atmosphere, albeit dark overtones are balanced with the lighter ones. This decision was manifested with the idea of bringing in more color when it came to the locales within its own world, such as aquamarine and pink designs of Balam Garden, or the overall design of the hidden city of Estar. Even the war-ravaged and poor locations like the destroyed Trabia Garden have more of a sunny, vibrant, and lively air about them. This notion of having a light and bright feel actually conflicted with the actual plot events, and characters can appear indifferent and unable to react to dire events where the seriousness one would expect them to exhibit. For example, after Renoa becomes comatose, Squall would appear worried about her, while the others remain their cheerful selves, even when Renoa's condition was at the topic of discussion. Still, one can understand a running theme within the game, dealing with the aftermath of war and tragedy, and how people continue on despite of it. Even though the main story revolves around Squall, Renoa, and a small group of their friends and rivals, each character starts with something different than one another from what they end up becoming, to all sharing a common background, excluding Renoa because her background is fully tied to Squall. It is the discovery of this fact that becomes the turning point for the motivations within these characters. Final Fantasy VIII's plot is more told from the perspective of a coming-of-age type of tale, where a group of orphans train to become remorseless mercenaries. The events in the story function as a way for the main characters to grow, regain their lost memories, and become heroes in fulfilling their destinies in vanquishing a greater evil. Ultimecia, for that fact. Since Ultimecia knew about the prophecy of her demise, she tries to pursue in other factors such as time compression in order to become an all-ruling god of the universe. Although this theme of fate is something that Squall wouldn't learn about until the very end, Elone also touched on the subject that no one can change the course of historical events through her ability, but by learning about them and growing with these experiences, one can achieve a brighter future while learning from past events. This also brought about the importance of growth for the characters as well. Many of these themes combined to bring about the realistic fantasy that Yoshinori Kitase envisioned, and many of the musical tracks actually reflected upon the themes when it came to the plot events that occurred. Nobuo Uematsu was once again brought on board to work on the soundtrack for Final Fantasy VIII, and the overall composition didn't fully rely on MIDI instruments within the PlayStation sound chip, as he ended up using a Roland SC88 synthesizer for the entire score. He would end up writing notes based on character designs and screenplays, and creating a general picture of a song's mood. However, he could not express a character's emotions solely with plot. Instead, he used images of appearance and attire to reflect the characters and the settings. Surprisingly, no character themes were present in Final Fantasy VIII, as Uematsu found them to be largely ineffective to the overall story, as the only times he decided to do it when it was based on a character that was highlighted. A prime example of this was the significant romance between Squall and Renoa that resulted in the creation of the game's main theme, Eyes on Me.
Wow! Please! Oh no. I don't know, man. This fucker. Oh. Come on, man. Come on, man. You got me in the corner here. I can't do anything. I can't do anything. Go, go. Oh. Get me out of here. Ah! Yeah, no. That guy... No. Wow. Alright, well.
Eyes on Me was a song written by Renoa's mother, Julia Hartilli, about her love for Laguna Lawyer. The two were in love, but made it difficult to convey each other's feelings. Even though their romance failed when they were around, that romance was succeeded and carried on by their respective children, Squall and Renoa. The song is sung by the Hong Kong pop diva, Faye Wong, and it would encompass around the relationship between the two characters as they found love for themselves while never fully experiencing that impression from their families. This was mainly because Squall never knew about his father being that of S-Star's president while his mother already passed away, and Renoa being completely estranged in her relationship with General Caraway after Julia was killed in an automobile accident. Renoa tells Squall that he is the one who gives her the most comfort, while Squall tells Renoa that she changed his life to stop him from being afraid of losing someone dear to him that would continue his resentment on life. It would be the song that would change Squall from being distant into a caring and compassionate character after experiencing love from his own heart. It would also be one of the only songs to fully utilize vocals to sing the lyrics present, and even more were heard from the game's opening theme, Liberi Fatali. The overall soundtrack would be the first to include all the tracks bearing English language titles, with minor deviations.
I mean, it's a good song, but I don't think you should have played the whole thing in the video. I don't think it was necessary. It's like a beautiful indication of what they used to be willing to do. They used to try harder. Oh, the man with the machine gun, I love this song.
Final Fantasy VIII received critical acclaim from both gamers and critics, and the game ended up being a commercial success. Praise has been compared favorably to its predecessors with many things such as scope, game design, and execution.
No, I have to do a little bit of a side shot. Which is okay, you know. make them like that. Nope. I'm looking for, it is perhaps in my own archives. I'll have to look. Music, do you want to touch right? My music, yep, and then we come down here to the Final Fantasy Music Series. Chrono Cross, Chrono Trigger, Chrono Triggers, OST 3. The main theme orchestral, right? I think. We'll see, okay. Yep. Did I die? Oh, I did, yeah. That's fine.
But it didn't take long before many came to the consensus that the overall gameplay was the game's weakest feature. When compared to
the
Final
overall
Fantasy
gameplay
VII,
was fine.
there are things that many have debated about which game is truly superior. When compared to the presentation of the past game, Final Fantasy VIII was the first to introduce fully realistic models of characters in a JRPG and a more bright and colorful atmosphere to camouflage the seriousness of the game's story. While there were certain features and elements that many found to be superior, there were many who felt that many of those qualities actually made the game inferior. For example, Final Fantasy VIII featured most of its character development based primarily on just Squall himself, while Final Fantasy VII had strong development between Cloud and many of its supporting cast. Final Fantasy VII retains many of the franchise's staple structures in the gameplay, while Final Fantasy VIII experimented with newer structures such as Guardian Forces, weapon creation, and the all-new Junction and magic-based systems. However, many of these aspects within the game have been criticized for being extremely repetitive during the gameplay that often detracted from the overall progression of the story. Certain flaws such as slow load times in between different maps were very common, and the cinematic animations with the Guardian Forces could not be turned off to keep the overall flow consistent. Perhaps the biggest redeeming quality to those who criticize the game would be the Triple Triad card game, as the many different regions and their own sets of rules offered a deep strategical experience to the gameplay element
I loved
alone.
that.
While there were other faults that many have touched upon and heavily criticized, many fans, gamers, and critics have come to the conclusion that Final Fantasy VIII has enough of its own merits to make it a worthy entry and successive sequel.
Yeah, I thought it was okay. I don't think it was this excuse me. I don't think it was this memorable
Within 2 days of the game's North American launch, Final Fantasy VIII became the top-selling game in the United States, a position that would be held for more than 3 weeks. Likewise, the game also became a big hit for both Japan and the UK, as the game managed to gross a total of $50 million in 13 weeks to follow, making it the fastest-selling Final Fantasy title at the time. Japan managed to sell roughly 2.5 million units within the first 4 days of release, while more than 6 million managed to sell from all over the world
that game
by
was
February
big for a bit.
2013. Final Fantasy VIII
Everyone I
would
knew
sell
was
around
playing it.
8.5 million copies worldwide, making it the second best-selling game in the franchise, right behind Final Fantasy VII. The game was so well received that it also received a PC port that rectified some of the faults within the PlayStation release, but overall reviews ended up becoming mixed instead. The PC port would later re-release on Steam that included many new elements such as achievements, a magic booster, and the Chocobo World feature that was missing from the original Western release. Many felt that while certain flaws were fixed, the port was lazy and disappointing, to which they prefer the original release on the PlayStation. Final Fantasy VIII also managed to achieve numerous accolades and awards throughout the years after its release, such as having one of the best opening cinematics to most original console-style RPG ever created. Not to mention, the original PS1 classic is available on the PlayStation Network for PlayStation 3, PlayStation Portable, and PlayStation Vita for newer and older gamers to experience at this time. Even though Final Fantasy VIII would have achieved the same level of critical success for being the next entry in the franchise, it probably would not have achieved the same level of commercial success if it didn't follow some of the conventions from the previous game. Perhaps many saw this game as the launching point where the team consisting of Yoshinori Kitase, Tetsuya Nomura, and Kazushige Nojima would be responsible for continuing the conventions of what was established from Final Fantasy VII with future entries and newer platforms, while other teams would bring about their own ideas for their own entries that became
They're like,
more
ooh, this is
traditional
what they're gonna do.
experiences.
I think it's gonna be
Looking back
good,
at
and we
this
all
game,
believed in it.
Some may critique
Yeah.
Final Fantasy VIII for being too large, or a product of unbridled enthusiasm.
No, it was
that
fine. It
contains
was
a
so
team of
good.
young
It was so
developers
big.
with an ambition to bring more publicity to a legendary franchise than the likes they have ever achieved. Whether if it was challenging the conventions of past games with newer ideas to fit the Final Fantasy franchise, or to go beyond the expectations of what was already established, Yoshinori Kitase and his team did not fear the unknown. Instead, they would press on to work on their next installment with the coming of the successor of the PlayStation 1, and they would be recognized for challenging the conventions of past installments of Final Fantasy into newer entries while creating newer elements of their own.
I knew what it was gonna be. This.
In wake of the 6th generation of gaming being imminent, Final Fantasy was far from over on the original PlayStation. Even though Final Fantasy games would see 3 installments on a console's life cycle, and with 2 being already done that drastically betrayed those who enjoyed the original establishments of the franchise, longtime fans were still anticipating a new entry where its roots from the past were brought into a newer title. At the time of Final Fantasy VIII's production coming to an end, and Hironobu Sakaguchi working in Hawaii on his first full-length movie known as Final Fantasy The Spirits Within, another development team within Square was being formed to work on the next big Final Fantasy game. For being his answer to what a Final Fantasy game should have been on the PlayStation, Final Fantasy IX was the next big game to come from the mind of the original creator, as it would be the last one he would have the reign to develop a title in his flagship franchise. Final Fantasy IX began its development near the end of Final Fantasy VIII's development, with most of the development team being in Square's game development branch in Hawaii that consisted of developers between the Japanese and from those within the United States. As the series' last game on the PlayStation, Sakaguchi envisioned a reflection on the older titles of the franchise. Leading up to its release, Final Fantasy IX is considered to be Hironobu Sakaguchi's favorite entry, as it comes close to how he fully envisioned the franchise from his own perspective. This shift for the game was also his response to the demand of longtime fans and developers who felt that the last 2 entries have fully betrayed the original staples of what a Final Fantasy game should be, because of the last entry being fully worked on with the Japanese otaku in mind. Since Final Fantasy has mostly been a series where RPGs are mostly story-driven, the development team wanted to create an understandable story that wasn't too complicated with deep character development, which led to the creation of one of its own innovations, called Active Time Events. Final Fantasy IX would be led by the co-director of Final Fantasy VI, Hiroyuki Ito, as he would serve as the game's director.
Hironobu Sakaguchi and Shinji Hashimoto would serve as the producers for the game, while Sakaguchi created its overall scenario. Hiroshi Kawai would be the lead programmer, Hideo Manaba would serve as the art director, and Nobuo Uematsu would also take charge of Final Fantasy IX's entire soundtrack as well. Despite being busy with his art exhibits from overseas, Yoshitaka Amano managed to contribute to concept designs on the characters, as he did not work on the title logo illustrations this time around. Despite creating the concept art under his own impression, while still using his signature heroin chic style of art, the in-game character designs would be handled by Toshiyuki Idahana, Shunko Murase, and Shin Nagasawa. This would mark the final time that Sakaguchi, Amano, and Uematsu would collaborate to work on a Final Fantasy title, as Sakaguchi would be filling in more of his time as executive producer on numerous projects because of his position as vice president of Square, while Uematsu would still be attached to the series in one way or another on numerous occasions, as the future of the IP would be held responsible for those of the next generation. Final Fantasy IX's conceptual stages began when the developer stated that the game would not necessarily be known as Final Fantasy IX, as its break into realism within Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VIII may have alienated longtime fans. This led to those speculating that it could have been made as a side story episode and not a mainline installment in the series, like Final Fantasy Mystic Quest on the Super Nintendo and the Final Fantasy Adventure and Quest games on the Game Boy. By late 1999, however, Square made it official that the game would indeed be published as the next big installment of the franchise, and by early 2000, the game was nearly finished. Sakaguchi began early planning of Final Fantasy IX by around July 1998, and had fully written the scenario. After the creation of the main plot, Sakaguchi brought about the characters afterwards, and his first work was the original conception and creation of the title's main protagonist, Zidane Tribal. Zidane is a fictional thief who has a womanizing and perverted personality, while his kindness and will to protect those dear to him usually overshadowed what others negatively think of him. The womanizing aspect was something that was derived by Hiroyuki Ito, while everything else was conceived by Sakaguchi himself. Zidane was also described as a person who likes girls and doesn't care for much, lacking any objective in being carefree, but still a key character nonetheless. Aside from Zidane, two other characters were also conceived and created alongside him, and they were a black mage named Vivi Ornatier and a knight captain named Adelbert Steiner. Vivi was portrayed as a standard black mage like all the others from past games, but his physical description and character traits vastly differed from what was already established for those with that character job, as it was more considered as one of the many races in Final Fantasy IX's story. Because of this, part of the world within the game was mostly centered around him, as his existence was something he would question at times. Adelbert Steiner is a knight that leads the Knights of Pluto, as he mostly serves as the game's comic relief, where he ended up being the target of numerous jokes. His name as Steiner may be derived from the word Stein, which is German for the word stone, while others may speculate that it could be derived from the professional wrestlers Rick and Scott Steiner. Other characters that were brought about after the creation of those three were Princess Garnet till Alexandros XVII, the female protagonist who is a summoner with white magic that serves as Zidane's love interest, Freya Crescent, a dragon knight searching for her lost love, Queen Quinn, a blue mage who joins Zidane to experience the different cuisines from around the world, Eiko Carol, a young summoner being the last of her own tribe who suffers from complete solitude, and Amaranth Coral, a monk and wanted criminal who travels with Zidane to discover what it is that makes him powerful. Looking at this cast of protagonists, Final Fantasy IX has the most diverse cast of characters that are from within different races where only 3 of them are purely human. The main antagonist would be a man named Kuja, a mysterious reaper who wishes for nothing but total domination while speaking in the mannerisms of theatric speeches. Sid would also be present as an airship engineer like in previous games, but he would also serve as the regent of his own kingdom. Final Fantasy IX's cast of characters all portray themselves with unique personalities and heavily driven conflicts as their importance to the overall story to stopping the ambitious destroyer, Kuja. Many of the developers of the game over at Square sought to make Final Fantasy IX's overall environment more fantasy-oriented than its PlayStation predecessors. Since the creators wanted to prevent the series from following the redundant setting that was done for the first 5 entries, Final Fantasy IX distinctly breaks away from the futuristic styles of its predecessors by reintroducing the medieval setting. Steam technology becomes a commercial element that becomes widely available,
The population relies on hydropower and wind power for energy sources, but sometimes harnesses mist or steam to power more advanced engines on things like airships and boats. Continuing with the medieval theme, the overall setting was inspired by Norse and Northern European mythology, which according to Hiroyuki Ito, the development team is attracted to European history and mythology because of its depth and its drama. According to the game's own official website, Square states that the development of the game's world serves as a culmination of the series by blending the successful elements of the past, such as a return to the fantasy roots, while innovating with newer elements. Because of this direction, the overall cast was made a higher priority, to which their designs were drastically different as they appeared more cartoonish or with comic-like looks, as the development team wanted them to be those that people could easily relate to. Speaking of which, each character within the main cast deals with their own unique status quo that differentiates amongst themselves to grow out of their gray areas. Zidane goes under the status quo of virtue, Vives is under sorrow, Garnet goes under devotion, Steiner goes under dilemma, Freya goes under despair, Quina goes under indulgence, Eiko goes under solitude, and Amarant goes under arrogance. Following the tradition of Final Fantasy VI, each of the characters in Final Fantasy IX grew equally to make them become stronger to defeat a greater evil, just like many others as well. Final Fantasy IX also became a subject of promotion just like previous games in the franchise. 2000 would be the release date for Final Fantasy IX from all over the world, but its unspecified and original launch date was delayed to avoid a concurrent release with then-rival Enix's Dragon Quest VII. On October 7, 2000, a demo day for the North American version of Final Fantasy IX was held at the Metreon in San Francisco, California, where it also served as the first release of that same version. Limited edition merchandise was also included, and fans cosplayed as Final Fantasy characters to celebrate its release. In Japan, the game was heavily promoted before and after its release. Square partnered up with Coca-Cola to produce a line of computer-generated commercials to promote the game along with the soft drink product, as well as figurines being made available as prizes in Coca-Cola's marketing campaign. After a heavy marketing push and a development that lasted for nearly 2 years, Final Fantasy IX became another one of the must-have games within the series. It would go on to release in Japan on July 7, 2000, in North America on November 13, 2000, and in Europe on February 16 of the following year. Final Fantasy IX's setting takes place in the world of Gaia that is homonymous with Final Fantasy VII's Gaia, but not the same world by comparison. The world of Gaia consists of 4 continents, with one holding most of the world's population while others are uncharted territories not discovered outside of the homeland. Most of Gaia's population resides on the Mist Continent, and named so because the entire land is blanketed in thick mist on the ground, with those being safe from it within the upper parts of mountains and plateaus. Lands outside of the Mist Continent, such as the Outer, Forgotten, and Lost Continents, are populated by those not relatively found on the homeland of the people within Mist. Gaia also has a world that is parallel to it that goes under the name Terra, with another named Memoria, as they all round out as the game's playable worlds. The Mist Continent features 4 nations known as Alexandria, Lindblum, Burmecia, and Clara. Alexandria is a kingdom to the northeast of Mist that is ruled by a monarchy located in its own castle. Lindblum is a technologically advanced kingdom in the southwest part of Mist, where people come in to seek work within the revolution of industrialization, theater, and engineering of airships. Burmecia is a kingdom that is forever shrouded with eternal rain in the northwestern part of Mist, and nearby the isolated but pacifistic civilization of Clara that is protected by a sandstorm. Another city within the Mist Continent is the perpetually dark city of Trino that is heavily populated with aristocrats and paupers, as it makes up the southeastern part of the continent. The Mist Continent is extremely mountainous, resulting in a natural barrier between many of the ruling nations. The other continents, such as the Outer, Forgotten, and Lost continents, are hardly populated with civilization, as many of them hold hidden and ancient places that serve as keys which link between Gaia, Terra, and Memoria respectively. Gaia is mostly inhabited by humans as well as various anthropomorphic races. Alexandria and Lindblum are both populated with a mixture of humans and anthropomorphic animals. Burmecians and Clarans consist of anthropomorphic rats, with Burmecians honoring the code of the Dragon Knights, while Clarence honor more of dance and peace, as they dislike the art of war. The dwarves are short humanoid creatures that serve as the inhabitants of a village known as Conde Petit on the outer continent, as well as the Black Mage race with their own village, and those from the Summoners race in Madain Seri. The Summoner race is a thriving tribe that was decimated by Terra with a warship that leads to the destruction of its kind, leaving Garnet and Aiko as the only survivors. The Q race, in which Quina is involved, are large and seemingly intelligent humanoids that are recognized as fine gourmands that inhabit marshlands throughout the world, where they catch their main source of nutrition, frogs. Lastly, the genome race that both Zidane and Kuja are a part of originate as an artificial race of soulless vessels that show no emotion or remorse for their deeds, but Zidane and Kuja were brought in, as one would act as a protector and the other would act as a destroyer, to which Zidane managed to bring about his own humanity for being raised by those within the public of Lindblum. Other races such as Chocobos and Moogles are present, and Final Fantasy IX is the game to hold the most races within its lore and history. Each character that is playable holds their own job that no one else has access to, which reverts back to the characters of Final Fantasy IV, where each of them have their own set job and abilities.
You, the Earth, the Eye, a great threat, yes, but light. There's no more time for questions. The angry Earth creatures help. Please help the sanctuary seal.
Final Fantasy IX begins with Zidane and the group of thieves called Tantalus arriving in Alexandria to host a theatrical play called I Want to Be Your Canary to honor Princess Garnet's 16th birthday. However, the play is actually a setup so that the band of thieves can kidnap the princess. Garnet meets with Zidane on the Prima Vista airship to request him and Tantalus to kidnap her, as she wishes it for her own reasons. Agreeing to this, Tantalus leaves Alexandria along with Steiner, who is in hot pursuit to bring back the princess, as well as Vivi, who tags along by accident. Queen Braun of Alexandria disregards Garnet as a helpless little girl, and prepares to go to war while testing her daughter and those who are helping her. Zidane, Vivi, Garnet, and Steiner travel together after escaping Evil Forest to try and get back to Lindblum, such as traversing through the ice caverns and the village of Dali, and they use the airship Enterprise to reach Lindblum Castle after passing through Southgate while undergoing dangers along the way. Zidane suggests to Garnet to change her name in order to keep her identity a secret, and goes by the name Dagger because of Zidane's weapon of choice. After reaching Lindblum, a yearly festival of the Hun occurs with Zidane meeting up with his longtime friend Freya, and participates in the tournament along with Vivi. During this time, the kingdom of Burmecia is attacked by black mages along with Alexandria's forces, and this leads Zidane, Vivi, and Freya to go and investigate, while Dagger secretly leaves Lindblum along with Steiner to try and convince her mother to stop the carnage. Upon traversing to their destination of Burmecia, Zidane and his group meet up with Quina to bring him along, as well as pass through Gizmaluke's grotto to arrive at the destroyed kingdom, while Dagger and Steiner pass through the South Gate to reach Alexandrian territory. Zidane and his group confirm their suspicions as Queen Braun is responsible for the attack, along with having General Beatrix and a mysterious Reaper named Kuja standing beside her. The heroes try and stop them, but Beatrix takes them down without problem and leaves them to die in the rain. However, they manage to survive, and seek sanctuary in Clara to warn them and the missing king of Burmecia about Alexandria coming to attack. On Dagger's end, she and Steiner team up with Marcus of Tantalus to look for a cure to save Blank, who is trapped in Evil Forest after it was petrified, while still making their way to the castle after passing the city of Trino and receiving help from the princess's former scholar, Dr. Tot. At the castle, they are given a rude awakening, as they are taken prisoner with Dagger's Eidolons extracted from her in the process. While at Clara, Zidane and his allies go to war with Alexandria once more, as they have invaded the tree trunk from above and below after the sandstorm mysteriously stopped. Beatrix shows up once more to cause a brief scuffle with Zidane's crew, but they manage to sneak onto the Red Rose thanks to some black mages while Clara meets its demise. While on the Red Rose ship, it is learned by Zidane and the others that Dagger is to be executed as she is no longer useful to Braun, and the heroes manage to get back to Alexandria first and rescue the princess in the process. Beatrix learns of the Queen's words being truth, and her allegiance to Braun has ended, only to help Zidane, Vivi, Steiner, and Freya with getting the princess out to safety. Zidane, Dagger, and Vivi escape, while Beatrix, Freya, Steiner, Marcus, and Blank stay behind to help the others get away. Zidane and his team manage to make it back to Lindblum after being taken over by Alexandria's forces, and they learn from Regent Sid that Kuja may be the one who is pulling Braun's strings. To counter Kuja's actions, they must find his base within the outer continent to the north, and Zidane travels with Dagger and Vivi while reuniting with Quina, who managed to escape Clara's destruction. By going north, the team arrives on the outer continent, as they visit the dwarven hamlet of Conde Petit, the Black Mage village, and meet up with a girl named Eiko while seeking sanctuary in Madain Seri. An assassin named Amaranth joins after he and Zidane have a brief struggle to determine what made him lose against the hero, and they make their way toward the Aifa tree to stop the supply of mist ravaging the Mist Continent, while trying to take down Kuja for good. However, their efforts were in vain to stop Kuja, as Queen Braun, who returned to her senses, battles against Kuja for manipulating her, only for her to meet her demise by her own power she used against the Madman.
Madman.
After traveling back with Braun's corpse to give her a proper funeral, Dagger makes it an effort to become Alexandria's next queen. At the same time, Zidane begins to feel emotionally distressed as the time he spent with the princess made him and her have feelings for each other. The coronation for Dagger's ascension to becoming queen would only be halted by Kuja as he invades Alexandria to try and bring it to its downfall, but is halted by minor setbacks. Although Dagger put up a good resistance against the Reaper, with the help of the kingdom's secret of it being camouflaged in disguise to housing its own Eidolon called Alexander, the kingdom met its destruction after an airship with an eye called the Invincible appears above in the sky that destroys the castle and some of the town. Zidane managed to save Dagger before the castle's destruction, and they are brought back to Lindblum to discuss with Regent Sid on what to do next, as he is already having problems being an Oglop trying to work on airships. During this time, it is learned by everyone that Kuja took the Black Mages away from their village to lie and trying to increase their lifespan. Dagger becomes mute after suffering so much of what has already happened, and Regent Sid transforms from an Oglop into a frog after a failed experiment was done by Dr. Tot to try and make the Regent back into a human. With no other choice, the team must find the Regent's wife to transform him back into his original self. They would travel on the Blue Narcissus ship to try and find Kuja's palace on the outer continent, and they succeed only to be held prisoner by the Madman's will. Splitting up into two groups, Zidane and whoever followed him travels to Oelver on the Forgotten Continent to search for the Gullig Stone by Kuja's orders, while the others, if led by Eiko, would make their way up to the top in order to meet up with the others to take on Kuja. While in Oelver, Zidane learns about another world that is a parallel dimension with Gaia, and this world would be called Terra. Eventually, both parties succeed in grouping up together to try and put up a stand against the Reaper, only for Eiko to be captured by the jesters Zorn and Thorn, while Kuja takes the Gullig Stone and escapes with the Black Mages in his custody. Cornering him at Mount Gullig in the Lost Continent, Kuja learns about how trance is induced, as he escapes only to leave a clue about how he can conquer everything. After defeating the Jesters as well as rescuing the Black Mages, everyone finds Regent Sid's wife, Hilda Fabul. They escort her back to Lindblum, and they learn from her about Kuja in the world of Terra which he resides. Meanwhile, Dagger is back in Alexandria pondering on what to do, and regains her ability to talk when Zidane finds her. Not only that, but she cuts her hair with Zidane's knife as a way of saying goodbye to her guilt, and to move forward in hopes of her kingdom to be restored someday. Zidane and everyone is fully regrouped, and they go to Ibsen's castle to locate items that will help them reach the world of Terra, travel to separate shrines to simultaneously activate the switches that will open the pathway to the other world, and enter the dark dystopian domain of Terra itself. By arriving in Terra, Zidane comes to learn of his origin for being that of the new planet when he discovers many people that bear a tail like him who are a vessel race called the Genomes. At that time, he begins to doubt himself and everyone close to him for not being originally from Gaia when he meets with Terra's master, Garland. When he reunites with his allies, especially Dagger, they give him the motivation to let him decide his own destiny as he remains true to his human characteristic, protecting those dear to him as much as he is dear to them. The group faces Garland to stop him from any more wrongdoings, and they face off against Kuja only to be struck down when the Reaper achieves the power of trance. Garland is killed by Kuja, but his spirit remains as he reveals a shocking truth that Kuja will die as Zidane grew, knowing that Kuja was a defect from the genome race all along. This enrages the Reaper as he begins to destroy his homeworld and sets his sights on destroying Gaia even more. Zidane and his friends rescue the genomes from Kuja's destruction, and they make their way back to their homeworld only to see that it has been covered with mist. By taking the genomes to Black Mage Village so that they can live with the village's kind, Zidane and everyone travel to the Aifa tree with a huge battle underway. Their final destination takes them to the realm of Memoria only to learn more about Gaia's history, the crystal that protects everything, our heroes stopping Kuja, and saving Gaia from any more destruction altogether. Final Fantasy IX's overall gameplay retreads the same conventions like past installments, but it too had its own additions and revisions to various elements as a whole. Players could control Zidane throughout most of the game, while controlling some of his allies during various events in the story. The 4 modes of play when it came to the world map, towns, dungeons, and battles were back, but 3 out of 4 modes received their own revisions that pay tribute to some of the ones found in prior entries. When in towns, players could walk around the different communities with gaining information, knowing more about the world's lore and some of the characters present, as well as shopping for items, weapons, and armor. Treasure chests can be somewhat present, but certain spots contain secrets where they can pick up all sorts of items and extra gil to add to the overall currency. Sometimes, certain secrets may have key items that can be used during the story and within side quests for completion. The newest addition to the market area are the brand new synthesis shops, where players can combine items to create newer and more powerful equipment or special items they can use. Traveling in dungeons remain the same, but treasure chests are present as well as some secrets that one can only find in a specific location. While the travel between towns and dungeons remained basic with the addition and revision on certain elements, the world map feature and battle system received the most attention with its own changes to the RPG formula. Traveling around the world map toward towns, dungeons, and secret areas as well as entering battles remained as an RPG's tradition, and that to the overall series, but one of the biggest revisions done in this area dealt with the series' staple steed, the Chocobo. During the game, Zidane will meet up with a Moogle named Mine who has a Chocobo named Choco, which is a tribute to the name of Bart's Chocobo in Final Fantasy V. Mine teaches Zidane how to ride a Chocobo, as well as playing a game called Chocobo Hot and Cold, to search for items and maps called Chocographs, which will show the location of treasure chests that players can find on the world map from the different regions and continents they may visit. The treasure chests found by Choco on the world map may contain very valuable items and much stronger equipment that isn't available from a shop of any kind. Certain treasures may contain a cloud of smoke that will send out and put both Zidane and Choco to sleep, where Choco's consciousness will bring him to the mysterious Chocobo Paradise, where the Chocobo King will transform Choco into a different color to give him a newer ability. The first color changes from yellow to blue, that gives Choco the ability to walk on reefs in the ocean. The next is from blue to red, that allows Choco to climb up mountains and onto plateaus. The third changes from red to purple, which will allow Choco to travel and swim throughout the vast ocean of Gaia to reach newer areas. And the last changes from purple to white, which Choco will then have the ability to fly in the sky after lifting off from forest areas. Using these abilities for Choco will grant Zidane and his friends to newer locations that will help them obtain more rare Chocographs and access to one of the most difficult super bosses in the entire game called Ozma. Speaking of which, another side quest that helped the players fight against Ozma is locating harmless and friendly monsters that will grant them and their allies a step closer in closing the gap and allowing the characters to attack the boss in close quarters combat. One of the newest additions to the overall gameplay revolved around the use of Moogles with how they can communicate with each other through the use of a mailing system between their kind. This mail delivery system toward members of the Moogle race would result in the gameplay element known as Mognet. Mognet allowed the players to visit Moogles from different towns and dungeons on the world map, where they could exchange letters with each other to explain certain lore or just for filler based on their interactions. Some of them would also grant players a key item called a Kupo Nut, where they could give it to a Moogle couple in the dungeon known as Gizmaluk's Grotto to help raise them as a family in exchange for top-tier items like elixirs and such. Another new element revolved around the growth of Quina as a member of the Q tribe, with experiencing gourmets from around the world. This revolved in visiting 4 different swamps that all bear the name Q's Marsh, and Quina could play a mini-game to obtain a numerous amount of frogs to show his growth as a gourmand towards his master Quail, which would reward players with bonus items and equipment, while catching 99 frogs would grant players a bonus boss fight against Quina's master. The most optional, if not one of the most challenging tasks, was brought about with the introduction of a card game called Tetramaster, a revision of the Triple Triad card game in Final Fantasy VIII. Instead of certain cards giving the players different items based on the different types of characters imprinted onto them, they were meant as light relief for the players to get away from the main storyline as a way to interact with NPCs in towns and different locales. This card game was conceived by Hiroyuki Ito, who also conceived Triple Triad, where it played more as an optional side quest instead of filler. Many other side quests in a similar or different manner are all there, and this game may be one of the biggest when it comes to extra filler that players can experience in tandem with the main story. The overall battle system also received some attention when it came to the additions and revisions of the series elements in Final Fantasy IX. Each character was given their own set of abilities that paid an homage to that found in Final Fantasy IV. Zidane's abilities reflect that of the Thief Job,
that can allow him to steal items, weapons, and armor from enemies and bosses, but his second ability is called Skill, which allows him to perform some very basic techniques, such as fleeing from battle at the cost of losing 10% of the party's overall gil, detecting the number of items and their types from enemies and bosses, and many others, with a few of them reflecting his overall job type. Vivi has black magic that beckons toward his job as a black mage, but his secondary ability is called Focus, as it is meant to increase the strength of his black magic spells. Garnet plays the role of both a white mage to heal and support herself and party members, but she can also summon Eidolons, which can do damage toward enemies, depending on the possible elements they are accustomed to. Steiner's primary ability is called Sword Art, as the different abilities used reflect his job in the Knight class, as well as sword magic by teaming up with Vivi in battle to unleash a powerful attack with Steiner's sword and Vivi's black magic. Freya's main ability is Jump that relates to her job as a dragoon, much like King Highwind in Final Fantasy IV. But her secondary ability is called Dragon, which brings about techniques taught in the way of the dragon that is in relation to her race. Queen of Quinn's main ability is eating enemies to determine if they have abilities that he can use in battle to reflect his blue mage job with blue magic. Aiko Carroll plays the same role as Garnet when it comes to using white magic and summoning a dome.
That guy just chunked me
Amaranth
for some
Coral's
reason.
main ability
I think I had an archer from a different side or something. Because that was too much damage from one guy. I was like, what?
To reflect his other job as a monk. Side characters such as Blank, Marcus, and Beatrix have similar abilities such as the main party, but they are very limited or exclusive to themselves. Aside from characters having their own abilities and equipment that reflects back to set characters having their own jobs and abilities in Final Fantasy IV, as well as obtaining experience points and gil from boss fights and random encounters, the growth system when it came to the abilities harkened a very familiar and different approach when it came to prior offerings. By finding weapons, head armor, body armor, arm protection, and accessories, special abilities are found within them that every character can equip to learn and use them on their own after they have been mastered by obtaining ability points in battle, a variable in the growth system that is very similar to that of past installments when it came to their own elements. However, these skills come under two types: action abilities and support abilities. Action abilities will grant the character their own special attacks, such as magic spells for the magic-based characters, or even special techniques for the melee-based fighters. Support abilities will grant the characters special bonuses they can use in battle that can act as status effect guards, increase in experience points, gil, and ability points, buffs for certain abilities on the different characters, extra strength to do more damage to specific enemy types, and so much more. While the number of different support abilities are available and extremely varied amongst the characters, not all of them can be properly equipped, as equipping many different ones at once would come in the form of magic stones. Magic stones are the currency used for selecting various support abilities that every character can use, but more of them can be granted upon grinding the characters throughout the game. The biggest combat element for every character in the game is the trance system, an overdrive system very similar to that of the desperation attack in Final Fantasy VI, and the limit break system found in both Final Fantasy VII and VIII. Upon the more damage the characters sustain from enemies depending on their levels, a full fill of the trance gauge will make the characters transform into powerful forms that will give them unique powers that they cannot achieve in base form. Zidane has the Dyne ability that comes in the form of more powerful abilities than seen in his skill set. Vivi can cast 2 magic spells at once. Garnet can summon Eidolons that will always appear as a means of counterattacking enemies that damage her. Steiner will gain more strength and defense when in this stage. Freya can use the jump ability numerous times before her gauge depletes. Quina can devour all enemies with no problem in hopes of gaining more than one blue magic ability. Aiko can cast white magic twice, and Amaranth uses the Elon abilities to make techniques go toward multiple targets instead of just one. Trance is a reinterpretation of Terra's transformation in Final Fantasy VI, as emotions will surge because of certain outcomes that happen in the game, such as when Zidane strives to save Garnet in the Evil Forest, Vivi becoming enraged toward Black Waltz 3 after killing those who protected him without knowing who they are, and Steiner wanting to protect Beatrix because of his feelings for her when Kuja attacked Alexandria. This form would be significant to all the characters, including Kuja at the end, as he was never granted a childhood that could experience so many different emotions.
Fucking die! Die! Oh god damn it, no. The archer really sucks. No, no, no.
If there was one thing that this game had going for to be considered Hironobu Sakaguchi's swan song when it came to working on the series, then many can recall the number of references and allusions in the game that paid tribute to the past installments of the Final Fantasy franchise. While certain elements such as character classes, abilities, and whatnot gameplay, key items, characters, and locations played a big role in the illusions that honored elements of the past games. For example, the first game's most recognizable reference to Final Fantasy IX are the Chaos Guardians in Memoria,
as they are the four fiends of elements who serve
God
chaos.
damn it! Why is there
Final
four of
Fantasy
you?
II's biggest reference is
Four
that
of
of the
you,
dungeon
man.
in Terra
It's
called
too much.
Pandemonium,
It's too
as it was
much.
the name of the final dungeon in that game,
Fucking
as its theme
so
was practically the
annoying.
same,
Oh.
albeit a slower tempo.
So
Final Fantasy
annoying.
III's biggest reference in Final Fantasy IX are two key
Oop.
items called Une's
Did I
Mirror and
miss
Doga's
that?
Artifact, which references the characters of Une and Doga from the Famicom title, who helped the
Come on,
Warriors
man.
of Light by reviving them before the final
Just
battle,
leash,
which
you
half the
fucking
party of this
bitches.
game does the same thing before the final battle with Necron. Probably the other big
Like, I'm not
reference
really
from the
interested
third
in
game are the
doing this with you. I'll
transportation
just keep
vehicles that
running.
the
I'm
characters
okay.
can
I'd
pilot,
rather not
the
die.
Enterprise, the Blue Narcissus, and the Invincible. The biggest standout when it came to Final Fantasy IV in this game was the Eidolon called Alexander, which was formed after the castle in Alexandria, as it only came to life with the gathering of the summoners, much like the crystals
I don't
activating
care.
the
Just
giant battle
run.
that Golbez piloted in that game. Final Fantasy V's biggest standout is the boss fight against Nova Dragon, whose Japanese name is actually the same as the super boss.
Wow,
Shinra
are you
that
still
appeared in the
following?
game.
Jesus
Not to mention
Christ.
Gilgamesh makes
You
a
just
cameo
never
appearance
stop, huh?
multiple times throughout Final Fantasy
Ah.
V. Obviously, the biggest reference from Final Fantasy VI didn't only reference the character Terra Branford for the world of Terra that was parallel to Gaia, but the similarities between the characters General
Are you
Leo
done?
from 6
Like-
and General Beatrix from 9 shared the same job and had similar roles of
Fucking
being
dumb.
minor
Leave me
antagonists to
alone.
sympathizing and supporting the main party for what was truly going on. Aside from many standouts in Final Fantasy VII, such as both Zidane and Cloud having an identity crisis that forces their friends to snap them out of their estranged demeanors of being alone, and the world of Gaia sharing its circle of life for both games, probably the biggest Easter egg came from Lindblom's weapon shop. In the
There
weapon
we
shop
go.
called Dragooz, Zidane spots a giant broadsword mounted on a wall where he claims to remember a man with spiky hair who carried that weapon at all times, a tribute to the main character of Cloud Strife and his Buster Sword weapon in Final Fantasy VII. References when it came to Final Fantasy VIII were very limited, but one of the most peculiar happens when in Lindblom, as the airship transports had a number 8 embroidered on the frame which the buses in Delling City had. Other obscure references found in past installments, as well as ones that would later make its way
I
into
don't want
future
to.
entries, would all be mentioned, and were accounted for in numerous ways, as well as Final Fantasy IX itself, when it came to the game's numbered installment. Many of these references and allusions were not only a nod to the past games in the series, but a nod to what the meaning of Final Fantasy was all about. Final Fantasy IX not only paid a number of homages from past games, where most of them are from the Nintendo era of games in the franchise, but this game was meant to capture the franchise's true essence when it came to the crystals, as they were meant to be the life force of the universe. In many people's minds, this was the game that they found to be the ultimate fan service to the series as a whole, as well as reminding them of how great the experiences were that Sakaguchi managed to create during his time at Square from the early 80s up until the late 90s up until the early 2000s. Upon its release, Final Fantasy IX also received critical acclaim from critics and strong reception from players, including longtime fans of the franchise. While it wasn't viewed as a revolutionary title, much like Final Fantasy VI and VII were respectively, many came to the consensus that the game was the true
since I
definition of what
bested
Final
him.
Fantasy is all about. Critics, gamers, and fans became very
Get on
impressed when
cooldown.
it came to the overall story, with each character battling to change
Since
themselves
I got
from
it,
the
I might as
sinister
well,
status
you know,
quo that
since
was
I
present
fought him
throughout
for
the
it.
whole game. But others, such as the minor characters, the main antagonist, and those of primary evil, were also viewed as likable for their personalities they displayed. Praise around the presentation and overall learning curve were also accounted for, as many felt that Final Fantasy IX was the best-looking game in the PlayStation era of the franchise when it came to the in-game engine and full-motion video sequences. And the learning curve was not that too intricate as the first two offerings on there, as the game was very sophisticated, which became steep throughout the whole progression. Not to mention, the use of illusions that paid respect to the past installments was something that a few criticized because of some of the tunes that Nobuo Uematsu reused for Final Fantasy IX, but came to the agreement that the creation of the game was part of Square's overall effort to create an entry filled with nostalgia for longtime fans, as the number of references and allusions were massive in size. Final Fantasy IX would go on to sell nearly 5.5 million copies worldwide, making it the 13th best-selling game on the PlayStation and the 5th best-selling game in the franchise. After its release, Final Fantasy IX would receive the award for Console Role-Playing Game of the Year, Outstanding Achievement in Art Direction, and Outstanding Achievement in Animation at the 2001 Game Developers Conference. Aside from the criticism of reusing music tracks from past installments into Final Fantasy IX, the overall soundtrack for the game that was created by Nobuo Uematsu was considered not only Uematsu's most prolific score and favorite he has created, but one of the best projects he has ever worked on. This was thanks to the 110 different tracks that were used in the overall score, with an extra 42 tracks for the extended soundtrack. While the themes for Final Fantasy 7 and 8 came off surrounding more of the realistic nature of both games, Uematsu decided to come off with both serious music along with lighthearted and silly tunes to balance the cartoony and whimsical nature of the game's presentation as inspiration. Though he originally thought of making the soundtrack feel very similar to that of medieval tunes, Uematsu decided that having multiple variations of music was needed to counter the boring nature of only having just one specific genre. Another bit for inspiration when coming up with Final Fantasy IX's overall soundtrack, Nobuo Uematsu took a 2-week break from work as he traveled to Europe to study old castles in Germany to further influence the game's soundtrack being reminiscent to that of what one would hear from medieval Europe. Since Final Fantasy IX's setting wasn't that grand of a setting when compared to the previous entry, Uematsu also wanted to go for the simple, warm style instead of going above and beyond with having huge orchestral and grand pieces in the overall score. Thus, Uematsu thought of using other instruments such as a kazoo and a dulcimer, which were instruments that not many people were highly acquainted with at the time. Many of these tracks would accompany the mood of the events and themes of the characters that were present, as they all fit into the score, with great praise from critics and fans. Final Fantasy IX's overall soundtrack would be the last that Nobuo Uematsu would ever work on exclusively, and many people started to speculate throughout the years that the main reason for this cause was because he was simply overworked. Regardless, the game and its soundtrack still hold a special place in Nobuo Uematsu despite what those who speculate his decision to no longer remain exclusive to the soundtracks of later entries. Many of the tracks in Final Fantasy IX's music revolved around the game's main theme of life and death, which primarily centered on the characters of Vivi and Kuja, where most others go through this ordeal like Zidane. Vivi struggles to understand his purpose in life after learning he is an artificial being made in a factory for the purpose of war and bloodshed, and has to confront the reality of possessing a fixed and quicker lifespan than his friends. Kuja, on the other hand, comes to know of his purpose since birth, but comes to rebel against his life as a tool for his master Garland. Despite being similar to the Black Mages when it comes to his lifespan and helping Queen Braun mass-produce their own kind, he does not feel empathy towards them, instead viewing them as dolls that are beneath himself. Because of them being similar to the Deranged Reaper, Kuja fully denies his origins and, to this effect, hides his identity to forget about it. Vivi comes to learn the purpose of life is to simply live it to the fullest, despite going through many tragedies that he experiences and accumulates throughout the game, as the memories will return to the planet's crystal upon his death, thus contributing to the circle of life, while Kuja is driven mad by his mortality and impending death upon Zidane's growth. Life and death and the circle of life played a very significant role in many of the aspects found in the game, such as the Aifa tree being the symbolic tree of life that is referenced in other mythologies like Yggdrasil in Norse mythology, and Terra being a dying world populated by dormant souls and the soulless vessels, the genome race. This powerful and symbolic theme can be heard in the game's overall soundtrack when it comes to those found in the songs called A Place to Call Home, Unrequited Love, You're Not Alone, and the game's main theme song, Melodies of Life, where it is the theme that is associated with the summoner's village of Madain Seri, as well as the romantic relationship between Zidane and Garnet.
Oh. What? Come on. Oh. God damn it. Fucking assholes. The other one's almost up. I'm just not that interested. I'll run them in circles. I don't care. I'm not that interested in losing this. I'm just not. Like, fuck that. Like, I'll fucking wait. I'll wait. Yep. Ah. You fucking asshole. Ah! What was that? Oh. Fucking asshole. Ah. I missed all of that? Ah, all of it. Oh. God damn it, you're annoying. Come on, run. Here we go. Fucking so annoying. It's hard to do two of them. Can't do two of them. See, I see two of them. There's no way. Just gonna skirt it. Fucking.
This song was created and composed by Nobuo Uematsu, with Japanese singer Emiko Shiratori providing the vocals for both the Japanese and English versions of the piece. The song has become very well received amongst music and video game critics, as it not only shares the message to embrace life to the fullest, but knowing that there are those who are dear to their hearts, which they have a place with them where they can call home, and they are never alone.
It's
So far and away, see the bird as it flies by.
what?
Right into the shadows of the clouds.
Oh, you hurt me. You hurt me. Oh. So annoying. Oh, that was it. I got him. That was it? That was it. Cool. It would appear that I could go do that. Jesus, the whole song.
Final Fantasy games on the PlayStation became very pivotal for the series going forward, as Final Fantasy VII revolutionized the JRPG formula with its own innovations that were on par with what many saw in prior entries like Final Fantasy VI. While Final Fantasy VIII improved upon many of the foundations that were brought about from the game before,
wow,
such as the non-linear nature and colorful atmosphere that was in contrast
so
to
annoying.
the depressing nature found in Gaia when it came to places like Midgard.
You asshole.
Final Fantasy IX took a step back and retraced the roots of what Final Fantasy is all about since the series' conception, and the developers of that game, along with Hiroyuki Ito and Hironobu Sakaguchi, gave the ultimate love letter to longtime fans, with many of the illusions from past games referenced in Final Fantasy IX with its own lore that it brought about for itself. Many of those longtime fans have come to the agreement that Final Fantasy IX is the best entry on the PlayStation, but it also became the most critically acclaimed entry to date. The longtime fans and the general public would often debate about which game was better when it came to both Final Fantasy VI and VII, but with many of the conventions brought back from past installments while creating newer ones into Final Fantasy IX, many of those longtime fans like to argue that the game has actually managed to surpass the delivery of all the other games when it came to the story, characters, music, and overall atmosphere based on its themes. What Final Fantasy VI did in surpassing the first game with its traditional staples as a 2D JRPG, many believe Final Fantasy IX surpassed those traditional staples as a 3D JRPG. While the game would be the last traditional game in the Final Fantasy series to bear the name to this day, many other games have come about that honored the series that would be in spin-off fashion or from newer IPs. The most recent of these new IPs that honors the Final Fantasy franchise and its conventions would be Bravely Default in 2012 and Bravely Second in 2015, which were both developed by Silicon Studios and published by Square Enix. While they would be developed by an outside studio and not internally by Square themselves, the gameplay, story, world, characters, and music would serve as a tribute to both Hironobu Sakaguchi as well as the franchise he had created. Because of its influence with there not being a new game to follow these past traditions into newer installments, many longtime fans have either given up hope for a return to form, or have still clinged on to it with there being a new entry that will bring back those staples in a main installment. Supposedly, there was a remake of Final Fantasy IX considered in 2001 after the release of the PlayStation successor, but was either scrapped or didn't go into production at all, with many others such as Final Fantasy VII and Vagrant Story meeting a very similar fate. According to a 2009 interview with Final Fantasy producer Yoshinori Kitase and Square Enix personnel Takeshi Arakawa, who worked on the menu design for games such as Final Fantasy VIII and the Kingdom Hearts series before his departure from the company in 2011, Arakawa stated that his desire was to make a sequel to Final Fantasy IX, more so than any other game that either Square would come up with or what the fans mostly desired. With the recent announcement of Final Fantasy VII being remade for the PlayStation 4, Tetsuya Nomura stated that development of the remake greatly influences him in wanting to remake past games for more modern times, such as Final Fantasy VI, being another prime example that longtime fans want. As the sign of a Final Fantasy IX remake not going into production or scrapping it altogether during the PlayStation successor's life cycle, hopes for a Final Fantasy IX remake or a possible sequel are now brighter thanks to Nomura's recent quote. Despite Final Fantasy IX being the last game to be made for the original PlayStation era of gaming, the series would make its jump to next-generation consoles, with the next installment seeing the series go through a metamorphosis in their deliveries, and would all come to a start on Sony's successor console, the PlayStation 2.
Listen to my story. This may be our last chance.
Next time in Double RPG's Final Fantasy Retrospective, we jump into the next entry that takes place in the fictional world of Spira, where the 10th installment not only reveals polymorphic that would influence other games in the series, but its own convention set about by Yoshinori Kitase and his team would label the next game as one of the biggest and most ambitious entries to the series that Square has ever made.
Salamander snail. Nice. Salamander slime. I love this series. I've watched like 5 hours of it and it shit blew by. Fucking great. Wonderful. Great little retrospective of all of them. Ah. You fucking... Ah. Just chunk. Just 700s across the board. Crank those 90s. Like, works for me, you know? Okay, so are we done here? No, we're not done here. What else do you want me to do here? You want me to go in there? I think you do. You want me to go in there? Alright. Seems safe, you know? Ah! Come on, man. Oh. I gotta kill this fucker. I gotta kill him. Oh. Come on, man. Away, away. Away, away. Ah. Ah. Did you kill him? No. You gotta kill him or he's just gonna range me. You fucking... Ah! I knew you were gonna chunk me, you fucking dick. Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. Okay. Ah. These things are too high for me. Okay. There we go. Okay. Oh. Ouch. Ah. Come on, man. Yep. Okay. See, like... 1, 2 chunk. See, chunk. Get a nice chunk. Yep.
After
Corrupted
the
slop
conclusion of the
maker.
Final
Oh
Fantasy series run on
no.
the Nintendo consoles and jump onto the
Oh
PlayStation that
god.
proved to be a huge and outstanding
Come on, man.
success, Square's future on Sony's consoles would help
Ah.
move the flagship franchise forward. While they had their fair share of success from newer games such as the Parasite franchise, Brave Fencer Musashi, and Xenogears right around the same time, many PlayStation fans and Final Fantasy fans began to see Square as the one being held responsible for working on more games in the Final Fantasy franchise on the PlayStation platforms. The Final Fantasy series would see 3 games during the PlayStation 1 generation, just like Final Fantasy 1 through 3 on the Famicom and 4 through 6 on the Super Famicom. Final Fantasy became one of the most talked about video games at the time, as the likeliness of the franchise and some of its characters would appear in many different fashions, or at least pay an homage to the series with some of their mascots. At the turn of the century, a Japanese animated series based on Square's RPG franchise came in the form of Final Fantasy Unlimited. While the premise involved a set of new characters that originally came from Japan and ended up in a world called Wonderland with no relation to the Final Fantasy mythos set within the games, some memorable mascots such as the Chocobo and Cactuar would help the protagonists, while certain elements from the games would come in the form of Easter eggs, as most of them were popular and a few that were obscure. Nobuo Uematsu handled the soundtrack for the show, and he was accompanied by Shiro Hamaguchi and Aki Fumitada. While the show proved to be a hit for kids in Japan, the reception of the show from overseas was mostly mixed, with praise coming from the music and visuals, while criticisms were placed on the formulaic plot that was mostly aimed for kids and didn't truly live up to the Final Fantasy name. Earlier in the same year, Hironobu Sakaguchi released his first CGI film that he produced and directed called Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within. While nothing seemed remotely tied to the Final Fantasy mythos, with there being references abound such as the character Sid, the film was mostly a sci-fi flick that some may consider to be more of a nod to both Star Wars and Star Trek, instead of being considered anything Final Fantasy. While the movie received mixed reviews from critics, Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within became a box office flop from around the world. Seeing as no future was in store for making movies for theatrical purposes, Square maintained their momentum with games development while sometimes returning to animated in movie form in some way when it came to both Last Order Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VII Advent Children, which both proved to be a more positive success. At the turn of the millennium, Sony's next-generation console, the PlayStation 2, already hit the masses and proved to be a critical and commercial hit amongst many gamers. At that time, fans of Final Fantasy were eagerly awaiting what Square could do if they were to bring the series into this new console generation. While the first game came out a year after the console's launch, it would prove to be a drastic departure of the franchise while taking place in a world and time which many may consider to be a prequel set in the same universe as Final Fantasy VII.
Come on, man. Down. 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 Don't you dare chunk me, you fucking dick. You die. Ooh, purple ice gauntlet.
Development
Nice,
for Final
nice.
Fantasy X began in 1999, right after Final Fantasy VIII was completed.
I like seeing the purple,
where the
it's
staff
good.
consisted of over 100
Does give
people,
that thrill.
many of whom worked on the franchise in the past. Yoshinori Kitase would return as chief director and producer for this installment, but the direction of events, maps, and battles were handled by Motomu Toriyama, Takayoshi Nakasato, and Toshiro Tsuchida respectively. Kazushige Nojima would be at the helm as scenario writer for the game, but he collaborated with the likes of Daisuke Watanabe, Motomu Toriyama, and Yoshinori Kitase to work on the script that took about 3 to 4 months to complete. Finally, Tetsuya Nomura would return as the main character designer, where Yusuke Naora would once again be in charge of the game's art direction. For the first game in the series to hop onto a console far more superior in the graphics
Wow,
and
what's with all the
architecture,
purples
it would be
falling?
the first game to incorporate full 3D backgrounds,
It's a shame it's so
voice
heavy.
acting, and the transition to real-time storytelling.
You're gonna be
Sakaguchi,
fucking annoying,
the executive
aren't you?
producer of
Yeah,
this
you
franchise, as well as the vice president of Square at the
Well,
time, expressed his initial concerns about the series taking this
let's just
leap of its
assume you're gonna
evolution,
hurt me
but
and run the
digressed as he
potion.
believed the success of Final Fantasy can be attributed to constantly challenging the development team to try new things. Final Fantasy X was going to be the first game in the series to have the PlayStation 2's planned network adapter to have the game function in an online connected format. Had the game been worked on with this format in mind, one of the key features that would have been included would be the ability for players to go into the main menu during the gameplay and select the Play Online option to gain access to a strategy guide that covers specific areas in the game as well as enemies, bosses, items, weapons, armor, and some shops that may be
410,
present in
440,
those locations.
it's
That way, players can plan the
11%
best
chance
strategies
doesn't
that they can if they
consume-
wanted to progress the
I mean,
game going
it's
forward.
got 16
This was also
strength
to
on
address
each
the
area
criticism of
versus
Final
the-
Fantasy IX requiring the
Oops,
player to log on to
I mean,
Square's
yeah,
Play
but
Online
it's-
service
is
from
it
their
BOE?
website
No,
to
it's
look up
BOE.
exclusive information
It's
on various
unfortunate
things
'cause
that
it's,
wasn't
like,
present in the
better,
regular
but it's
strategy
not,
guide.
it's not
However,
the
with the
best
ongoing
eye
delay that the
level,
network adapter for the expansion bay was facing from Sony,
This format for the game was canceled, as was this feature.
Right
It would be
before I
later
have to
made
fight him
available in their
again.
next game, which wouldn't come out for the next few years.
I'm gonna have to fight
One
him
of these
again.
newer things
God
that
damn
the
it.
team would experiment on is the overall influence of the game's main setting. Tetsuya
wait, that's
Nomura
Ori,
identified
that's
the
Ori.
regions and cultures
Hey,
ranging
no
from the South
Ori for me,
Pacific,
just get out.
Thailand,
Yeah.
and Japan
I
as
don't
major
fight him again,
influences,
yeah.
as well as the geographical design
Where
of
the
the game
fucking
world that
chests
would be known
at?
as Spira.
You
He also
son
said
of a
that
bitch, this
Spira
place is
deviates
so
from the worlds
big.
of past Final Fantasy games
It's
in
so
the level
big,
of detail
what the fuck?
incorporated, something he has expressed in past installments he worked to
Ah,
conscious
you
effort to
fucking-
maintain during this game's design process.
You dick.
Other team members
Fuck
such
off.
as Yoshinori Kitase were also involved
Ah.
in this idea,
Come on.
as he felt that if the setting went back to
Oh,
a
I
medieval
chunked him,
European
I chunked him.
fantasy, it would not seem to
Yep.
help the development team
Ah.
use newer settings in different ways
Die.
not done before. Kazushige Nogima
Ah.
also suggested a fantasy world
Yep.
that incorporated Asian elements, as he was thinking of different world environments. According to sub-character chief designer Fumi Nakashima,
Ah.
her focus was to ensure that characters from different regions and cultures bore distinctive characteristics in their clothing style, so that they could be quickly and easily identified as members of their respective subgroups. For further inspiration for Final Fantasy X's creation, the development team sought to make a fictional religion to reflect that of the game's setting. To narrow down their selection, the team looked into the lore within Gnosticism as the game's overall theme. Gnosticism is categorized by a collection of ancient religions whose adherents shun the material world,
Ouch.
which they
You
viewed by the creation of the
fucking-
demiurge,
ouch, ouch.
an artisan-like figure such
Ah.
as God that is responsible for the fashioning and the maintenance of the physical world,
Fucking
and then
so
embracing
annoying.
the spirit world.
Ah.
Many different religions such as Shintoism, Buddhism, Islam, and Catholicism would play a very integral role to the overall religion placed within the game. Whenever Spira was in grave danger of there being the constant death and suffering of many of its own people out of whim, or for those who
Come on,
defied
man.
the teaching of that said religion, one person alone would undergo tests
Asshole.
from many different trials to
Chunks
determine
you.
if they are fit to bring salvation and peace to those
Fuck
who are
is this
suffering,
chest
as well as
at?
those
It's
who
not
have
down
perished
there.
because of cataclysmic
Oh,
events.
no.
And completing this
Where
journey
else
would
is there to
bring us
go
one
in
step
here?
closer
There-
to
like, what?
Nirvana, while the world can achieve peace.
So that's where I
Only for the
came in. I'm
cycle to be
fairly
reborn
sure. I
each
mean, I don't
time.
know.
Thus,
I don't
The
know.
trials required the savior to
I don't know where
maintain
this
his or
chest
her
is.
commitment to
Oh
the teachings
no,
by
where
being aided
is
with the power of
this?
immaterial emanations of God.
Did I
In
get
the end,
both
that savior would have
iterations
to end
of
up sacrificing his
this?
or her own life to become the final emanation.
Like, I don't remember
that
which
would
way
take up the
I
role
came
as the
in-
next
came
vessel
in
for the root
even.
of all evil. Thus, the developers created the fictional religion
There's
known
a
as
chest,
Yevon,
there's a
where
chest.
the saviors would be in the guise of
Probably the
summoners
last one.
who go on a pilgrimage to many different temples to pay their respects to the people and those of higher sources to obtain the power of the game's Eidolons known as Aeons. Using this power would help the summoner
Come on,
fight
last
against the
chest.
harbinger of death in
Last
the
chest.
destruction known
Last
as
chest.
Sin,
Last
a
chest.
gargantuan will-like beast that brings
Oh,
punishment to
75
people for
gold.
their vanity and
Oh,
goodwill to
fucking
mankind.
lame.
Those who have suffered at the chaos of sin would require the summoner to perform a ritual that would bring their soul to peace in the far plane,
What?
an afterlife where souls go to
I mean, I don't
obtain
know,
lasting
like,
prosperity. The summoner's
that
final
doesn't go
destination
anywhere.
would
It
lead
doesn't
them
go
to a
anywhere.
machination city
This
known
place
as
does not
Xanarchy,
go anywhere.
where
No,
Yevon's
I
origins
don't know.
began.
It's
And there the summoner
what
must
can I
form a
do?
pact with
There's
the
nothing I can
final
do.
Aeon in the
Oh
process of
god, you
losing their
aggro? Did
lives,
you? Oh yeah,
while
you
someone
did.
is selected
Oh,
as
you
Sin's newest vessel to achieve the
fucker.
time of calm before Sin runs on a rampage again. Mostly, mankind's punishment was based on the people constantly using steampunk and mechanized
What?
technology known as
Oh,
Machina,
did I kill him?
which is
I
strongly
did.
tapped into
No.
Yevon's
Yes, I
teachings.
did. I did.
And anyone who constantly associated themselves with these machines are viewed as heretics. Even though the overall theme would have a very serious and sad tone set in, Square thought it would be wise to have something very exciting to raise Spira's oppressing nature by adding some form of entertainment coming from its traditional sport known as blitzball. Blitzball is an underwater sport that combines the mechanics to that of football or American soccer and underwater polo, where players would play in matches that consisted of teams, as they would have to try to gain the most points in two 5-minute rounds in order to win a match. The concept of the sport was conceived by Yoshinori Kitase, as the main reason behind the sport's creation was that in the year 2000, Japan was getting excited for hosting the 2002 FIFA World Cup, along with South Korea, and that the inclusion of a fictional sport was based on the idea of the pod racers that were seen in Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace by Lucasfilms. The term blitz and blitzball is German for the term lightning, as it describes the fast-paced nature of a sport, which was a common thing that was used in American football. With Spira's creation brought about with its geography, the different races, and its form of entertainment, the setting was fully created.
I think I got these already. I don't know. See, you are giving me credit. Oh no, it's a quest that never ends. I don't know. I don't know. I need to do the full circle around the other side.
Stories through cutscenes and text
I don't know.
using 2D
I don't know.
pre-rendered backdrops. The development team for Final Fantasy X took the liberty to make this
Oh,
game
you're gonna
become the
steal
first
my
in the
time
series
with this.
that
I
would have
know
full
you
three-dimensional
are.
settings
It's
where it wasn't
so
strictly placed on a
tragic.
world map.
This would give
See, there's
Aqua
like
not
no
only
other.
better
There's no other
detail
place to
within the
go,
environments
but
present within the different places of Spirit,
like out there.
but it
I don't
gives
know.
Spirit the
Maybe
opportunity to create
that.
much
Maybe I
better
missed
detail
that.
than what was seen on the PlayStation during its lifespan.
I don't
However,
know.
in doing this kind of thing, where all the environments would be rendered with greater detail, Yoshinori Kitase and his team abandoned the world.
Maybe out here I missed
as he wanted to
one.
make the journey of the whole game feel realistic.
I mean,
to
it's
the eyes of those
possible.
who have
It
undergone
is
this kind of
possible.
tradition. This allowed
Jesus
for each
Christ, that
location
is
to be
so many
presented with a
mobs.
distinct theme
I can't even
that not
barely
only
handle 2 of
embodied
these, much
many
less
of the
20.
cultures of the
So
South,
have
reflecting
fun.
that of the South Pacific and Thailand, but the main
I'm definitely
continent
taking
within
that,
Spira,
so-
possibly influenced by the land of the rising sun, which we know as Japan. Each character
See,
in
there
the
is
different
one. There-
races
there
would
is
have
one.
different attire that could easily show a sophisticated implication of the many races within Spira.
Oh,
These races would consist of mostly
it's so
the human
scary.
race that divided itself into Spirans, as well as the Albed, the outcast race who rely on Machina, the Hypello, a humanoid amphibious race that offer community services.
I don't know
to
if I
the
should have
people of
done
Spira.
that.
The Cactuar
I might
nation
not
that
should have
consisted
done
of the
that. We'll
series-owned
see.
Cactuar race,
Oh,
the
well.
Ronso
Like,
tribe,
go
a
away,
humanoid feline
fuckers.
race that
Like,
consists of strong and
please
honorable warriors,
leash.
and the Guado,
Please
a human-like
fucking
race
leash.
that live in the
You know?
trees and protect the
Look at all
farmland
that. That
in
is
Spira's
insane.
afterlife.
Get
Those who
off
are in
me.
league with the
Get
teachings
off
of
me.
Yevon would be disciples or guard monks in some way, while the higher-ups are known as maesters, with their leader being known as Grand Maester
Fucking
Yomaika.
asshole.
The main cast for the group would consist of 4
Yeah,
humans,
I'm here, yeah.
1 human Albed half-breed,
What
a
was
human
that?
Albed, and
Okay,
1 of the
cancel
Ronso
the
tribe.
animation.
This cast would consist of the lead character
Ah,
Titus,
come on, man.
a young adventurer and star blitzball player who lives in the city of Xanarkand,
What?
which many people
Oh.
deem that place as a dead ancient city. The main heroine would be named Yuna, a summoner who goes on a pilgrimage to save the world of Spira from Sin's tyranny with the help of her guardians. The rest would consist of a mysterious man named Orin, a swordsman of high
Come on,
guardian
work.
status who watches over
Come
and
on.
protects
Yes!
Titus and
Did I get it?
a warrior with a
Yes, I
lance
got it.
and
I got it. I
long
got it.
Ronso
Oh,
tribe
yeah, you
who
didn't
has
fuck
been
me.
there for Yuna
I was so
since
scared it was
her
going to fuck me. I was like,
childhood.
no,
A former
don't fuck
blitzball
me.
player named
Yes,
Waka,
yes,
who
yes,
has a
yes.
strong
Alright,
devotion to Yevon's
so
teachings and thinks that Machina are
I'm
extremely
done with
sacrilegious.
this
A female black
whole
mage
bent,
named
though I
Lulu,
can
who has
go
vast knowledge of Spira
there.
and scolds those only to show her care for the safety
Seems
of
like
her
kind of the
companions,
whole
and
route,
the spunky
you know.
Albed
They want me to
youth
run a
named
route.
Riku,
I see
who wishes
it,
for
so
Yuna's
it's
safety at the
okay.
cost of doing things.
All
which
I
conflict
want
the
is
early
some
goals
kind
the
of
rest
insurance
party.
that, like, I
Secondary
can
characters would consist of Titus's father named Jed,
spawn,
who
'cause
has
this
a
is
very
all
estranged relationship
combat.
with his son
All
because
of
of his
that's
arrogancy
combat.
and bullying nature towards
I
his
don't
kid
see the
while
point.
still having a
I don't
love
see the
heart.
point in doing this
High
journey.
Senator Braska, who is Yuna's father
Yeah,
that
like,
brought
I
him home
don't-
after his pilgrimage
no.
from 10 years earlier, and a human Guado half-breed by the name of Seymour, a maester of Yevon and leader of the Guado, where his best interests in
Get me
protecting
outta
Spira
here.
are left by many as being
Oh
extremely
yeah,
questionable,
mission
but
successful. I
actively
did pretty
sought to
good.
cover up
I'll
his
be right
true
back.
nature
I
as
can't
one of
believe
his
I cleared those.
kindness.
Those are hard.
Other characters are present and mentioned throughout
Be
the
right
game
back.
as they mostly have minor roles, but the overall cast is just as varied as many others from past games. Since Final Fantasy X was the first game on the PlayStation 2 to be fully rendered in 3D, one of the newest additions that hasn't been done before was the inclusion of voice acting. Voice acting was something that Yoshinori Kitase wished to bring about in a Final Fantasy game since the series jumped from the PlayStation to the PlayStation 2. However, games like Metal Gear Solid on the PlayStation broke the mold, where quality voice acting could become a thing, and Square made sure they took the initiative when it came to that feat for their first outing of the series on the PlayStation 2. Even though the Japanese version would have its own native voice actors that range from those who did voice work for other games as well as popular animated cartoons, the English release would feature voiceovers that not only were famous for video game roles, but those who have a background for voicing characters through animation or acting in film from Hollywood. Many of these people would include James Arnold Taylor, who voices Titus,
Oh, I want to slap that guy.
The best. Yeah, right.
Hetty Barres, who voices Yuna,
I've done it. I have become a summoner.
Matt McKenzie, who voices Orin,
You'll see it for yourself soon enough.
John
Orin was
DiMaggio,
so
who
good.
voices both Kimari and Waka,
Then I must prove my strength. First things first. Let's go over the basics again, boys.
Paula Tiso, who voices Lulu,
It is. It's you, is it not, Lady Gingham?
Tara Strong, who voices Riku,
Riku, Tara Strong.
I was done for back there.
and Greg Berger, who voices Jack, to name a few.
Well, trying to follow in my footsteps, are you? I usually charge for lessons. That shot is done like this.
Not only would the character speak in dialogue, but the development team were challenged by matching the facial expressions that fluctuates with the pronunciation of the words that were spoken. It was a technically difficult task for the team, but it paved the way for bringing something new that was never done for an RPG by Square. This feat was successfully pulled off earlier thanks to the likes of the company releasing a brand new beat 'em up for the PlayStation 2 earlier that year known as The Bouncer.
The bouncer.
We have been using motion capture since Final Fantasy VIII. We didn't use it that much in Final Fantasy IX because the characters weren't designed to be lifelike. In Final Fantasy X, we used motion capture almost all the time to make the characters seem real. Now that we have the power of the PS2, we were able to have better definition in the battle scenes, with smoother movement and facial expressions for the characters. I really appreciate that we could show these details. Also, we can transition between real-time and full-motion video smoothly now, which makes me really happy.
Me too.
The most challenging part was, well, actually there were a lot of challenges, particularly getting the details of facial expressions and the movement of hair and clothing. The time it took for a scene depends on the complexity of that scene. The shortest time was 2 to 3 weeks. Most of the time, though, it takes about 1 or 2 months. The longest scene we rendered took about half a year.
I mean, that's not superior, so...
Before the game's release, Square worked on a big advertising campaign to promote the game for their native country, to even working with Electronic Arts in North America to try and bring in the same amount of hype that Final Fantasy VII managed to achieve. This task was taken into account based on commercials that both countries managed to air at the time.
PlayStation.
Final Fantasy X is gorgeous and grand. Absolutely mind-blowing.
Mind-blowing. Enthralling gameplay. Big, fancy, new whatever. Blah, 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 blah. Don't believe a word. It's really good.
I've done it.
Final Fantasy X, rated T for teen, only on PlayStation 2.
Although the commercials were one way to hype up their game, Square also partnered up with other companies from both regions to try and strengthen its publicity of the game even more.
I have a lot of
In
greens
Japan,
and blues
Square
to
teamed up
post
with
here,
Coca-Cola once more to bring about a toy line of figurines, which they did for Final Fantasy VII up to Final Fantasy IX when it came to the main characters. And even a commercial accompanied the toy line, which didn't go for an original take like what Final Fantasy IX
kind of helped.
When it came to North America, Square partnered up with the World Wrestling Federation, now known as World Wrestling Entertainment, to promote the game before and after its release, as it would represent the 2002 Royal Rumble, with plenty of plugs that were given during some of their live shows, such as WWF Raw on Monday nights and WWF Livewire on Saturday mornings.
Raw on Monday nights.
There was even a 15-year anniversary for the series at the Metreon in San Francisco, California, where fans got together to try and win big memorabilia from the series, as well as get a sneak peek at the first trailer released in English, as it was also showcased on the DVD for Final Fantasy The Spirits Within, as well as the PlayStation Underground's monthly DVD magazine when it came packaged with the January issue of the US official PlayStation magazine.
There have been other worlds before. Mythical, exotic, timeless. Final Fantasy the games. Interactive worlds that have captivated millions, taking you to the limits of your imagination. And now, the phenomenon continues with Final Fantasy X. A young adventurer named Tidus, beginning an epic journey. And Yuna, training in the ancient art of summoning. Join them as they struggle to save their world from a vast evil known only as sin. Young heroes, their courage, their passion. Enter the battle. Experience the danger. Their world is your world. Become the adventure. Final Fantasy X. Available only on PlayStation 2. Product not yet rated.
By the way.
With a strong marketing push and a development cycle that lasted as long as the previous game done by Yoshinori Kitase and his team, Final Fantasy VIII, Final Fantasy X became one of the must-have games for the PlayStation 2 at the time, as the hype was just as unparalleled as much as Final Fantasy VII's own advertising gig with Sony. Final Fantasy X would go on to release in Japan on July 19, 2001, North America on December 17, 2001, and in May 2002 for both Europe and Australia. Final Fantasy X is set in the world of Spira, where it inhabits neighboring islands such as Besaid and Kilika, the capital city in all of Spira known as Luca, the tree city of Guado Salam that is home to the Guado race, the headquarters of Yevon in the city of Bavel, Bikanel Island that is home to the Albed race, the snowy tall elevations of Mount Gagazet that is home to the Ransa race, and Zanarkand was once a flourishing city that went to war over Bavel because of its place as a city of Machina that would eventually become taboo to the religion's teachings from all over the world. Because of the city's downfall, it has become a relic to the past where the final summoning must take place. Temples would be the strongholds for the summoners to receive the blessings of the Aeons within them to request their services, and they would be located in the provinces of both Besaid and Kilika, the high road of Jose, the snowy region of Macalania, the city of Bavel, and the lost city of Zanarkand. Most of the world would be surrounded by large bodies of water to reflect that element into the game's story, as Blitzball is the main attraction and the neighboring islands that are surrounded by it. Early drafts in the story had a central theme that surrounded the character of Yuna, where a person's life would end after 17 years of age because of her role as a summoner that she followed in her father's footsteps. Tidus was acted as a representation of the player who comes from their own world and has no vast knowledge to that of the new world that they are in, so the idea of narration from the player's perspective when speaking from the past tense would be essential toward the character. When going for that idea, Kazushige Nojima became initially concerned with establishing a connection between the player and the main character because of the story being designed so that the player's progress through the world and growing knowledge about it is reflected in Tidus' narration. Early drafts that introduced the main characters were vastly different, as it involved Tidus being envisioned as a plumber with the attitude of a delinquent. Tidus would then swim in an ocean near the city of Registan, which was later renamed Zanarkand, to the theme of Hymn of the Faith, then visiting a place called Yevon Dome, where he would have met up with his friends that consisted of one male and two females. While there were other ideas to be had in the plot, such as Auron and a group of fighters known as the Crimson Blades fending off monsters, Tidus being an unsent throughout the whole game, or Auron being Jacked in disguise where he could have been watching things as well as his son all along, many of these ideas ended up getting scrapped altogether. Thus, the story began from scratch, and it would be shown how the game portrayed the events to be from what everyone would see as of today.
Final Fantasy X takes place in a big city called Zanarkand. They play a fictional sport called Blitzball there. The main character is a popular player in the sport and comes to a place called Spila to play. When he tries to return to his hometown, he meets many different people, and that's where the story starts. In order to shock and surprise the players the way I did in Final Fantasy VII and VIII, we had to keep including new elements in the game that nobody thought of before. In Final Fantasy X, we could add the voiceovers for the characters and show the facial expressions very well. Because of that, I kept the overall story very simple. For the theme of Final Fantasy X, all of us wanted to create something that other companies hadn't done. That was our main goal. Independence is the main theme for the story. Independence from society or parents as you grow up.
The game starts out with Tidus, Yuna, and her guardians sitting around a campfire until nightfall before entering the lost city of Zanarkand, where Yuna must undergo her last trial to bring peace to Spira. Before doing so, Tidus climbs a hill behind the campsite and tells his story about the events that transpired before their arrival and his own arrival in Final Fantasy X's world. Before his arrival, Tidus lived in the city of Zanarkand as a star blitzball player for the Zanarkand Apes, and the team has a match for the city's own enjoyment. However, things go badly for everyone as a monstrous behemoth attacks the city, which places it into a state of emergency. The monster that attacks the city would be revealed as Sin, and Orin arrives to assist Tidus in fighting back against the monster's minions. Unknown to the Blitzball star, Orin actually brings him closer to Sin due to unknown reasons, and both of them are taken and separated in an unknown world called Spira. Tidus ends up in a dark cold temple all by himself, but is saved by a group of people who don't seem to speak his native language. Luckily, one girl actually can speak his language and says that they'll feed him if he agrees to help them out. The people in front of him are from the Albed ethnicity who rely on machines called Machina to do their jobs. After helping them out on a mission, Tidus is then introduced to the girl who goes under the name Riku, and she asks him about where he's from, since he strangely appeared at the temple he was located in. Shocked by the answer of his origin, she believes he might have been infected by Sin's toxin because of it tampering with someone's mind where they may not know what they are saying, since she claims that Xanarkand is a dead ancient city. Unexpectedly, Sin comes out of nowhere and drags Tidus into a whirlpool from the ocean, being transported to someplace else. He wakes up on a beach and finds something very familiar to him, a blitzball. Off in the horizon, Tidus is greeted and welcomed by a man named Waka and his blitzball team, the Besaid Aurochs. Explaining his situation, Tidus is brought to the town of Besaid to seek guidance from the town's temple to purify him of Sin's toxin. Inside the temple, Tidus sees so many priests and acolytes who are followers of the religion of Yevon. At the same time, he learns of a girl who is deep within the temple and is undergoing a trial to become a summoner. Afterwards, Tidus begins to relax until he knows what to do next, and Waka is notified that the summoner hasn't come out of the temple for quite some time. Overhearing this, Tidus rushes to the temple to go deep inside to see what all has happened, despite the warnings of the priests that no one must disrupt the trial. This doesn't stop the boy as he arrives at the heart of the temple with Waka, and he is introduced to a female black. Black mage named Lulu and a feline humanoid warrior named Kimari Ronso. The summoner then comes out of the temple and proclaims that she has fulfilled the trial to become one by forging a pact with the Aeon known as Valefor. That evening, the town celebrates for the birth of the new summoner named Yuna, and Tidus introduces himself to her, only to be cut short by the villagers telling him to stay away since he is no follower of Yevon. However, Yuna claims that they can speak on the boat when they begin her pilgrimage in the morning, and that next morning would not only begin her journey, but Tidus's as well. Tidus's travels in Spira would lead him to not only understand Yuna's journey and her purpose, but it would also help him understand the tragic fate that Spira has to endure because of Sin constantly coming back to cause death and destruction. His travels would lead him and the party to journey from Besaid to Kilika on boat, where Yuna asks Tidus about Xanarkand, since a man named Jecht came from the same place. However, they are attacked by Sin, but manage to fend for themselves only for the beast to destroy the nearby island of Kilika. After performing a ritual to send the souls of the deceased to the afterlife known as the Far Plane, Yuna travels with her guardians along with Tidus to the temple to receive her next Aeon, Ifrit. Being successful in completing that trial, the group finally travels to Luca where a blitzball tournament is happening with Tidus helping out the Besaid Aurochs and even meeting a maester of Yevon called Seymour Guado and Grand Maester Micah from the city of Bavel. The end of the tournament becomes no celebration as the creatures of Sin attack the stadium where the heroes fend for themselves along with Orin, who shows up out of nowhere. Seymour manages to destroy the monsters with his own Aeon called Anima, and everyone is saved from any further harm. Tidus reunites with Orin, who starts chastising the old man for bringing him into Spira, but Tidus also learns that his father, Jecht, and Sin are one and the same. To know more about the truth, Tidus and Orin offer their services as Yuna's guardians, as Waka has also become one full-time. Their travels would have the group adventure into the Mihin High Road, Mushroom Rock, to assist the monks of Yevon, the Crusaders, and the Albed in luring Sin to put a full stop to its tyranny only to end in failure, the Jose Temple for Yuna to receive her next Aeon called Ixion, the Moonflow where the team rides a shoe puff, and with Tidus reuniting with Riku after she secretly tried to kidnap Yuna for unknown reasons, and the Tree City of Guadosalam where Xanarkand's history is shown, Seymour asking for Yuna's hand in marriage, as well as the group being acquainted with the Far Plane. After leaving the Far Plane, everyone sees the spirit of Seymour's father, Lord Jiskel, who comes out by giving Yuna a movie spear with a recorded message before being sent back, and Yuna goes back to Seymour's mansion to answer his proposal before they leave. Surprisingly, everyone else learns that Seymour already went to the temple within the lake of Macalania, and Yuna leaves the house while having a distressed look on her face for some odd reason that she won't reveal. The group travels to Macalania Temple from the Thunder Plains and the woods before the snowy frozen lake right at the heart of the location where Seymour went to, and several trials and tribulations for the heroes would happen in such short time. Waka learns more about Riku being an Albed with disgust. Yuna undergoes her trial with Seymour at her side to receive her fourth Aeon called Shiva, while Tidus and everyone else sees Lord Jiskel's sphere, explaining that Seymour actually murdered him, usurped his position as a Maester of Yevon, and is enacting his own plans to bring the world of Spira one step closer toward its spiral into full annihilation. Everyone else rushes to Yuna's side for knowing Jiskel's horrifying news, and all of them try and stop Seymour only for a battle to ensue, which they emerge victorious. Seymour is killed by Yuna and her guardians, but doing so brands the group as traitors of Yevon, and they make their effort to escape the temple, only to be trapped in the lake's bed from underneath the ice. Yuna explains that she was about to try and convince Seymour to turn himself in for murdering his father if their marriage is to happen, but could not do so since Seymour has quite the gift of the silver tongue. Unknown to the party, they are on top of Sin, who was sleeping underneath Macalania Temple, and the group is transported elsewhere, far away from Yevon's reach. Now branded as traitors, things would only be tougher for the whole group going forward. Tidus, Orin, Kimari, Waka, Lulu, and Riku reunite with each other to search for Yuna on Beaconell Island, where the Albed mostly stay in sanctuary. But their home is raided by the Guado, who managed to abduct Yuna back into Yevon's clutches. Summoners have been brought to Beaconell Island to protect them from their fate within their own pilgrimage, and Tidus finds it surprising why they are around. For being oblivious to thinking that everything will be fine for Yuna in completing her pilgrimage when defeating Sin, a horrifying truth has been made to light right in front of him. If a summoner undergoes his or her pilgrimage, it would mean they would sacrifice their life only for the cycle of Sin's death and rebirth to continue, as Riku explains to Tidus. Grief-stricken and saddened by this fate that Yuna must endure, he vows to not let her end up in this predicament for knowing that the sacrifice of the final summoning is nothing but a barbaric and murderous practice on innocent lives. With his and the group's resolve to save Yuna, Tidus works together with the remaining survivors of the Albed, who are led by Riku's father, Sid, to search for Yuna as she has been taken to Yevon's headquarters in the city of Bavel, where she is to be wed by Seymour Guado, who is still a dead man amongst the living. After crashing the wedding and helping Yuna escape to Bavel's temple to receive the blessing of the Aeon Bahamut, everyone successfully reunites only to be held on trial for their traitors' actions toward the teachings of Yevon. However, it seemed to be the other way around, as the monks of Yevon all wield Machina weapons, and the maesters including Yo Micah are all bound to the mercy of Spira's never-ending spiral of death without challenging it. Everyone is then sent into the Via Purifico, where they are to be executed for their actions, but they succeed in staying alive by reuniting with each other and stopping Seymour, who tries to kill them once more. Escaping back into Macalania Woods, Yuna's faith in Yevon is shaken, but Tidus comforts her where she makes it a decision to continue her journey to Xanarkand as a means to fight for Spira and not by Yevon's falsehood. The pilgrimage continues with the group traveling through the Calmlands to stray away from Yevon tracking them down, as the city of Bavel is in complete disarray because of Seymour's actions and the turmoil that is ensuing from within. Their next stop brings them into the heart of the Ronso tribe's home turf, Mount Gagazet, and the heroes are stopped by the Ronso for going against Yevon, only for them to bow to Yuna's strong will in pursuing a brighter future for Spira. The Ronso allows Tidus and his group to pass through, only for them to be stopped by Seymour once again, after he has slew many of the feline race for their resistance. However, the heroes triumph over the deranged man's actions once more, and they continue through the upper parts of Mount Gagazet's caves as Tidus comes to learn from Bahamut's faith that the Xanarkand he comes from and he himself are nothing but a dream conjured up by the faith. When sin is truly defeated, Tidus and everyone who is a part of that dream world will end up disappearing and fading away from reality. Taking that warning into account, Tidus keeps that truth a secret from everyone, and the group finally reaches the summit where they stand before the ruins of the ancient city of Xanarkand. From there, the story goes in full circle and brings all current events to the present. Now at present events, Tidus and everyone depart from the campsite and travel into the heart of Xanarkand, where they are greeted by the spirit of the first practitioner of the final summoning in Spira's history, Lady Yunaleska. Not only that, but visions of Jecht, a young Orin, and Yuna's father, High Summoner Braska, are shown to the party with how Braska was truly intent in wanting Spira's sorrow to vanish, and with Jecht accepting his fate as the final summoning, which will in turn become Sin's current vessel. As friction and confusion is brought about within the whole group, they console with Lady Yunaleska to know the truth about the final summoning and its purpose. Knowing that their fears were true with how Sin being defeated with a new final summoning, but reviving after making that Aeon become its newest vessel, only to cling on to a false hope and seeing no eternal peace for Spira, everyone rejects Sin being the final summoning, throw away their faith in Yevon, and challenge their fate for knowing that there is a way to end this madness that has plagued their world for so many centuries. Tidus and everyone challenges Yunaleska and kill her for subjugating this false practice, and they learn that the being who created Sin and ushered in that false ritual is a being called Yu Yevon. Knowing that Sin must be stopped and Yu Yevon must be defeated, the group reunites with Sid on his airship, the Fahrenheit, and plan their next course of action with how they can truly defeat the source of all of Spira's suffering. One plan is for the group to seek answers from Grand Maester Micah about who Yu Yevon actually is, while the second one is to have the people of Spira sing the Hymn of the Faith, so that Sin can be docile from taking any action. Arriving back in Bavel, Grand Maester Micah becomes stricken with fear for Yuna and the others challenging Spira's fate, only to tell them that Yu Yevon is the one who constantly puts their world in an endless cycle of death, as he uses the final Aeon as a catalyst to take control of Sin and cause mass destruction anywhere he goes. Grand Maester Micah retreats back into the far plane because of him losing all faith in Spira's future. The Bahamut Faith appears from behind Tidus and Yuna and tells them to come into his room, the Chamber of the Faith, to discuss their strategy. The only way to truly stop Sin is to defeat Yu Yevon from within the gargantuan beast, and they retreat back to Sid's airship to undergo a massive battle to stop Sin in its tracks. After so much struggle and conflict, Sin is subdued to where the heroes can go into the realm where Jecht is waiting for them, but they are once again stopped by Seymour, who continues to pursue his goal to become Sin's next vessel. This doesn't stop Tidus and everyone as they finally put Seymour in his place and truly send him to the far plane for good. Moving forward, Tidus and everyone finally reach up to where Jecht is waiting for them, and he and his son have their moments before doing what they must. Jecht transforms into Braska's final Aeon and fights the group to have them defeat him so that Yu Yevon can come out of hiding. They succeed with both the father and son finally making their peace with one another, and Yuna summons her Aeon so that Yu Yevon can possess each one of them for the heroes to defeat, so that the deity has nowhere else to go. They finally succeed in cornering the menace from escaping elsewhere, and Tidus tells the truth about how he will disappear after this last battle, as he has no regrets in seeing this story truly receiving its happy ending. Their fight with Yu Yevon ends in success for the heroes, and all the remaining souls who have been bound by Sin's tyranny, including Orin's as he was killed by Yunaleska from 10 years past, are finally sent to the far plane for everlasting peace. Tidus also begins to disappear, much to Yuna's dismay, because of her love she has for him throughout her whole journey, and they bid a sad farewell as Spira has now begun to enter a new golden age of peace and prosperity. Elsewhere, Tidus appears out of nowhere within the ocean, and he swims up to the surface after waking from a long sleep. Whether he is actually alive or still a dream remains ambiguous. Final Fantasy X retains the core tradition of being a Japanese role-playing game, but brings about its own additions and revisions to the overall formula. The first thing that most players will notice is that Final Fantasy X is far more linear than any other game in the series. This became primary because of the absence of a world map, as traveling between different locations ended up being very limited, as it is literally impossible to travel between many different locations of the player's choosing right at the get-go. Instead, players control Tidus by going through a linear path between the different towns and different regions within Spira, just so they can get a glimpse of that region's surroundings and even some of its history. Going through towns, dungeons, and different parts of the world map still remain traditional for RPG standards, but with everything mostly set in a predestined order, made travel between different parts of the world map literally impossible for 75% of the game, until players are granted the option to select and visit past and newer areas with the help of the Albed airship after defeating Unalesca. Going through the towns, regions, and dungeons retain their traditions with how they play out, as players can explore the towns to stay at an inn, browse through shops to buy items, weapons, and armor, and to talk to the townsfolk for various things. When traveling through the different regions and dungeons within Spira, players can look around the many areas to find save points as well as treasure chests that may contain items of various uses, as well as taking part in random battles. Speaking of battles, it is one of the biggest revisions that Final Fantasy X has going for, as it takes a new approach with the active time battle system that longtime fans were accustomed to. Instead of waiting their turn with a bar that fills up to give them that option to commence an action, various actions they perform can determine who is the next person or monster to commence their own action based on what conditions they use in battle. Attacking enemies in regular fashion may result in standard wait time. Using magic can possibly make characters wait a bit longer, while using items can speed up for them to use another turn very quickly. While everything in the battle system has remained traditional with the hit points, magic points, and abilities that the characters can use, another revision is that of the game's newest limit break system known as Overdrive. Overdrives occur when characters receive damage from enemies, damage enemies with their weapons and magic, as well as healing themselves during battle. When the meter for the overdrive gauge is full, characters can use this ability to perform a powerful attack like no other, with some of them having possible QuickTime events for players to correctly execute the action based on button presses, control stick rotation, or even special instances such as a casino reel to determine what element the character will have to attack the enemy. Tidus' main overdrive is that of swordplay, where he has 4 different death blows called Spiral Cut, Slice and Dice, Energy Rain, and Blitz Ace. Yuna's overdrive is Grand Summon, where a single Aeon she summons can come out and be granted a full overdrive gauge to use its powerful attack right at the get-go. Ornn's overdrive is Bushido, which consists of the attacks called Dragon Fang, Shooting Star, Vanishing Blade, and Tornado. Kimahri's overdrive is called Ronso Rage, as any ability he absorbs from enemies during battle with his Lancet ability can be used as blue magic. Wakka's overdrive is called Slots, as it acts as a slot machine where each of the slots can align up together to form an elemental or status-based attack with his Blitzball weapon to attack one to multiple enemies. Lulu's overdrive is called Fury, as the player can rotate the left analog stick numerous times to unleash a slew of black magic spells from their choosing. Riku's overdrive is called Nyx, as she can combine items to create more powerful ones that can be offensive, defensive, or supportive based on their use. Probably one of the best additions to this revision of the condition-based battle system was that characters can be swapped for different characters in every single battle that is played out. That way, all characters can grow and gain experience from battle and after battle. The 7 main characters' weapons and abilities can reflect that to a character class from past installments of the franchise, as Tidus plays more of the Freelancer and Squire character with very basic abilities where his speed makes him more of the ninja archetype, Yuna plays more as a white mage and summoner, Auron plays more as the knight or samurai class, Kimahri plays more as the dragoon and blue mage class, Wakka plays more as the archer and mystic because of the attacks with status effects like poison, paralysis, silence, and others. Lulu plays the role of the black mage where her specialty is very self-explanatory, and Riku plays more as a thief and alchemist since she can steal from enemies and using special items along with mixing them in overdrive mode. Even though the characters go through the battles in normal fashion of any Final Fantasy game, another big addition to the battles is the fact that Yuna can summon her Aeons to do battle for everyone. When an Aeon is summoned and at the forefront in battle, each faith can function the same as the characters in battle, where they can attack and use their own set abilities. Even with the main ones players can gain from the journey, there are 3 others they can gain as optional summons such as Yojimbo, Anima, and the Mage's Sisters from Final Fantasy IV having a more supportive role to the protagonists.
This time we're introducing the count time battle system instead of using active time battle, which we used in the previous games. In this system, the player can stop time during any part of the battle. Then the player can open up a window on the screen that shows the order of attacks. So the player can play strategically by seeing which monsters are going to attack and which characters will be able to attack. I want the player to enjoy the strategy of the game. For the hardcore gamers who enjoy the battle scenes, we created something called spheres, which you receive by attacking monsters. This item allows your character to advance more quickly. For example, when you damage a monster 1.5 times more than his hit points, you can receive more spheres. This way the game maniac can be satisfied by rewarding them with faster going characters. For the normal
I'm out of
player,
his,
if they
just
memorize
like
the
that.
monster's characteristics, they can finish the battle scenes quicker. That's what we were considering when we created the battle system for this game. We took into account both audiences. By the end of the game, you will have 7 characters in your group, so we gave each character a special skill.
A flyer! That's your department, right?
Why don't we let our summoner show us what she's made of?
This way the player has to utilize each of the different characters.
Nothing to fear, the hero's here!
I want the player to think about each character's skills when you battle a strong monster, so you know which character should fight against which monster. In previous Final Fantasy games, when you would summon a monster, they gave one special attack and then left. So they were usually like magic attacks. But this time when you summon a monster, they stick around and fight alongside you.
Please, fight with us.
The summoned monsters are very important for the storyline, so I thought that the player might enjoy seeing them in a battle scene. The graphics and designs are much better this time, so the game has a greater impact. A new element that we introduced is an event scene. You will usually see these when you are fighting with a boss. So for example, you can fight on top of a flying ship or the edge of a cliff. We use a special situation to start a battle scene so the surrounding elements become part of the battle. The graphics and the camera work will change depending on the situation. This gives the player a more cinematic feel.
When it comes to the growth of the characters by equipping them with weapons and armor, it received a new direction when it came to the use of customization as well as the Aeons. Instead of having a set number of weapons and armor that try to be stronger than the other, the way they grow in strength is not even present, as the way they change and evolve is when each weapon and armor equip different abilities, elemental attributes, character buffs, and enemy debuffs in the available slots that the players can customize. Customizing the weapons and armor can not only give the attributes that the players input into the available slots, but can at times change the name of the weapon, as well as its appearance. Certain abilities that are far more rare and more beneficial require the use of many items and pieces of scrap in order to make them available for the player to use on the weapons and armor, and the Aeons have the same function when it came to them growing in their stats. However, the growth in the 7 playable character stats came into the game's other new innovation, the Sphere Grid. The Sphere Grid gives the character the ability to move their selected position on the map to gain stronger stats and learn newer abilities with spots that are near the character's position. Gaining sphere levels come in the currency of the game's experience point system known as the Sphere Point system. For every sphere level, each character can move their cursor to other spheres so that they can move forward. The starting bits of a character's growth in the Sphere Grid has their own select abilities, but they can expand beyond what they know to learning all the other abilities and stat upgrades from all the other characters. The full completion of a character's Sphere Grid would ensure their chances for success for even some of the more difficult adversaries to be extremely high. In contrast to growing the main characters through combat and story, filler activities such as Blitzball can attribute to that area as well. Blitzball plays similar to soccer, American football, and water polo, where the player's team must play in many matches to grow in strength based on who is all used, and earn a multitude of rare items and prizes that can give certain characters more growth and status, as well as weapons and armor. Speaking of filler, Final Fantasy X comes with so much of it for players to try and complete everything at 100%, such as gathering monsters in the mini regions and dungeons just to create even stronger ones to fight, and even going toe-to-toe with super bosses such as Shinryu and Nemesis. If players wanted to become even more powerful by finding each character's ultimate weapon known as Celestial Weapons, they would have to find a clouded mirror from the Calm Lands, take it to Macalania Woods, and bringing its restoration from a huge altar high up in the trees to make it the Celestial Mirror. Doing this will grant the player to go to various regions, towns, and other events to locate every character's celestial weapon. But in order to grant them their full potential, certain items known as crests and sigils that represent the Sun, Moon, and the planets Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn must be found from other optional side quests so that players can bring them back to the altar in Macalania Woods to power up the celestial weapons at full. If players wanted to expand their taste for even more than what is already there, various locations within the game hold books known as Albed primers that cover 26 volumes, where every single letter in the most common language can give off what that letter actually represents in the letters of the Albed language. This function can even be used with various save data of the game so that players can actually know what the Albed are really saying in their native language. By having all of these elements intact and extremely various, Final Fantasy X is known for being one of the biggest games in the franchise, as well as one of the biggest games in general for holding regular content and extra content from all the filler that gamers can go through. Even if all the content was too much, players also come to remember how memorable and everlasting that the tunes were within the game's soundtrack. Nobuo Uematsu would return being the main composer for the overall soundtrack, but he was also joined by younger composers that consist of Masashi Hamauzu and Junya Nakano. Many felt that Uematsu decided to collab with other composers simply because he was overworked with the series, but digresses the rumor saying that Hamauzu and Nakano were selected because the pieces of music they worked on would represent the types of music that even Uematsu himself could not even create. Since the game held more of the attention with
switching over to Final Fantasy XII,
the balance between the dialogue and the tunes were something that Uematsu and his team worked on, as the number of music pieces this time around were much smaller with 91 tracks when compared to prior offerings. According to Uematsu, he felt that the music in Final Fantasy X felt more cinematic in its delivery, while bringing about older tunes to add to the charm of what makes Final Fantasy iconic as it is. Not to mention, the balance in the overall soundtrack complemented the voice acting, and with the sound effects being present in the most effective way.
In the Final Fantasy series, we don't limit ourselves to just orchestral music or rock or jazz. We use any kind of music that we think is interesting. We use an orchestra and a chorus, as we have in the previous Final Fantasy games. But this time, we also use some rock and roll sounds to give some scenes a harder edge. There's a song in Final Fantasy X sung by a folk singer named Riki. She lives on an island south of Japan called Amami. We asked her to sing the main theme song in Final Fantasy X. She has such a great and beautiful voice that we're not going to translate the song into English. Even though the American audience is not going to know what she is singing about, they should grasp the feelings and emotions she's trying to get across. I'm looking forward to see what you think about it. And of course, the song will be on the US soundtrack.
Final Fantasy X didn't really do anything to succeed in the evolution of the series since Final Fantasy VII, many critics and gamers were very surprised by the game's endless amount of content. While certain areas in the game were parts that not many people would be that receptive towards, their high praise came from the game's main story, the main protagonist Tidus, the high-quality voice acting from big names in animation and Hollywood, as well as how the soundtrack is one of the most rich that has ever been produced. The revision of the game's overall battle system was one of the best things that many gamers and critics praised the game for, as its functions greatly attributed to what could possibly work in future installments. Not to mention, the scope within the story and game design when it came to Square's overall ambition was pure volume. To this day, Final Fantasy X would go on to sell over 6.5 million copies worldwide, making it the 4th best-selling game in the franchise, as well as the 7th best-selling game on the PlayStation 2. Final Fantasy X would go on to receive numerous accolades and awards from many video game publications, as well as nominations for Outstanding Achievement in Animation and Console Role-Playing Game of the Year. The 2007, the game was also declared as the 9th best-selling RPG for Guinness World Records. Although North America received a version that was more in tune to the original Japanese release, Japan also got their hands on an international version of Final Fantasy X that included the English voiceovers from the North American release, as well as additional content not seen in the US version at the time, such as the Dark Aeons, as well as the Super Boss, Penance. European and Australian fans of the series also got the international version's content when the game released. One of the newest inclusions was a 14-minute video clip that serves as an epilogue that takes place 2 years after the events of the main game. In the plot, Yuna is back in Besaid to try and relax with life after defeating Sin, along with Wakka and Lulu. she becomes very interested in wanting to play blitzball. So Waka teaches her the ropes, with her best time holding her breath underwater ended up being 2 minutes and 41 seconds. During her time of peace, people from all over Spira come to Besaid and receive advice from Yuna, since she is a high summoner, much to Riku getting irritated by the fact that Yuna is putting her life on hold for others. During one of her visits in Besaid, Riku shows Yuna an ancient spear she discovered from Kimari on her travels that shows a man bearing an uncanny likeliness and resemblance to that of Tidus, as he is jailed in the underground portions of Pavel. Having a suspicion that Tidus may indeed still be alive after all, Yuna leaves Besaid with Riku to search for this man with her cousin's advice that she must travel incognito if she wants to focus on her new journey. The reception from fans when it came to this video ended up being highly positive, as it seemed that Square might be hinting that there could be a follow-up to Final Fantasy X in the works. Final Fantasy's future for Square seemed to be even brighter when going into newer platforms to bring the series in newer directions that the company has never achieved. In 2001, the introduction to polymorphic content for Final Fantasy was moving into its initial planning phase, as Square was beginning to expand some of their numbered entries to become their own respective sub-franchises, with Final Fantasy VII being the main ambassador for Square's new initiative for the overall franchise. Since the first outing for something related to Final Fantasy VII wouldn't come for quite some time, 2 main entries in the series were already in the works, with the next game taking a drastic departure in the overall genre for the series, while the one after that would go back to the traditional format with its own unique merits. While the wait for that entry would be a long while before it could make the light of day to the public, numerous spin-offs were also in the works, while another development team formed together to work on a new game that would serve as a sequel to Final Fantasy X. Even though Final Fantasy X wasn't originally planned to have a sequel to keep with the tradition of single games being their own stories and experiences over the other installments, the strong and positive fan reaction to the short movie in Final Fantasy X International, Eternal Calm, brought about high demand for the team to make a follow-up that would cover Yuna's new adventure. Thus, the development team obliged and decided to continue the story in the sequel. Yoshinori Kitase even has commented that at the time the team was ready for a new challenge and thought that creating a sequel to Final Fantasy X would be the kind of challenge that they have not tried yet. When working from the planning phase for the sequel, the developers didn't want it to be a mere extension of the previous game, as they wanted a fresh new beginning with new change being brought about. One of these major changes was the game's overall tone, as the team thought that reusing the dark and dramatic feeling from before would only make it feel more the same, so they opted in with having a much lighter and lighthearted tone to the characters and the narrative, so that it can reflect the golden age of peace that Spirit is living in, as all the characters held more independence from the customs that they had to go by in the original game. Even before the team had completed the overall story for the game, one of the other things they wanted to recreate was Yuna's overall look and appearance to fit that style within the story. Originally, this sequel was going to act as 2 separate games, with Yuna and Riku being the main protagonists of their respective games, and the overall narrative would be parallel with each other as they took place around the same time as one another. However, the idea proved to be very convoluted, and the idea of making 2 separate games could have resulted in a much longer development cycle. One of the other approaches they wanted to try out for this new entry was to make an action-adventure game that starred a trio of female characters as the basis, and just having female protagonists would be one of the newer challenges the developers wanted to try out. Another approach was that they wanted to go about having a prequel story that covered Jack and Oran's journey to Nebraska, but the idea was immediately scrapped, as the developers thought it was too traditional and didn't want to make a game with no female protagonists. The game's director, Notomo Toriyama, has commented on the fact that it's not uncommon for women to star as main characters in Hollywood movies, as they looked into films such as Charlie's Angels and Tomb Raider for inspiration. But the Hollywood stories were using macho women to fill the same type of roles usually played by men. Instead, the team wanted to go in a different direction with the female characters by making them cuter and more feminine in appearance by having the characters wear various outfits to give off more than movements.
Oh no.
Yuna would return along with Riku as being protagonists, as they were joined by a new mysterious woman named would limit the number of playable protagonists by 3.
Okay,
while the main entries
one
in the
shot
Final
by
Fantasy series would
demons.
have numerous characters
Sure,
that were very relevant to
okay.
the overall story.
Works for me.
The sequel to Final Fantasy X decided to keep the number of
Works for
playable
me.
allies to a minimum, as the story wouldn't acknowledge a big role for some of the previous game characters. Nobuo Uematsu, Masashi Hamauzu, and Tsude Naka did not return to Scorpions in the sequel, as those roles were left by Noriko Matsueda and
So that, I
Takahito
mean, that was
Iguchi, as they
good.
previously
I mean,
worked
that's
on the
good.
bouncer. Square's first game for the PlayStation 2. Since the original game's score was already done by Uematsu and his team, as it held more of a cinematic feeling to tie into the seriousness of its tone, the sequel decided to break away from that a little bit by adding the genres of breakbeat, electronic, J-pop, and pop music to accompany the light tone of the overall story, while having some ambient and serious pieces to fit the darker parts of the tale. In 2003, when Square merged with Enix to have both the Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest IPs under the same name, the first Final Fantasy game on the PlayStation 2 that would be made under the Square Enix name would become known as Final Fantasy X-2. Several elements that would carry on from Final Fantasy X into Final Fantasy X-2 would be the past regions, towns, dungeons, and newer locations being fully rendered in 3D, as well as the characters and the voice acting that left a very high impression from fans and critics. While many voice actors from the Japanese and English versions would return for their respective roles, newer characters would appear that would be played by newer voiceovers or ones from more famous roles than others. The newest characters that would be centered toward the overall plot would be Brother, Buddy, and Shinra from the Gullwings, a man named Nuge who is the Maven from the Youth League, Barrelai who is the Praetor from New Yevon, Gipple from the Machine faction, and LeBlanc from the LeBlanc Syndicate. Two other characters present are the slight appearance of a woman named Lyn, and the other being mostly that of a man named Shuyin. Shuyin is represented as the man that bears the uncanny resemblance to that of Tidus, and is portrayed as Final Fantasy X-2's main antagonist, who is also voiced by James Arnold Taylor. The main theme that centered around Final Fantasy X-2 would be Yuna searching for the one she truly has lost, as she feels that Tidus may still be alive, but comes to face a major crisis that may destroy the peace that was achieved after Sin's defeat, when political conflicts and a force from an ancient past may bring about war and destruction in Spira. One of the things that most gamers and critics found to be surprising about Final Fantasy X-2 was the absence of heavy promotion and a strong marketing campaign, as Square mostly did great deeds to make sure that their games would achieve critical and commercial success. Conflicting reports toward this decision started to come in, as many felt that the recent merger between Square and Enix may have resulted in the company taking a new initiative to reduce costs in promotional material, while most of Square Enix's attention was that on the Kingdom Hearts franchise. While there was no definitive answer given, Tetsuya Nomura from within the company stated that the overall scope of the game was comparable to that of past entries that were not as intricate as Final Fantasy X, so development costs were greatly reduced when many assets ended up being reused or altered to reflect Final Fantasy X-2's overall setting. Tomu Toriyama took the helm as being the main director for the game, as he was joined by Yoshinori Kitase, as he wanted to work more on the production side to give newer blood more directorial duties. Other members of the team consisted of Yukio Ishii and Masaki Kobayashi as the game's programmers, Shintaro Takai in charge of the art direction, while Tetsuya Nomura provided the main character designs, and the writing would be left by Kazushige Nojima and Daisuke Watanabe, returning from the previous game. Yoshitaka Amano also contributed to the main title logo illustration, much like he did for Final Fantasy X, with a development cycle that lasted for 1.5 years. Final Fantasy X-2 would release on the PlayStation 2 in Japan on March 13th, 2003, in America on November 18th, 2003, and February 2004 for Europe and Australia. Final Fantasy X-2 returns to the world of Spira as its main setting, and while the tone from the original game was decidedly somber, the sequel's main character is portrayed with the jovial Charlie's Angels. In the 2 years after Sin's defeat, the world of Spira remains unchanged, where most of the areas from the original game return, with only a few that have some noticeable changes, such as Kilika's full restoration, and the mist being clear from Mount Gagazet to reveal some ancient ruins. However, the Omega Ruins and Baj Temple are completely absent, but replaced by a few new locations this time around. Additionally, the palace in the city of Babel is now accessible throughout the entire game, rather than only during storyline sequences that were mandatory to the overall progression. Even though Sin is gone, fiends are no less populous than before. Despite the cosmetic changes, there are now major differences within the ideology of Spira's inhabitants. The true defeat of Sin brought about a golden age of peace known as the Eternal Calm, where the priests of Yevon's religion chose to expose the truth about the corrupt leaders from within the Order, leaving the population to decide for themselves on how to live in a world without the need of the religion and without sin. Advanced technology and the Al-Bhed are now embraced by the population to bring about evolution in the world's growth, as most have begun to pursue leisure such as attending musical concerts and participating in the sport of blitzball. Others have started to become hunters to search for ancient treasure that ranges from coins and machinery long buried under the sands of Bikanel Island and spheres in forgotten caves and ruins. The latter who pursue spheres are known as sphere hunters, of which many groups have formed, such as Yuna's group known as the Gullwings. Even though the eternal calm is upon Spira, the world is not without conflict. As new ideals and practices begin to take effect within Spira because of Sin's demise, several political groups have begun to emerge, with the Youth League and the New Yevon Party being the most influential. The Youth League sought to completely abandon its past practices, while the New Yevon Party thought that change should be gradual. In hopes of garnering support from High Summoner Yuna to bolster their political presence, she remained neutral by joining the Gullwings and helping the excavation team of the Machine faction that started to research more advanced Machina technology. As time passed, when the political parties had formed, tensions between the Youth League and New Yevon began to escalate into violence. While Final Fantasy X drew heavily on ancient Japanese culture and Asian settings, Final Fantasy X-2 started to incorporate a number of elements from modern Japanese culture, while certain aspects of Japan's past remain intact.
Yeah!
Final Fantasy X-2's story begins with the uniform of Gullwings that was started up by her cousins Riku and brother and a mysterious woman named Pain, as they've been having several encounters with the LeBlanc Syndicate in which they vie for spheres. Their most recent encounter has the group of heroes trying to retrieve Yuna's stolen garment grid at a concert in Lucca that was set up by their rivals, and they succeed in reclaiming what is theirs so that they can press on with finding spheres that may uncover where Tidus might be located. Although the main quest leads to Yuna finding clues about Tidus' whereabouts, much of the storyline follows the conflicts between the Youth League and New Yevon, and the uncovering of hidden legacies from within Spira's ancient past. While a small portion of the game covers the entirety of the storyline, the rest is mostly brought about in the form of filler that adds more meaning to the overall tale, such as characterization and background details as optional content that follows how Spira is healing in the time since Sin's total demise. After some missions come to pass with locating spheres to know where Tidus might be, hostilities between the Youth League and New Yevon come to a head. At the same time, Yuna and the Gullwings discover an ancient sphere that contains images of an enormous and extremely dangerous Machina weapon, Vegnagun, that was secretly buried beneath the city of Bavel. Vegnagun has enough power which can endanger the entirety of Spira, and moreover, it has been shown that the AI within the Machina is unable to distinguish the meaning between friend and foe once it becomes activated. The Gullwings join forces with the LeBlanc Syndicate to investigate the underground areas in Bavel, with the attempt to fully destroy Vegnagun.
It's been a long time since we did anything together. Too long. I had a really good time. Well, I should probably be getting back to the store. Actually, I was kinda supposed to be watching the place for Magello.
At that time, disagreements began to escalate
And Vaughn,
even further between
try to stay out of trouble.
when the disappearance
For
of
me,
Dudes and Barreleye is made public.
I don't know what I'd
Returning to
do
the underground areas
if you
of
weren't
Bavel,
here.
the Gullwings managed to
If
find
something
missing
happened to
faction
you.
leaders in Gipple of the Machine faction, discussing Vegnagun.
I'm
and
not
learned
going
that the
anywhere,
Machina weapon
okay?
AI
That's what
allows
I
it to
wanted to
detect
hear.
hostility and to
See you
respond by
later.
activating itself and fleeing in the process. Additionally, it is revealed that Nuge came to Bavel beforehand with the intent of destroying the abomination previously,
Sorry, Penelo.
prompting it to retreat to the far plane. It is then when Yuna and Riku learn that Pain had once been friends with all three men, assigned to be their sphere recorder, while they were candidates for the Crimson Squad, an elite group intended to be assigned leadership of Crusader chapters across Spira. 2 years prior, during Yuna's pilgrimage,
Now you'll be
the Crimson
wanting to
Squad were
know how
engaged
to
in
sneak
Mushrock
into
Road,
the palace, eh?
Whoa, just before
First you
Operation
go
Beacon took
to
effect, where the
Storehouse
final exercise
5.
was conducted.
You know the
Within
one.
cave, the
2
various squad
doors
candidates
she
were
has.
stopped by fireflies and driven to
Now
kill
the
one
right
another. The only
takes
survivors
Van
of the
Ratsbane to his territorial hunting grounds in the sewer bottom. But that's not the way you'll go. No, you'll take the left door, down into the Garum Site waterway. The waterway leads to a stair, the stair to the palace cellars. That's your way in. But don't go counting your gil just yet, my boy. Getting into the palace was the easy part. The way into the treasury is carefully hidden. That's where this crescent stone comes in. The magics it bears can open the hidden door to the treasury, you see. Listen, Vaughn, for the words I shall speak are most important, and not to be forgotten. Do you understand? The Signet yearns for sunstone strength to light the clouded way. Once in the palace, you'll find the Signet tile, very important. Give to it the sun's power, and it will light your path. Very well. Oh, a warning. Be aware that if you're caught, you'll spend the rest of your short life rotting in the Nalbina dungeons. So, look sharp, my boy. And don't go running off before you're ready. Plans freshly hatched have a habit of tumbling from the nest straight into the hunter's stew pot.
Squads 3 through 6 are in place. They stand ready. So far, the Imperials haven't noticed a thing.
Then go now and hurry the others. By nightfall, we must ensure all our men are in place.
Sir! Sir!
desperate attempt at defeating each of Yuna's Aeons at their respective temples, where their spirits are now corrupted by the rogue spirit's despair on the far plane. During this mission, when the team takes on the dark spirit of Ixion at the Jose Temple, Yuna is knocked down into the hole and taken into the far plane, and meets the rogue spirit, who bears the uncanny resemblance to that of Tidus. This man reveals himself as Shuyan, who mistakes Yuna for a woman named Lin. Shuyan begins expressing his rage that Spirit's people in this present time have not come to understand the heartache that war can cause, and reveals that he has developed a plan to use the old Vegna gun while it is still operational to destroy the whole world with the hope of ending the possibility of there ever being another war again, as well as believing that he will make Akira a better place with its rebirth. At that point, Yuna and everyone else comes to learn about Shuyan's past, as he was a famous blitzball player from the Machina city of Xanarkand 1,000 years ago, and the lover of a popular songstress and summoner, Lin. The two were alive during Xanarkand's war with the more powerful Pavel, and during the course of the conflict, Xanarkand brought all summoners to the front lines, which separates the two. Believing that Lin would die in battle, Shuyan decided that the only way to save the person he loved was to infiltrate Pavel, commandeer Vegna gun, and use it to totally annihilate Xanarkand's enemies. However, Lin perceived Shuyan's intentions as she realized what he was about to do, and, unwilling to allow him to take the lives of many others for her sake, followed him. When she caught up to the 8th blitzball player, Shuyan had only just begun to operate Vegna gun's control panel. Before he could use Vegna gun, Lin begged him to stop his madness for her sake. Just as Shuyan begins to realize his mistake and yields by Lin's request, Pavel's army arrived a moment later and shot Pavel, killing him in the process. Over the course of the last 1,000 years, Shuyan's despair and resentment over his failure to save Lin escalated to the point where his hatred for all of humanity started to grow, with the sole intent of destroying Spiro one day. Now that Yuna has a full understanding of Shuyan's hatred for war, she makes her way back up to the surface to reunite with the Golems, and holds a concert in the Thunderflames to which everyone in Spira is invited, as well as supporters of the Youth League in the 11th Light. Additionally, the songstress sphere in Yuna's possession actually holds Lin's memories, resulting in a stage screen projecting it to everyone in attendance that makes them witness the last moments of the young couple together before their death. The witnessing of both Shuyan and Lin's last moments makes Spira's citizens begin to understand the unproductive nature of the disagreements they had, based on the conflict between the two political factions. It is also learned that it was because of the memories within the dress sphere that Shuyan had mistaken Yuna's identity for his lover. Although the factional fighting has finally ceased, Shuyan's plan to destroy Sphere with Vegas has started to carry out. Joining forces with the Laurent Syndicate once again, the Goldwings make their way into the power plane to find both Gibble and Nuge battling Vegnaby. Working together with the faction leaders in the rival syndicate, they all manage to disable the giant Machina before its cannon can fire at Spira, as Shuyan abandons Paralyzed Body, where New Yevon's leader becomes himself once more. At the control panel of the dangerous machine, Shuyan begins asking Nuge why she is stopping him for what he is doing, but begins to realize that the woman in front of him all this time will not actually win. This makes the rogue very bitter and enraged for his blindness of who Yuna really is, and he makes a last attempt to stop her and her comrades in hopes of him carrying out his plan, while the spirits of Orin, Jekt, and Braska give morale support to them from within the far plane. After a tough and struggling battle, Shuyan continues his resistance even in his severely weak state, but Lyn emerges from the Centrist stress sphere and convinces him to let his agent go, as she will be with him forever in the far plane. Realizing that what he was doing was pointless and inhuman, Shuyan finally puts his hatred to rest, as he will forever remain in his own, even in death. After a long and enduring struggle, Sphere's political factions have all abandoned their practices to strive for a united cause to move the world forward, as peace is sustained within it, once again. Final Fantasy X-2 plays similarly to its predecessor, but has its own additions and revisions to what was already established from before. With the original Final Fantasy X being mostly linear-based, as the journey went from beginning to end on foot, its sequel retains the airship travel mechanic found near the end of the original story, and makes it the main focus of travel between the many different towns, dungeons, and regions within Spira, as Final Fantasy X-2 was a mission-based structure for the game's progression. Players would take control of Yuna throughout the entire game by traveling with the Goldwings on the Albed's newest airship, the Celsius, and go through a number of main missions and optional tasks to uncover newer things or to push the story forward. The Celsius would also house the inn as well as an item shop to gain newer items and equipment, but players could easily do that within the towns and regions that return in this installment. Yuna, Riku, and Pain are the only party members that are available within the game, as this installment tries to pay homage to traditional Final Fantasy games in numerous ways. When in battle, everything with what made the battle system traditional in past installments are all present within this game, as certain elements such as the condition-based battle system and sphere grid are completely omitted to return back to the roots of having the active time battle system in place, and the growth system of gaining experience points and leveling up when met with the criteria for a specific character. The pacing of the battles is much quicker than Final Fantasy X by comparison. Hit points and magic points remain intact and the base commands are all the same, but the biggest innovation that the game has going for are both the dress spheres and garment grid systems. The dress spheres are a reinterpretation of the job class system that was featured in past installments, but with its own unique twists. Every dress sphere holds a specific character class with their own weapons, armor, and accessories already attached, as the feature of equipment customization is not present, but each one has their own unique abilities over the other that can be grinded to mastery of the job class. There are a total of 14 dress spheres which have 14 different jobs that each character can utilize at the player's choosing. The Gunner dress sphere is Yuna's default job that consists of long-range combat with great accuracy and sheer agility. The Thief dress sphere is Riku's default job that consists of short-ranged attacks with high agility and sheer luck. The Warrior dress sphere is Pain's default job that consists of sword-based attacks that hold high strength and high defense for the user, with abilities similar to what Orin used in the previous game. The Songstress dress sphere relies on the select character to dance and sing that can inflict status ailments on enemies as well as support to her group. The Black Mage dress sphere allows a character to use powerful black magic abilities on foes, much like what Lulu could do from before. The White Mage dress sphere allows a character to use powerful white magic abilities to aid the user and her party members. The Gun Mage dress sphere allows a character to use blue bullets to learn blue magic from enemies, as well as dealing deadly damage to specific flame types when in different modes of the job. The Outpost dress sphere allows the user to use and mix items to create more powerful moves, which is similar to Riku's overdrive ability in the previous game. The Dark Knight dress sphere has great HP, attack and defense with fair magic and magic defense, but low agility that has the user perform strong attacks and status-inducing attacks on foes, but at the cost of their own hit points while being status-proof altogether. The Samurai dress sphere has high strength and can allow the user to easily dispatch large groups of enemies with Bushido abilities, like what Orin could perform, as well as the Zantetsuken that was used by Elden from past games. The Lady Luck dress sphere is essentially the Gambler job with abilities similar to that of Scepter from Final Fantasy VI, and the slot reels from Walk in the previous game. The Berserker dress sphere has low defense, but grants the user a strong strong balance of hit points, strength and evasion, which will do a continuous attack of foes without any command prompts from the player. The trainer dress sphere is the equivalent of the Beastmaster job, where the user can give commands toward animals and beasts to do their bidding, and the mascot dress sphere has a wide range of functions, which many consider to be the ultimate dress sphere. Mastering these dress spheres comes at the cost of ability points that are gained in battle, as grinding them can grant the user brand new abilities when learning them to their full potential. Utilizing the dress spheres is a different manner, as players can allocate and order specific dress spheres for a character, thanks to the likes of the garment grid system. Garment grids are used to harness a character's power when placing multiple dress spheres into empty nodes, and when going between the different dress spheres can activate certain buffs to a character's stats that can last for the duration of any random enemy or boss encounter. The buffs are activated when players switch between different dress spheres that pass a color-coded sphere that will grant stronger stats for the characters, immunity to and attacks with certain status effects, use magic-based abilities as well as absorbing them from enemy attacks, use supportive abilities such as healing oneself, and others that can benefit a character in any given circumstance. While the overdrive mechanic has been fully disregarded in Final Fantasy X-2, what replaces it are special dress spheres that can activate when garment grids are fully used up in a single battle. Yuna's special dress sphere is Floral Falal, which turns her into a giant flower with 2 pistols that she can use to dish out magic attacks. Riku's special dress sphere is Machina Ma, which she pilots a large salvaged Machina to bombard enemies with attacks, and Pain's special dress sphere is Full Throttle, as it is a large blade suit with 2 large wings of blades that she can use to slice and dice her foes. Although the gameplay from within Final Fantasy X-2 got the most attention since it didn't try to fully replicate that of the previous game with reusing past elements, progression within the game can come in the form of story-based missions to go through the 5 chapters, while there are optional side quests that involve character development and obtaining rare items such as hidden dress spheres for the protagonists. One of these additions to the character development sessions came in the form of a communication sphere that is installed in every region, town, and dungeon for characters to check on the status of every area as well as characters that are within those places. There are even special episodes that players can go through which will show off some of the more important pieces to the plot, such as Wakka struggles to become a father while Lulu is pregnant with his child. If players didn't opt in for mostly story-based structure, there was even the return of the Blitzball feature, as it functions very similarly to that of the previous game, albeit the games being far more fast-paced and limited to compensate for the long length that a game could hold in the original, as well as a new coin minigame called Sphere Break that was created by Ren of the Albed's travel agency. Just like the previous game, super bosses are also present within Via Infinita, a dungeon found deep within the Bell that contains some of the most powerful adversaries that are unsent, such as Paragon, who is a more powerful form of the Omega Weapon boss from the previous game, and Trima, who is a former denizen of Yevon, who is the strongest super boss of all available. Other optional bosses can be considered super bosses, such as Angravini in the Biganel Desert, but they are there if players wish to explore even the bigger possibilities of filler. If players who wanted to go through the whole game to see if they could obtain a certain amount of completion could possibly be granted a special ending if they were to meet that criteria. Players who go through the whole story without going through the vast majority of the side quests and character development phases would see the normal ending where the faction leaders reunite at the Lucas Stadium to announce they have abandoned their own factions to make one unified coalition, while Yuna's adventures continue while bidding farewell to Tidus, as she will love him forever. If players were to complete over 75% of the game with going through the whole story and a vast majority of the side quests and character development phases, the Faith will come to Yuna and declare to her where Tidus's Pyreflies are located. Selecting yes if she wants to be with him again will show the final cutscene from the previous game where Tidus comes up from out of the ocean and be back at Besaid's beach alive and well, where he finally reunites with Yuna while being greeted by Riku, Pain, Wakka, Lulu, and the rest of Besaid. This ending is considered canon based on later material, by the way. If players were to complete everything at 100% with the main story, side quests, and character development phases, a secret cutscene would play after Yuna reunites with Tidus, where they appear near the Xanarkand ruins about 6 months later, with Tidus wondering if he is alive or still a dream. Receiving one of 2 different endings, as well as the secret scene saw the return of a Final Fantasy game having 2 different endings, whereas there ends up being 3 to make this the first installment to bear multiple endings. The content of the is just as big, if not bigger than just the story without the need of filler, made it much shorter of a game as a way for those who didn't wish for that to fulfill. Plus, many were impressed with how Spira's history played more of an integral role with being in tandem toward the events of the overall story, as well as cleverly giving returning characters newer tasks during the Eternal Calm, some better exposure to their character development. Many fans may have been turned off with the condition-based battle system being completely omitted, but were pleased with how the game goes back to the series' roots by returning the active time battle system, as well as the revision of the job class system in the form of dress spheres. In the end, many came to the consensus that Final Fantasy X-2 ended up what they deemed as a lighthearted, fun game that may be the most enjoyable thing to come from the series in several years. Just like its predecessor, Final Fantasy X-2 ended up becoming a commercial success, as the game would go on to sell over 4 million copies worldwide. Upon the game's release, it would be voted as the 32nd best game of all time by readers of the Japanese video game magazine Famitsu, as well as winning the 7th Annual Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences Award in 2004 for Outstanding Achievement in Character Performance in recognition of the character, Riku.
Ether's good.
Just like Final Fantasy X getting an international release, Final Fantasy X-2 followed suit with the secondary release in Japan known as Final Fantasy X-2 International plus Last Mission, as it only remained exclusive in Japan as Final Fantasy X International's content was available in the European and Australian versions of that game instead. While the international version of Final Fantasy X-2 retained the English voiceovers, much like Final Fantasy X did for its international version, newer elements included were a few new dress spheres, some new garment grids for characters to use, some more super bosses to fight against, and an all-new Fiend Arena where the players can fight against bosses that range from ones in the game, all new ones not seen in the optional content, or even allies and enemies from the past installment, the creature creator to trap fiends and raise them to fight alongside Yuna and her allies, and the inclusion of an all-new mode called Last Mission. The Last Mission mode takes place 3 months after the conclusion of Final Fantasy X-2's story, where Yuna, Riku, and Pain receive a letter to reunite after going their separate ways to investigate a new dungeon called Iudisur Tower that functions very similarly to Via Infinito in the main game. The gameplay in the dungeon acts very similar to that of a roguelike dungeon RPG, which was already seen in the Chocobo dungeon games on the PlayStation, where the characters must traverse through 80 different levels by fighting off numerous fiends to discover what is at the top. Players can fight off against monsters in that gameplay style while on a grid for each floor, and they can come across items that can benefit them or find booby traps that will end up being a detriment to the whole experience. Dress spheres can be found on the different floors, and they function with the same mechanics as seen in Final Fantasy X-2's main story, but the number of abilities are far more limited to abide by the scope of the Last Mission's game design structure. The objective for each floor is for players to find the elevator that will take them up more floors,
over here,
tougher enemies and occasional cutscenes to play out the story. At the end of the journey, the adventurous spirits of the girls are rekindled, and they continue on with brand new adventures as the Gullwings. Final Fantasy X and X-2 retain the same character and personality as Square's prior outings from Yoshinori Kitase and his team in full force, but for many, there would be times when these aspects would prove to become more infamous than well received. For example, when Yuna and her guardians are about to leave Luca in Final Fantasy X, Tidus would be fully depressed after learning the shocking revelation from Auron about Jack's identity within Spira. Yuna would try to ask Tidus to smile when things would look so gloom, but then do something like laughing to get him out of that depression. Thus, Tidus ends up laughing out loud out of obligation, where Yuna joins in as well. While Final Fantasy X's overall plot was up to par with Square's high standards for the franchise, this one scene in the game was something that gamers and critics wish would never come into existence. Throughout the years, Square has constantly received a lot of flack when it came to this part of the game, what many call the infamous balcony scene. While Square themselves haven't really commented on the negative reaction toward the game's most signature scene, some feel that the scene alone pretty much ruined the well-paced execution of the overall narrative, as the signature scene alone overshadows many of the great qualities that the game had with the story.
What are you looking at?
We were just worried you guys might have gone crazy.
What's the deal with the laugh, James? Why the awkward, bad-acted laugh? Here it is. But once and for all, James Arnold Taylor telling you about the Tidus laugh. It was supposed to be an awkward, goofy, dumb laugh.
When it came to Final Fantasy X-2, probably the most infamous thing to come out of that game was its overuse of fan service when it came to the characters. This was in reflection to how Final Fantasy X-2 paid more respect to modern Japanese culture like J-pop, undergarment shots along with jiggle physics from female breasts, and showing more skin on those characters. Since Japanese overtones were starting to become even more prevalent in JRPGs during its time, to where developers started to please more of the Japanese otaku in mind, Final Fantasy X-2 is widely regarded as being an ambassador toward that movement, as some might consider it to be a complete betrayal to the overall philosophy of JRPGs, appealing to a global audience. Some might even have reached the consensus that this decision for this new direction was thanks to the director Motomo Toriyama, as he was the one who originally worked on the infamous scene of Cloud obtaining Tifa's orthopedic underwear during the Nibelheim flashback in Final Fantasy VII. Even though Final Fantasy X and X-2's best qualities are often overshadowed by the more infamous parts of both games, some agree that there are plenty of other moments that would still show redemption to the overall story. For example, the music in Final Fantasy X is widely regarded for holding true to portraying the various events, while most of the rest envelope the overall theme of life and death. At the beginning of the game, and when Tidus and his comrades fight against Jecht as Braska's final Aeon, the music piece known as Otherworld would play during these events. This theme would revolve around Tidus' character as he would bring about both the beginning and the end of his journey when it came to his will to resolve everything with his father, Jecht. Nobuo Uematsu was credited for creating the song with vocals sung by Bill Muir, a singer from his punk heavy metal band Till I Die.
Quite a performance.
Who are you?
I play the leading man. Who else? Fran, the Magicite.
Now then, I'll take that.
No, you won't. I found it. It's mine.
And then when I take it from you, it'll be mine. Exit stage right.
The gods do not smile on us.
I like it better that way.
The other song that became very well received when it came to the overall story was the song Suteki da Ne that was written by Nobuo Uematsu and Kazushige Nojima, while the vocals were sung by Japanese folk singer Ritsuki Nakano, or Riki for short. The song became the romantic theme that revolved around the overall dynamic between Tidus and Yuna when their friendship blossomed into escaping the bell. While it would symbolize the constant struggle that both characters would have to sin, it would also symbolize that life is something that is meant to be cherished, as they have one another and are never alone in this fight. Uematsu originally had difficulty composing the theme song for the game,
The Ifrit, eh? That's quite an entrance. Impeccable timing. If I didn't know better, I'd say they were waiting all along. Stop running! End of the line. You have something that belongs to me. Damn!
All this way!
Fran, let's move! Off with you!
Let go of me!
Keep this up and I will. What's going on, Fran?
I don't know. It's not heating me.
Didn't have time for this.
I'm slipping!
Not good.
What happened? Our hover didn't just drop. It disappeared.
Ah, forget it. Even if we could fly, the Ifrit's playing with fire, and I'd rather not get burned. We'll go the old-fashioned way. Not many Viera where you come from, thief?
It's Vaughn. Sorry.
Well, Fran is special in that she deigned to partner with a Hume.
Oh? Like a sky pirate that chooses to steal through the sewers.
Pirates? You're sky pirates? So you have an airship?
It's Balthier. Listen, thief, Vaughn, if you ever want to see your home again, you'll do exactly as I say. Myself, Fran, and you, we're working together now. Understood?
In Real Emotion, the song was written by Ken Kato and composed by Kazuhiro Hara.
Don't even think you're getting this.
The thought never crossed my mind.
From the German pop group Sweetbox. Plus, both singers would be responsible for the Japanese and English versions of the theme of 1,000 Words. Kazushige Nojima worked alongside Noriko Matsueda and Takahito Iguchi when it came to writing the lyrics for the tune. Even though there was no explanation toward the significance toward Real Emotion, some might assume the song might be Yuna's message where she thanks the person she loves for being by her side and giving her the motivation to find him with the feeling that he could still be alive. However, 1,000 Words held more recognition, as its significance reflected the tragic ending that both Shuyin and Lin suffered because of the war between Zanarkand and Bavel from 1,000 years in the past, and the message that Yuna was trying to bring would unite the world of spirit to come together, put their differences aside, and know that life is just as cherishable than some pointless fighting amongst each other. It would act as the hilt that would bring Spirit toward an even brighter future, as the political factions would cease to exist and form a new united coalition under the same cause for a better tomorrow. Final Fantasy X and X-2 remain as two of the most successful games in the franchise throughout Square's entire history. However, as more time has passed, many who have once played and beaten both games have since come out and begun criticizing many of their narrative and design choices. Things that were once viewed as ambitious when it came to the scope of the overall story and game design have now both come to represent some of the worst parts in Square's legacy of games. For many, Final Fantasy X's first problem came into fact that the game had a total of 7 playable characters. While each of them would have their own weapons, abilities, and objectives to complete in the game, the fact that each of them are so individualized and almost completely mandatory for full completion would prove to be detrimental to the entire game's flow. For example, each character had their own weapons for customization, their own side quests to gain their ultimate weapons, and numerous abilities to gain in order to be very useful for random enemy encounters and boss battles that would appear throughout the game. Now, these elements are very common features for role-playing games in general, but are usually manageable because they are normally done with only a single to a select few characters that are important or optional to the player's choosing. So when the number of objectives, equipment, and overall abilities ended up being multiplied by 7, it made Final Fantasy X feel more tedious as a result. With many of these assets to collect, the customization and the objectives for finding a vast majority of these items and stronger pieces of equipment did not always come off being that creative, or even that memorable. On the story front, many felt that because the world of Spirit was the center of being a victim of utter chaos from the likes of Sin, they felt that Tidus' involvement as the main character did not hold any merit, as they felt that his presence was completely obligatory to the overall events since he is nothing but a person that exists in a dream world. In other words, he comes off being detestable and even irritating when it comes to his radical behavior because of his arrogance and whiny nature. Regardless, the overall reception of the character still remained positive, as he didn't completely fit into the cliche of brooding protagonists that had become oversaturated thanks to the likes of Cloud Strife from Final Fantasy VII and Squall Leonhardt from Final Fantasy VIII. When it came to Final Fantasy X-2, reception became far more critical upon its release. As stated before, while Final Fantasy X represented more of that to Japan's ancient history as well as the cultures of Southeast Asia, Final Fantasy X-2 represented more of modern Japanese culture, which became the subject of controversy, as many felt it completely deviated from the spirit of the overall franchise. This was mostly due to the fact of how the main characters were portrayed in their respective get-ups, since the game seemed to center more on eye candy, something that the Japanese otaku seem to go for when it comes to their media these days. Plus, a vast majority of the side quests during the entirety of the game felt like they were completely silly or tacked on just for the sake of creating obligatory filler. As the non-linear approach made a full comeback, the lack of a linear single narrative thrust would result in the story being nebulous and disjointed. When it came to the overall gameplay of Final Fantasy X-2 returning back to basics that harkens to past installments which many longtime fans consider to be some of the game's greatest strengths, many others felt that this change in direction was also the game's greatest weakness, as it didn't evolve many of the strengths that were had with the original game. The inclusion of the dress spheres and extraneous customization of the garment grids could have added and benefited to the game's variety, but they were so barely used in a compelling nature that they made many feel that both the features would come off being completely unnecessary or wasted. Probably the biggest criticism when it came to both games was its presence of having more of a cinematic approach when compared to prior offerings. Most of these would come into account of how flashy the presentation would become within the many cutscenes and battle sequences, as the heavy action from certain events, the overdrives, and the summoning of Aeons along with their overdrives would be detrimental as well. It would be the same cause when it came to the eye-candy nature that was in full force for Final Fantasy X-2. Many of these criticisms left many to speculate that the designers of both games, despite their overall development cycle, had forgotten what made the company's prior outings in the series so appealing to begin with. To them, it wasn't the idea of creating flashy visuals and eye candy, where the sake was to create more flashy visuals and eye candy that made Square's flagship franchise so great. Instead, it was the inspirational stories, creative worlds, memorable characters, compelling soundtracks, and inventive gameplay mechanics that made each and every one of their games stand out, something that Final Fantasy X and X-2 tried to do, but with underwhelming results. Many people who have come to despise Final Fantasy X's overall narrative and design philosophy have even argued that one of the only redeeming values was that the original game contains one of the best revisions to a trademark battle system that the developer ever conceived. Divisive as both games may have become, Final Fantasy X still has a number of fans who have come out and claimed that they still enjoy the game for what it was. Many still love the game and its sequel for their prevalent charm and personality that is found throughout, while there are a few who would say that Final Fantasy X is that of greater or equal quality to both Final Fantasy VI and Final Fantasy VII, which have preceded it, or maybe even Final Fantasy IX, which have arguably surpassed it. Perhaps it became an inevitability that Square's RPGs had already managed to set such a high-quality standard, and it would come down to that point where it would be difficult to match or even surpass the bar that's been set by them. Final Fantasy X would ultimately become the last original Final Fantasy game to be directed by Yoshinori Kitase, as the years following the release of the game and its sequel would see the Final Fantasy series step down from its once high levels of success and acclaim and enter into a brief period of lesser experimentation and obscurity. Final Fantasy X and its sequel's release, both games would become known to have elements that would act out as allusions to that of Final Fantasy VII, Square's most popular entry in the franchise. What many may not know is that in the original game's coding, there was a weapon that Tidus would wield that would be Cloud Strife's signature weapon, the Buster Sword. Using the sword, Tidus would attack his enemies by using the back of the blade and not by the front, a future nod to the characters of Angeal Hewley and Zack Fair from Crisis Core, as they both attack adversaries in a similar fashion. Probably the most recognizable allusion is that of the Far Plane, as it acts as the place that unites the living with their memory of the dead, which is in a similar vein to that of the Promised Land of Gaia. Plus, Shinra's theory that Spirit can harness the energy of the Fireflies in the Far Plane with Machina is very similar to that of the Shinra Electric Power Company, which can siphon the energy from the Lifestream to power up their reactors. Thus, it is believed that Shinra initially failed in this experiment, but his descendants managed to succeed his experiment and moved to the planet of Gaia to harness the same process for the Lifestream when it came to the creation of the Shinra Electric Power Company. Not to mention, it could also be heavily alluded that Shinra may be the ancestor to both President Shinra and his son Rufus, because of the Albed Kid being the one who created this practice that carried over from one world to another. In Final Fantasy VII Advent Children, when it came to the defeat of Kadaj, Yazoo and Lost for being Sephiroth's remnants, their bodies disintegrate into Fireflies after Aerith sends them back into the Lifestream, hinting that Aerith's ancestors of the Cetra could indeed be descendants of those who were trained in the art of summoning from the Order of Yevon. Because of many of these connections that the game has over Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy X and its sequel are considered to be prequels if both the worlds of Gaia and Spirit exist in the same universe, because of Kazushige Nojima and Yoshimura Kitase hinting at the connections that both games have with each other. But it still remains debatable amongst fans if these connections hold any truth or are nothing but theories. Probably the biggest argument from fans is that every Final Fantasy game takes place in a different universe, as no worlds exist in the same one as the other, so the connections between both games when you keep with Final Fantasy X's overall elements are possibly nothing but Easter eggs. Release, there hasn't been a new announcement of another follow-up for Final Fantasy X, as the development team for both games were already underway working on the next main installment, which would come after the next two games, which gamers wouldn't see for nearly a decade. During this time, Square Enix continued to release new installments of the main series and spin-offs of their flagship franchise, as well as hold numerous amounts of attention towards some of their other IPs, such as Kingdom Hearts and Dragon Quest. After the merger between Square and Enix during that time, longtime employee of Square and creator of Final Fantasy, Hironobu Sakaguchi, departed from the company to form his own development company in Honolulu, Hawaii, Mistwalker Studios, as he gained financial backing from Microsoft. Since it seemed like Final Fantasy X's overall story managed to wrap up with no plot holes left, it's obviously very chance that the overall franchise continues with newer installments. However, with the latest entries becoming far less receptive toward their eyes, and what many consider some of the latter entries to be victims of undesirable circumstances, it seemed that Final Fantasy's future looked pretty bleak, with the quality diminishing in newer installments. However, in September 2011, during the Sony press conference at the 2011 Tokyo Game Show in Tokyo, Japan, Sony and Square Enix announced that Final Fantasy X and X-2 would be getting a high-definition remaster compilation that would come in the form of Final Fantasy X, X-2 HD Remaster that would release for both the PlayStation 3 and the PlayStation Vita with cross-save functionality between the two versions. Many fans of both games became very excited by this announcement, as it seemed that recent events of the series' overall quality being dropped was a sign of bad times when it came to former president of Square Enix, Yuichi Wada, running the entire company. Because of the financial burden the company was suffering and the rise of development costs because of game development in high definition, certain sectors would need to come into effect if the company wanted to maintain a better future than before, and the HD Remaster compilation with Final Fantasy X and X-2 would be a start, even before Yuichi Wada would be succeeded by Yosuke Matsuda, which many can deem for the better. Along with the development of this high-definition remaster compilation, there would be numerous material that would be delivered to the masses, such as artwork of both games done by Tetsuya Nomura, Yusuke Naora, Shintaro Takai, and Yoshitaka Amano, as well as an audio drama within the game that would take place a year after the events of Final Fantasy X-2. To commemorate the game's release in Japan, a Japanese exclusive novel that took place between the good ending of Final Fantasy X-2 and the secret ending of that game would be the story's overall setting. This novella would be known as Final Fantasy X 2.5, Aien no Daisho, or Price of Eternity from all over the world. While the story doesn't have a complete basis of what is all happening, it is left pretty vague. as its plot is left up to the reader to give their own interpretation. The overall story is told from three sides: a boy's side, which covers the events from Tidus's point of view, a girl's side, which covers the events from Yuna's point of view, and a boy and girl story, which tells the plot from the perspective of both characters at the same time. The story has Tidus and Yuna being transported 1,000 years into Spira's past, which gives the story full focus on more of the world's overall lore. Upon the novel's release, it received a large negative reception, based on the fact that the story twists Final Fantasy X-2's positive ending into a much more depressing ending. Vinny also mentioned that the plot has scenes of an unusually violent, morbid, or sexual nature, which is quite unusual for a story from Square Enix, since the overall series doesn't have that heavy of a mature tone added to them. Considering how Square Enix handles its novellas and such from their own native country, a Western localization and release of this novel seems much less likely to happen. There is a bonus audio drama that takes place 6 months after the events of the novella, as it centers on the two characters named Kiwami and Kurga. This audio drama would be known as Final Fantasy X, Will, as it acts as a precursor to possible events in the future of the overall storyline. Kiwami is a 17-year-old girl who's a member of the Spirit Council who claims to be Auron's long-lost daughter, as well as narrating the events of the story. Kurgam, on the other hand, is Kiwami's childhood friend and fellow member of the Spirit Council who strongly admires Yuna and her legendary guardians. Tidus is a blitzball star who lives in Babel who suffers from little energy based on a recent injury, and he starts to bear more of his father's appearance because of the manner of his head. Yuna returns living in Crusade in her original mannerisms and dress style of her summoner days, and spends her time praying for peace in the temple. Certain events have been brought to the attention of Yuna that Sen may have come back unexpectedly, and travels to Babel with Wakka to declare that she will defeat Sen once more. However, Tidus and Yuna catch up with each other, and what seems to be a breakup with the blitzball star returning to Crusade to ask information about Yuna's newest love interest, which Lulu thought he already knew about. However, she and Tidus, along with Kiwami, make their way back to Babel on a ship, because he promised Yuna that he would be with her forever, even if things got complicated for her. When working on the audio drama, Yoshinori Kitase met with Kazushige Nojima to brainstorm about the world of Spira after Final Fantasy X. Instead of continuing the story from Tidus and Yuna having a happy life together after the end of the second game, the tale for the audio drama would be the direct opposite, much like the pressing nature from Price of Eternity with Sin making its return, to which Kitase commented on its similarity to that of Sephiroth's role in Final Fantasy VII. While there was no basis for this overall tale, Nojima claims that the whole story is left up to the interpretation of the gamer, as anything they imagine can be up for them to decide. However, the ending to Final Fantasy X, Will, left many longtime fans very excited, as it is possibly hinted that a third game in Final Fantasy X's overall storyline could come to fruition with Square Enix's most recent initiative with their console-style games. Unfortunately, Final Fantasy series producer Shinji Kazuyuki denied this, saying that the team was only revisiting both games since they were over 10 years old, and the fact that both Kazushige Nojima and Tetsuya Nomura had a discussion to create this additional story episode. Fortunately, Kazushige Nojima says that the possibility of there being a Final Fantasy 13-3 is not all lost, if the demand for a sequel is there based on strong fan reaction, much like how Final Fantasy X-2 was conceived after the strong desire by fans of the original game. As far as the HD Remaster compilation goes, it contains both the original Final Fantasy X and its sequel remastered in high definition, with more improved textures, a stronger and more vibrant color palette, a remastered soundtrack, and the inclusion of the international release's content making its way to North America for the first time, as well as Final Fantasy X-2 International plus Last Mission's content being made available for the first time outside of Japan. When the compilation was released in December 2013 in Japan, as well as March 2014 from all over the world, it became well received from critics and longtime fans when it came to the compilation's overall quality. However, there have been unfavorable responses regarding some textures, off-putting facial close-ups, and lip-syncing problems that carried over from the original games, as well as the remastered soundtrack being a mixed bag to most people, as it didn't execute a strong delivery like the original pieces managed to do. In May 2015, a PlayStation 4 version of the HD remastered compilation was released to a similar positive response, but problems that carried over to that version.
Who would be next?
The difference is that players can choose to have the original and arranged soundtracks play in the background as a way to address the mixed reception of it in the PlayStation 3 and PlayStation Vita versions.
Hurry!
Next year in May 2016, a PC port of the HD remaster compilation would release on Steam, and it contains all the tidbits found in the PlayStation 4 release. To this day, It is currently unknown how many copies of the PlayStation 4 and Steam versions have sold.
Our ranks grow by the hour.
And our troubles with them.
Managed to sell over 2 million copies across both initial platforms since its release. Surprisingly, the overall sales of the compilation were strong rebound on Square Enix's financial situation at the end of 2013. Whether if the game's overall sales on the PlayStation platform is managing to improve the company's financial even more is remaining to be seen.
I love my butt mage. She just autocasts and.
You alright?
Thank you.
I'm Vaughn. And this is Balthier, and hey!
The Final Fantasy games created by Square represent
What's your
some of
name?
the most significant moments for the company throughout its history.
Amalia.
When the series first arrived on the PlayStation with Final Fantasy VII,
Amalia,
and
huh?
introduced the game
Nice to meet you.
a fresh, bold force of creative talent. When both
There
Final
were
Fantasy
others
8
with
and 9
me.
arrived sometime later,
I'm sorry.
it gave a glimpse of the many possibilities of what Square was capable of in moving the Final Fantasy series forward. But by the time when Final Fantasy X and X-2 were released,
Oh, now isn't that impressive?
Don't get any ideas. I said it's mine.
I'm afraid the jury's still out on that one.
You stole
Final
that?
Fantasy X and X-2
Yeah.
still remain as two of the most successful games ever
Have
made.
you
The original
finished?
would be that
When the
last
guards
game
don't
created
report
by
in,
Square,
they'll come
but that
looking
same
for
amount of
us.
hype would
If
ever
they
match
aren't
that commercial
already.
success. After the
You should come
reaction
with
of Square's
us.
first outing
Better
of
than
the
being
sequel
by
came out on
yourself.
PlayStation 2 and started to sour in many people's minds.
Very
It
well.
seemed that both games would forever become a relic towards Square's past success.
What's wrong with her?
Despite Final Fantasy X and X-2
You have a lot to learn before we even get started on your thievery.
the option of a third game coming from Square
What's
Enix
that mean?
seems to be highly unlikely from their eyes. However, with the positive reception of the HD remaster compilation and growing demand from fans, the possibility of there being
The
a third
situation
outing of the
requires I
Spirit
accept
appears
such
to
help
be a
as I
faint glimmer of
find,
hope. Even
though it
both
be
the
from
original game and its
thieves.
sequel are still loved
I shall
and
accompany you until we find my companions.
the reception
No
and
longer.
criticisms that Final Fantasy X and X-2 would
Let's
receive
think of her as a
ultimately
guest
marked the
then.
beginning of the difficult years
Unlike
that
Fran or
Square had
myself, our guest probably won't be taking orders from anyone anytime soon. And she'll leave when she pleases. So we keep to our affairs and she to hers. I doubt we'll find her wanting in valor, being such an upstanding member of the insurgents.
Resistance. Well, what are we waiting for?
Next time in Double RPG's Final Fantasy Retrospective, Square Enix's next entry in the series takes a jump into the genre of massive multiplayer online role-playing games that came about thanks to the likes of the EverQuest series by Sony. It would be the first time that gamers could connect and play the game with each other from around the globe, as they would undergo many adventures through the massive online world, known only as Vanity. computer games started to have role-playing games become more prominent within the separate mediums. The genre was pretty standard, with it mostly having players taking on a single or group of characters that were made to surround a particular game's lore. Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest have always been that way ever since they were conceived during the 80s, with many other games from different companies starting to become just as popular and well-received in the critical and commercial status quo. However, an evolution to the genre of role-playing games would soon step up to the plate that would still have a big influence for many different franchises, including Final Fantasy II's varying days. This evolution would actually be conceived from another genre that has been around since the 70s, known as MUDs, or multi-use dungeons by definition. MUDs are dungeon-like games where many people played a game on the same level, so through the internet to see who would come out on top, since most of them were about competition. The first game to introduce this genre came in 1974 in the form of Maze War. Maze War was a first-person shooter MUD where players go through randomly generated mazes to find other players to shoot at to see who was going to kill in various matches. The next to come was MUD 1, where the focus was on a fantasy adventure through text-based gameplay. By 1985, early commercial development for MUD started to become a thing with the arrival of Island of Kesmai for the CompuServe online service. Island of Kesmai was the first to inspire many of the traditions that would be found in massive multiplayer online role-playing games that were soon to become mainstream, such as having character creation and going through the different virtual worlds via chat room servers. However, it would be dethroned when Stormfront Studios' own Neverwinter Nights on the MS-DOS would come about in 1991 that brought about the visual representations of a gaming world because of the in-game engine for the computer showing graphics of the game's setting. During Neverwinter Nights' reign through 1991 to 1997, massive multiplayer online role-playing games on the internet started to become even more commercial now that the internet started to become more mainstream thanks to it appearing commercial through Windows 95 computers. Richard Garriott, the creator of the Ultima series, officially coined the term MMORPG when it came to the release of the first MMORPG in 1997, Ultima Online. Even though the game played more from an aerial overhead view, many of the earliest conventions found in MMORPGs started to become a thing, such as having mission-based objectives to follow the story, which was prominent with older materials such as the Fallout franchise that was originally owned by Interplay and the Elder Scrolls series by Bethesda Softworks. Another original convention was the inclusion of player versus player combat, or PvP for short, after it became a popular thing with many older games and MMOs combined. Many of these foundations laid the groundwork for massive multiplayer online role-playing games that have made Ultima Online still stand the test of time, even after 20 years since its release. However, one game would come about that would revolutionize the genre even further by making it the first MMORPG to be set in a 3D environment, with Sony Online Entertainment's own EverQuest, as it managed to make fantasy MMORPGs become more mainstream to the Western audience. EverQuest's arrival in the United States made it become commercially successful for 5 years after its launch, and it became the basis for 16 expansions and several derivative games that were to arrive. EverQuest was what inspired Hironobu Sakaguchi to make a new Final Fantasy game, entered the MMORPG genre for what would eventually become known as Final Fantasy XI. The idea to develop Final Fantasy XI as an online game was conceived by Hironobu Sakaguchi when establishing Square Pictures' headquarters in Hawaii. The development of the CGI animated Final Fantasy The Spirit Within was being produced. Impressed by Western MMORPGs such as EverQuest, The Realm Online, and even Ultima Online by Richard Garriott, Sakaguchi convinced Square to begin developing its own MMORPG and suggested that it be based on the Final Fantasy series. The team responsible for Chrono Cross, the spiritual successor to Chrono Trigger, was assigned to the development of Final Fantasy XI after the English localization of Chrono Cross was completed. When Final Fantasy XI began development in November 1999, the game was the first to be developed under the company's new philosophy to develop for quote-unquote all platforms and media, an initiative they would bring about with the rest of the series as a spin-off of Game Entry Online. Longtime developer of Square, Hiroyuki Tanaka, was brought onto the project as the game's head producer, and stated that Final Fantasy XI is heavily influenced by Final Fantasy III on the Famicom, especially in its battle and magic systems. According to Tanaka, Square put in Final Fantasy XI what they could not put in most Final Fantasy titles due to technical limitations, thus making Final Fantasy XI, quote-unquote, most represented Final Fantasy in all episodes. During the game's development, Final Fantasy XI cost about 2 to 3 billion yen to make, which equates to $17 million to $25 million in US currency. On top of the game's overall on based on certain objectives. The Play Online feature was based on Final Fantasy X, but was scrapped due to the popularity of the feature in its initial stage. Thus, the Play Online feature was fully revamped with the access to the walking a unified single server. This service was created as a hub where players could receive emails from Square and other players, receive news on upcoming events, and had them exposed within the buddy list. The Play Online network service in Final Fantasy XI was originally assumed to become profitable over a 5-year time span. By creating a unified game world instead of different ones balkanized by language, development costs were cut 66% to make it more cheaper than extremely large in the overall budget. Since recurring monsters in the series like Tunberry, Cactuar, and others had different names between their Japanese and English counterparts, it was decided for Final Fantasy XI to use both Japanese and English names for different varieties of the same monsters. Final Fantasy XI was originally
Now's not the time.
that there would be a simultaneous release on the PlayStation 2 and Microsoft Windows computers, as well as a concurrent Japanese and American release, but was later changed. There was one point of discussion where Final Fantasy XI would also appear on Microsoft's Xbox platform, but was abandoned because of its small 8GB hard drive. Final Fantasy XI's name was announced in January 2000 at the Yokohama Millennium Conference, but there was a great deal of negative press because of many questions raised towards Square's decision to naming their new MMORPG
They think
as the
me
11th
some common
entry to the
thief.
Final Fantasy franchise.
Better
There
than a
wasn't any
common
clear indication
assassin.
whether or not the game would have a structured story.
These
but
people
that
have done
feature that made
nothing.
Final Fantasy
Release
games
them.
so
What are you
memorable
doing?
was
Don't
implemented in
interrupt
the
me.
final
I'm
product.
thinking.
Aside from Hiromichi Tanaka being the game's main producer, many veterans of the Final Fantasy franchise lended their likeliness toward their first MMORPG, such as Koichi Ishii as the original director.
He didn't know what he was doing. You have to let him go. You
Nobuo
have
Uematsu
to.
lent his support by composing the game's main theme, along
Sorry.
with Naoshi Mitsuda.
That dinner will
and
have to
Mikami
wait.
Oka working on the
I
overall
told you.
soundtrack. Masato
That's
Sato
enough.
from Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy
Leave
VII,
him alone.
and Xenogears fame worked on the plot conception and event planning, while Nobuaki Komoto
Hold
ended
on
up
to this
being
for me,
the
would
narrative
you?
writer.
Just
Finally,
until I bring
Tetsuya
Vaughn
Nomura
back.
would also provide some of the character designs for 2 out of the 5 character
All right, all
races,
right.
as well as
Edgy, aren't we?
non-playable characters in relation to the main
It's
story.
Paul
While
Fear,
Ryusuke
my
Aiba
brother.
the game's
What does that
art
philanderer think he's doing? I was to kill Balthier, not those addle-pated Imperials.
During the 2.5 years of the development that was put into the game, Final Fantasy XI arrived on the PlayStation 2 first on May 16, 2002 in Japan, with the game coming onto Microsoft Windows platforms that November. With the overseas
I brought you some of
release
those
in
flowers you like.
2003, Final Fantasy XI came
Galbana
out on the
lilies.
PC first, and not
Remember?
on the PlayStation 2 since it was the original platform the
You always
game
said
was
how they
based on.
smelled nice
During the
and how
PC
pretty they
version's
were.
release in North America
Remember?
on October 28, 2003, more hype was being
The
placed
King.
into the PlayStation 2 version as Sony launched a multi-million-dollar
Did you?
ad campaign to promote the game.
Were you really a
along
part of
with
it?
PlayStation 2 hard disk drive and network adapter add-ons which the game required. Having been
Even
released
if-
on the PlayStation 2 as well as the personal computer,
Even if
Final
you
Fantasy
were.
11 became the first cross-platform MMORPG.
Captain Bosch must have tricked you
Early
into it.
Issues with the Japanese version came about with bugs and text interference that numerous patches would become a recurring thing for the game to keep it up to date and optimized for the whole experience. By the time when the game was released in North America, the earliest issues were that the starting players were already playing with experienced players from Japan who had already beaten the main storyline. Square responded by adding new servers in order to have more game worlds with fewer expert players. Many of these issues weren't that commonplace when Europe finally received the game on the PC in 2004, where the PlayStation 2 version was completely omitted from their own territory. As time went on, the game would eventually see a release on the Xbox 360 because of the bigger hard drive space than what was seen in the original Xbox. A Nintendo Wii version was considered for the launch of the console in late 2006, but was scrapped because of Nintendo's use of friend codes instead of having an all-in-one buddy list. As of now, Final Fantasy XI will be made available on the Android and iOS smartphones, truly making the game one of the biggest cross-platform MMORPGs since its existence.
You're awake?
Where are we?
Prison. Where else? Or a dungeon, but it's really all the same.
Final Fantasy XI takes place in a fictional world called Vana'diel, a diverse planet with regions that ranged from deserts that were blinding hot to ice-cold glaciers. Vana'diel's population ranges from the enlightened races and beastmen to simple fiends. The enlightened races consist of humans, the most common race in Vana'diel, and are known for their intelligence and high level of skill in numerous areas. They have abilities that are equally balanced, and are said to be cursed by the
Relax,
sin of
it's just a
Capricorn,
corpse.
making them service the
Jump at
human
every
race.
little thing down
The
here and
Elvan are
you'll
a
wear
race of
yourself
proud
out.
warriors that have an unshakable pride with faith in their
It's not even a
and
proper
many use
dungeon.
business
They just
skills,
sealed off the
preferring
bottom
an
level of the
austere
fortress.
lifestyle as skilled sword fighters. The Elvan
Take
race
a look
possess high
around.
strength of
We're not
mind,
the first
but
they've
suffer
thrown
low
down here.
in intelligence, as they are cursed with
Where's
sin
Fran?
and arrogance.
She's off
Both
trying to
are
find
open
us a
race
way
of
out.
extremely powerful warriors that are all consisted of males by gender, but reproduce through reincarnation. They possess the highest HP and vitality, but also the lowest MP as they are.
Remember what curiosity killed? Just a friendly word of advice.
Their energy, curiosity.
This is all the water we've got. I'd save your strength if I were
Most of the
you.
race is comprised of females, as males are extremely rare. This makes the former the only playable gender in their race. Mithra possess high dexterity and agility, but at the cost of low HP and charisma, which curses the race with envy. Finally, there are a small race of halflings called the Tarutaru, people who are skilled with magic that physically resemble children, where it doesn't reflect their age. These creatures are playful yet cunning, as they have the highest MP and intelligence for both males and females, but with the lowest HP and strength, as they are cursed with cowardice. The world of Vanadil is separated by many continents, with its biggest being Quan, that is mostly populated by the Hume, Elvan, and Gulka races by a 6:3:1 ratio. The main nations within the continent consist of the Elvan Kingdom of Sandoria, the Human Republic of Bastuk, and the Grand Duchy of Juno. The continent to the east of Quan is Mindartia, where its biggest city is the Federation of Winders. Other continents in the world are Kuzats in the southwest, Elshimo in the far south, and Eradisia in the far east. Many of these continents and regional areas within them brim with their own climates, weather, and wildlife, as they can vary between every one of them. In Vanadil's history from 20 years past before the present, a devastating war occurred where the Middleland nations of Sandoria, Bastuk, and Winder stood up and defeated the Shadow Lord and his army.
Bastuk.
This conflict was known as the Crystal War, as anyone can surmise that the Shadow Lord wants to bring about supreme conquest by destroying the crystal with no stop. At the present time, the aftermath of the war is the basis of the game's story, as players must create their own character that is dubbed the Adventurer to ban the three main countries once more by undergoing missions in order to go up against the resurrected Shadow Lord, as he plots his revenge for his defeat from 20 years ago.
Insane. It's funny.
Final Fantasy games from the original 10
No, don't!
Plot to fight off against the forces of evil. Final Fantasy XI was the first in the series to create your own character by selecting the looks.
He was defenseless.
At the beginning, players are also given the option to start off with the Federation of Winders to pledge their initial allegiance. Gameplay in Final Fantasy XI undergoes a complete revision with new additions not done to the overall formula, since it is the first to accommodate the MMORPG genre. The players can create characters based off of no job, little money, and at a small level. Consists of missions that will give the created character ranks that increase the number, stronger weapons, armor, and more jobs to access. When playing in the online world,
Something stinks in here, all right? I've changed my mind. This is no dungeon, it's a sty.
Playing the game at the same time as many others, thanks to the overall game having 16 different servers that can hold up to nearly 20,000 users.
I said you're the one that stinks, Hamshanks. Hear me now?
Require the players to fight and may involve battlefields with unique notorious monsters. Others may require the player to acquire a particular item, undergo a delivery,
You're right, Vaughn.
speaking to a particular NPC, or even playing a mini-game. Progress often will unlock numerous benefits to the player, such as access to newer areas, increasing rank, crucial features such as airships, and unique pieces of equipment, among other things. Missions are what will keep the story moving forward, while quests are completely optional in case the player wants to undertake filler to become even stronger. Utilizing a checklist of objectives within the game would be mandatory for every player, as making use of the Record of Eminence gives a variety of objectives so that players can complete them to gain experience points in a responsive community. Communities are for players to be a part of, as they have their own benefits over the other. Plus, if players wanted to chat with community members, they could do just that. Or they could chat with others through the link shell system if they needed help or guidance from others. If players found it too hard to undergo the missions and quests all by themselves, they could team up with other players in order to get the job done a lot faster. build stronger much easier. Finding other players to play with can be cumbersome to many. The alternative to creating your own parties came in the form of summoning alter egos of certain individuals called trusts. Clans are not a prominent thing in Final Fantasy XI, as the adventure is mostly dedicated to the created character of every player. When going through the game and when crisscrossing the situations for progression, so many variables in the gameplay are present for players. Traveling through the towns and dungeons in a non-linear format return, and the traditional staples such as talking to NPCs, shopping for items and equipment, fighting in battles between regular enemies and bosses, auction houses to bid for more powerful equipment and items, and many others become present in Final Fantasy XI. Even though Final Fantasy XI is the first MMORPG in the series,
Great.
the retainment of
They just don't give up, do they?
a role-playing game would be enough for anyone to take pleasure, but a franchise like Final Fantasy hasn't strayed away from what made it.
Now is looking like a good time for us to leave.
And introducing newer ones in the process.
Through the oubliette, there's a way out. Only
you sense the mist.
Final Fantasy XI would see a return of the aforementioned job system that was seen in the original game, but heavily improved upon in Final Fantasy III.
Then you need weapons.
MMORPGs, this game did not restrict players from undergoing only one class per character.
What did you call
as they
me?
could switch jobs whenever
Say
they
that
liked at
again.
certain designated locations.
What?
Such as
You couldn't hear? I merely
said
said that a lot of you are incompetent fools. If you've the Sky Pirate in your hands, where is he?
You'd have done better, Bagamnon. By your own words, it was the Imperial Army who caught this Sky Pirate of yours. We've done your job for you. We don't require the assistance of filthy headhunters. The Empire will restore order here.
Warrior, monk, white mage, black mage, red mage.
What's that you say now?
Merit to each job when compared
Maybe
to
I'll whet my blade on you before I kill Bathir.
That's enough, Backgammon. Has abilities such as Berserk and Defender, where the character can increase their strength or defense, while the other could be decreased. On top of the abilities that can be obtained from specific jobs, they each had their own traits.
The self-proclaimed guardians of law and order in Arcadia. They're the elite guard of House Solidor, which effectively makes them the commanders of the Imperial Army. If you ask me, they're more executioners than judges. Not a friendly lot, at any rate. What are they doing here?
By the time the player's job reaches level 30 for their adventurer, they can upgrade into a more advanced class for more opportunities to grow and learn.
The Emperor is willing to overlook grace for his more talented servants. However, those that do not show respect will receive none in kind.
Your Honor,
You travel freely through our lands because the Emperor wills it. Am I correct?
Players to augment their character with abilities, traits, and skills from another chosen job at up to half the level of their current job, so that they can utilize those specific abilities of a secondary job.
Where is the captain? We have him in solitary, Your Honor. We're ready to begin our interrogation. This does not concern you, bounty hunter.
Job at their current leisure.
He's in here somewhere. Find him.
That way. But remains original jobs, so that they can be grinded in tandem with one another.
Time for the hare to follow the fox.
Within the support job system, as certain
the
abilities
magics binding the door to the oubliette are quite strong. Too strong even for my talents.
There have been adjustments made.
That's why we'll get them to open it for us.
Used on support jobs ever since.
How's going deeper into this place?
What's wrong? You don't trust her? Fiera's noses are sharp. If she says there's a way out, there's a way out.
As per the tradition of most games in the series, Final Fantasy XI's tradition of grinding a character's levels through experience points is brought back. After Final Fantasy X's experimentation with the sphere grade system may have alienated fans who wanted to
Look.
The prison repository of rested relics and raiments.
So our things are in here?
That's what I said.
And various activities. To gain experience, it is usually common in RPGs where characters are up to a level that's concurrent with an enemy's level and stats, so that players can grind and like all the games in the series. Fighting higher level ones will net more experience points for faster growth, and battling monsters that are extremely weak will give little experience points upon victory. Those remain common in Final Fantasy XI, but the biggest difference is that defeating enemies that are too weak will not reward players with any experience points, as this has been a current tradition with MMORPGs, so that players don't try and cheat their way in growing stronger by fighting the same types of enemies over and over again. If players found it too hard to gain experience points by themselves, then they are given the option to form a party of up to 6 people
More
so that
like
they can work
forced
together to bring down strong players for more experience points to rank faster. This type of party is known as an experience party. Partying with other players online has become very common in MMORPGs, and it goes well with all the gameplay systems in Final Fantasy XI, as that element allows each player to take down harder enemies and excel their jobs at a grander and more gratuitous rate than solo play. By example, with white mages not being powerful in physical attacks, but more capable of healing since they have higher
There are
magic,
more turnkeys
pairing
than
with
cut
warriors
purses
who
down
attack with
here.
brute strength can help players utilize
I've had
their
my
own
fill of
strength
chains.
and execute their
Let's
abilities
tread
in rapid
lightly,
succession
shall
to
we?
ensure a much better victory against the monsters and beastmen throughout Vana'diel. Doing this will grant bonus experience points under the guise of a chain. A monster or group of enemies and their aggressive actions are determined by the enmity system, a system that will determine who is the most threatening in the hero's party during a fight, where monsters will try and attack that player alone, just to turn the tide in their favor. Countering the enmity system means that a party battle must succeed in protecting those who have low defense, as the intelligence within monsters can get the best of
I
the
love
party
this fucking
if they
game.
aren't careful. Players will have to pick and
I don't
choose
know,
what
it
actions
seems
they
like
want to take
I don't even
while
need
thinking
to
about
speed it
how it
up,
will
really.
affect their own enmity and the entire groups. Because of this factor, certain jobs are tasked with trying to create the most enmity as possible in order to make the monster have aggro toward that selected player. A full party can be formed with 6 members, but 3 parties can ally themselves to create an alliance where 18 players can work together to get through some of the hardest adversities in side quests and story-based missions. Although open world battle content is limited to a full alliance at any time, many gameplay elements involving battlefields are designed to challenge even larger groups of players at one go. However, if players found it too difficult at first, to adjust in forming parties and alliances to advance the game's story at a quick pace, they can resort to playing the hard way and traversing their adventure solo, or join smaller groups to take things slow. If they chose to take this route, players are also given the privilege to summon adventuring fellows and aid them in combat, including alter egos of famous characters throughout Vana'diel, known as trusts. The only difference is that adventuring fellows are AI-controlled NPCs that can be customized and even leveled up to suit a player's style, whereas trust alter egos are based on set heroes with their own special moves and unique AI, which players cannot customize. Finally, Final Fantasy XI also includes its own limit break system in the form of weapon skills. Weapon skills are executed when players gain tactical points by dealing physical damage, a trait that is common in Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy IX with the trance mode, and Final Fantasy X with the overdrive mechanic. In Final Fantasy XI, however, when the tactical points gauge reaches above 1,000, players are granted the opportunity to use weapon skills to attack enemies with significant prowess, along with the probability of receiving beneficial effects. Although tactical points can be charged to a maximum of 3,000 points, all of it is spent whenever a weapon skill is used, and are factored in to determine how effective that particular weapon skill is in that selected battle. To the player's benefit, taking advantage of selecting the appropriate weapon skills in the correct order and in succession will result in a skill chain. Skill chains come at different power levels and result in additional damage to enemies when in battle. Skill chains from a lower level can be chained upon further and result in stronger skill chain effects. By building onto this factor, players can deal additional damage by timing magic spells immediately after a skill chain occurs, which in turn can create an opportunity called a magic burst. Skill chains and magic bursts add an element of teamwork to battles, and are often required to take down the most challenging of opponents for progression. By having these elements to the gameplay intact, players can reach up to the original level cap of 50, so that they can take on more quests and missions solo than just solely relying on parties and alliances if they so desire. Continuing the tradition of trying to surpass the bar with every entry, Final Fantasy XI became another success in the critical and commercial status quo. Many publications were impressed by what they played, as they found it to be a welcomed addition amongst MMORPGs, since it used its own innovations from the past to experiment in a new direction for this installment. The world of Vana'diel, missions, and the overall story were enough to grasp fans of Final Fantasy into the game, just to feel like they were a part of something bigger than playing as established characters in the past. However, Final Fantasy XI was not safe with all praise, as there was criticism inbound from both the press and gamers alike. On the side of the press, the biggest criticism came from the fact that the game required an initial registration and installation setup that proved to be lengthy and cumbersome to most players, and the fact that the game chose more of player versus environment gameplay instead of including player versus player aspects was possibly the game's biggest flaw. However, other areas that were largely criticized were the large amounts of grinding for experience points, which mostly involved the battles in different parts of Vanadil, and the campsites were overcrowded with too many players. Perhaps this was Square's attempt at including more servers with the names of the Indolents that countered the challenge, but players were still experiencing veteran users who were in Japan and played the game much earlier in the West. On the side of the general public, they felt that the game came off being extremely tedious, as battles were slow-paced for an MMORPG, as utilizing the active time battle system dragged out the fights for quite a long while. Plus, they felt that the game being far more in favor of players forming parties and alliances with other players from around the world, instead of just playing by themselves, made the whole experience came off being more unbalanced and intuitive when it came to the missions and quests they would undertake. Not to mention, the necessary need of grinding for both experience points and money to either level up or buy items and equipment became more of a chore rather than an enjoyable time for many. Two flaws that were first seen in the original Final Fantasy back in 1987. Despite the many other criticisms they had with the game, most of them praised many things within Final Fantasy XI, such as its own staples it brought into the MMORPG genre, the staples within the genre itself which became fitting for the whole game, such as weapon and item crafting, auction houses, as well as Vanadil itself, and the fan service it brought about from the franchise, such as riding chocobos, having so many different jobs to choose from, and the original soundtrack that was composed by Kumi Tanioka. The legendary Nobuo Uematsu continues to impress the ears of many devoted fans. For its time of release on the PlayStation 2 and the PC, the game was a well-received experience from the beginning, despite the flaws it contained in the finished product. However, the Xbox 360 version of the game received a more mixed reception due to the game being outdated to many because of many other MMORPGs that have surpassed the game in its current form, including not making a substantial leap in high-definition visuals, but received praise for the game utilizing the Xbox 360's online infrastructure, which was the console's selling point during that time. With every traditional game in the Final Fantasy series, Nobuo Uematsu became a contributor to the soundtrack along with Naoshi Mitsuda and Kumi Tanioka. Yasunori Mitsuda was also inquired to contribute to Final Fantasy XI's soundtrack, but was already busy working on Xenosaga for Monolith Soft and Namco. The opening theme of Final Fantasy XI features choral music with lyrics in Esperanto, which according to Uematsu, the choice of language was meant to symbolize
You have grown very thin, Bosch.
Could contribute to cross-cultural communication and cooperation. Uematsu also went on to note
Less than a shadow, less than a man.
For which there was no
Sentenced to death, and yet you live? Why?
To silence Hondor. How many times must I say it?
Is that all?
Became very iconic in their own right.
Why not ask Vane himself? Is he not one of your masters?
By 2002, but placed in after a patch was released in July.
We've caught a leader of the insurgents. She's being brought from Rabanasta, the woman Amalia. Who could that be?
Entire franchise at concert halls from all over the world, which still goes on to this.
Such a faithful hound to cling so to a falling kingdom.
Better than throwing it away.
Being another strong outing from Nobuo Uematsu, while some thought it came
Throwing it away, as you threw away our homeland.
Who's there?
This the place?
The mist is flowing through this room. It must be going somewhere.
You know Imperials. Please, you must get me out.
It's against my policy to speak with the dead, especially when they happen to be Kingslayers.
I did not kill him.
Is that so? Huh. Glad to hear it.
Please, get me out. For the sake of Dalmasca.
Dalmasca? What do you care about Dalmasca? Everything that's happened is because of you! Everyone that's died. Every single one. Even my brother. You killed my brother!
Quiet. The guards will hear.
I'm dropping it.
Pirates without a sky. Spare us your quiddities.
Yeah, but he's
a traitor, I know. Stay here and fight if you want. If you can walk, let's go.
You're taking him with us?
We could use another sword arm.
And you have it.
2,510 Jill. Why? Go. Please tell me you gave me a fucking rod. You did. Thank God. Okay. Well, so first we sell. Oh my God. Well, I don't know what I'm gonna. I don't know. I mean, she could benefit from that, but I mean, she's more of a staff. Yeah, she's a staff girl. So, oak staff. There we go. Then a rod for him. Oh good, he's got his proper weapon now. And this other guy, he gets a katana, a kotetsu, but that's what he's already got. So that's unfortunate. But yeah, so what else do we not have here? We got a sword, a pole, a bow, a gun, a hammer, a dagger, and a mace. Oh, crossbow, right? Yeah, wait. Isn't oh yeah, and crossbow for Pinello if she ever rejoins. So then, oops, and then we come down here, we take a look at, I don't know, one. Yep, sure. That's fine. Right, and then, yeah, but, oh, chrome leathers, yeah, but. Head guards. Alright, so yeah, and that's all good for that. The Argyle amulet is immune to blind. Well, I might as well buy one, sure. Got all of those. Phoenix Downs. No ethers, though, which is what I really want. I want ethers out the ass. It'll be nice when they go for sale. Ooh, Poisona. Oh, Vox is silence. Okay, so Persona, Thunder. Ooh, Thunder. Immobilize. Time Magic, nice. Immobilize all foes in range. Yep, and then Dark, doing it to all foes in range. That's an AoE. Ooh, it is an AoE. Who gets to use that? So, all the rest of these I have, but yeah, oh, yep. Take that. Very good. It's funny how that's the best vendor. So now I'm tempted to buy across the board here. But I mean, yeah, like, I don't know. It's probably mostly. Okay, is it dinner time? I think it is. Oh yeah, dinner time. Hello? Oh, thank you so much. I'll be up there. Bye. Yay. Gotta take a break here, guys, to go do dinner with the fam. Got to a pretty good part of the city. Oh, cool! I have a new weapon. So does he. So does she. She's got a staff now, and I've got a rod. That's cool. At least they have weapon skins. That is cool. You know, it is cool. I have some work to do with, gotta remember, so I'm gonna open it. I'm gonna say licenses, yeah, because I got some LPs sitting here. Yep. So, ooh, white mage stuff, yeah. Ooh, rods. Charge. I have charge, right? I should have technically, I mean, I don't know. I should have technically, anyways, Argyle amulet, healing rod. Power rod, pheasant nipper, increase magic. Oh yeah, reduces reduces magic and P cost. Yeah, that's huge. But I mean, yeah, I'm more likely to want to buy that. No, wait. But yeah, that. Oh yeah, look at that, huge. Magic potency, holy rod, increases physical attack damage. Dealing magic, gain AP after dealing magic attack damage. I could just nuke all day. I wish there was like a white mage spell, like a damage spell. Is there a spell? Yeah, look at all that. Like, I want to know. Oath Dispel, God, Confuse, Faith, Regen. Oh yeah, that's where all the good spells are. Down here, huh? Yeah, but I mean, it'll be a bit. It'll be a bit before we can afford that, and then yeah. Oh, War Mage. Gain AP after dealing increases reduces action time by 10%. Yeah. Magic. Oh yeah, this chart is so awesome. Yeah, look at all that stuff. Yeah, magic increases magic potency and stuff. So I gotta go. So I save this. Okay, I'm going to pause my stream. Gonna keep this going all night. I'll play some, might try some Overwatch, but I doubt I'll get in. But you know, you never know. So I'm gonna pause for dinner here, guys. I'm terribly sorry. Won't be going here about 20-30 minutes, and I'll be back. Peace. Okay. Time for dinner. Yay for dinner. 10 hours. Not bad. Okay, back guys. Sorry about that.
Utilized every single character type and perfected every primary and secondary job, felt like they fully completed the adventure with there being nothing more they could do to continue playing in Final Fantasy XI's online world. The number one thing that developers of MMOs managed to do to breathe a new life into a game within that particular genre was the creation of expansion packs to bring about all new content for more gamers to continue playing their product with higher replayability. EverQuest did so in order to keep many of its install base on their servers with continual play. Square obliged to the idea by getting into the initiative with creating their own expansion packs and numerous add-ons through updates to ensure more of their fans will continue playing in Vana'diel. Their first follow-up would be the creation of their first expansion pack called Rise of the Zillar, and it became a free upgrade to Western gamers when the game was bundled with both the PC and the PlayStation 2 release of the game in 2003 and 2004. Rise of the Zillar continues after the original storyline of the main game, with the adventurer finding out that a character called the Archduke of Juno and his brother are princes of an ancient race that survived extinction called the Zillart, and it is up to players to fight and stop them from opening the Gate of the Gods, which could easily destroy Vana'diel without mercy. This expansion would be the first in the trend of newer expansions to include new jobs, missions, quests, regions, dungeons, and expanded storylines to further the lore of Final Fantasy XI's online world. Rise of the Zillar introduced gamers to the advanced jobs of the Samurai, Ninja, and Dragoon, which harkens back to their job type from what was seen in past installments. A character's nation rank would go up to 10, 7 new regions with 39 areas become playable locations along with 5 new zones and 24 new enemies. New gameplay systems were also introduced, with a few being trial weapon skills, additional orb battles, the Dynamis and Ballista systems, and much more. If players found the level cap of 50 too short, then the Rise of the Zillar expansion bumped it up to 75. By the next year, a new expansion pack was released that went under the subtitle Chains of Promathia. Players would discover a phenomenon called the Emptiness is found eating away at the heart of Vana'diel, and the Worm King Bahamut declares that the arrival of the Keeper of the Apocalypse is near. An Alban girl named Prish would work with a samurai named Tenzin to fight back the Emptiness, and a mysterious pale child seems to be at the center of the strange mystery that revolves around the Twilight God Promathia. 36 new enemies and bosses were created, 40 new areas amongst 5 new regions were brought about, and 13 new zones were introduced in Chains of Promathia. Unfortunately, no new character jobs or new gameplay mechanics were implemented. It wouldn't be until 2006 until the third expansion, Treasures of Acht Urgen, would arrive amongst the public, and would release alongside the launch of the Xbox 360 version along with the previous 2 expansions. In Treasures of Acht Urgen, the xenophobic Acht Urgen Empire opens the borders to the Middlelands after years of self-imposed isolation. Worried about this new power, the leaders of each city sends representatives to assess the situation. The adventurer is chosen for the task of unearthing the Empire's true intentions and begins to uncover the secrets of the life-giving astrocandescence, the Dark Rider, and the history of this mysterious land. Treasures of Acht Urgen introduced the advanced character jobs of Blue Mage, Corsair, and Puppet Master. Corsair would be first introduced in Final Fantasy XI, as its job function plays out more of a sea pirate, where its gameplay mechanics are more to that of a gambler, while wielding a multi-barreled revolver called the Hexagun. 31 new enemies and bosses were created, 28 new locations within the 5 new regions were introduced to encompass the Acht Urgen Empire, and new gameplay mechanics such as chocobo racing and mythic weapons were introduced. By next year in 2007, the 4th expansion would arrive, and it was called Wings of the Goddess. In its story, cavernous maws appearing all over the land have been found to teleport adventurers 20 years into the past, when the Crystal War was being ravaged upon Vana'diel. The adventurer is met by Kate Sith, who asks for help in easing the suffering of the people during this time period. However, there are others who would alter the course of history to suit their own ends as well. 2 new jobs were brought about in the 4th expansion, the Dancer and Scholar jobs, 29 new enemies were conceived, and 30 new locations within the 9 new areas became playable. Wings of the Goddess was one of the most important expansions to come about because of its setting and hook to its plotline. Because of the setting taking place in the past and during the Crystal War, the newest gameplay mechanic introduced was campaign battles. These battles occur when the 3 great nations form an alliance called the Allied Forces of Altana so that they could fight off the Beastmen during this conflict. Players would work together to fight in many campaigns that came about in the story. However, battles within the campaign weren't the only restriction in the gameplay, as several other mission and quest-based objectives during the story centered around reconnaissance, supply missions, security operations, and much more become available to help the Alliance with the player's war efforts. These small-scale efforts are often referred to as campaign ops. After the release of the
Who turned out the lights? One of those?
I've heard of these. Mimics. They disguise themselves as all manner of things, then strike when you're least wary. Some of them have a fondness for energy, I'm told. They gorge themselves on the stuff till there's naught left.
So, what happens then?
That much believe that most of the development team behind the game have left Square Enix, or that they began working on newer projects.
Lights out, and it's worse in the dark. Much worse. So, let them get too close to one of those conduits, and they'll suck it dry. But don't worry, it'll give the energy back if you ask nicely. Sticking it with a sword helps too. Clock's ticking.
From Square in 2007 to form Grezzo, who primarily worked on games for the Nintendo platforms. Nobuaki Komoto succeeded Ishii as Final Fantasy XI's director for 5 years and stepped down to work on the story for further expansions a year after Wings of the Goddess was released. Koichi Ogawa became the third director after Komoto, who continued to contribute to writing scenarios with Masato Kato, but Ogawa stepped down after 2 years, only to be briefly succeeded by Akihiko Matsui for some time in 2010. Matsui didn't direct long, as Mizuki Ito replaced him as the game's current director at this time. Koichi Ishii wasn't the only member of the original Final Fantasy team to leave Square, as Hiromichi Tanaka also followed suit in 2012 due to health reasons, and he would later resurface by working for the now gung-ho Online Entertainment. Akihiko Matsui arrived back on the development of Final Fantasy XI after Tanaka's departure, producer going forward. When it came to the expansion, Naoshi Matsuda was able to contribute to all of the soundtracks by himself, as Nobuo Uematsu left Square Enix in 2004 to become freelance in many other projects outside of the company, but would continue to contribute to Final Fantasy XI unless it was a famous piece of work that would want to remain to update. Yoko had many more songs for Final Fantasy XI after the original game launched in 2002, as she continued to work on more games for both the Chocobo and Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles line of video games before her departure from the company in 2010 to become freelance like Uematsu. While no new expansions were being worked on, several patches and updates were being made to ensure further stability, balancing of difficulty, and adding on new scenarios and other goodies when Square made those features available. The first of these would be 3 new scenarios that were conceived by Masato Kato, who would continue to pen new stories after he departed from Square when Rise of the Zillard was released, and they were meant to act as interactive novellas that focused on deepening the storylines of existing locations rather than introducing newer ones. These 3 stories were called A Crystalline Prophecy, Ode of Life Bestowing, and Mugokupo de Tat, Evil in Small Doses, and A Shantoto Ascension, The Legend Torn, for Empire Born. These stories were made to tie up several storylines that the developer wanted to see fully fleshed out, and to have a proper conclusion to those subplots. Its simple fetch quest beginning was something that many experienced players criticized toward after the add-ons became available, but Masato Kato has gone on to state that the fetch quest aspect was made for beginners in mind. By the next year, Square would begin subsequent updates until December 2011 that would see players finally reaching the highest level of 99, so that they would have no troubles with Vana'diel alone. But something was made in between to challenge them and put their gameplay skills to the test. During 2010, while the level caps were slowly being raised, a new realm called Abyssia was conceived to take form of an add-on battlefield that ran under 3 campaigns with the intent of challenging players between level 75 and up in mind. There, players partake in activities such as leveling, engaging battles against foes, and collecting powerful equipment that would benefit them more than what they already had. This battlefield went under 3 episodes called Vision of Abyssia, Scars of Abyssia, and Heroes of Abyssia, where each story had its own plotline and challenges. In the next 3 years, and after the add-on battlefield was released, nothing more would come out of Final Fantasy XI during that time period, as many were starting to come to the conclusion that Vana'diel was already on its last rope, with already being completed by Square. In thinking that there was no new expansion being worked on, their fears were immediately put to rest, as Square announced in 2012 at Vana'Fest, an annual festival held after Final Fantasy XI's release to celebrate the game and the world of Vana'diel that was held in Yokohama, Japan, that the game was indeed to bring about a 5th expansion that would celebrate the 10th anniversary of Final Fantasy XI's Japanese release. It would be the only expansion to never release on the PlayStation 2 outside of Japan, since the console was now a forgotten market after the 7th generation consoles arrived in full force, but it would still release on the PC and Xbox 360 for all Western territories by 2013. This new expansion would be dubbed Secrets of a Dowling, and it would introduce the last 2 gods, Geomancer and Geomancer. The Green Pits are masters of swordplay, while tide of battle took place offensively and defensively. Mission's quest took place on the primordial continent of Albuca, where the sacred city of Adalin serves as the main hub for the expansion. 20 new enemies were introduced that would appear in 22 different locations between the 4 new regions, while 4 other areas were also brought about. Not to mention, 7 powerful bosses were amongst the new enemies to test the players, the parties, and alliances that all came together within the 10 years of the game's existence. Because of it being the last expansion to release, only 5 new gameplay systems were conceived, such as colonization and coalition assignments. After Seekers of Adalin was released, numerous changes were made as followers of Final Fantasy XI were made to a commemorative end to the game's 13-year history by bringing about a free update to this final main scenario called Rhapsodies of Vana'diel in 2015. It was billed as the ultimate compilation of all that Square has accomplished to date, with major characters from throughout the game's history making appearances. This new and final main scenario consisted of 3 chapters that were released for free after debuting in May, August, and November 2015 version updates, respectively, bringing a sure closure to the entirety of Vana'diel's existence and the overall lore that was seen by its devoted legions of fans throughout all the years. Final Fantasy XI has enjoyed a precarious existence in history. At face value, the game did not seem like it would work amongst the growing number of massive multiplayer online role-playing games that were hitting the market after Ultima Online started that trend, and with EverQuest completely revolutionizing it in the 3D space. Many people who have or have not played Final Fantasy XI would continue to compare it to EverQuest or label the game as nothing more than a mere clone that did not do anything substantially original to make it stand out by a vast margin, thus feeling like a game that would come off as inconceivable. However, many of the franchise's staples that came from Final Fantasy III and used as a template for Final Fantasy XI's creation have symbolized the ideology of Vana'diel as one of Square Enix's earliest overall franchise. The initial product came off being a divisive experience because of numerous problems such as the MMO not starting off at the same time with all regions from around the world, and the constant push of a multiplayer adventure over a solo one because of its difficulty spike when playing alone rendered Final Fantasy XI as an entry that was hard to get into regardless of one's affinity with the franchise. Because of this, many felt that the online world of Vana'diel would only be followed by a local minority who enjoy it for what it initially was, but the strong reception of the numerous expansions, add-ons, and the plethora of patches helped balance Final Fantasy XI into a more enjoyable and important entry in the long term. In 2006, between 200,000 and 300,000 active players logged on per day, with 500,000 total active players and around 150,000 looking at any time. By April 2009, Square Enix announced that the total number of active characters exceeded 2 million for the first time, and those numbers continued to grow despite at a slow pace. Final Fantasy XI was enough to rival many of the MMOs that came before its release as well as this very day, but it would be fully surpassed in 2004 with the arrival of Blizzard Entertainment's own MMORPG called World of Warcraft that completely exceeded the standards of the genre and brought it into a more modern age, whereas games like EverQuest and Final Fantasy XI appeared outdated and antiquated for today's standards. With World of Warcraft's arrival, the number of users in the game's overall install base surpassed that of many of the past MMOs that continued to thrive by bringing about its own expansions, updates, and add-on content to appeal to all gamers, along with being updated for the time of high-definition gaming in the long term. Despite Final Fantasy XI appearing more of a relic by many gamers of the MMORPG genre, and with its current user base for the game, the former president and CEO of Square Enix, Yuki Wada, announced that Final Fantasy XI had become the most profitable title in the series of all time, according to a press release in June 2012. Its break into profitability began in 2003, with more revenue being earned on a yearly basis for Square. Because of its existence, and with World of Warcraft surpassing Final Fantasy XI, the game would only serve as a blueprint to help shape up the next MMORPG in the franchise, from being a mediocre experience upon its initial launch in 2010 into one of the most richest games after its relaunch in the next 3 years. Final Fantasy XI continues to breathe life after 15 years of its release, with it being ported to Japanese mobile devices between Square Square Enix and Nexon, but only to become its own thing without sharing servers or characters with the existing database seen on other platforms. While that is being worked on, a free-to-play spin-off of Final Fantasy XI was brought to the iOS and Android devices under the name Final Fantasy Grandmasters that became more of an online RPG that uses the series' signature turn-based battle system. Currently, the spin-off is an exclusive release in Japan and has passed over 1 million downloads at this time. Whether Final Fantasy XI will make an appearance on other consoles and future generations of hardware remains uncertain, but certain possibilities of porting the game to the PlayStation Vita was brought about in 2012 by Hiromichi Tanaka. Unfortunately, no official announcement of that has ever been made public. While this had more to do with the PlayStation Vita's poor sales and performance from the mobile system, the chances for the world of Vanity Zero becomes more slim for those who still own the platform. Luckily, Final Fantasy XI and Vanity noted and talked about this. Several written adaptations and related merchandise were made available long after the original game's release in 2002. Even though Final Fantasy XI has been mostly completed in terms of story, expansions, and add-ons, its existence still goes strong to this very day, with many of its install base coming back into Vanity on a daily basis. If it was to explore more of the large online world, to further explore more of the world's lore and history, or to just simply restart the adventure with newly created characters, and to add new friends to the Play Online service to further broaden its appeal, Final Fantasy XI will always be remembered for what it accomplished as a massive multiplayer online role-playing game. Vana'diel will always be remembered by those who grew accustomed to the world, and Final Fantasy XI will continue to be played throughout whatever years the game has left and the newest platforms it may appear on. May we as well the rich and eclectic world of Vana'diel. Always. Next time in Double RPG's Final Fantasy Retrospective, the next game in the main series would be conceived many years before its own existence came to light in 2006, and it would become the newest holocron of polymorphic content, where gamers would be introduced to the grand history and luxurious world known only as Evilise. To the sphere grid system in Final Fantasy X, but the selection between weapons, armor, magic, and techniques is done more.
Oh my god, I think I just had a really good
was
idea.
born in Japan during the year of 1965, and he grew up in a rural area where he felt that his only forms of entertainment came from movies, television, and books. He became very fond of making dioramas while being very fond of those that were made and centered around World War II, which he used to make his own by researching those during that conflict.
Oh my god, it's a sprint button.
Any diorama he would create
I can't even.
Outside of
so notice that
dioramas, Matsuno also became very fond of video games, as his introduction into
I love this stupid game, it's so good.
Such as Taito Space Invaders and Namco's Xevious.
It's a fucking sprint button, I can't even
video
believe
games
it.
Would be something he would also do while he was at home, and he became very fond of playing The Legend of Zelda and Dragon Quest on the Nintendo Famicom, while he would also play games on the Amiga and PC platforms with heavy intentions for big
No, I
hits
do want you
being
cast
embraced into
stuff.
the medium with such great joy and immense depth. Yatsumi Matsuno was inspired to become a video game developer by using his hobbies such as reading books and making dioramas as reference to help him create his own
Okay,
games.
faux
His career
targeting,
began in 1993 by joining the video game development studio known as Quest. Quest was an independent company who became originally known as
when faux
which they had
HP is
developed
less
their
than
first game called The Scheme,
50%.
a Metroidvania-style open-world action RPG with music by Yuzo Koshiro that became a huge hit on the NEC PC 8801 in 1988. Most of Quest's work were that of RPGs such as Musashi no Boken, platform games such as Conquest of the Crystal Palace on the NES Famicom, and scrolling shooters such as Magical Chase on the PC Engine TurboGrafx 16 platform. Matsuno led Quest into a breakout success by being the one responsible for creating and directing his first game for the company, Ogre Battle March of the Black Queen for the Super Nintendo Super Famicom in 1993. Not only that, but the second entry to arrive in 1995, Tactics Ogre, Let Us Cling Together, would also release to critical accolades amongst critics and fans. Both games would receive a huge following from both Japan and the United States, while many would greatly cite Tactics
when the
Ogre
faux
for having
HP
a
is
dark
greater than
narrative that
70,
revolved
we
around
go
the reality
fire.
of war. That was
When
inspired by
it's-
Matsuno's own outside perspective of horrific events that came to be during the Yugoslav wars in the early
When
1990s,
it's less than
including
70,
the genocide that happened in Bosnia during July of 1995.
With
Both games each
Blizzard.
played from the subgenre of role-playing games that dealt with war-ravaging strategic battles in different ways. Ogre Battle
Thunder,
played in the genre
fire,
of strategic
thunder.
role-playing games where real-time strategy was more prominent in the gameplay, while Tactics Ogre
And
relied
if
more on
HP
characters and enemies taking
less than
turns
50%
with moving
attack,
around on isometric pseudo-3D settings and commencing action at their leisure. Gameplay in Tactics Ogre started off in the early 80s with games such as Tunnels of Doom, The Dragon and Princess, Ultima 3 Exodus, and Mokusuka Wars setting the staple for the genre, where the games played out more like traditional strategy games such as chess. It wouldn't be until the release of Fire Emblem on the Nintendo Famicom and Shining Force on the Sega Mega Drive.
Did you
where
heal
tactical
it? Oh,
games
fuck,
became more popular, and inspirations behind those games were what made Matsuno create both Ogre Battle and Tactics Ogre. Tactics Ogre's success with Let Us Cling Together launched a sub-series within the franchise that brought about two forms of gameplay in later sequels such as The Night of Lotus. Unfortunately, Yasumi Matsuno left Quest after Tactics Ogre was completed and immediately joined Square along with Akihiko Yoshida and Hiroshi Minagawa to pursue more ambitious projects. Upon joining Square and learning about his impressive feats in creating both Ogre Battle and Tactics Ogre at Quest, the company gave him permission to create a new game in the Final Fantasy franchise. Although his talent was
so we
suitable
go-
for creating a game with huge
we
skill,
go-
like
we
what
go
was
to
seen from
fucking-
many of the entries at the time,
Yeah,
and with
so
what was bound
this
to
one
come
we
from
just
Final Fantasy
turn
VII,
off.
Yasumi Matsuno would create this new entry more along the lines of a spin-off, which would bring about the creation and mythology surrounding a world he would
fire.
conceive called Evilise.
I love this fucking game. It reminds me, it's so much better than Final Fantasy XI in terms of its actual execution. I wish 11 had been this
Development for
smooth, you know?
Yatsumi Matsuno's own Final Fantasy game began in 1995, after he, Hiroshi Minagawa, and Akihiko Yoshida joined Square at the time. Instead of going for more of a traditional approach for this game, Matsuno wanted to stick with the gameplay
I
style
love this,
he was
and
best
instead
known
of like,
for. So he made this
instead
new
of
in the vein of a spin-off
sitting
to test the
down, you
waters
just
and
run
see if it would
around
be
a little
welcomed
bit,
by
you
both
know,
the
you run
company
around a
and the
little
general
bit
public.
till,
Thus, this new game would go under the name
until you're
Final
up like
Fantasy
10
Tactics,
MP.
as would be the first game in the franchise to incorporate the mechanics of a tactical RPG, with Tactics Ogre serving as a model for the game's creation. Prior to its creation, another game with that same name was being developed for the Super Famicom, with key members being that of the Final Fantasy team, such as Hironobu Sakaguchi as supervisor, Kazushige Nojima as director, and Motomo Toriyama as the story director. While this Super Famicom title had little to do with the Final Fantasy name, because of elements not being incorporated into its plot, it would be officially renamed as Bahamut Lagoon, whereas Final Fantasy Tactics on the PlayStation would retain its title under Yasumi Matsuno's care. Even though Ogre Battle and Tactics Ogre had branching storylines that could reflect to players receiving different scenarios and multiple endings, Matsuno decided to keep the story for Final Fantasy Tactics very simple, yet a somewhat complex narrative with deep lore and character development so that casual gamers wouldn't be put off by it at first sight. This direction in the game's development would be factual by an assistant professor at the International University of Japan, who went by the name of Akito Inoue. The creation of Ivalice became a joint effort between Yasumi Matsuno and longtime employee of Square, Hiroyuki Ito. Ivalice would be envisioned as a fictional world with its own identity, a medieval-like world where magic and machine exist together. Even though Ivalice would be made a world into its own direction, the usual elements of Final Fantasy such as chocobos, moogles, eidolons, crystals, and magic spells would help blend the setting to make it feel like it belonged to the Final Fantasy mythos. Yasumi Matsuno would lead the project as the game's director, base story planner, and scenario writer, but he would be accompanied by his colleagues Hiroshi Minagawa for art and event direction, and Akihiko Yoshida as the character designer and background art designer. Veteran members of the Final Fantasy team also joined in, such as Hironobu Sakaguchi being the game's producer, Hideo Manaba as the art supervisor and battle maps designer, and Hiroyuki Ito being in charge of the overall game design and main planner of the battle system. For being a spin-off in the Final Fantasy series that Hironobu Sakaguchi continued to stick with for almost 10 years, both Nobuo Uematsu and Yoshitaka Amano were not involved in Final Fantasy Tactics creation. This was mainly due to Uematsu coming off of composing music for Final Fantasy VII and about to hit it off with Final Fantasy VIII, while Amano was still busy with his art exhibits and shops in the Western markets, and Amano did not contribute to any title logo illustration for Final Fantasy Tactics, as Akihiko Yoshida provided that instead. In terms of the game's music composition, Hitoshi Sakimoto and his friend Masaharu Iwata, two good friends of Matsuno who presented the music for both Ogre Battle and Tactics Ogre during his time at Quest, were asked by Matsuno to once again work on the soundtrack for a game he was creating. Plus, he asked them to do so after the initial release of Final Fantasy VII in January 1997 from Japan. Sakimoto composed 47 tracks, while Iwata composed 24 tracks to bring about 71 tracks in total. The orchestral timbres and most of the tunes were synthesized with performance by Katsutoshi Kashiwabara and sound programming by Hidenori Suzuki. Development for Final Fantasy Tactics spanned for 2 years after Matsuno joined Square, and would finally see a release for the Sony PlayStation on June 20th, 1997 in Japan, and January 28th, 1998 for North America, with publishing duties done by Sony Computer Entertainment America. Although it technically became an unnamed world before it was fully fantasized as one sometime later, Final Fantasy Tactics takes place in the Kingdom of Ivalice, a country located in a peninsula surrounded by sea on the north, west, and south, with a headland south of the landmass. Its main geography features ranging landscapes, from plains to mountain ranges, to deserts and forests. The kingdom is mostly populated by the human race, with intelligent monsters living around less populated areas. Magic is the predominant force of the land aside from chivalry and strength, although ruins and artifacts indicate that past populace relied on machinery to thrive around the world, such as airships and robots. Ivalice as a kingdom encompasses 7 different territories: Fovoham, Galleon, Limberry, Lionel, Zeltinia, the Holy Territory of Morand, and the royal capital of Lazali, with its neighbors being the Kingdom of Ordalia in the east and the military nation of Ramonda to the north, across the Rana Strait. Despite the fact that the 3 nations share common bloodlines that are within royalty, major wars have sparked between them throughout Ivalice's history. On the sidelines, an influential religious institution known as the Morand Glabados Church heads the dominant faith, which centers around a religious figure known as Saint Ajora. Saint Ajora is a historical figure in Ivalice's history who prophesied many disasters that were inbound for people who were not careful, even during his time as a child. Those who witnessed his prophecies declared them his miracles, and Ajora a child of the gods. Because of this, his influence would only escalate as he would continue to preach. At the age of 20, Ajora had a new prophecy that paradise was coming for everyone. However, the priests of the Forest religion within Ivalice reported him to the Holy Empire of Eudora, where they declared him a heretic and traitor. One of Ajora's disciples, under the name of Germani, reported the preacher's whereabouts and had him executed for his practices. However, the dominant religion of Farism was punished by God, and they, along with Morand, were completely wiped off the map in a tidal wave as a result. Those who had faith in Ajora built a new religion that honored the man with his own holy land called the Church of Glabados. For the next 1200 years, the The truth about Ajora being a spy with selling information to enemies and not solely as a priest would be long forgotten, as Saint Ajora Glabados would continue to be remembered as a hero amongst the people to the present day. Unknown to the people, a darker and more dangerous truth would lie deep within the church, as it would be the headquarters in camouflaging a dangerous and dastardly entity called Ultima, who was the leader of a legion of demons called the Lucavi, with their true intent in causing so much bloodshed to revive their master after her demise from 1200 years in the past. By doing this, they take form of crystal stones called Orocytes that would hold the power of a monster that follows in line between the 12 zodiacs to cause destruction. In the present day, Ivalice ended its war with the nations of both Ordalia and Romanda in what was known as the 50-Year War, and is currently facing economic problems and political strife after the kingdom's defeat. Adding to its problems would be the recent death of the king, whose heir is only a baby boy. Due to the infant being unable to rule after being born, a regent would be needed to rule in place of the prince, or even his adopted half-sister named Princess Ovelia, and the kingdom becomes split between two armies, the Order of the Northern Sky and the Order of the Southern Sky, with one under the leadership of Duke Lark and the other of Duke Goltana. Their constant battle for the rightful heir to the throne and to rule Ivalice would result in the central conflict called the War of the Lions. Central to Final Fantasy Tactics' plot would be two main characters named Ramza Beol and Delita Hyrule. These two men are childhood friends being born from differing social classes, Ramza being a noble, while Delita is a commoner. Both of them disregarded this fact and grew up together believing in justice and honor, as taught by Ramza's late father, Barbanath Beol. As the story progresses, both characters cannot remain with each other side by side, as many conflicts changed their viewpoint on life. Delita wanting to achieve his dreams through the means of manipulating the upper class after the tragic loss of his sister, Tietra Hyrule, while Ramza believes in justice and honor, regardless of name and class, while not caring for those who treat him as criminal. To this effect, he discovers that the Church of Glabados is actually instigating the war from behind the scenes, and is labeled a heretic for his actions in trying to fight back and expose their devilish deeds. The story is chronicled in an anthology called the Durai Report that tells the story of
I'll be so happy when I get
history as a
Kiraga.
kingdom that went through so much hardship and struggle to lead it into a brighter future for peace, and all information within its history point out as Delita Hyrule being the hero during these dark times, while Ramza is declared the root of all evil. This report was discovered by a historian named Araslam J. Durai, and he seeks to reveal the truth of Ramza's role during the war and why it was covered up by the Church of Glabados in the first place. Final Fantasy Tactics is split up between 4 chapters, with the first serving as a history of Ramza and Delita trying to become Northern Sky Knights for the Castle of Ignorance, which Ramza is a part of, only to know the truth behind many of Ivalice's problems that would force the friends to go their separate ways. The next chapter would see Ramza coming to know the truth about the Church of Glabados and some of their actions on what they do. The third chapter would point out Ramza's struggles to stop the war while being branded a heretic, and the final chapter would chronicle Ramza helping Delita with ending the war while finally reaching the heart of the Church's true goal, to stop Ultima from destroying Ivalice upon her revival. Araslam Durai confirms that Ramza was the true hero of the story, and he plans to expose the Church and their crime of providing false information in the kingdom of Ivalice. This tale in Ivalice's history would be known as the Zodiac Brave story. Zone Tactics Ogre, but with its own innovations and creations by adding in elements of the entire Final Fantasy to the whole game. Players are pitted into going through the kingdom of Ivalice as Ramza Beol, where he must travel on the world map through many lined paths between towns, castles, and potential conflict zones. Towns and castles could be offered as safe zones, where players can go into shops to buy items and equipment, taverns to hear about gossip surrounding the designated locations or those that are near it, recruitment offices to hire new soldiers to join Ramza's entourage, and possibly sell fur for extra gil. When in combat zones, players must pit Ramza or any of his allies to fight off against enemies in stages that are rendered in 3D, and control bitmap sprites of characters with numerous commands while viewing the battle from an isometric bird's eye view. Certain conflict zones that are highlighted in red will signify progression for the game's story, while blue ones represent towns and castles, and green ones are areas where battles can occur if they generate at random. Any battle in a location that is highlighted
My
in
black
red
mage just
means that
melts those
Ramza must
plans.
partake in the fight, while locations
my
being
black
highlighted in green
mage.
can ignite random battles where any allies or player choosing can fight in a battle, and not just controlling Ramza himself. When in battle,
I
several
love this
factors
fucking
come into
game.
play that would last
This
longer
is like
than
the
usual
best Final
battles seen
Fantasy.
in the mainline installment, which were fast by comparison. The characters in the fields would have their own set of hit points, magic points, charge time for when they are able to take their turn in battle, bravery points to muster up a character.
She just one-shots him with fire.
Battle with their physical strength and weapons, and faith points determine a character's faith in God that will measure if their magic can be utilized much more successfully. Brave and Faith statuses are unique, as they can be the ultimate factor to see if a player's party will be effective or completely worthless in many of the game's battles. When fighting in battles that are random or important,
Oh, I'll do it, don't you worry.
the player commands their army to move around the battlefield and execute actions that will help their allies and guests while taking advantage of their abilities to successfully defeat the opposing forces in conflict. Random battles and certain ones within the story follow the primary objective of defeating all enemies to successfully win, but certain conflicts within the story may change the primary objective by selecting a certain opposing enemy the player must defeat or to keep a guest character alive all the way through to ensure success. Most of the enemies in the battles that are story-based usually revolve around human characters who have allegiances toward the many kingdoms, order groups, mercenary bands, or even the British provinces. Random battles, along with a few story-based objectives, will mostly see Ramza and his allies fight off against the many monsters that are exclusive in the game, as well as ones seen in past Final Fantasy games, such as goblins, chocobos, bombs,
I am gonna do one little game.
If players wanted to take a break from battles and learn more about the lore and items surrounding the Kingdom of Evilise, they are granted privilege to learn about the many characters they come across on their journey, or learn about the story by uncovering their full biographies, or to know about the items they obtain, such as the Aura Sites, holding the Zodiac Braves.
Ooh. Vox and Persona. Ooh, Protected Shell. Oh. So fun.
As players
So
fight
fun.
in battles to stay alive and grind their characters with their levels, Final Fantasy Tactics' biggest feature that triumphantly returns from both Final Fantasy 3 and 5 is the job class system. Being more prone to follow Final Fantasy V's mechanics in the job class system, characters can partake in using abilities from not just their selected jobs, but from others with abilities they already unlocked for other classes to execute. Grinding a character's job plays out more like grinding a character's level for stronger statistics, but the only difference is that a job class requires job points to level up classes much quicker than the mainline entries. By collecting job points, not only can a character grind their selected class, but they could also allocate those points for abilities that can be obtained when that criteria is met. For those eager to grind a job to its fullest would have to undergo many random battles to ensure success, to utilize those specific abilities and actions found within their jobs. Actions that can be learned can benefit a character when in the fields, as certain actions such as moving extra grid spaces to approach and retreat from a threat, or ascending and descending from higher and lower elevation with relative ease. Some others, like Chemist, can move around and locate items that are invisible to the naked eye, or certain jobs may retain an auto-regen ability to gradually restore hit points. Final Fantasy Tactics has 20 standard jobs available to all the player's party members, with their default job being exclusive to themselves. The standard jobs available are Squire, Chemist, Knight, Archer, White Mage, Black Mage, Monk, Mystic, Thief, Time Mage, Geomancer, Orator, Dragoon, Summoner, Samurai, Bard, Ninja, Arithmetician, Dancer, and Mime. Each job would have their own attributes, actions, and abilities that reflect the jobs seen in the past with Final Fantasy 3 and 5. The Bard job is exclusive to males, whereas the Dancer job is exclusive to females. However, certain jobs are special to characters who are within and outside of the playable party, such as Holy Knight for the female knight called Agrias Oaks, Machinist to the young engineer named Mustadio Bonanza, and Sword Saint to the swordmaster named Sidolphus Orlandu. Final Fantasy Tactics' rendition of the character Cid. The special jobs play very similarly to Ramza's Squire job when it comes to reaction, support, and movement abilities, but their actions only come off being exclusive to themselves. Many of these jobs for the established characters in the Zodiac Brave story can be accessed after Ramza has them join as temporary guests or fully recruited soldiers in his cause. These special jobs can be Yasumi Matsuno's nod to characters with their selected jobs in past installments of the series, or as merely fan service to more well-known figures such as Cloud Strife from Final Fantasy VII, appearing as a special guest who can be recruited into Ramza's army. If any player would be up to the task, they can endure nearly 100 hours of grinding every job for any character they wanted to play as, so they can be mastered to unlock newer jobs and abilities they can learn from certain enemies and monsters within random battles or the story. Mastering all the jobs would prove to be a long and daunting chore for players who were up to the task, but that task alone, along with the story and its 70 story battles to encompass the whole tale, made Final Fantasy Tactics brim with so much depth and richness as a spin-off, which most of them of that caliber were made with smaller values and scopes in mind. Final Fantasy Tactics would surpass all other spin-offs in their deliveries as the game would continue Square's impressive track record by receiving universal critical acclaim. Many critics viewed it as Square's first true attempt in successfully creating a game in the tactical RPG genre that would be forever regarded as a classic, despite it feeling a bit uneven. Those who enjoyed the game would note that the overall learning curve was simple, but so steep that would only offer many possibilities to balance the challenging nature of what all stood in their way for progression. Even those who couldn't get into the gameplay thought that the overall story was just as deep with its character development, and the plot twists would only make them crave for what was about to come next. The overall narrative, with it being dark and tragic, was also one of the story's strongest suits that critics and gamers enjoyed, as Ivalice was filled with a deep history of tragedy and heroism. Its presentation would also be heavily lauded with praise, as the level of detail within the character and enemy sprites within the many battle maps benefited to the game's overall charm, and the character designs by Akihiko Yoshida provided a simple and cute appearance many people did not expect for any game they saw at the time. The soundtrack by Hitoshi Sakimoto and Masaharu Iwata was also critically acclaimed for its rich and beautiful orchestral music, as many people compared their work very favorably to what Nobuo Uematsu envisions for every main series game he works on for Final Fantasy. While Final Fantasy Tactics' greatest strength came from its gameplay and story, those aspects would also be stamped as the game's greatest weakness because of criticism being inbound to those elements, along with its overall localization effort. Final Fantasy Tactics' difficulty became very inconsistent, with each encounter against enemy units being totally random, as well as them inducing overpowered enemy units and party members that made grinding levels very tedious and detrimental as a result. Not only that, but the item system came off being extremely repetitive to many, and the battlefields for each location came off feeling too small and not large enough to invoke better strategies. Though the game's story was very in-depth, some noted the overall plot was confusing at times. Finally, reviewers became very critical of the game's localization efforts as they found it to be poorly written, being rife with grammatical mistakes that would almost stop players from enjoying the game's storyline. The best way they found to play out the battles is for players to best understand quote-unquote strength versus strength and proper spacing of troops when going up against magic users. Regardless of the game's criticisms that were to be had, it became very receptive to those who cherish it very dearly and rendered Final Fantasy Tactics into a cult classic status, with many people continuing to play it for its rewarding experience and expansive lore they continue to get lost in throughout time. On top of which, fan communities on the internet have come together with the sole intent in modding and balancing the game for a more stable and streamlined experience, and member activity has occurred for 14 years after the game's release. Final Fantasy Tactics received numerous accolades and awards even long after its release for being one of the most obscure but best games of all time, and it would go on to sell nearly 2.5 million copies worldwide, making it a critical and commercial success. For a spin-off game in the series that was actually big in scope and depth, some felt that those sales were probably not enough to render it a success, while others thought they were justified as is because of Final Fantasy Tactics being that of a spin-off, and according to Square, they became very surprised that the game actually sold as well as it did. After Final Fantasy Tactics released to critical acclaim, Yasumi Matsuno started work on a new game that would be made from scratch, not continuing the tradition of his works using strategy or tactics as their base gameplay. By the year 2000, it would release on the PlayStation from all over the world, and it would be known to the eyes of gamers and critics under the name Vagrant Story. Instead of opting in another tactics game, Vagrant Story would be what Matsuno conceived as an action role-playing game that took place in the fictitious city of Le Monde, while the kingdom of Valindia is engulfed in civil war, and it would star a man from the Valindia Knights of the Peace, known as Ashley Riot, as his mission was to pursue and assassinate a cult leader named Sidney Losterot of a religious cult known as Valindia, who goes up against the Order of the Crimson Blades who belong to Arjo Guildenstern, as he has a blind lust for power. Most of the game would pit players in controlling Ashley Riot through the many areas surrounding the mall and the catacombs underneath the city, and would go up against monsters and enemy soldiers that stood in his way for real-time battle sequences that involved specific body limbs to turn the tide in their favor. Magic in Vagrant Story can be learned when players pick up items called grimoires to unlock those abilities, and weapons can be created and customized to the player's choosing to determine how effective they can be used on foes. However, the biggest feature in the combat is the risk system, which will affect Ashley's concentration against enemies. The longer Ashley attacks a target, the more risk points he induces, which will lower his accuracy and defenses as a result. So battles had to be played more strategically than going all out toward enemies. The other big feature many come to remember is how weapon and armor customization came at an all-time high, as combining different weapons and armor can produce newer versions of the armor they already possess, or conceive brand new ones not obtainable by any other means. While the game is not related to the Final Fantasy franchise in any way, many thought it was related as they found many references from Final Fantasy Tactics, such as names of locations being mentioned in Vagrant Story's plot, including Araslam J. Durai narrating the tale from text. According to Yasumi Matsuno in an interview with the French gaming publication known as Joypad, the original plan for Vagrant Story was to not place it in the Evil East universe by becoming its own thing, but plot elements that were found before and long after Vagrant Story came about were meant to be intertextual reference to the Evil East title as a form of fan service. Regardless of Matsuno's own words, Vagrant Story became another critical and commercial success for Square, with many praising Yasumi Matsuno for once again creating a game with
Something's
a very
close.
deep and intuitive storyline and gameplay that was very strategic and balanced, but possibly a bit too complex. The music that was exclusively done by Hitoshi Sakimoto would receive high remarks, as he would also go on to claim that
Nice
it was
moves
one of
there,
his favorite
Captain.
projects he has ever worked
You mean
on.
traitor?
Those who enjoyed the world of Evil East
So
found
they
any
say,
game as a welcomed
but I
addition
didn't
to
see
its
him
growing
kill anyone.
library and expansive history that Matsuno
My
continues
brother
to expand
did.
upon at each opportunity he receives, and Vagrant Story
Rex.
became no exception.
He said he had a brother 2 years younger. I see. He meant you. Your brother. What became of him?
He's dead.
I'm sorry.
It was you who killed him.
I
Before
give you
and
my
after the
word.
20th century, Final
That was
Fantasy
not the way
Tactics
of it.
and Vagrant Story became two products that proved to be extremely important to not only Square, but to a vocal minority who still regard the world of Evil East to such high standards. However, many of those who come to love and appreciate Final Fantasy Tactics as a really important piece of work in Square's history were eagerly awaiting what possibly might be in store next for the
Time
world
bomb.
of Yasumi Matsuno's
Save the
vision.
discussion for later.
By 2003,
If we
Square
arrived
successfully
after he signed the
purchased
treaty.
Matsuno's former employer,
Sir,
Quest
we have
Corporation.
little time.
He
You
was
must
the
go
one
to the
who
king.
his colleagues he had
They're
worked
slowing
with
us
on
down.
Captain Oculus, and for my parents. Captain, why? Our king, have you done?
His Majesty was a traitor.
A twin brother. Fancy that. But still, the pieces fit, I'll give you that much. And he did look like you.
I don't believe you.
Of course not. It was my fault that Rex was there. I am sorry.
My brother, he trusted you. He trusted you and he lost everything. How can I believe you?
Not me, then. Believe in your brother. He was a fine soldier. He fought to the last to protect his homeland. No. Surely he fought to protect his brother.
You don't know anything!
Believe what you want to. Whatever it takes to make you happy. What's done is done.
think I'm gonna rebind that to controls for speeding up. It's not quadruple speed that I want. I want that and F1, F2, double, and no, I want that F3, right? F1, F3, and Q, double the game speed, right? Yep. See guys, times two. I came in for Kiraga or Kira. Yeah. Oh, I don't have the technique yet. Oh, damn it. Saves too. Damn it. Yay, safe spot. Yeah, I think I want to change this around, mess with her again just a little bit. So I want you up here. I want Phil. Phil, 100%, right? And then when they're down at HP greater than 30%. Oh, less than 30%, yeah. There you go. I wish they had streamlined this a little bit. I mean, I guess it is important.
To think Dalmascan air could taste so sweet.
Where are we? The Estes Sand, by the look of it. Let's back to Rabanasta before we shrivel up. By your leave, Captain.
Yes, the hour of my return is already over late. The people may hate me, but that does not free me of my charge.
Oh. It kind of sucked, like. I want to try this again. What? Oh. One shot. God damn it. I can't win this.
I thank you.
I'd avoid crowds if I were you. In this town, you're still a traitor, you know.
The Resistance will surely find me soon. Fate's will we meet again. I would pay my respects to your brother.
You're a fugitive now, too. Stay low for a while.
What about the stone?
Do as you like. That stone's ill-favored.
We feel regret. We sought that stone and found ourselves only worry.
You offering it?
It's mine.
Then why'd you ask? Our regards to your girl.
We stay in Rabanastre a while.
What do you think? Can I trust Bosch?
Yeah, I think so.
I gotta get rid of this thing. But maybe I should show it to Penelo first, so she knows I got something. She'd be at Miguel's place this time of day.
Gotta get to the Gambit store. Gotta get to the Magic store. Gotta go to all the stores. Yeah, like. Yeah, you think you might have like better stuff now? I don't know. I mean, it would behoove me to look. Yeah. I have all of everything that you have to offer. Yes, I do. Okay, well, that's pretty cool. Battle harness. Yeah, took my. Ethers. Oh my god. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, look at that. Wow. Oh yeah. Oh right, ethers, right, yeah. I have 3 ethers, but I need to buy ethers.
Vaughn, is it really you? I heard you got took off to Nalbina.
The Imperials will need more than a dungeon to stop me.
You broke out of a dungeon? Whoa.
Hey, try and keep it down, would you? Penelo isn't around, is she? Out on a delivery, maybe?
Nope, haven't seen her all day. Not like her to up and skip out on work like that. Miguelo's not here either. He went running off somewhere a little while ago.
So much for my big welcome. I guess everybody's busy.
I got my hands full watching the shop, and old Dallin had something for me to do, but I can't get away.
Old Dallin, huh? Tell you what, I'll go see him for you.
Really?
Well, nothing better to do.
God damn it, why can't you sell me ethers? It just pisses me off a little bit. Damn it, man. Worthless. What? Why don't you sell better techniques, damn it? That was techniques, but I want gambits, yeah.
Well, well, look who we have here. Heard you were sent off to Nalpina.
And I got out of there as fast as I could. But it was all worth it down. Here, look at this.
My. Quite a treasure you've got there.
Well, you know, I couldn't have done it without your help.
So, there is more to this gutter churl than first meets the eye.
Gutter churl.
Van Ivanaren, a simple favor to beg of you. I was going to ask that kites to go, but I should think that you ought to do. No, I think you're just the one. There's a fellow by the name of Azalas, and I need you to bring this sword to him.
That's a sword of the old order.
Speak my name when you arrive. That should be enough to get you in to see him. I've made a note on your map showing you where he can be found. Mind you, you are to deliver the sword to him personally.
I will. Hey, Dal, do you think I could get you to do something for me? I need you to find out where Penelo is. I wanted to show her what I got from the palace, but I haven't been able to find her anywhere. Can you let me know if you hear anything?
You can just leave that to me.
Thanks, Dallin.
And so it is done. But will it be enough to remind him of what the Order once meant?
Then what do you make of Andor's proclamation? Are you suggesting they fooled even the Marquis?
What if a judge killed the king, not the captain? That would explain everything, wouldn't it?
In that case, the captain would be brother to a judge. How are we to trust such a man?
Now there is the Bosch that I remember.
Then will you fight again at my side?
His word alone convinces me of nothing. I'd take his word over that of a mouthpiece Marquis. Then you name Rex liar with him.
My brother was no liar!
Just the opposite. Rex was the witness they needed. They had to make it appear as if I killed the king. Rex bears no blame. The fates have willed it.
So this is Rex's brother. Your words may convince a child such as this, but they weigh far too lightly on the scales for my taste. Our past will remain separate.
Do you not think Amalia worth saving?
I hold men's lives in my hands. I must see foes in every shadow. The night we moved against Vayne, he knew. I will not chance such disadvantage again. I must treat you as I would Andor, as I would treat any abettor of the Empire.
Then what will you do? Hold me here in chains? Some things never change, do they?
Listen to me, Bosch. Your cage may have no bars, but it is a cage. The eyes of the Resistance watch unblinking.
Let them watch. I know something of cages.
That's right. Amalia's in the Resistance.
Then you know her.
Sorta. We met just before we got sent to Nalbina. I've known nicer people.
Our paths keep crossing, yours and mine. It's more than coincidence.
It's annoying.
I'm sorry. Allow me one last annoyance, a favor to ask. I want you to take me to Balthier. Even caged birds need wings.
This makes us even.
Even?
For Nalbina. We couldn't have done it without you.
Oh yeah? Alright. What is the Bosch gonna be?
A lot of kids lost their parents in the war. Mine had already died before that. The plague took them both.
I'm sorry. I didn't know.
It's okay.
Not your fault.
It's been 5 years now. After that, I lived with my friend Penelo and her family. Then the war came.
I am sorry.
You don't have to keep apologizing. Really, it's all right. I know it wasn't your fault. I see that now. You didn't kill my brother. It was the Empire. My brother trusted you. And he was right.
As I said, a misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding? What I am understanding is it took Penelo because of you.
What? What about Penelo?
Oh, Vaughn. They've taken Penelo. And there was a note for this Balthier. Come to the Museum of Mines, it said.
It's Begamnon. He was in Albina.
If anything were to happen to that sweet child while I have her parents' memory to consider, you're going to go to her aid, and that's that. That's what you Sky Pirates do, isn't it?
I don't respond well to orders. You do know that the Imperial fleet is massing at Bujerba?
Fine, then I'll go. You at least have an airship, don't you? Just get me there and I'll find Penelo myself.
I'll join you.
Huh?
I have some business there as well.
An audience with the Marquis, by chance?
Balthier, just take us, and this is yours.
The guards are toying with us.
Make yourselves ready. We leave soon.
Final Fantasy party vibe. Break! Those don't fucking connect? No. No, they don't. Why doesn't that connect? It's so stupid. Gotta figure out where... Jeans, there's something FFXI too. Spells. Shades of Black. There it is.